There are two types of people in this world. One is the delusional type who think they're number one, and the other is those born knowing they could never be ordinary. And this guy was always certain he was the second type, born to be the main character. It all stemmed from his ego. The truth hurts, so people turn to delusion. But Shu just spent his days lost in videos of girls on TikTok. He should have been a player for the past 10 years. Yet, Shu was still just at home. The only chore his mom gave him was to wake up and take out the trash. But the biggest piece of trash, him, was still lying in the middle of the room. When Shu's mom saw he wouldn't get up, she peeked through the doorway, looking like she was about to rip the door off its hinges. She walked in with a steaming hot iron spoon. "Is my 26-year-old unemployed son so busy today? What could be more important than chores, you bum?" Shu got spooked, grabbed the trash bag, and bolted, because if he stayed another minute, he would be the one getting thrown out. On his way to the dumpster, Shu sighed. Even though his mom yelled at him every day, he knew she loved him more than anything in the world. Boom, boom. Suddenly, some rich family started setting off fireworks in broad daylight, startling Shu. He immediately went online to check the latest news, and one headline made him exclaim, "I knew it." 10 years ago, a strange object suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky. People called it the Sky Castle. Since then, the Sky Castle has always been a hot topic. The Sky Castle had two very strange characteristics. First, it could float in midair with no visible means of support. And second, no one could get inside it. Helicopters, drones, any advanced flight technology couldn't land on the Sky Castle's surface. They would just pass right through the castle. According to experts, the castle wasn't an illusion, but existed in a different dimension from Earth. Since the Sky Castle appeared, the world has been in an uproar. Everyone wanted to uncover its secrets, but no one ever succeeded. Until one day, those chosen by the castle were reborn as players. These players could fly with their own wings and were accepted by the castle, allowing them to enter. The chosen ones were sent to explore the castle's grounds. Below were countless strange monsters, traps, mysterious energy, and dungeons. A special army dedicated to conquering the Sky Castle was formed, and they were the ones who possessed special powers among the chosen. But Shu was not one of them. The thought that it had been 10 years since the castle appeared, and he still didn't have a single feather of a wing, drove Shu crazy. Shu was certain that the castle's system had made a mistake. If it chose special people, then why was he still here? Despite that, Shu held an ironclad belief that one day he would get his own wings, no matter how much his mom scolded him or how dirt poor he was. Still, Shu knew he should find a job. He couldn't starve to death just waiting to become a player. An empty can fell from somewhere towards Shu, and he got annoyed seeing a couple of rich kids showing off a drink that could supposedly help people grow wings. They were discussing the fireworks from someone clearing level 32 just now, unaware that a bitter guy was cursing them out behind their backs. Shu gently placed the can on the ground, then with all his might kicked it hard, sending it flying into the sky like a rocket, startling the two kids. Shu watched with satisfaction, thinking that at least this can could get close to the Sky Castle. Suddenly, something started falling back down, making Shu curious. He strained his eyes to see, and to his surprise, an angel was falling. Shu could tell this girl was a retired player, abandoned by the castle, but he wasn't going to let her faceplant from that height. Shu calculated, estimating the girl would land on this building. He immediately dashed towards it. Ignoring the elevator, Shu sprinted up the stairs, kicked open the rooftop door, and saw the girl's head upside down. Shu gritted his teeth and jumped, the force from his feet shattering the floor tiles as he launched himself towards the free-falling girl. The thing is, since birth, Shu had been stronger than normal people without any training, lifting a washing machine while still in diapers, and accidentally breaking doors at school because he couldn't control his strength. Shu's parents enrolled him in martial arts classes to help him learn how to use his power, but no place could keep him for even a month. In a Western class, Shu smashed the instructor's face in. In Japanese swordsmanship, Shu broke all the weapons. When he tried judo, Shu lifted his master and spun him around for several minutes until the teacher had to retire. "Shu, you don't need to learn human skills because you're basically already a monster." Since then, Shu had always thought he possessed a special power, and when the Sky Castle appeared, Shu thought his time had come. Yet, 10 years passed, and he still didn't have his own wings. And right at this moment, Shu was sure that this was the fateful moment of his life. No player who retired from the castle ever survived, because if a normal person saved a player, it was no different from committing suicide. But Shu was different. He wasn't a normal person. The female player opened her eyes when she felt someone holding her. She was in Shu's arms, about to say something when he told her to be quiet. Shu's feet hit the ground, but it didn't end there. The combined force of impact and gravity bore down on him, making Shu grit his teeth, and it seemed he had landed in a sinkhole. Sure enough, 3 seconds later the sinkhole collapsed, and the two of them just kept falling, not knowing when they would stop. Ah, there. They had stopped after the tremor and were still alive. Looking at the girl stammering in his arms, Shu spoke, in a cool, collected voice. Oh, my apologies. Let me put you down. The girl thanked Xingu profusely for saving her. She herself didn't think she'd make it. But where are we? Hearing this question, Xingu guessed that players didn't always know everything, but he didn't want to be buried alive either, so he tried to find a way out. Xingu stepped forward forcefully, about to throw a punch, when a sound echoed from out of nowhere. Ding! The open world of Anan has been activated. You have been fortunately chosen for the Underground Player Challenge. Clear the Y-Wing graveyard to become an underground player. For the female player who had just been discarded by the castle, this was nothing short of a second chance. But when the two of them asked again, the cave fell silent as if nothing had happened. Xingu scratched his head to break the awkward atmosphere. Maybe we should talk about this later? First, let's introduce ourselves. Xingu confidently revealed that he was a 26-year-old unemployed man, despite having a college degree, completely breaking her usual composure. The girl was astonished that Xingu was just an ordinary civilian, because what normal person would be crazy enough to leap off the roof of a tall building just to catch a girl, and then get buried with her in a hole of unknown depth? In response to her shock, Xingu flexed his bicep and winked. Hey, I'm strong. You're the one who was born to be a player. The girl shook her head in disbelief. Of course, some people are born to be players, but that only happens when they receive certain basic elements, like wings that grant the ability to fly. In short, to become a player, a person needs to be supplied with mana by the Sky Castle. Xingu was like a blank slate. He had always thought mana was just something from fantasy stories that crazy people made up. I can't believe player abilities come from magic. That's a secret, by the way. The girl signaled to Xingu and then activated her mystic eyes. She confirmed that Xingu had absolutely no mana in his body, and since her insight ability was top-notch, there was no room for error. Xingu thought for a moment and realized she was surprised because he was 100% normal yet possessed such monstrous strength. But what's so strange about that? Even without mana, humans can still possess extraordinary power. The girl nodded in agreement. It's just that the appearance of players changed the very concept of strength. In short, the girl had met her own personal Superman, who caught her fall from the Sky Castle, and now they had both landed in a place unknown to anyone. And now they faced the challenge of becoming underground players. The girl sighed. She wasn't sure what the difference was between an underground or a public player, but she was certain of one thing. This place and the Sky Castle were definitely connected. The voice they just heard was identical to the one players hear when they enter the Sky Castle and its dungeons. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Xingu's mind. Although Xingu couldn't become an official player of the Sky Castle through the front door, he could take a backdoor route by using his God-given strength to conquer this mysterious place. After all that chit-chat, the girl realized she had forgotten to introduce herself. I'm a member of South Korea's Wind Guild, a level 219 healer. You can call me Swarin. I'm 22, so I'm younger than you. Xingu's mouth twitched. How could that innocent face say something so hurtful to an old man like him? Despite being only 22, Erin had already reached the 32nd dungeon with her other members, but was knocked out of the castle by a massive attack from the boss. Erin thought she was a goner, but she was caught in Xingu's strong arms. Erin told herself that thanks to Xingu, she had a second chance to be a player. But she still felt as if she had actually died, because Erin had lost all of her powers after that fall from the sky. However, in the process of Xingu saving her, Erin believed that some kind of special condition had been triggered. Xingu gained the potential to become an underground player, while Erin could be reborn as a supporter. As she explained this, Erin began to cry. I still can't believe I'm alive. I really thought I was a goner. Sob, sob. With eyes shining like headlights, Erin offered to dedicate her life to repaying Xingu, which sent a shiver down his spine. But Erin wasn't just saying that thoughtlessly, as it seemed she would be reborn as Xingu's supporter if they cleared this dungeon together. Xingu nodded. He was fine with the arrangement, and Erin readily accepted the condition. Seeing her optimistic attitude, Xingu screamed internally. If he had lost all his power like her, he would have definitely fallen into a depression. All right, Erin, it's a pleasure working with you. The two of them quickly warmed up to each other. Xingu thought a dungeon would be fraught with lurking danger, but they had been chatting for an entire hour and still hadn't been attacked. Erin, being more experienced, knew that the first room of a dungeon is a waiting room, so monsters won't attack the players. This was their chance to inspect the dungeon and check the items they had. Welcome, everyone, to Teacher Erin's class on dungeons. Not all dungeons are like this one. This is a hidden world, and its rules might be different from those of the castle. So, what Erin was saying wasn't necessarily accurate. Erin kept talking nonstop, but Xingu had already seen something that awakened the beast within him. Actually, I think you were right about this dungeon. In the cave up ahead, growls echoed as glowing red eyes peeked out from the infinite darkness. In front of them were as many as 5 monsters, their mouths agape, just waiting for them to emerge to ask for a bite. Instead of actively hunting, they were just waiting there. There must be some kind of rule here. Erin seemed surprised that he could see into the pitch-black cave. She made an assumption about him, had a sixth sense for those monsters. Xingu was even more surprised. Was that really so unusual? Seeing the look on Erin's face, he knew this was anything but normal. Only peeping Toms have the skill to lurk in the shadows like this. With her experience as a top-ranked player, she felt she needed to be wary of Xingu. But if Erin was assigned to support Xingu, she had to find out what special abilities he possessed and help him become a player. After clearing her head, Erin returned to her usual self. "Ha, it's nothing. I was just surprised you got used to the dungeon faster than usual," Xingu laughed. Isn't it obvious? He had been preparing for the moment he could enter a dungeon for a decade. So what do we do now? Can I just charge straight at them? This time, Erin let Xingu do whatever he wanted. Because this dungeon was probably an ability assessment test for candidates, just like the ones universities have. Before becoming a player for the Sky Castle, Erin had also gone through this type of test. Xingu nodded in understanding, growing even more interested in the word test. But Erin was also worried about whether the monsters in this Anzan were allowed to kill players, so she had to warn Xingu beforehand. The monsters Xingu could sense from a distance were ones he could handle. Basically, there are many kinds of monsters, and it's not just about skill or talent. When dealing with them, Xingu could get overwhelmed, so he needed to be careful. Meanwhile, Xingu had begun to carefully observe the group of monsters, then tore a piece from his shirt and wrapped it tightly around his hand, ready for battle. Erin kept muttering reminders for Xingu to be careful. Since she had lost all her healing abilities, Xingu needed to avoid injury as much as possible. Xingu cracked his knuckles, his face filled with a competitive spirit as if he wanted to butcher all 5 of the monsters out there. Sounds easy enough. Erin nodded, stopping her nervous fidgeting to let Xingu get to work. Who knew that just 5 seconds after she looked away, Xingu had already shot off like an arrow. He had barely lifted his foot and was already in front of the 5 monsters, leaving them dumbfounded. A wolf-like monster bared its teeth and spoke. The wolf monster growled, "This human looks delicious." Erin noticed something unusual about this energy, and immediately signaled for Xingu to stop. Those are werewolves. They're level 50, but why would they appear in a test dungeon? The werewolves had already started attacking Xingu. Erin had no other choice but to shout for Xingu to run. She blamed herself for her carelessness that put Xingu in danger. A roar echoed through the air. Sounds easy enough. Erin nodded, stopping her nervous fidgeting to let Xingu get to work. Who knew that just 5 seconds after she looked away, Xingu had already shot off like an arrow? Frozen to the spot, watching Xingu's performance, Xingu ripped a werewolf's head off with his bare hands, then caved in another's face with a punch. A werewolf lunged with its claws but was sent flying into the wall by Xingu's shove. As for the last one, the scene was so violent Erin didn't dare to look. The final werewolf was finished. Xingu confidently dusted off his hands. "Why did you tell me to stop earlier?" Caught off guard by the question, Erin hesitated. She never imagined Xingu would be that powerful. Erin cleared her throat, preparing to explain something even more important now that the monsters were defeated, which was looting their items. All the monsters they encountered in the dungeon carried some kind of treasure. Xingu simply had to take it, but he needed to remember one thing. Only those who contributed the most to defeating a monster have the right to claim its loot. Xingu casually remarked, "But I'm the only one who killed them." Erin nodded, setting this case aside for a moment. Usually, 2 types of treasure drop from monsters. One is money, the other is a type of stone that can grant special mana abilities, a monster seed. But Xingu only cared about the money, wondering if it was calculated in some world currency or in dollars. Erin confirmed that the dropped money was based on the USD exchange rate. Xingu was stunned. No wonder players drove fancy cars and lived in mansions. Erin coughed dryly. With people having wings and superhero powers, it's not that strange for monsters to be carrying around looted money. Setting aside the argument about money, because monsters sometimes even carry solid gold nuggets, but it's very rare to find one. Xingu found it strange, wondering if money dropping from a monster's corpse would cause inflation. What about the serial numbers and exchange rates? All of this was giving Xingu a headache, but Aaron advised him to just ignore it, because what Xingu really needed to care about was the monster seed. Because it was worth far more than any money, you could even say it's priceless. When a player throws a seed into the altar that appears after clearing a dungeon, they receive a valuable reward. Think of it simply as an exchange for in-game items. For example, weapons, shields, or equipment. Xingu had to admire Arin's incredibly easy-to-understand explanation. Even though she was very experienced, it felt like he was reading a player's guide. Additionally, Xingu could exchange one or multiple types of seeds at the same time. but you can't try to trick the altar because it only gives a reward based on the value of the seed you throw in. Even with this explanation, Xingu wasn't very interested in those seeds. What he was interested in now was the altar that would appear after conquering this dungeon. So, it doesn't want people inside to get stronger during the process? Erin nodded. Reluctantly, she had to admit it, this harsh truth. The more time she spent with Xingu, the more Erin felt he was exactly her type. Handsome, super strong, and smart too. Getting back to the explanation, their starting point was in a test dungeon, so they wouldn't get anything from the dungeon, neither rewards nor level ups. No matter how many monsters Xingu killed, it wouldn't grant him any new skills. Only in a real dungeon could Xingu level up after clearing it and finding the altar. Xingu started thinking hard. Previously, Aren was at level 219, with a lot of mana and power. Stats are what make a player. If a player doesn't have a high level, they can't enter high-level dungeons. Erin didn't think she needed to explain how to level up anymore, because the only way to get stronger is to prove yourself. Many players were slow to understand this, so they treated the floating castle like just another game they used to play all night at an internet cafe. The dungeons are like a test, and players won't be recognized just by answering one question at a time. Of course, players with this mindset wouldn't last long in the castle. Thinking of the monsters as part of the dungeons made it easier for Xingu to understand. At this point, Xingu asked Erin, "So, what's the most important way to loot items?" Erin continued her explanation. Looting money is simple. Xingu lands the finishing blow on the enemy. This is called cash looting. Xingu warmed up his shoulders as a werewolf's skull exploded from his punch. So Xingu delivered a light tap to finish off the werewolf, and a stack of dollar bills flew out. Xingu held the stack of cash in his hand, each bill a $100 note, but it appeared in a test dungeon, even though this amount was equivalent to the currency in the floating castle. Xingu quickly stuffed the money into his pocket and moved on to collecting those seeds. Aaron sighed. It was best not to think too much about it, just face it head on. After Xingu took the money, monsters without seeds would turn to dust and be absorbed by the dungeon. But almost all monsters have seeds, so Xingu didn't have to worry about that. However, the method for getting seeds was different from getting money. Xingu had to land the finishing blow on the monster's body. Xingu was surprised. Thinking of the monsters as part of the dungeons made it easier for Xingu to understand. At this point, Xingu asked Aaron, "So, what's the most important way to loot items?" But it appeared in a test dungeon, even though this amount was equivalent to the currency in the floating castle. Xingu quickly stuffed the money into his pocket and moved on to collecting those seeds. Aaron sighed. It was best not to think too much about it. That meant Xingu couldn't waste his strength on collecting treasure if he wanted to clear the stage easily. I don't know what kind of bastard created such an arrogant system. Alright, then watch this. Xingu suddenly grabbed a werewolf's two legs in a suggestive pose, flashing a wicked grin. If this dungeon wants to challenge me, then bring it on. Xingu piled the werewolf corpses into a mountain, then stomped his feet and jumped high into the air, letting his body freefall. The force of Xingu's landing created a gust of wind so strong that Erin couldn't keep her skirt down. She rubbed the dust out of her eyes. She was sure Xingu would destroy all the seeds, but that didn't happen. A whole bunch of seeds fell out from the impact. It turned out Xingu had gathered all the corpses to do it in one go and save energy. Irene had seen players use magic to loot items before, but she had never seen anyone stomp them flat. Xingu felt proud of his own intelligence. He thought this would be enough to move on to the real experience, but no. There were a few specific actions Xingu had to perform after clearing a stage. First, check for any injuries, check the front and back of the room, and check your strength and mana. Xingu scratched his head. Other than the piece of his shirt he'd torn off to use as gloves, he didn't have a single scratch on him. Aaron sighed wearily and continued walking with Xingu. That meant Xingu couldn't waste his strength on collecting treasure if he wanted to clear the stage easily. I don't know what kind of bastard created such an arrogant system. Alright, then watch this. Xingu suddenly grabbed a werewolf's two legs in a suggestive pose, but she had never seen anyone stomp them flat. Xingu felt proud of his own intelligence. He thought this would be enough to move on to the real experience, but no. Xingu had just slaughtered 140 werewolves in only 3 hours. Have you ever studied any martial arts? Xingu replied. Well, just the basics like taekwondo, hapkido, judo, and kendo. The 4 terrifying martial arts were just basics in Xingu's eyes, leaving Aaron speechless. He didn't even learn them to get stronger, but to become less strong. At a godlike speed, they finally reached the boss room of Sky, the cemetery keeper W. Wing. Aaron took a deep breath and told Xingu to check his strength and mana before entering the room. For example, preparing mentally and chanting a few spells. But in Xingu's case, Aaron didn't know what he should prepare, since Xingu didn't even have mana or use spells. In general, that advice was for normal players. Also, bosses have a 3-second window where they don't pay attention to the player. Hearing the words "don't pay attention," an idea flashed in Xingu's mind. It meant he just had to strike within those 3 seconds to take down the boss. Too easy. Aaron broke into a cold sweat because bosses don't always just wait around for players to admire them when the door opens. But of course, those words went in one of Xingu's ears and out the other. The boss will be the same race as the monsters they encountered earlier in the dungeon. Since this dungeon has werewolves, the boss will also be a werewolf, but it will be the strongest of all the werewolves here. Even so, Aaron was worried. The boss will be over level 100. What kind of monster selection is this dungeon using? It's completely out of our league. However, Xingu wasn't the least bit scared. He was confident he could take down the boss with this Saitama punch. All right, let's open the door. Aaron sighed. Even if the world was ending, Xingu would probably still keep this innocently optimistic attitude. She pushed the door open, feeling the same nervous fear as the first time she entered a boss room. Although players couldn't be killed during the trial test, the suffocating pressure this room gave off was still real. Aaron shook off her negative thoughts because Xingu had to pass this challenge. Some people could return to their normal lives after failing the first trial, but she didn't know what would happen if a candidate couldn't clear the trial of this Anzan world. Music, even if Xingu failed. Aaron hoped they could go back and escape this dungeon. But what if they couldn't, and Aaron failed her mission as a guardian? With the responsibility she shouldered, Aaron felt more scared than anyone else because everything had gone so smoothly, just like a dream. It's coming, thanks. Xingu's sudden words stunned Aaron. The door had opened at some point while she was just standing there, dazed. A huge mouth with a set of strong teeth lunged out. Aaron fell to the ground, her legs trembling and her face pale. That's a level 100 giant dark werewolf. The dark werewolf was drooling as if it had rabies. While Aaron was still muttering that it was impossible, Xingu had already charged forward. Compared to the boss, Xingu was no different than a mosquito, but he was trying to take advantage of the first 3 seconds. Xingu leaped high to face the dark werewolf, shouting loudly, "I can fly! Woo-hoo!" Then Xingu threw a powerful punch and landed, holding the dark werewolf's eyeball and juggling it like a ball. So I can take a part of its body mid-fight, huh? Don't let your guard down. The monster only disappears when you kill it, Aaron anxiously warned Xingu. The dark werewolf was enraged and charging forward for revenge. Xingu got into a pitching stance, holding the werewolf's eyeball like a baseball. Xingu wound up and threw the eye back at the werewolf. The werewolf clutched its eyes, howling in pain. Aaron's eyes widened in astonishment, wondering how Xingu could time his attack so perfectly. Whoa, look at that perfect throw. Xingu cluelessly showed off his achievement, making Aaron exasperated. Although the boss's 2 eyes were damaged, its nose was the real problem. Because this canine species relies more on smell than sight, and on top of that, it was a level 100 monster. The first 3 seconds had passed. Now the real battle began. The werewolf, as expected, could still locate Xingu despite losing its eyes. Xingu sighed. This scene was just like when his mom used to hunt him down with her legendary slipper. "Hey, you'll die if you just stand there. Run!" Aaron flapped her wings in fear, while Xingu, of course, couldn't fly. Luckily, his agile legs helped him jump like a frog to dodge the werewolf's pounce. Meanwhile, Xingu was trying to figure out how to deal with the werewolf's keen sense of smell. Thinking about the smell, Xingu came up with an idea. He took off his shirt, revealing a fit body with toned, glistening muscles. Aaron was confused, but she also didn't dare to look directly at him. "What the hell are you doing? We need to prepare for the next attack." "Calm down. Watch this," Xingu said as he rolled his shirt into a ball in his hand, then threw it towards the dark werewolf. If the boss wasn't stupid, this trick wouldn't have worked. But the werewolf immediately ran towards the shirt on instinct, making Xingu overjoyed. "Oh, I'm so smart. What am I going to do with all this intelligence?" Aaron gave a strained laugh. It was simply because Xingu had no mana in his body, so the monsters weren't sensitive to his presence. After the werewolf saw the shirt had stopped, it just froze with a blank look on its face. Xingu, on the other hand, took this opportunity to kick the werewolf's kneecap hard with both feet. Crack! The sound of brittle bones shattering was accompanied by the werewolf's roar. Xingu sighed. "I thought it'd be tougher. This boss's bones are more brittle than I expected." Xingu was even planning to take off his pants if the last trick didn't work. Now, the werewolf could no longer chase after Xingu, so he started to play with it. The sound of cracking bones kept echoing along with the werewolf's pathetic screams. Watching from the side, Aaron even felt sorry for its fate for having run into Xingu. Finally, the giant dark werewolf was defeated. Xingu obtained 15 $100 bills and a black seed. Aaron pouted, unable to believe she'd see the day a commoner with no skills could take down a level 100 monster so easily. Beep beep, a series of notifications suddenly appeared. Xingu had completed the trial and his account was activated. A golden panel appeared. Xingu's dungeon clear time was over 3 hours with 150 werewolves and 1 boss. This was the basic interface that all players had. It also allowed Xingu to see how many players were in the player castle. Moreover, it didn't obstruct the player's vision, so Xingu didn't have to worry because he could still see Eren. Xingu, on the other hand, took this opportunity to kick the werewolf's kneecap hard with both feet. Crack! The sound of brittle bones shattering was accompanied by the werewolf's roar. Xingu sighed. I thought it'd be tougher. This boss's bones are more brittle than I expected. This was a dream he'd had for 10 years that he was finally able to achieve. Eren wasn't so sure, because this was Anzin, not the floating castle. Everything had been different from the very beginning. Ping! A notification popped up from the additional rewards interface, unlocking the skill Ignorant but Brave. Xingu's face froze. The first skill he obtained had a name that was like a slap to his face. Let me ask you something. Those are special magic crystals I get from clearing trials, hunting special monsters, or fulfilling certain conditions, right? Exactly, Eren further explained. It can support certain actions or open up new senses. They are all useful for conquering this dungeon. Xingu nodded and asked again, so, is there a skill called Ignorant but Brave? Eren. Confusing. She had never heard of this name before. But to encourage Xingu, Eren acted extremely excited. Is it a unique skill? Maybe you're the only person in the world with this skill. At all. Xingu's ears twitched, unable to keep up with Aren's speaking speed. This girl couldn't stay quiet for even 3 seconds, and the screen lit up again. The interface announced that Xingu had become an underground player, gaining the underground player exclusive skill, Chaotic Tail, while also unlocking his inventory and leveling up 9 times. A sudden electric current surged through both Xingu's and Eren's bodies, causing them both to convulse. Eren didn't expect to receive a reward too, just for giving Xingu some advice and guidance. Meanwhile, Xingu was gritting his teeth, enduring the first pain he had ever felt in his life. It felt even more painful than his mother's slaps. That was because the mana and energy that created the dungeon were entering and changing his body. In the moment he was being electrocuted, Eren still tried to explain it to Xingu. Simply put, mana seeds were being implanted into every one of Xingu's cells, starting to build muscle and expel all the impurities from his pre-mana body. Of course, the mana also helped Xingu increase his strength, a change so drastic that even an outsider could see the clear difference. The specific stats were now available. Xingu was currently at level 10. He felt his body falling. But when he landed, he had 3 legs. Xingu was startled, thinking his middle leg had gotten longer. But no, a super long tail had sprouted from his back. Xingu wiggled the tail. What the hell? At least Eren had a goal to live for now. The two of them quickly moved on from the topic. They shifted to Xingu's current situation. Eren led Xingu to a place they had always been curious about, the altar. They both stopped in front of an altar and can be used for attack and defense as a part of his body. The higher the level, the stronger and more transformative the tail becomes. Xingu's trembling hands grabbed the new body part. Dig? Dig my ass! Using a shovel would be faster. Suddenly, Xingu fell silent in thought. Players could enter the floating castle with wings, so maybe this tail had a similar function. To get into Anzin, Xingu had caught a player who fell from the floating castle. When he completed the trial, it gave him a key for easy access. Xingu didn't know who created this damned cave, but that person was definitely a cunning bastard. If Xingu ever met them, he'd make sure they knew what it felt like to grow a tail. While getting used to his new tail, Xingu continued to use the interface to ask about his second skill. Ignorant but brave. Xingu would become more courageous when unaware of impending danger. This skill helps him reduce damage from ambush attacks by 1/2 and prevents him from ever receiving a fatal wound from traps or unknown skills. Xingu nodded. The name sounded a bit lame, but he liked its effect. Eren, what do you think about? Xingu turned around but couldn't see Eren anywhere, but he heard sniffling at his feet. Xingu instinctively looked down and saw that Eren had been turned into a tiny person at some point. Eren forced a pained smile, so this was the price a supporter had to pay. Even though I've become small, I'm still alive, so I won't complain, Eren said, holding back the urge to cry. Xingu understood. While he was now soaring high, someone like Eren had fallen into an abyss. From a level 219 player, Eren was now only level 3, having lost all her mana and levels. She looked just like a fairy from a storybook. Xingu scratched his head and looked away. It's pretty dark in here, so I won't see you if you cry. Eren cried her heart out to release her sadness. Afterwards, she returned to her usual self. Eren was still very grateful to Xingu for saving her life, but she was too embarrassed to bring up what just happened again. Anyway, I'll still try to help you as much as I can. Maybe by doing so, I can get my body back. Xingu nodded. At least Eren had a goal to live for now. The two of them quickly moved on from the topic. They shifted to Xingu's current situation. Eren led Xingu to a place they had always been curious about, the altar. They both stopped in front of an altar, made of gold and enveloped in a dazzling light. Before they started, Aaron mentioned that with under 10 seeds, Xingu would only get a few bottles of skin serum or a map, but she was too embarrassed to bring up what just happened again. Anyway, I'll still try to help you as much as I can. Maybe by doing so, I can get my body back. Xingu nodded. Of course, you can't get the really good stuff from a trial dungeon. Xingu thought about these items. Potions and maps would help him explore the dungeon. Why not a pair of wings, but an ugly, shaggy tail like a goblin's? The interface appeared. This was the chaotic tail of an underground player it had mentioned. The tail helps Xingu dig deep, made of gold and enveloped in a dazzling light. Before they started, Aaron mentioned that with under 10 seeds, Xingu would only get a few bottles of skin serum or a map. Aaron's scream echoed, completely disproportionate to her tiny body. What do you think you're doing? Xingu had just become a player but couldn't enter the floating castle to get necessities. No limit? Are you sure? Aaron felt like she had just armed the enemy and hastily tried to stop him, but it was too late. Xingu poured his entire pile of seeds into the altar, much to Arin's stunned expression. The altar had accepted Xingu's seeds and began to activate. Arin squeezed her eyes shut and prayed. Even a single piece of iron armor would be fine. Please let it be something that can protect Xingu's weak points. Xingu didn't understand why she was being so serious. And yet you're wasting all the seeds in one go, Xingu naively asked back. Can't you just heal me? Isn't that enough? Anyway, it was already too late. He could just buy armor before entering a dungeon, right? As an experienced player, Aaron knew this was impossible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been freaking out like this. Xingu was starting to find this complicated. But anyway, this was just a test dungeon. He was sure the seeds from the entry-level dungeon wouldn't be very valuable for the next ones. If that was the case, Xingu would rather spend them all for a more useful piece of equipment than save them. Aaron thought that was reasonable, but it only applied to the Sky Castle. But this was Anan, and they didn't know what could happen. Although Aaron knew that ever since Xingu decided to catch her when she fell from the sky, he had been living a life completely without direction or plans. After all, his skill was ignorant but brave, right? What did you just say? Xingu got annoyed at the name of this unique skill. But according to Aaron, the monsters in this test were stronger than the ones in the Sky Castle, so it was possible to get a decent item with just a few seeds. Xingu had a different idea. If the test was already this difficult, but this was Anan, and they didn't know what could happen. Although Aaron knew that ever since Xingu decided to catch her when she fell from the sky, he had been living a life completely without direction or plans. Aaron was impressed by Xingu's reasoning. Did you calculate all that before throwing in the seeds? Of course not. I just wanted the best item. Aaron clutched her aching head. Xingu was starting to find this complicated. But anyway, this was just a test dungeon. He was sure the seeds from the entry-level dungeon wouldn't be very valuable for the next ones. Besides re-educating and training Xingu to be a player, Aaron also had to restrain his impulsive nature in every situation. If Aaron played her role well, Xingu might become as strong as the world's #1 players. If his mana and innate strength harmonized, he could even become the best player in the world. Of course, this scenario was only playing out in Aaron's head, because if she told Xingu, he would definitely brag about it to death. Hey Aaron, something gigantic is about to appear. Xingu's anxious voice reached Aaron's ears. When she turned around, the altar had somehow become XXL-sized. Xingu pointed at it with an expectant gaze, certain that an incredibly overpowered and awesome item would drop. The moment had finally arrived. A massive warhammer appeared. Xingu grabbed it, and the interface started displaying information. The warhammer was named Dark Wolf's Claw, rank D+. It contained the unparalleled power of a dark wolf's sharp claws, but it was very difficult to wield due to its weight. Xingu lifted the hammer as if it were made of wood, even spinning it a few times like Sun Wukong's staff. Xingu didn't know much about its effects, but he liked it because it looked cool as hell. Aaron paid more attention to its D rank. D rank weapons were for players from level 100 to 150. The more plus signs it had, the rarer it was. This meant Xingu could use this warhammer until he reached level 150. If he was lucky, it could even be better than a normal C-rank weapon. What did you say? Come a little closer. Xingu's clueless question annoyed Aaron. She was just afraid he'd swing the warhammer and hit a fly like her. Additionally, there was a huge yellow question mark on the warhammer, representing its stats. Only by using it a lot and getting used to the hammer could Xingu fully understand its capabilities. But if Xingu couldn't wait, he could also use the interface's information lookup function. Oh, right. Should I introduce you to a player with an appraisal ability? Xingu shook his head in refusal. With 10 years of experience reading Manhwa, revealing himself now could bring trouble for Xingu. He had always been treated differently because of his strength. If they found out now that Xingu was an underground player, how would they react? At the very least, Xingu wanted to maintain his freedom to use his power. Even though Xingu was very confident in his own strength, compared to the veteran players of the world, he severely lacked experience. So, Xingu reminded Eren to keep this a secret until the time was right. Even though Xingu was very confident in his own strength, compared to the veteran players of the world, he severely lacked experience. So, Xingu reminded Eren to keep this a secret until the time was right. Eren declared grandly and also told herself that from now on, she would strive to be Xingu's best supporter. First, Eren would teach Xingu how to hide his wings. His wings? You're sure? Ah, my mistake. I mean your tail. Eren cleared her throat to compose herself. Whether it's wings or a tail, they operate on the same mechanism. To hide it, Xingu just needed to envelop it with mana and then tuck it into his body. Thinking of mana, whether it's wings or a tail, they operate on the same mechanism. To hide it, Xingu just needed to envelop it with mana and then tuck it into his body. Thinking of mana, Xingu recalled the strange energy he felt when he became a player. But anyway, Xingu had to try it. Eren had pointed to her chest when she thought about her wings. In the case of Xingu's tail, well, everyone knows where he would have to point. Eren nodded, partly because she was so excited, thinking she was about to get the most OP disciple. All right, Xingu, if you wish, I will help you stay hidden. With a whoosh, the tail vanished, but after 3 seconds, it popped out of Xingu's pants again. Xingu tried again. Each time he strained and pointed at his butt, the tail would disappear. Xingu finally managed to tuck his tail inside without ripping his pants. The second lesson was about the inventory, something every player had. Inventory? As soon as Xingu said that, a transparent cube appeared. In his hand, it even grew larger, making Xingu lose control. Luckily, an inventory was also provided to underground players. Xingu could put anything inside, including his phone and food. Of course, the space had its limits. Xingu was excited. Now it was starting to feel like an RPG. Xingu tried putting his 1,000-pound sledgehammer inside. The inventory swallowed it with a gulp, and now the hammer appeared like an icon on a phone. Everything was simpler than Xingu thought, so he got used to it quickly. There were 2 things Eren wanted to remind Xingu about. As long as he remembered them, Xingu could blend in anywhere, to the point of disappearing. Of course, as long as he didn't run into any players sensitive to mana, everything would be fine. Suddenly, the altar lit up and something that looked like a portal appeared next to it. Xingu felt like it was calling to him. That's right, I told you it was user-friendly. Eren confirmed that it was the dungeon gate from the floating castle. It seemed they could leave this place through that gate. Before stepping through, Xingu hoped his tattered clothes would still be on his body when he returned. Back on the surface, it was already dark. Xingu ran like the wind and hid somewhere, breathing a sigh of relief that there was no one around at night. Eren, don't you need to call your parents? Eren smiled faintly. She had been living alone since her parents passed away. She had nothing to do when she got home. Xingu, on the other hand, thought it was amazing that Eren owned her own house at such a young age. Players really do earn money on a whole different level. Xingu told Eren to hide in his pocket until he got to his room. The front door creaked open, and Xingu tiptoed inside. Reaching his room door, Xingu was about to let out a sigh of relief, but a hair-raising voice rang out. So my darling son finally decided to come home, huh? Xingu cried out. He knew he couldn't escape from his mother. Smack! Xingu's mother slapped his back so hard it left a 5-fingered handprint on his shirt. She was furious about Xingu's disappearance without a trace, especially when those Cam Long Han thugs out there are kidnapping people left and right. You brat, do you want your mother to see you on the front page or something? His mother's scolding felt like it would burst his eardrums. Finally, she let out a tired sigh. Go take a shower. Are you hungry? As his mother went to cook dinner, Xingu went to his room. Eren immediately popped out to get the scoop. She couldn't understand how Xingu returned in one piece after disappearing for a few days. Haven't you heard the old saying, with great power comes great responsibility? So you've caused quite a bit of trouble, haven't you, Xingu? You're 26 years old. Aren's words were like a direct punch to Xingu's face. If he hadn't become a player, Xingu would probably be worth less than a blade of grass on the street right now. While he was showering, Xingu told Eren to keep quiet. Ah, but what about her dinner? Xingu opened his emergency food stash drawer and gave Eren a protein bar. Ugh, it's too big. Eren refused immediately. That protein bar could probably crush her to death. Xingu used a skill to cut it in half and gave it to Eren. The sight of her holding the piece and eating was so lively that Xingu couldn't take his eyes off her. Eren nibbled through almost the entire protein bar, her belly becoming round and full. When Xingu came in after his shower and saw this, he was at a loss, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Feeding Eren 3 meals a day would only cost 3 energy bars. As soon as she was full, Eren was energized and immediately got to work, wanting to draw up a plan for Xingu, much to his exasperation. It seemed like this girl didn't want to let Xingu rest sometimes, but Eren was also anxious, because she thought the stronger Xingu became, the easier it would be for her to get her old body back. Sir Xingu, I need you to focus for a moment. Becoming a player is your lifelong dream. isn't it? And are you willing to dedicate your time to dungeons? Of course. At the mention of dungeons, Xingu's spirits soared. Nothing was more important than conquering dungeons, since he was unemployed after all. Even though Xingu didn't have wings and his conquest of the underground world might not be recognized, as long as Xingu's power increased, Aren would be happy. As for Aren, she couldn't help much, but she could feel the burning fire within Xingu. Before they started conquering the level 1 dungeon, Aren needed them to do a few things. A player who couldn't complete the trial dungeon was lacking in many areas. Specifically, they were lacking in damn near everything. Not only could they not connect to the flow of mana and the inventory, more importantly, they didn't have wings. Having wings is a huge advantage in any situation. In most dungeons, monsters can't fly. Therefore, they lack mobility compared to players equipped with wings. That's why players usually choose easy dungeons to learn how to control mana and face the lowest risk of injury. Xingu thought that made sense. She was certain he was more special than any player she had ever met. Eren couldn't apply the theories and methods used for the players in the Sky Castle. Wait, hold on. Weren't the werewolves in the trial dungeon able to use mana? Xingu's question annoyed Eren because she kept speaking based on the theory from the floating castle and forgot about Anin. It's completely different. In short, Eren just wanted to say that monsters in rank dungeons will be much stronger than in the trial round. That's why many new players spend months learning how to use mana and even how to combine their weapons and mana. Even so, to complete a level 1 dungeon, it usually takes about 10 well-trained players. To find other players, they usually form parties or pair up. More importantly, they didn't have wings. Having wings is a huge advantage in any situation. In most dungeons, monsters can't fly. Therefore, they lack mobility compared to players equipped with wings. Just because Xingu just became an official player doesn't mean he can complete a level 1 dungeon by himself. First, they need to develop Xingu's skills and his use of mana. Even so, Eren knew that even without mana, Xingu's monstrous strength was enough to dominate the challenge dungeon. He didn't even need to learn how to use mana before battle, but since Eren wasn't sure about the monsters in Anzan, she couldn't take any risks. It was best for Xingu to be in top condition to minimize risks. With that, Eren would plan for Xingu to learn basic mana, even though starting from zero would be incredibly difficult. But as long as Xingu's mana control skills improved, he would get his first skill, Mana Strike. This strike was Xingu's first goal. He felt like this move would cause an explosion like a cannon fired from a robot with immense energy. Just thinking about it, Xingu jumped up excitedly. Alright, I'll train until I can do it. Xingu was ready to work hard under Eren's guidance. He believed she could enable him to conquer the level 1 dungeon. Although Xingu's attitude was very cooperative, Eren was worried because it would probably take a lot of time and effort to train him, especially since a musclehead like him might settle for controlling just enough power to clear a dungeon, which could lead to his failure. But looking at Xingu's potential, she was certain he was more special than any player she had ever met. Eren couldn't apply the theories and methods used for the players in the Sky Castle, but she believed that if she passed on her experience to Xingu, he would become insanely strong, with a growth rate faster than anyone else. To Eren, this was just like a character training game, incredibly fun, and since training goes hand in hand with rest, Eren allowed Xingu to go to sleep. Xingu looked at his single bed, wondering where Eren should sleep. With Eren's tiny body, the only thing Xingu had done was smash everything in his path, never using a skill or thinking before acting. But that was only possible because Xingu had superhuman strength, so nothing seemed to threaten his life. For your daughter, your niece will surely love it. After getting the new house, Xingu went down to the first floor to watch TV so Eren could bathe in peace. She couldn't believe the day had come when she had to bathe in a toy bathtub for a Barbie doll. But it was more comfortable than she thought, as long as it was quiet and she could soak in a tub like this, no matter how much noise there was outside. Huh. Noise? Xingu suddenly burst through the door, rushing in with his phone. Eren, we're screwed. Eren just stared at Xingu with wide eyes. In short, the news had just reported that Eren was dead, and many people were crying at her funeral. But it was more comfortable than she thought, as long as it was quiet and she could soak in a tub like this, no matter how much noise there was outside. Huh. Noise? She was certain he was more special than any player she had ever met. Eren couldn't apply the theories and methods used for the players in the Sky Castle, not just because of her fairy-like appearance, but also because of her role on the team. Eren sighed. They only said that because healing-type players were extremely rare. For example, in a game, a character who could both heal others and give their all was already a rarity. If Xingu could successfully conquer the level 10 dungeon, he could obtain the healer class as a reward. Hearing this, Xingu was surprised. So Eren had to clear a dungeon to get that healing talent. Eren's mood sank. In reality, a player's level wasn't really important. What mattered was whether they could conquer dungeons. There are two common scenarios in the process of obtaining healing abilities. The first is the player's level, and the second is dungeon conquest. If a player doesn't complete the level 2 dungeon, they can't advance to the level 3 dungeon. In reality, some players limit themselves to low-level dungeons because they're afraid of the high-level ones. So even if their level is very high, if they lack the skills, they won't get a chance to obtain their class. Xingu nodded. He understood their fear because Eren had almost died in real life if Xingu hadn't saved her. Until now, of course, the space had its limits. Xingu was excited. Now it was starting to feel like an RPG. Xingu tried putting his 1,000-pound sledgehammer inside. There are two common scenarios in the process of obtaining healing abilities. The first is the player's level, and the second is dungeon conquest. If a player doesn't complete the level 2 dungeon, they can't advance to the level 3 dungeon. In reality, some players limit themselves to low-level dungeons because they're afraid of the high-level ones. But what if there was a wall that Xingu couldn't smash down? Would he end up like the other players? He couldn't even imagine where she would bathe. So, the two of them went to the supermarket and bought a dollhouse. Xingu was stunned by the price, and to make matters worse, the supermarket employee gave him a strange look. Eren was taken aback when Xingu mentioned her funeral. Eren had always said that no one cared about her, and the people at her funeral were either her classmates or players who had been on the same team with Eren for a few years. But it seemed Eren didn't want to talk about herself, so she switched back to training Xingu, much to his dismay. A few minutes later, Xingu was panting like a bull. Due to Eren's strictness, at 12 o'clock at night, except for the fact that most of them were men, everyone looked haggard and devastated. It seemed they genuinely cared about Eren, not just because she was a player, but for who she was as a person. The thought of Xingu not being able to lift a single weight was the funniest thing in his life. All weapons needed mana to enhance their power. Even the simplest things required mana inside it. That's because mana has the ability to amplify anything it passes through. You've experienced this before too. Remember earlier when you felt that extreme shock? That was when mana flowed into every cell of your body. At that moment, didn't you feel as powerful as a god? Didn't you feel like you could lift this whole world? Xingu frowned. Xingu had to lift two 12-kilogram weights. Although lifting weights seemed easy for Xingu, the exercise he was doing was meant to circulate the mana in his body. It was called internal power enhancement. So you're saying I can create an explosion like a Kamehameha after using mana, right? Eren sighed. It wasn't exactly right, but it was an easy way for Xingu to visualize it. So it wasn't a dream. Although the mana kick is their current goal, there's a reason why Eren needs him to focus on mana amplification. Because it's the step that follows the kick, which amplifies the released power, helping to deal more damage. Thinking about speed and acceleration, Xingu thought it would be better if he just focused on his own strength. Why focus on mana when the weapon already has mana in it? Since Xingu uses a sledgehammer as a weapon, the mana inherent within it will be activated at a certain speed when Xingu swings the weapon at an enemy. The weapon's internal mana will increase its speed and acceleration, so Eren had to say it. Most new players only focus on the mana kick and forget about amplifying their mana, and that's why Eren wanted Xingu to focus on mana amplification first, then the kick, because most players did it wrong. To understand why it's right or wrong, Xingu needed to think outside the box. Instead of just rigidly swinging the weapon with its inherent mana, it's easier to infuse a bit of your own mana to enhance the process. But this strategy has its drawbacks. Since Xingu focuses on his own mana while using the weapon, as long as Xingu swung the sledgehammer fast enough, he could land a home run on the enemy, and that would be enough. Looking at Xingu's delighted expression, Eren felt like she could read his every thought. These things can only be achieved through diligence and patience. Hearing this, Xingu's mind cleared up. Does this mean I can't use it right away? Xingu stuck out his rear, showing off his tail. He could easily lose the accuracy of his attack. That's why high-level players are always faster at controlling the movement of internal mana. Although just thinking about it gave Eren a headache, they could start by mastering the 3 conditions for the mana kick. I believe you can do it, Xingu. I already know how to move mana throughout my body. Eren was annoyed by Xingu's childishness, but if he wanted to put himself at unnecessary risk just because he wouldn't study carefully, she didn't care. If so, the dumbbell's power would increase a little, but not enough. Not only that, but it would also cost Xingu mana if he didn't have much to spare. What if I infuse mana into my hands and feet and use them as weapons? Xingu's question left Eren speechless. In theory, you could increase the power of your physical attacks, but it would also cause your body to suffer pain. But thinking about it, Eren guessed that Xingu's fists alone would be enough. Many high-level players use this tactic in the later stages. Instead of using weapons, they focus on circulating mana throughout their bodies. Xingu didn't quite get it, so he decided to just do it. I just need to generate mana and distribute it throughout my body, right? If Xingu infused 1 billion mana into this dumbbell and threw it hard at the ground, it would surely create a massive explosion. Surprisingly, Eren approved of this idea. Players who use long-range weapons like bows or spears often use the tactic Xingu just came up with, but that method requires caution, especially when Xingu throws the weapon. The mana enveloping the weapon will gradually separate, and if the distance is too great, the mana will dissipate, rendering the weapon useless. Even if the weapon retains some residual power-enhancing effect, it won't have enough mana to create an explosion upon hitting the target. After listening, Xingu felt like his brain couldn't process it all, so he had to follow Arin's training, taking it slow and steady. Although the pace seemed slow, Xingu still found joy in the process. He had waited 10 years to become a player, and Xingu wouldn't let that opportunity disappear. Xingu would show the whole world who the real main character was. After all, Xingu couldn't fall into a deeper abyss because he was already at the bottom. The only way to go was up. The current intensity wasn't difficult for Xingu, but his control wasn't very smooth yet. Every time Xingu tried to infuse mana into a specific spot on the dumbbell, he was always off by 1 or 2 centimeters. But Xingu was sure he could do it. After all, this was what he wanted, of course, except for the fact that he had a tail dangling behind him. Erin wanted to help with Xingu's tail, but she had never met anyone with a tail before. After thinking for 5 seconds, Erin had an idea. "Oh, how about you wag your tail every time you see me?" Xingu burst out laughing. "I thought you were going to give me some useful advice. Do you think I'm a dog or something?" Annoyed, Erin pinched Xingu's cheek with all her might for looking down on her. Just then, a notification came on the phone. A young man claiming to be the fiancé of Arin Kim Hari, the leader of the Water Spirit Guild, suddenly announced that Arin might still be alive. Xingu and Arin froze, not because of the news that she was alive, but because of the news that Arin was engaged. Xingu watched the latest live news broadcast in utter surprise, trying to process what he had just heard. Arin, seeing her name in the big headline, blushed with embarrassment. Face, completely speechless. Then, as if by telepathy, they both screamed in shock, "Fiancé?" When interviewed, Harion had stated it with absolute certainty. According to Kim Harion, the Guardian Stone inside Sky Castle did not have Erin's name on it. Furthermore, he would mobilize the guild's entire resources to find her. The two of them listened intently to his every word. Other players also confirmed Erin's name was not on the Guardian Stone. The situation had become much more serious by this point. Xingu, who didn't understand much about the game yet, asked what the Guardian Stone was. Erin immediately explained in detail. It's a memorial stele that automatically records the names of players who have passed away. No one has ever managed to take a picture of it because Sky Castle prohibits the use of modern technology. But it seemed Erin's focus was a little misplaced. "But he's not my fiancé. He's just making things up." No one had said a thing, yet she was already rushing to defend herself. "How could I fall in love with anyone when I'm busy conquering dungeons? So, don't you get the wrong idea about me, okay?" Xingu looked a bit awkward, scratching his cheek in confusion. "That's not it. The Guardian Stone itself is the real problem." Suddenly, his expression turned grave, sensing that the days ahead would be anything but peaceful. "I have a feeling this is going to cause a lot of trouble for me later." The conversation then ended. Some time passed, and it seemed they had gradually forgotten about the news. Xingu was walking along, thinking about something cheerfully, when he turned to start a conversation with Erin. 2 weeks flew by in a flash, and she asked him how his training had been going. "Yeah, let's see what you've got." Xingu excitedly showed off his new achievements. "I learned 2 passive skills by being an illegal player in the trial dungeon. One is called Chaotic Tail, which proves I'm an illegal player." Knowing it was a bit mean, Erin couldn't help but tease him. "The other skill is, the Inattentive skill, which is a courage buff that makes me braver." Hearing this, Xingu's face fell in defeat. Seizing the opportunity, he asked her in return. "I also got a few things for myself as a support." Arin was more than happy to share. "Yes, I got 2 active skills." She did a little twirl to show off her prowess and said, "The first is a skill that uses mana to return me to my old body. It's called Savior's Body, and it increases the power of all my abilities. The downside is that it consumes a lot of mana," she said, proud of the ability she'd obtained. "My second skill is for hiding, invisibility." Xingu tried to widen his eyes and stare at her. "But I can still see you." Erin fumed, thinking he was deliberately teasing her. "That's because I'm your support, of course. How could anyone else possibly see me?" She was very confident in this skill and explained passionately. "Unlike Savior's Body, invisibility is a skill that's worth every penny. In this state, I can stay invisible for up to 3 hours." She gushed on and on excitedly. "On the first day, I was too shocked and didn't have the mana to use it. But now, no other player can see me at all." Xingu could only give a helpless laugh at Erin's excitement. All right. When the two of them stopped walking, he decided to end the conversation. "Whenever you run out of mana, just tell me, and I'll hide you until you recover it." With that, he pulled away a white cloth in front of them, revealing an incredibly cool red motorcycle. He dangled the keys in his hand, planning to take her exploring with him. Training at home all the time is boring, so let's go find a new dungeon. It seemed Xingu had prepared very thoroughly for this expedition. Aaron gave me permission to conquer the top-ranked ant cave dungeon, so I'm not afraid of anything. And besides, I was brave from the very beginning. Suddenly, a giggle was heard, and she tried to hold back her laughter as she spoke. But Xingu, your bike. He was lost in thought and was startled when he looked over. In the end, she burst out laughing. Why is it a delivery bike? He realized he was being teased, but just gave a knowing smirk, planning to take her exploring with him. Training at home all the time is boring, so let's go find a new dungeon. It seemed Xingu had prepared very thoroughly for this expedition. Invisibility is a skill that's worth every penny. In this state, I can stay invisible for up to 3 hours, she gushed on and on excitedly. On the first day, I was too shocked and didn't have the mana to use it. Realizing she might have gone too far, and calmed down to listen. What do you mean? I've thought this through. He earnestly tried to persuade Aaron and put her at ease. In this country, nobody thinks a delivery bike is unusual, so no one will pay any attention to it. Xingu got more and more excited as he spoke, revealing his true desire. It also meant he could freely road trip across the entire country. With that, he quickly put on his helmet, gripped the handlebars, and got ready to go. Get on. Aaron was currently sobbing, lamenting her fate. I can't believe my first time on a motorcycle is with some guy on a delivery bike. Despite that, she still obediently climbed into Xingu's front chest pocket, feeling resentful. He didn't give it another thought and just reminded her to hold on tight so they could get going. Immediately, the large displacement motorcycle shot forward, its engine roaring powerfully. The scenery on both sides of the road blurred past with the whoosh of the wind. Xingu weaved effortlessly through the lanes of traffic. Erin cautiously peeked her head out and began to enjoy the feeling of the wind rushing past. To keep the trip from getting boring, he chatted cheerfully with her. Now we just need to find a dungeon. I've already thought a little about that. She posed a question that startled him a bit. Do you remember how we found the first ant cave? She nostalgically recalled their first experience traveling together. I was falling from the sky back then you immediately grabbed me, and then both of us fell underground into the ant cave. But anyway, it was unbelievable being there. There was a trial dungeon from the very beginning. Erin boldly stated her judgment after much thought, so I think that trial dungeon might have been created with me as the unlock condition. Hearing this, Xingu molded over. Does that mean the dungeon unlocked the moment you fell into it? In reality, this was all just her speculation. Nothing was certain yet. It's possible the dungeon was moved there. It's just my hypothesis. He quickly began to understand her line of thinking. So, to find the dungeons, based on what they've experienced, they could conclude that they needed to find the places where players fell to their deaths. Even after thinking that far, Xingu didn't know what to do next. That makes sense, but how do we find the players who fell to their deaths or the locations where they fell? Erin was quick to show off her efforts. I wasn't just sitting around while you were training, you know. She used that time to search all over the internet, hoping to find an answer. I've researched the locations where they fell, based on my own memory and player communities. He had been so focused on training that he hadn't thought of this, so he asked if she'd found anything useful. Is that so? Is there a way to pinpoint the exact locations? She, who had been so excited at first, now hesitated in confusion. Not yet. He understood this wasn't an easy puzzle to solve, so we still don't know. Aaron had considered many possible scenarios, but of course, finding the answer was difficult. No matter where they fell, calculating the speed and wind direction on that day was a tough challenge. Xingu knew there were still many unsolved mysteries, so he resorted to the most manual method. I get it. It means we have to scour the entire country. He tried to speak loudly so his voice wouldn't be drowned out by the wind. I'll drive and you look for dungeons, since you know how to find them, right? With her abilities, that was well within her control. If they're like the trial dungeon, I think I can find them. As Erin was mumbling to herself, she suddenly sensed something unusual appear. So there's a reason you're a support, huh? She joyfully announced. A dungeon! I found a dungeon! Xingu was surprised it was so fast. She had found it after they'd only been driving for half an hour. Overly excited, she urged him to move quickly. I didn't believe it at first either, but I found it. Turn left! Turn left! Although he also wanted to get there quickly, the traffic light hadn't turned green yet. The light's still red. The scene shifts to a deserted area. An isolated warehouse stood amidst a messy pile of construction materials. Xingu stopped, took off his helmet, and quietly looked around, carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly, a blinding light shone down, incredibly harsh on the eyes. He decisively threw his helmet and the moving bike, creating a massive explosion. Aaron was flustered, not understanding why he did that. What if someone saw us? He immediately reassured her, not forgetting to ask how she detected the dungeon. No one's here, so it's fine. But how did you sense it? Suddenly, with his keen senses, Xingu noticed something strange behind them. He turned his head and saw a small, sparkling pyramid appear, beckoning to them. The pyramid appeared before them, emitting a dazzling aura like a divine light. The system immediately displayed information about the object, a dungeon with a normal danger level. Xingu had only wanted to find a trial dungeon, so he was a bit annoyed and glared at Aren, who was awkwardly avoiding his gaze. She didn't dare to look at him directly, flustered and trying to look away. I don't know how to answer that. Making Xingu sigh helplessly. I knew you'd say that. Anyway, the two of them had already gone to the trouble of coming all this way. Xingu hesitated and thought for a moment. I didn't think I'd have to enter a top-tier dungeon first, and I never expected to level up so smoothly. Perhaps the fact that I found it is a sign. If we don't necessarily have to enter the dungeons in order, then that's why we found it so quickly. Not being the timid type, he seemed eager to explore. Normal, huh? The text here is all yellow too, a dungeon with a normal danger level. The sparkling light seemed to be constantly inviting him. Based on his many years of gaming experience, this dungeon's message was, the difficulty here is just right for you to play. Xingu gathered his spirits, ready to fight. All right, let's get to it. Meanwhile, Eren stood beside him, praying to every god she knew, hoping this wasn't a difficult dungeon. He was a man of his word, slowly approaching the source of the light. The small pyramid seemed to sense someone approaching and immediately began to transform. Seeing this, Xingu watched intently. A barrier? Eren quickly explained that it was a feature. It's helping to keep the players entering the dungeon from being exposed. He exclaimed that he didn't expect the game to have such comprehensive support. Pretty good service. A dungeon with a normal danger level. The sparkling light seemed to be constantly inviting him. Based on his many years of gaming experience, this dungeon's message was, warming up his limbs to get to work, just leave it to me. He channeled power into his arm and decisively threw a punch straight into the ground. The pressure was so strong it created a gust of wind, sending sand and dust swirling everywhere. However, the ground didn't even have a single crack. Xingu was confused, not knowing what he did wrong, unable to believe it was still intact after such a powerful punch. Suddenly, he paused, as if he remembered something. Wait a minute. With that, he summoned his chaos tail and slammed it down, easily shattering a chunk of earth and rock. Eren understood the principle of the skill and cheered happily. So that's the key to the dungeon. Even so, he didn't like this cumbersome tail at all. What a hassle. The sky was still blue. The clouds were still white. He had no idea how much time had passed. Xingu wearily wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked at the hole. He sighed at the small hole he had just dug. How much longer do I have to dig? Just as he finished speaking, large cracks began to appear around the small hole, which finally collapsed into a huge pit, causing Xingu and Eren to fall in before they could react. He saw a light at the bottom of the deep, dark pit and was filled with hope, just like when he entered the trial dungeon. So we've met the entry condition? At that moment, on the ground above where the two had been standing, a very suspicious centipede appeared. It moved slowly, wriggling its long body. The large hole had attracted its attention, making it crawl over curiously to investigate. In the end, the centipede also carelessly fell down. The hole then began to show strange signs. The surrounding ground shook violently, and the mouth of the pit slowly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the cracks had sealed back together, seemingly erasing all traces of the collapse. After Xingu regained his composure, he looked around to observe. This must be it. Next to where the two had fallen was a mysterious gate. Looking inside, he could only see pitch-black darkness. Outside, there was an information panel. Ant Nest 184, Worker Slayer's Nest, completion limit 5 hours. Seeing this, he turned to ask Eren, do dungeons usually have a completion limit? She didn't always know everything. I'm not sure either, but the rules on Sky Castle don't always apply to ant nests. That's why she was also very concerned. What I'm worried about here is... She trailed off, but it seemed they were both afraid of the same thing. What would happen if they exceeded the completion limit? Xingu tried to imagine the terrible possibilities they might face. Would the dungeon collapse on them or something? Eren was just as scared thinking about it. Or maybe it's like when we fell from Sky Castle and lost all our mana. But since nothing had happened yet, she couldn't predict it, and could only sigh to reassure herself. I don't think we'll die, but it's better to be careful. When she saw the notification screen begin the countdown, she urged him to act quickly. So, we need to hurry and try not to put ourselves in danger. On the other hand, Xingu was currently extremely confident in his abilities. It's fine, I don't even need your help. With that, he raised his hand and summoned the Black Wolf's Claw. Seeing this made Eren even more anxious. I don't think monsters that cause stat-reducing effects would appear in the first dungeon. Looking inside, he could only see pitch-black darkness. Outside, there was an information panel. Ant Nest 184, Worker Slayer's Nest, completion limit 5 hours. Seeing this, he turned to ask Eren, do dungeons usually have a completion limit? And could only sigh to reassure herself. I don't think we'll die, but it's better to be careful. When she saw the notification screen begin the countdown, a centipede is still just a centipede. Helpless, Aaron gave him an example to think about. What about centipedes that are 100 meters long and 1 meter tall? He immediately avoided her gaze, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. With that, he raised his hand and summoned the black wolf's claw. Seeing this made Aaron even more anxious. I don't think monsters that cause stat-reducing effects would appear in the first dungeon. But you should still be careful, Xingu. He didn't think much of it, asserting that he could handle it completely. But this isn't a high-rank dungeon. It's a completely different kind of dungeon. Having to calculate things beforehand made her realize there were many risks. I can only use it twice. In the worst-case scenario, it might not be strong enough to counter the centipede's poison. It seemed Xingu wasn't listening to a word she said. He enthusiastically led the way into the cave. Thinking about it won't get us anywhere, you know? Irene could only give up and follow. I knew you'd say that. She nimbly settled into Xingu's pocket out of habit. The two began their exploration. Let's go. Don't jump out of my pocket, okay? Even though he hadn't sensed any monsters, Aaron felt very uneasy and asked again, how are you sensing that? Before he could answer, she was suddenly startled, feeling a chill run down her spine. A bizarre, black figure appeared in front of them, making her scream in terror. Ah! Xingu, being mentally tough, quickly reassured his companion. It's just a ghost. Calming down, she immediately covered her face, her voice choked with sobs as if she were about to cry. I hate undead monsters the most. He didn't expect it to cause such a strong reaction from her. Is that why you screamed? Just then, the ghost slowly began to speak. That person is real, right? Xingu immediately noticed something unusual. It seemed the ghost was happy to see them. Aaron tried to suppress her fear and asked, excuse me, but could you speak a little faster? The ghost replied at the speed of a sloth, sorry. It's been a long time since I've spoken. At that moment, the ghost's form was gradually revealed in the light. Xingu immediately questioned it. You're really a ghost. Dangan's face was now clearly visible, his blank white eyes looking listless as he explained. I already logged out, but I'm still standing here. Hearing that made him even more confused, annoyed by the vague answer. Logged out? You used to be a player too? Aaron, who was beside him, heard this, and her eyes widened in surprise. A player. Looking closely, she saw that Dangan only had an upper body and vaguely realized. Logged out? He looked toward the source of the sound and saw a girl in Xingu's pocket. So tiny? His attitude annoyed her a little. Is my size any of your business? Xingu, who had been silent until now, suddenly tightened his grip on the black wolf's claw, creating a soft sound. A decisive voice rang out along with it. All right. It seemed Xingu had thought it through, his eyes filled with killing intent as he raised his claw to attack. Let's start by hitting it first. Aaron was a bit panicked and quickly tried to stop him. Xingu, he stopped and explained his reasoning to her. I thought it was a monster since we're in a dungeon. Dangan then realized that Xingu had intended to destroy him. I was panicking in fear. Wait, if you hit me, I'll die. Xingu sighed wearily and replied, you're already dead. It seemed the guy was afraid of being truly killed, so he kept trying to explain. I'll have a more vivid and spectacular death. As if he'd thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up. So, are you an enemy? Dangan lost his composure from being constantly misunderstood and shouted in frustration. I'm not an enemy. I've been waiting for someone to come ever since I woke up here. Someone to avenge me. Someone to complete my mission for me. Hearing this, Xingu suddenly understood the main point. The system quest window then displayed a new notification, discovering the Vengeful Spirit's dungeon quest in the Centipede Cave. Seeing this, he quickly focused and carefully read the text. I've acquired a few moves from being a supporter, but I don't have the mana to use them. We also don't have any healing potions or anything, so I'll have to use my skill to heal you. But using Detoxify against poison? Finally, a progress update started a counter for the quest. Kill all 150 centipedes in the cave. He now understood what he needed to do next. Kill them all? But right after, the system gave him a choice. Do you accept the quest? If you refuse, there will be a penalty. This made Xingu feel like the game was forcing players to agree. It felt a bit coercive. Piecing together the recent information, he could draw a conclusion. So that spirit is here to give out a quest? Aaron also understood and added, yes, it's a quest. As long as the reward is clear, a quest can be given from one player to another. He suddenly realized he'd forgotten to consider the most important thing. What's the reward? According to her experience, they would receive significant benefits. It could be anything, from artifacts to abstract concepts, to even assets and rights in the real world. Of course, there would be special exceptions. In some rare cases, they could even wager their data profiles or mana. This information was a real eye-opener for Xingu. Based on that, Aaron could confidently make a judgment. I'm sure this type of quest has a reward like that. That's all this vengeful spirit can offer. He asked again to confirm Dan Gan's exact reason for staying here. Do I need to complete the quest for you to pass on? But the answer was still incredibly vague. I don't know. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and he clenched his fists, speaking in a choked voice. But perhaps because he was enduring so much, his emotions erupted violently at that moment. I really want to see those centipedes suffer in pain. No, in more pain than I ever endured. Seeing this, Xingu frowned in annoyance, his eyes glancing over as he observed quietly. The guy's expression was incredibly dark. He could sense that things were about to get very troublesome. This type of character always causes trouble in comics. He contemplated whether to just eliminate this obstacle and continue his exploration. Should I just deal with him right now? But I can't kill someone just based on a feeling. Besides, he had only just started his journey, and this was his first quest. To be sure, he decided to ask for Erin's opinion. What do you think, Erin? Since he trusted her, she seriously considered the issue and finally stated her opinion cheerfully. We were planning to clear this dungeon anyway, so we might as well accept the quest. Although killing them all sounded a bit risky, based on what he read in the system notification, Xingu thought it would be quite difficult. Don't I just need to hit them really hard to kill them? She tried to analyze it in a simple way. To be more precise, you need to deal damage far exceeding the enemy's remaining health. She quickly realized this first quest wouldn't be easy. While this increases the drop rate for elite items, it's much harder to pull off. Xingu was in a tough spot. He didn't want to back down from a challenge, but the requirement was quite high. You can't just simply kill the enemy. I need to deal just enough damage and then finish it with one powerful blow, which requires a lot more strength and concentration. Suddenly, Erin's voice cut through his train of thought. There's a penalty if you fail the quest. She was basing this on the message from Vu's system. You should be brave and do it, but remember, there's also a penalty if you refuse. So I suggest you accept the quest first, fight a few centipedes, and then decide whether to continue the mission. Encouraged, Xingu felt a surge of strength and was filled with fighting spirit. All right then, I'll accept the quest. The system displayed a confirmation message. You have accepted the quest. There will be a penalty upon failure. Having achieved his goal, Dan Gan was moved to tears, absolutely overjoyed. Thank you so much. Seeing this reaction, Xingu just felt a sense of resignation. The guy trusts me to complete the quest, yet I'll be penalized whether I fail or refuse. Not wanting to waste any more time, he turned to leave and prepare for battle. Well, I'm off to fight the centipedes. The spirit didn't forget to add a reminder, clearly intending to follow them. Their fangs are poisonous, so you have to be careful. I'll provide support. Every time he recalled being defeated by those centipedes, Dan Gan couldn't help but feel bitter. They always attack when you let your guard down. That's how I got bitten in the first place. Xingu really didn't want to tag along getting in the way, but not wanting to refuse outright, he just hesitated. Erin, however, had a much stronger reaction, since providing support was her whole job. Providing support is my job, Xingu. But Dan Gan stubbornly tagged along, rambling non-stop. This became a centipede dungeon because I was killed by those centipedes in Tiancheng. Do you have any idea how scary they look? Suddenly, Xingu remembered something, stopped in his tracks, and turned back to ask, Hey, have you explored this dungeon before? The spirit immediately froze solid, looking embarrassed. He hesitantly recounted, Not yet. I waited in that room until someone showed up, since I couldn't move anyway. Suddenly, he got a little curious and ventured to ask, How did you two get in? Looking at your tail, I guess you two aren't normal players. Erin clearly didn't want Danon to come along, feeling very annoyed. He was treating this dangerous trial like a walk in the park. She still hadn't seen anything different and was starting to lose her patience. This was already the third room. Just then, Xingu's footsteps halted. It seemed he had stepped on something. His voice turned serious. A trap. The boy behind him was still confused and dumbfounded. What is it? His sharp, cold eyes focused, ready to fight at any moment. A giant centipede had appeared. It crawled from a hole in the ceiling and slowly approached them. It bared its sharp fangs and lunged, letting out an ear-piercing screech. Finally, he used the black wolf's claw, gathering his strength for a single swing, directly smashing the massive centipede's head. Immediately, reward items dropped as it vanished. It seems they collected a talisman and a red quartz stone. Danon was completely shocked by this sight, his jaw dropping. He was still trembling, not understanding what had just happened in the past few seconds. What just happened? Xingu noticed the system had updated the centipede extermination progress to 1 out of 150. Erin, as if reading his mind, stated her judgment. I think that last hit counted as an extermination. Hearing this, he broke into a smile as radiant as the sun, and couldn't help but cheer, confident about the journey ahead. Sweet, having new gear makes a huge difference. At this rate, why would I even need to use mana? Deep down, she and Danon were still astonished, A light swing counts as a kill. Danon took the opportunity to ramble on about what he knew. After being sent to the afterlife by the centipedes, the ones in this cave are all very stealthy, agile, and poisonous. In his eyes, they were like creatures with destructive power. They're monsters specializing in assassination. Aaron also added a reminder, it's never a bad idea to be more vigilant. They also have extremely hard exoskeletons, so don't you dare underestimate them, Xingu. As soon as she finished speaking, two more giant centipedes charged out of nowhere, letting out ear-piercing screeches. With his sharp intuition, he quickly sensed the danger, brandishing the black wolf's claw, ready to attack. In the blink of an eye, the two centipedes were instantly split in half with a single clean swing of the hammer. The system notifications popped up continuously. Quest condition, exterminate the cave centipedes, 78 out of 150. Even though he had witnessed it countless times by now, Danon's jaw still dropped in amazement. Huh? The reason he was turned to gold was because of these many-legged creatures, so it was hard to believe that several could be taken down with a single blow. The worker centipedes are at least level 80. There's no way they can be killed so easily. He started to get scared of Xingu's power, stammering as he asked, "Can you tell me your level?" He just calmly and coldly replied with a short 10. Danon froze solid, too shocked to utter a word. Even Aaron, who was always by his side, didn't expect this situation. I should have known that Xingu had gotten much stronger just by possessing a D-plus grade weapon. It seemed all her initial worries were for nothing. I'm not too surprised that he found where the centipedes were hiding and launched a preemptive strike. But I didn't expect him to take down a centipede with a single swing and even exterminate them. As for Xingu, he was happily in his own world, extremely pleased to have figured out the pattern. If I find the right center of force and point of impact, I don't need to swing with all my might just to unleash the weapon's power. Because he fought so effortlessly, Aaron didn't need to use her support skills, just standing back and observing. I'm not sure how the dungeon's difficulty is determined, but considering the level and poison of the centipedes, a normal difficulty seems appropriate for Xingu. Something that she didn't know whether to be happy or sad about made her ponder. But his strange sixth sense and natural combat instincts have made this dungeon very easy. Meanwhile, he was still dancing alone amidst the swarm of centipedes. Even when surrounded by them, his fighting spirit never wavered. His eyes, filled with killing intent, locked onto his target, and he muttered a sentence, "But the one thing I don't like about this place is..." Just then, he seized the opportunity to strike a centipede that had just peeked out. Its momentum immediately sent it flying back, right as another one was crawling out of the hole in the ceiling. A spectacular scene unfolded as they crashed into each other, shattering to pieces and going down together. Danon, watching from the side like an overexcited fan, cheered after seeing the score. "Awesome! 1 hit, 2 kills!" Xingu pressed his advantage, laughing excitedly, his presence growing more overwhelming by the second. "It's not over yet!" 2 more naive centipedes crawled out from behind a rock. In the blink of an eye, the black wolf's claw flew, easily slicing them in half. Danon, still not used to this carnage, turned pale with fear. The last throw had lodged the hammer in the cave wall. Xingu stretched refreshingly as he retrieved his weapon. "At this rate, I won't even get a chance to use mana, dear." Aaron could only sigh and reassure herself. Perhaps I was worrying for nothing. He seemed to understand her concern and comforted her. "It's all right. It never hurts to be well prepared when exploring a mysterious place." After thrashing the centipedes, Xingu's mood was incredibly upbeat. "It's not my fault. The dungeon is to blame." Suddenly, Danon cut in, wanting to suggest something. "Hey, how about we make a little more noise?" He keenly guessed his intention. "You want me to?" Summoning the old centipedes. He flinched when he met his gaze, awkwardly searching for a reasonable explanation. "It's quantity over quality, right? If there are more centipedes, won't you have a chance to test your mana?" The black wolf's claw flew, easily slicing them in half. Danon, still not used to this carnage, turned pale with fear. The last throw had lodged the hammer in the cave wall. "I think we should abandon this quest." With her insightful gaze, she directly exposed Dangon's plot. He was deliberately provoking Xingu, wanting him to do something forbidden in the dungeon, aggro the entire area. Aaron believed his real purpose for being here was to get in their way. That spirit clearly wanted to harm Xingu. It held a grudge against him, not the centipedes. Dangon panicked, afraid he would be beaten into logging out yet again. "You're misunderstanding me. I really just," he shouted decisively, "want to kill all the centipedes." Aaron sighed in disgust, still half believing and half doubting him. "Really?" Xingu finally spoke up, smiling to ease the tense atmosphere. "Calm down. I don't know why, but I completely trust this vengeful spirit." "I never doubted you." She sulked, seeing that he wasn't defending her. Seizing the opportunity, Dangon pressed on. "I knew you would trust me. I genuinely want to complete this mission." As he listened to Dangan's words, his attitude immediately shifted, his own thoughts forming. It's true, I haven't doubted him for a single second. From the very beginning, he had been closely observing this strange spirit. There's no way he's on my side. You can't figure someone out after just a brief conversation. What if he was a player when he was alive? In this world, there are people who are even worse than monsters. In any case, Dangan has no combat ability, so I can use him to get more useful information. I just need something from him, and since he can't threaten me, I'll just go along with it for now. Xingu's ultimate goal was to explore the dungeon. Dangan shouldn't become a distraction. I don't know what this spirit wants, and I don't need to, because it doesn't really matter. To keep Dangan from getting suspicious, he had to pretend to agree. I'll have to do it his way. Since he was already committed, he had to see it through. All right, let's do it. Arin didn't fully understand what he was planning, and she held her head in her hands, groaning. Oh my gosh, you're so stubborn! Xingu ignored her, took a deep breath, braced himself, and then unleashed the loudest shout he possibly could. Ah! The shout was so powerful it created a wind, like a Category 5 hurricane, scaring Dangan to tears. Next, Xingu channeled all his strength into his hands, gripping the black wolf's claw tightly. He swung the hammer down with all his might as it shot forward, its handle extending. It slammed hard against the cave wall, creating a large crack. Xingu grunted and charged again, gripping the hammer and carving a wide hole in the wall as he ran. Dangan was completely unprepared for this, his body trembling as he was left speechless. What is this? Arin was so shocked she could have fainted, thinking this was completely insane. The dungeon walls can be destroyed? Ignoring their reactions, Xingu continued his rampage, destroying every nook and cranny. Having lost their nests, swarms of centipedes poured out along with the rubble. Arin was terrified, worried that it would be difficult for them to escape. The centipedes kept pouring out, with nowhere left for them to hide. Even though Dangan was the one who instigated it, his bravado had now vanished. How can you be so strong and so reckless? He cut her off, yelling a warning. Xingu, the centipedes are coming. Xingu just let out a smirk, finding the situation incredibly exciting. Not yet, even though the swarm has surrounded us. From all sides, he got into a fighting stance, ready for the battle. It's still not enough. Once again, Xingu used the black wolf's claw to smash another worker centipede to death. He tore its body to pieces. Xingu grinned with glee. Just like a game of whack-a-mole. The moment he spoke, he swung his weapon again and took down several more. Xingu seemed to be having the time of his life. Now this is what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, Arin was incredibly worried. Be careful not to get bitten, he reassured her as he continued to attack them. Don't worry, they won't be able to bite me. She huddled to the side, looking terrified at the growing pile of centipede corpses. He just kept smashing the walls and annihilating the centipedes that emerged. The corpses piled up faster than he could even loot them. Witnessing the spectacle, Dangan broke out in a cold sweat. He's not human. As Xingu single-handedly dealt with them all, he whispered to Arin, I can't sense much mana from him. How is he? She let out a small sigh and said slowly, I used to think that mana was the most important factor in becoming strong too. Meanwhile, Xingu was truly enjoying himself. Do other players always have this much fun? He thought back to his past, how he had been naturally strong since childhood and never had to take physical education seriously. Or more accurately, I was never able to use my full strength. If I made one wrong move, someone could get seriously injured. So as I grew up, the first thing I had to learn was how to control my power and hold back. I could only let out a little of my power during training, but it was never enough. I just wanted to go all out, and now, in this very moment, Xingu was ecstatic. I finally have the chance to do it. I can go all out with no one to stop me. A brilliant smile spread across his face. I'm so glad I'm not hurting anyone anymore. Arin suddenly spoke up, her voice faltering. Xingu, look over there. 3 abnormally large centipedes are approaching. He turned to see 3 giant monsters staring right at him. Dangan immediately let out a cold smirk. They've arrived. The attacking centipedes let out a terrifying screech. Dangan watched for a moment before speaking. We were supposed to fight them one at a time because the path was narrow. But now that you've destroyed the walls, you have to fight them all at once. All at once. That's what you call karma. This made Dangan laugh heartily. His actions finally infuriated Arin. Meanwhile, Xingu whispered to himself while facing the swarm of centipedes. Oh man. As soon as he locked onto his targets, he lowered his stance to build momentum. In the blink of an eye, Xingu's body shot into the air. Next, he used the black wolf's claws to strike down on each of their heads, one by one. In just an instant, they were smashed to pieces. Witnessing this, Dangan's face froze, completely stunned. Xingu watched the shattered remains rain down and smiled faintly. His expression was smug. Maybe I should save my mana for the boss fight. A few seconds later, a notification window appeared. Quest condition: eliminate all centipedes in the cave. You have achieved 300% completion. Xingu stared at the result, astonished. I didn't realize because I was having so much fun, but it seems I killed 3 times the required number. I guess the bonus came from the 3 giant centipedes that appeared at the end. Seeing Aaron, he asked quietly, "The system says I overfulfilled the quest requirements. Is that a good thing?" She affirmed with certainty. "Of course. The rewards will differ depending on the quest." She explained the rules in detail, but the rewards will definitely become more appealing. This is an absolute rule guaranteed by the laws of the Celestial City. As she was speaking, Aaron glared at Dangan and thought, "But I can no longer trust the player who gave us this quest." Instantly, she became wary because he had shown his true colors. Besides, it's unlikely he'd willingly give up the reward, and she silently analyzed that he was obligated to reward him for completing the quest. But he's a vengeful spirit now. If he tries anything, he might get annihilated. After a moment, Dangan finally decided, "I'll give you the reward." Hearing this, both Xingu and Aren were stunned. Without hesitation, she rushed to shield him. "You wanted Xingu dead, and now you're going to give him a reward?" At that moment, Dangan revealed the truth. "I really did want that. I didn't want to be injured or die alone. Back then, I was too consumed by hatred to think clearly." Aaron listened intently as he explained, "A vengeful spirit is born when a pure soul is controlled by its emotions, combines with tainted mana, and evolves into something that transcends status effects and is considered a monster. But when I saw the centipedes completely annihilated, without a single one left, my soul felt soothed. Finally, I came back to my senses." At this point, Dangan's expression had softened, showing a hint of relief. He had completed the quest more than perfectly. It seemed Aren still couldn't believe what she was hearing. Xingu didn't hesitate and said bluntly, "I don't really care. If you had attacked, I would have killed you on the spot." Dangan wasn't angry. Instead, he looked wistful. "If only I had a teammate like you." "No, that's all in the past," he said softly. "I'll give you the reward." But Xingu waved his hand to refuse. "No," he said confidently. "I can still exceed the quota even more." Dangan's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Aren looked worried again. Xingu wasn't. Dangan was stunned, unable to believe what he just heard. "No way. Are you planning to kill the boss too?" Xingu casually grinned, gave a sharp wink, and praised himself. "I'm a genius." Standing beside him, Aren saw his enthusiasm but couldn't help worrying about this bold decision. As for Dangan, he stood frozen, unsure how to react. Xingu paid them no mind, squatting down to pick up loot and saying, "I know I just went wild without conserving any stamina, but this style suits me better. Look, the wolf orbs are scattered everywhere." He turned with a determined look in his eyes, affirming that he was still full of energy. Immediately, Xingu confidently showed off his solid physique, his body heating up after the battles. Muscle fibers that had never been pushed to their limit were now brimming with power, giving him a deep sense of excitement amidst the fatigue. Hearing this, Dangan commented, "Your muscles are monstrous." Xingu shouted back in annoyance, "Just be quiet." Aaron didn't join their conversation, merely pondering on the side that it would probably be very difficult to kill the boss. But the problem was, Xingu made it seem possible. The image of him swiftly taking down enemies with a single punch surfaced in her mind. Dangan began to explain, "This dungeon is built upon the memories of my death." He surmised that because of this, it was highly likely the boss would attack in a different way. Xingu tightened his grip on the Black Wolf's claws, curious. A different attack pattern? Dangan emphasized the key point to watch out for: poisonous bones. When threatened, the boss will take down its opponent by spitting poisonous bones from its mouth, and it can also shoot poison from its tail like a laser. He rubbed his chin, picturing Godzilla. Is that what he means? Suddenly, Xingu seemed to have thought of something. Wait a minute. I cleared this dungeon without taking any poison damage because I never gave the centipedes a chance to bite me. But what if it's poison gas? If I had entered the boss room without knowing this, even if I didn't die, I would have been in a world of hurt. Dangan turned and added another detail, but it gives a warning sign before it attacks, so you can definitely see it and dodge. Of course, there's also a chance the situation will be different from what I experienced, so be careful. Xingu listened silently to Dangan's every word. He carefully committed the warning to memory. Thanks for telling me, Dangan replied quickly. It's nothing. Then he gave a smile full of anticipation. I also want to see how you're going to destroy them. Xingu smirked, his face full of excitement. This is fun. If I had just beaten up this vengeful spirit from the start out of suspicion, I wouldn't have gotten any information about the boss, and I probably would have had to fight the entire swarm of centipedes at once. If he hadn't regained his sanity through the quest, he didn't even give me a reward. He grinned from ear to ear, an indescribable excitement welling up inside him. This feeling was just like a game. Speaking of the land of the winged people, the dungeons and even the celestial city all reminded one of a game. Although that thought was also very dangerous, a game that only those who entered could play. Then he turned, his voice low and emphatic, and said they had to pay with their lives. Those words made Xu pause. Aaron, beside him, added, "Those who treat the celestial city and the dungeons like a game will become careless with their own lives and are much more likely to die." He thought of those who had died and been revived many times. Enjoying what they did was important, but looking down on everything as if it were a game was a different matter. Those who think this is just a game and only give it a few tries might as well die quickly. Then, he excitedly suggested, "If you're going to treat this like a game, you should aim to clear it in one go." Aaron looked at Xingu with a mixture of surprise and confusion, exclaiming, "I really don't understand you." After looking at the clock, he realized, "Oh, it's been 2 hours and 34 minutes since we started." "Ah, then we have to finish before the clock strikes 3 hours." She shook her head wearily. "Clear a dungeon this big in under 3 hours? You can just forget about it." Dangan spoke up, asking, "Do you know where the boss room is?" Xingu wagged his finger, calmly saying there was no need to look far. Everything was in ruins, only rubble remained. Taking a few steps forward, he pointed ahead, except for that door. Aaron was surprised, and at a loss for words. "I never imagined we'd find the boss room like this." Without a moment's hesitation, Xingu excitedly sped up and rushed forward. "Let's go." Seeing him so confident, Aaron panicked and tried to stop him. "Xingu, we should prepare." But her words fell on deaf ears, as he didn't even listen and forcefully kicked the door open. "Hey!" Aaron shouted. "Come on, man." He went deep into the room alone, and the other two followed closely behind. As soon as they arrived, Dangan pointed in shock. "There it is." He confirmed the giant centipede, Bamu, was right in front of them. "That's the boss that killed me in the difficulty 10 dungeon." Hearing that, Aaron froze and turned in astonishment. "This is a difficulty 10 dungeon?" She grew tense, quickly scanning every corner of the room. A difficulty 10 dungeon is where players' ranks are determined. The monsters and traps here are much stronger than in lower-level dungeons, and often, some bosses are even stronger than those in level 15 dungeons, so you have to fight them with a large party. Unbelievable that Xingu had to face it alone. Without a hint of hesitation, Xingu gripped the Black Wolf's claw and charged in for a one-on-one fight with Bamu. "Hya!" He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The boss won't be able to move. For 3 seconds right after the boss room door opens. I'll use that time to attack. No sooner said than done, he launched himself into the air, shouting, "Die!" The blow came down from above, like a thunderbolt, smashing directly into the giant centipede's body and sending blood flying. Not wasting a single second, he immediately executed the next step of his plan. "Then I'll use the mana," channeled into the hammer and detonate it with the swing. As the hammer moved towards the enemy's core, Dangan was stunned by the scene before him, exclaiming in amazement. "What was that?" She awkwardly explained. "He has experience fighting giant monsters." Xingu jumped back, maintaining a safe distance after the attack, his eyes fixed on Bamu's tail. It was now completely severed. He cheered excitedly. "That's one part down." He held the Black Wolf's claw high, as if showing off a trophy. "So its tail really did have a poison gland. Your hammer is covered in poison now." Aaron grimaced and flatly refused. "I'm not touching that." Returning to the fight, he thoughtfully considered his next move. "I used all my strength to shatter that. I feel like I could crush its head too." His eyes scanned the hard orange shell. Explained, "He has experience fighting giant monsters." Xingu jumped back, maintaining a safe distance after the attack, his eyes fixed on Bamu's tail. It was now completely severed. Xingu looked at it regretfully. "I almost defeated it right from the start." Dangan, hiding fearfully behind the door, warned, "It's about to spray poison gas. Be careful." Standing tall before the boss, Xingu told himself, "This is where it really begins." At first, I thought this boss would be as easy to handle as the other centipedes, but due to some unexpected events, things have gotten more difficult. Not only is it enormous in size, but it can also spray venom. Xingu agilely dodged every attack from Bamu. The problem here was its poison gas attack. He stayed close to the wall. No matter how wide this corridor was, if it kept spraying that poison, it wouldn't be long before I'd be completely cornered. Gripping his weapon tightly, he resolved to fight a quick battle, meaning he had to end the fight as soon as possible. Even though I destroyed its tail, I don't think I can kill it by smashing its head, and I can't use mana to unleash punishment either. Bamu let out a piercing shriek and lunged forward at maximum speed. Xingu quickly dodged before it could slam into him. He looked at the monster with an amused expression. A physical attack with its broken tail combined with poison gas? Dealing with 2 attacks at once is a real pain. Suddenly, he noticed something that made him freeze. Then he burst out laughing with delight. "But I can do it! I'm a genius!" Aaron, both worried and curious, asked, "Xingu, did you figure something out?" He replied confidently while moving nimbly, Of course, Xingu's strange movements made Bamu show clear surprise. This only strengthened his belief. I knew it. Its huge body is too slow to turn. Immediately, he tensed his arm and channeled energy into his weapon, distributing his mana. Just a few seconds later, he threw the Black Wolf's claw into the air, where it circled gracefully. Boom, Mu tilted its head back, intently watching the spinning object above. Without wasting a second, Xingu launched himself upwards. Ha ha! His entire body tensed as he poured all his strength into his fist. Down below, Aaron's eyes widened in a mix of shock and disbelief, using punishment and punishment fist at the same time. Is he trying to execute those two difficult techniques simultaneously and land them in a single blow? Taking advantage of the moment Boom Mu was distracted by the Black Wolf's claw, Xingu delivered an uppercut to its weak spot. Xingu landed firmly, letting out a heavy breath. Phew. At the same time, the familiar text scrolled by. Punishment has reached level 7. Carelessness is courage has reached level 2. He put his hands on his hips, watching Boom Moo's body collapse. That was a close call. If I'd used a little more force, the hammer would have shattered. Immediately after, data windows popped up one after another. Mission objective: exterminate all centipedes in the cave. 453 plus 3 plus 1 out of 150. You have achieved 500% of the mission objective. Centipede cave area, 184. Worker centipede cave has been cleared. Aaron was flabbergasted, her jaw dropping. You actually killed the boss, too. Xingu didn't answer, silently watching the next lines of text appear one by one. Dungeon cleared. Calculating results. Completion time, 2 minutes, 46.07 seconds. All traps disarmed. Eliminated. 503 workers, 3 assault centipedes, 1 giant centipede. Special achievement. What is poison? Can you eat it? Achieved. Special reward. Innate poison resistance skill. Completion rank, S. Special reward. Key to the resting place. Dangan and Aaron were rendered speechless. After a moment, a system notification appeared. Experience calculation successful. You have gained 5 levels. Xingu looked surprised at the energy flaring up around his body. Huh? He wondered about this new sensation. Unlike when you first learned mana, Aaron flew over and explained, this time it's just reinforcing what you already have, so it won't cause severe pain anymore. At that moment, a list of stats appeared before Xingu. Main player level 15. Strength, 112. Agility, 111. Stamina, 125. Magic, 15. Then he checked the next section. Skills. Innate skills, Tale of Chaos, level 1. Carelessness is courage, level 2. Poison resistance, level 1. Active skills, distribution, level 9. Punishment, level 7. After reading through it all, he suddenly clenched his fist. A long, quiet sigh escaped his lips, carrying with it a hint of weariness and contemplation. After a careful review, he began to understand. So strength, agility, and stamina increase by 2 points per level up, and magic increases by 1 point per level up. Xingu muttered, I'm still not used to seeing my strength displayed in numbers. Aaron chimed in excitedly, but seeing your own progress isn't so bad, is it? He scratched his head awkwardly. You're right. Next up are the rewards. Xingu was stunned as he scanned the list of new abilities. First is poison resistance. I haven't even been poisoned once, so why did I get this skill? She pondered with her chin in her hand. I'm not sure either. He regained his composure as he remembered the strength of the new ability. In any case, this skill will help me resist and overcome poison. Since there will be many more poisonous monsters in the future, this skill is essential. Then, he looked down and pulled out another item from his inventory. The key is the real issue. Its information popped up. Key to the resting place, a key given to main players with potential. Used by sticking it into the ground. He frowned as he observed it. The description is too vague. A resting place and stick it into the ground? Aaron tilted her head and spoke cautiously. I think we'll have to try using it to find out. Xingu tossed it into his spatial storage with a sigh of frustration. Whatever. He spun the weapon in his hand and looked at Boom Moo. All right. Dangan's eyes widened in utter amazement at the scene unfolding. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him. Xingu swung the Black Wolf's claw skillfully, shattering everything in front of him in the blink of an eye. He picked up the item and turned to remind him. I've collected all the essence. Now give me my mission reward. The boy was flustered and panicked. Ah, right, your reward. Dangan clenched his fists, grinding his teeth inwardly. He has excellent reflexes and executes the punishment skill better than any player I've ever seen. He's too outstanding for someone in a level 10 dungeon like me. If I can support him on the path ahead, wouldn't my existence become more meaningful? He was lost in thought, forgetting that Xingu was waiting. Then finally, he spoke, hesitantly but with determination. If you've achieved 500%, then it's possible. He placed a hand on his chest, hesitating slightly before continuing. I will give you the essence of my memories. His words made both of them look skeptical, they exclaimed in unison. The essence of your memories? Arin's eyes lit up with excitement. Is it a skill? He repeated, confused. A skill. Dongan smiled in confirmation. That's right. As he spoke, I've collected all the essence. Now give me my mission reward. The boy was flustered and panicked. Ah, right, your reward. Dangan clenched his fists, grinding his teeth inwardly. The only potential? What kind of skill is it? Dangan had resolved to let go of everything, and sparkling streaks of light emanated from him. Seeing this, Xingu turned to ask the little angel Arin, "Do you know anything about this?" Her face showed a flash of confusion, and she hesitated. No. I thought he was going to give us a skill he used to use. However, looking at Dangan's current state, she felt a bit speechless. But it looks like he's transferring his very self to us. Xingu jumped in alarm. What? That sounds terrifying. Suddenly, a hammer appeared in his hand, also known as the Black Wolf's Claw. Strangely, the spot where Xingu's hand touched the Black Wolf's Claw suddenly flared with a strange light. Then, it quickly faded before he could react. It was too fast. When the process finished, a strange-looking sigil appeared on his hand. Xingu stared at the mark in surprise, thinking to himself, a weird symbol has appeared on my hand, and I can feel a strange power coming from it. While he was busy admiring the mark on his hand, the mechanical sounds rang out again. Mission complete. You have acquired the soul collection skill. Currently, one soul has been collected. You do not yet know how to use souls. Xingu was quite bewildered by this. What the heck? Soul collection? From behind, Aaron quickly chimed in. I've never heard of this skill before. She continued to explain to Xingu. I think he was so impressed by you that he offered up his soul. But why didn't he explain how to use it when he did? Xingu could only stare helplessly at everything, ending a 500% overachievement with a weird tattoo like this, but he quickly regained his composure and told himself, well, at least I did my best, so I guess I'll have to be satisfied. Aaron nimbly flew in front of Xingu and continuously praised his new achievement. I can't believe you completed it without taking a single hit. After this battle, Xingu had gained a lot of experience. His mind was now busy connecting the dots. Surely not all dungeons are like this one. But I can conclude that normal grade dungeons aren't too difficult to conquer. The first dungeon trip ended in great success, but he quickly turned around. Now, let's offer the monster cores to the altar. As if discovering something, Xingu suddenly froze. In front of him now were two brightly shining altars. Xingu pointed towards the red altar and asked Aaron, what's with the red glowing altar next to the white glowing one? Seeing her clueless companion, Aaron could only give a wry smile. I really didn't want to have to tell you, but in her heart, she was still looking at the red altar. That is an altar that only appears when a dungeon is cleared with an extremely high score. It's an enhancement altar. You can enhance a piece of equipment by offering monster essence. She continued to explain cheerfully, not noticing the change in Xingu's expression. The result will depend on the properties, quality, and quantity of the essence. A sinister glint suddenly flashed in Xingu's eyes. I get it. Without waiting any longer, he quickly walked towards the altar, with Aaron trailing behind him. Xingu, can't you try to get some armor first? Xingu immediately replied, even if I offer all the essence, it's not guaranteed I'll get any armor. He held the collected monster essences in his hand with a happy expression. Besides, who knows when I'll see an enhancement altar again, so I need to enhance my weapon first if possible. The best defense is a good offense, right? Hearing that, Aaron was speechless and just went along with him. Xingu placed the items he had collected onto the red altar. A blinding light quickly appeared. Suddenly, two monster essences flew out and fell to the ground. Xingu was alarmed when he saw this. It rejected the essences. Just then, the mechanical voice rang out again. Maximum enhancement reached. This artifact cannot be enhanced any further. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, while Xingu ground his teeth in anger. Seeing Xingu's unhappy expression, Aaron quickly cleared up his confusion. The Black Wolf's Claw was already a high grade to begin with. It reached maximum enhancement with just the final bug essence and one high-grade monster essence. It seems we'll have to enhance with what we have left here. The enhancement process continued. Finally, the sparkling lights appeared once more. Enhancement complete. The original item has been upgraded to a D-grade Black Wolf's Claw, attack power from 450 to 1070. Has a chance to inflict poison on hit. Below it was a description. This warhammer holds the power of the Great Black Wolf's foreleg and has an added potent poison ability. Xingu happily took the new weapon and gave it a few swings. Beside him, Aaron shyly reminded him, you got a D-grade weapon in the tutorial dungeon and then enhanced it to D+ on your very first dungeon run. Xingu gave Aaron a very confident smile. It even gained a new trait, although I still don't know what the first one is. As if remembering something, Aaron quickly said to Xingu, it's probably related to the properties of the Great Black Wolf species. Just increase your weapon mastery and you'll unlock it, so don't worry. But he was a little skeptical. Really? Erin's face flushed slightly. She thought to herself, next, we should find a set of armor, though there's no guarantee it will drop. Xingu looked at the bag of items in his hand and fell into deep thought. It would be better if I used all of this for enhancement, but without a second thought, he directly poured all the essence onto the altar. Arin had a bad feeling and became pensive. He's using it all at once again. The only thing I can do now is... Above the altar, that magical light appeared again. Xingu stood silently, watching. While Arin bowed her head respectfully as if praying, she suddenly burst out laughing so hard she cried. Ha ha ha, another new weapon was born. It's the D+ grade venomous swarm fangs. When Xingu saw the new weapon, his eyes lit up with excitement. Look, armor! Aaron was completely exasperated by his naivety. What do you mean, armor? After that, information about the new weapon appeared. A pair of gauntlets made from the essence of extremely venomous centipedes, very durable and provides hand protection, and the small, hard spikes on them can be used to attack enemies. Watching Xingu put on the gauntlets, Aaron felt a bit resigned. No matter how you look at it, it still looks more like you're wearing weapons on your hands. I know the rewards change depending on how you clear the dungeon, but before Aaron could finish, Xingu quickly cut in. I can wear these all the time without anyone noticing, even though, well, it's better than fighting barehanded. Aaron happily flew closer to Xingu. He said, yeah, finding dungeons should be easier from now on. Xingu replied sincerely, thanks for worrying about me. Suddenly, the sound of cracking and crumbling echoed, startling Aaron. She frantically rushed over to warn him. The dungeon is collapsing, but he didn't look worried at all. On the contrary, Xingu calmly reassured her. It's okay. The exit is right over there. Erin's mind was in a turmoil as she recalled past events. It was strange. The dungeons in Sky City were practically permanent unless there was a special mission. But all the dungeons in the ant lair disappeared after being cleared. Could it be because they were created by a deceased player? Both Erin and Xingu quickly headed towards the light, but she was still troubled. This meant Xingu couldn't farm experience by grinding the same dungeon over and over again. Xingu was also lost in his own thoughts. Why is the antlair so difficult? It's even more confusing than Sky City. Layers of rock and dirt were falling rapidly, and Xingu said hurriedly, let's get out and see what this rest area is. Aaron immediately asked, what's wrong? The two of them stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. It was only when they were falling that they started screaming their heads off. Are we falling again? Ah! A sudden blinding light appeared, making it hard for them to see what was ahead. His expression growing more and more serious. I feel a change, he said. Aaron asked blankly, what do you mean? They both looked up at the sky. The surrounding scenery was very quiet and peaceful. Xingu spoke softly. The atmosphere, don't you think it's too quiet? Aaron didn't quite understand what he meant, but this was a normal village on a normal day. Wasn't that normal? Hearing her naive words, Xingu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. It probably wasn't that simple. Suddenly, Aaron flew up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She said, what is this rest area? Xingu held out his hand, eagerly showing off his prize. This key, it's as simple as that. Aaron looked as bewildered as a child, seemingly not understanding much. Players in Sky City don't have this. Xingu turned to her with a goofy grin. Imagine a hotel scene for yourself. They already have an entire castle. Perhaps the rest area was like the base in Sky City, but Aaron was hesitant and not very sure. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, then offered her opinion. That sounds right. Sky City represents the dungeons, but it's also a base for players from all over the world. She felt a little uneasy about someone else being there. Could there be other glitched players in the rest area? I don't think anyone else could have reached the antlair like you. Xingu gently squeezed her hand to soothe her worries. But if someone else got here first, we might be able to get some information about the antlair. He pointed down the path ahead with a determined spirit. Let's go, right now. Aaron quickly stopped him. Please, take it slow. We should still be a little careful. Suddenly, she realized a mind-blowing fact. Oh, I get it. But Xingu was still clueless. Get what? She quickly explained. As long as we hold the key tightly, we become invisible. It's hard to use in combat, but it's very useful in daily life. Aaron marveled at its handy function. It's a really convenient feature, but for some reason, he was trembling. She called out, please just stick the key in the ground, she said, annoyed. What was he even trying to do? Aaron felt completely helpless with this dense guy. I already told you. Suddenly, a huge hole opened up right on that spot. The two of them stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. It was only when they were falling that they started screaming their heads off. Are we falling again? Ah! A sudden blinding light appeared, making it hard for them to see what was ahead. When he looked inside, Xingu was completely shocked. Huh? What is this? Rest area information. Level 1, door level 1, bed level 1, wardrobe also level 1. System notification, they exclaimed in unison. The essence of your memories? Aaron's eyes lit up with excitement. Is it a skill? He repeated, confused. A skill. Dongan smiled in confirmation. That's right. As he spoke, Xingu smirked triumphantly. Pfft, is this childish game supposed to be a challenge? Aha, I get it. This looks pretty familiar. His brain started working. This is a common feature in games. A base that supports the player in many ways and can be upgraded for a certain price. However, a problem now arose. But considering the main function of this area, Aaron shared his thoughts and just blurted it out. This is a space for a single individual. His world came crashing down, and Xingu buried his face in his hands, groaning. Sky City is for the masses, while the ant lair is for the lone wolf. Aaron grumbled beside him. See? I told you so. Even though there wasn't enough room for 2 people, she didn't seem to mind much. You're the only glitched player here, Xingu cried miserably. A rest area like this doesn't mean I'm the only one. After calming down, he silently calculated, but I'm exhausted after using punishment 3 times. Even if I want to upgrade the rest area, I don't have any monster essences left. If it's too hard, I'll just skip it. Prioritize the easy stuff first. I'll sleep on it and figure it out later. He looked quite tired, so Aaron stopped discussing it. You should get some rest. Xingu saw her just standing there and asked with concern, Aren't you going to sleep? Her face was nonchalant. I'm not that tired, thanks to you. She scratched her cheek shyly. I just cheered you on and glared at that wraith. Plus, lying on that bed feels kinda weird. Hearing that, Xingu immediately promised, I'll buy you a dollhouse to sleep in later. Being pampered, Aaron visibly cheered up. Yes, in just a few short minutes, Xingu was sound asleep. His speed was truly astonishing. He fell asleep that fast. He was snoring on the bed, while Aaron marveled. Perhaps the note saying that sleep increases efficiency wasn't just for show. She stared at him blankly, a mix of sadness and acceptance in her heart. It wasn't just Xingu who needed to train his mana. Her expression was a mixture of regret and resignation. In the end, I'll have to log out because I'm too weak, but at least I should be grateful that I'm still alive. Aaron tried to cheer herself up, having become a support player after losing all her power. Xingu saw her just standing there and asked with concern, Aren't you going to sleep? Her face was nonchalant. I'm not that tired, thanks to you. She scratched her cheek shyly. I just cheered you on and glared at that wraith. Xingu was sound asleep. His speed was truly astonishing. He fell asleep that fast. He was snoring on the bed, while Aaron marveled. Perhaps the note saying that sleep increases efficiency wasn't just for show. If a player fails a dungeon, they weaken their team, making it easier for other players to die, and those who fall in the same dungeon will keep appearing one after another. She quickly deduced, maybe even the best in the world. Her fists clenched, her eyes burning with fiery determination. I'll surprise him by getting my skills back. Aaron felt down when faced with his absolute power. It's like he gets stronger just by breathing. Then she told herself she had to try really hard. There was no time to rest. She knew exactly what she needed to do. I have to take the chance to train while he's sleeping to close the gap. After sleeping himself to the point of exhaustion, Xingu's eyes groggily opened. He looked around for Aaron. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, he thought she looked cute and couldn't bring himself to wake her. He was at a loss with this energetic girl. He'd just have to deal with it. She's even more stressed than I was when I first entered a dungeon. Xingu stood up, stretching his joints to get ready. Skills. Even though I can't wake her up, I should probably practice my mana until she wakes up. Without anyone needing to call her, she woke up on her own at the sound of the noise. The room door opened, and light crept into the room. Xingu calmly walked out. Having rested for a full 5 hours, the door still led to the same open space. Aaron wondered, what are you planning to do, Xingu? Should we go home? He shook his head, refusing. No. Xingu strode forward slowly, his voice full of mischief. I've had enough rest. And besides, I already texted my mom that I might not be home for a few days. He was so excited his eyes sparkled like stars. Let's go find another dungeon, she sighed helplessly. It's probably not that easy. 10 minutes later, he shouted with joy, I found one. Dungeon item info. Hunter-killer cave, danger level, slightly low. They both stood there, frozen stiff. This crappy game is so annoying, Xingu grumbled. It's still the same dungeon, Aaron hazarded a guess. I get it now, about how this game works. If a player fails a dungeon, they weaken their team, making it easier for other players to die, and those who fall in the same dungeon will keep appearing one after another. She quickly deduced. They both stood there, frozen stiff. This crappy game is so annoying, Xingu grumbled. It's still the same dungeon, Aaron hazarded a guess. I get it now, about how this game works. If a player fails a dungeon, they weaken their team, making it easier for other players to die, and those who fall in the same dungeon will keep appearing one after another. She quickly deduced. The Hunter-Killer Cave, completion limit, 5 hours. Xingu carefully observed his surroundings. The number of areas remained the same. He shouldered his hammer and went inside. So this number isn't the quantity of dungeons, but the dungeon type. Xingu discussed with Aaron, which means there are at least 183 others. Suddenly, a phantom appeared out of nowhere, and she clung to him in fear. There's a spirit over there. Xingu walked over, reaching out to touch it. Is that person even real? Xingu lost his patience and got straight to the point. All right, give me the quest. She looked bewildered, like a deer in headlights, huh? Xingu activated intimidation mode. I know everything, so just give me the quest. She trembled, her mouth stammering. I'll give it to you. For the next 3 days, that was the number of days Xingu needed to conquer 6 dungeons filled with centipedes. He heroically charged into the horde of monsters. Turns out, that door was unexpectedly opened by someone from the outside. It turned out that Xingu and Aaron had returned after struggling to complete the dungeon. Finishing just one dungeon left her completely exhausted. Is that person even real? Xingu lost his patience and got straight to the point. All right, give me the quest. She looked bewildered, like a deer in headlights, huh? Xingu activated intimidation mode. I know everything, so just give me the quest. At least that sounds more like a player. Meanwhile, Xingu thought about the centipedes he had just exterminated. I wonder if there are any more centipede dungeons? But she replied wearily, I don't want to see another centipede ever again. Feeling a bit tired himself, he plopped down on the soft bed. A moment later, Xingu focused his mind to summon the information panel to check on something. First, his status. The panel displayed Xingu's stats. Level 25, Strength 132, Agility 131. Reading the information projected before his eyes, Xingu couldn't help but smile, feeling incredibly pleased. But it seemed that still wasn't enough to satisfy him. If only I could level up my poison resistance a little more. Aaron suddenly burst into tears. I know some players let themselves get attacked to level up their skills, but I didn't think you'd do that too. To be honest, for Xingu, it wasn't a big deal. If I have the skill, I might as well get hit a few times to train it faster. But I wouldn't do it if you couldn't heal me. Even after hearing his reasoning, she still wanted to refuse. That's when I'm useful, but it's not a good feeling at all. Then he recalled the times he used that ability during combat. Poison resistance is a good skill. At level 4, I can move freely inside a poison mist or after being hit by a poison ray. Not only that, he continued to explain its effects. And after level 5, the boss centipede's poison. It only made him slightly numb. Seeing this, Aaron casually shut down his hopes. If he trained more, it would definitely get stronger, but by then, there probably wouldn't be any dungeons left to practice in. Following her useful advice, he quickly shifted his attention to other skills. What about mana bullet and charge? He then began to analyze how to level up those abilities. It wasn't through training or quest rewards, but from the souls he met in the dungeons, which even clarified the necessary requirements. Their quests differed in both content and rewards. Even though he understood them well, he asserted that he still felt these skills weren't completely his. Aaron agreed with Xingu's point of view because he hadn't yet inherited their senses. At the same time, she enthusiastically explained the mechanics of the abilities he wanted to upgrade. It would take time to fully imprint their memories onto his body, but both were definitely good skills. This would help Xingu understand that not everything could be mastered quickly. It wouldn't be easy for him to learn, not one to sit still. He started to investigate charge, a skill that uses mana to accelerate oneself. Not only that, but this skill also changed the properties of other skills when combined. But since that was its greatest effect, not everyone could use it proficiently. He realized this himself, but to use other skills while in the charge state, he needed to learn how to control the flow of mana during charge more skillfully, which would be very difficult as things were now. Noticing Xingu's difficulty in leveling up his abilities, Aaron offered a suggestion to help her teammate think in a different direction. What about Mana Bullet? It was an upgraded version of the punishing throw skill. At the same time, she continued to explain more about the skill she had just proposed. The mechanism was also to fire accumulated mana forward, but instead of throwing a weapon, he just needed to fire mana. Its destructive power was weaker than punishing throw, but it was much faster. To use it proficiently, he needed to learn how to separate mana from objects. Many players who were used to this skill would find artifacts to support it and become marksmen. This was a very rare skill, but it was strange that they managed to obtain it. As she was recalling the legends of the past, a question about the souls in the dungeons suddenly popped into Aaron's mind. Could it be that they were famous players when they were alive, but even they couldn't clear a 10th level dungeon? She tried to push that negative thought aside and turned to smile and chat happily with him. If you master them, they'll probably be grateful. But Xingu pretended not to care. He didn't care if they were grateful or not, just so Aaron wouldn't ramble on. He tried to distract her. Besides, the artifact he got from the dungeon after offering the essence of the boss centipede was a set of armor and gauntlets, right? It turned out Xingu was wearing that armor. Venomous Swarm Armor, rank D+, defense 550 to 850, proficiency 27 out of 200, traits unknown. That was just its basic data. There was still more detailed information about the armor's traits. The armor was made from the essence of a highly venomous centipede, was very durable, and still contained residual poison from when the centipede was alive. Having experienced the capabilities of the venomous swarm armor, Xingu had reason to exclaim, "This armor is pretty sweet." Of course, he wasn't entirely sure since he had never been poisoned after putting it on. Since the armor had effects that were extremely useful for fighting in dungeons, most players would try to complete the full set, but they didn't even know how many more centipede dungeons there were. He had no intention of testing his luck. A moment later, Xingu lost interest in those things and grew more excited about something else, since the centipede dungeons were all completed. Now he needed to check what he could do with the remaining cores in the rest area. Faced with his excitement, she felt extremely concerned, and reluctantly replied, "You really are something else." Unlike Aaron, he noticed a change in his physical condition. "I've always been healthy, but I haven't slept for days and I'm still full of energy. It must be thanks to sleeping on this bed." That's why Xingu touched the bed that had been with him all this time and declared, "I have to upgrade the bed first." But it wasn't that simple. A notification window popped up before his eyes. To upgrade furniture, you must first upgrade the rest area. He thought it wouldn't cost too much, but reality dealt Xingu a painful blow. You can use 80% of your saved essence to upgrade it to level 2. Do you wish to upgrade? After reading the notification, he felt like giving up on life, his eyes staring blankly into the distance. Only after a while did Xingu find the mood to scream, "I have to use a whole 80% of my essence to upgrade the rest area?" No matter what, he had to grit his teeth and face reality. He wouldn't be able to upgrade the bed with the remaining 20% of his essence. With extreme disappointment, Xingu could only complain in despair. "I had to collect essence from 5 different dungeons." Not knowing how to comfort him, she could only reply, "Maybe that's why the rest area is so valuable." Seeing it as the only viable option, he had no choice but to accept. There's no other way. All right. Suddenly, the golden piggy bank in the rest area emitted a brilliant, dazzling light before their eyes. At that moment, the room suddenly began to shake violently, making it almost impossible for Xingu and Arin to stand steady, causing them to lose their balance and nearly fall over. When the tremors stopped, a notification appeared. The rest area was now at level 2, and its size had increased. Consequently, many new features had been developed along with the upgrade of the rest area. With extreme disappointment, Xingu could only complain in despair. "I had to collect essence from 5 different dungeons." Not knowing how to comfort him, she could only reply, "That could wash away any poison, curses, or other harmful effects from the body." He couldn't hide the joy on his face after inspecting the new bathroom. Rest area. A level 1 bathroom has been added. Not only was it a normal addition by the system, but you could actually bathe in the level 1 bathroom. The system was even kind enough to care for the player, including a complimentary body wash and soap with special properties. He was so tired of commuting between home and the dungeon, so this was amazing. Aaron completely agreed with him. "That's right, I can't keep living like a doll in a dollhouse forever. I'm going to take a bath first." Seeing her excitement, he didn't want to spoil her mood, so he only thought to himself, "This rest area is sized for humans, so it might be difficult for Aaron to use. I could totally live here." And she felt the same way about upgrading the rest area. It was worth every penny. Unable to be more satisfied, Sungwoo scratched his head and exclaimed. Lost in his wandering thoughts, Sungwoo was shooed outside by Aaron. "How long are you going to stand there?" But he immediately replied, "Sorry." Inside the bathroom, knowing he couldn't help, he had to give up, figuring she'd manage on her own. A new notification suddenly appeared, causing Sungwoo to freeze for a few seconds. Huh? Lost in his wandering thoughts, Sungwoo was shooed outside by Aaron. "How long are you going to stand there?" But he immediately replied, "Sorry." Inside the bathroom, "I'm going to take a bath first." Seeing her excitement, he didn't want to spoil her mood, so he only thought to himself, "This rest area is sized for humans, so it might be difficult for Aaron to use. Do you wish to continue?" Although he hadn't seen the item in person, his mind was already racing with possibilities. A detector, huh? This might be even better than the indoor bathroom. Afterwards, Sungwoo quickly laid out a plan for the future with this item. "If I didn't have the rest area or upgrade it with essence, I would have wasted a ton of time traveling." Without a long wait, the small detector appeared and fit snugly in the palm of his hand. When holding the item, an information panel about it would appear to guide the player on its use. The detector can be activated for 3 minutes by using a startling 10 essences, which made Sungwoo gasp in surprise. It was unexpectedly cheap. Next, the system explained how to distinguish the colors that appear on the detector. Based on your level, blue is easy, yellow is normal, and red is difficult. With such dedicated and detailed guidance from the system, he quickly absorbed all the information and how to use it. "I get it." The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, signaling an incoming call and startling Sungwoo so much he almost dropped the detector. Even Aaron, soaking in the bath, heard the sound and couldn't help but wonder. A call? Out in the main room, he was completely stunned by what he saw on his phone. This is... Sungwoo saw the caller's name and broke into a cold sweat. He answered the phone nervously. Mom, is that you? A familiar voice came from the other end. Yes, son. You're not in San right now, are you? Hearing this, he felt a pang of guilt. Those were the dungeon's coordinates. Because of this precise tracking ability, he responded with her affectionate nickname, Momdar. But it seemed Hazim was calling to ask for a small favor. Good. A friend of mine has a shop there. I'll send you the address, so please go save her. Sungwoo was confused after hearing this, unable to process the information. It seems that after seeing the news, she got worried and hurriedly called her son. You can do it, right? They looked really weak on TV. Or are you not strong enough to fight those grotesque monsters? Hazim had also looked into the situation. All the players or whatever were in Celestial City, so no one else could get there. Meanwhile, Sungwoo was still frozen solid. Huh? Seeing her son so dazed, she immediately understood. Just check the news or the internet, and you'll get it. He snapped out of it and quickly went online to search. Just then, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Erin, fresh and clean from her bath, was in high spirits. Phew, thank you for the new clothes. Sungwoo turned to see that he had already put on his helmet and announced an emergency mission. We have to go. Monsters have appeared all over the world. The news hit her like a bolt from the blue. What? At this critical moment, the detector suddenly blared, having found a new dungeon. Sungwoo didn't hesitate, tossing it aside to focus on the current mission. In an instant, the silhouette of the delivery motorcycle was seen flying down the street. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Aaron quickly reminded him, the light is still red, but the only response was a domineering, boss-like voice. Hold on tight! Sungwoo even ignored traffic signs, blasting past the speed limit. She tried to reason with him helplessly. You're going to get a ticket, and you'll lose your license. He then showed her what a true rebel he was. I already took the license plate off, so it's fine. Aaron couldn't believe he would do something so crazy. You're breaking the law. A model citizen shouldn't do that. Sungwoo deliberately ignored her words. What? At this critical moment, the detector suddenly blared, having found a new dungeon. Sungwoo didn't hesitate, tossing it aside to focus on the current mission. In an instant, monsters from Celestial City can't leave their dungeons. He voiced a speculation that startled Aaron slightly. They must have come from Hangkeen. Based on his years of experience, she had never seen a situation like this before. Tiancheng had been around for 10 years, and not a single monster had ever escaped. Why did he think it would happen now? But that perspective made him reconsider. It couldn't be. Was it because of Hengjian? Xingu thought hard to find the most logical reason. Even though he didn't want to believe it, that's what it seemed like. He analyzed it based on what he had seen. If it were simply monsters appearing, he wouldn't have suspected anything. But as soon as he discovered a dungeon in Sanha Town, monsters appeared there too. It was too much of a coincidence to be random. From that, a conclusion could be drawn. He wasn't sure if it was because of him, but Heng Jian was definitely involved. Yeah, besides that, there was still one more unanswered question. What about the other players? Erin seriously offered her deduction. There's no need to rush, Oh! She suddenly remembered something and exclaimed with joy. The auction day, today is the auction day in Tiancheng. Based on that key point, it was easy to guess that most players were in Tiancheng, and since electronic devices weren't working, they wouldn't know what was happening. The quick-witted Xingu immediately grasped the details of the situation. I get it. If I connect all the information, it means there's a possibility someone intentionally caused this today. The thought of that person filled him with a sense of unease. Perhaps similar things are happening in other places too. Suddenly, Aaron shouted a warning. Look, there are people! The road ahead of them was blocked by a barricade. Police officers outside were repeatedly giving orders. Stop the vehicle, there are monsters here. Xingu quickly made a decision, decisively revving the engine to full throttle and distributing his mana. A police officer saw this and got irritated, wondering what the hell he was trying to do. Finally, the daredevil Xingu performed a stunt, flying the motorcycle like a soaring eagle over the heads of the people below. This time, Aaron experienced a heart-stopping moment. Xingu, do you really know how to ride this thing? He just calmly and confidently affirmed. Of course, any man can ride one as long as he doesn't get hurt. Even more surprisingly, he skillfully jumped off the bike, letting it launch straight into his inventory storage. This scene truly made the onlookers' jaws drop. The motorcycle just vanished. That's a player. Finally, Xingu landed coolly in the restricted area. The police, just now snapping out of their shock, quickly raised their guns to subdue him. Hands up! But in a flash, he took off his helmet and dashed away, so fast that they only saw an afterimage. Huh? Xingu's senses were on high alert, his sixth sense extremely sharp. I can feel it. Monsters are on the ground, and I hear the screams of people calling for help. Aaron, after observing for a moment, also shouted to inform him, Finally, the daredevil Xingu performed a stunt, flying the motorcycle like a soaring eagle over the heads of the people below. This time, Aaron experienced a heart-stopping moment. Xingu. Suddenly, it stopped, as if sensing something unusual. It slowly turned its head, revealing a grotesque face and eyes filled with bloodlust. Aaron happened to meet that chilling gaze and couldn't help but shiver. Ugh. She gasped in horror after recognizing what they were. Goblins. They're the most terrifying type of monster for civilians to face. Hearing this, Xingu's blood began to boil. He gritted his teeth in indignation. How typical. I was wondering when I'd finally run into them. The goblin, having spotted the two of them, let out a threatening roar, but he remained calm, slowly picked up a stone at his feet, then took a step to wind up and take aim. The decisive, powerful throw was like a gunshot, easily taking the monster's head off in a single blow. Aaron's eyes widened yet again. Did you used to play baseball? Xingu, radiating a main character's aura, proudly boasted. Back in the army, I used to use these to chase away wild boars. Recalling that time, it felt like only yesterday. This will be our dinner tonight. Back in the present, he had gathered a small pile of rocks. All right, you bastards, because I'm all loaded up, and couldn't help but shiver. Ugh. She gasped in horror after recognizing what they were. Goblins. They're the most terrifying type of monster for civilians to face. Hearing this, Xingu's blood began to boil. This successfully drew the attention of the goblins. They stopped what they were doing and began searching for the source of the sound. As for Aaron, who was unprepared, her head spun as she saw stars. You could have at least given me a warning. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Acquired active skill, battle cry, level 1, a war cry that provokes enemies, released through mana. The small detector appeared and fit snugly in the palm of his hand. When holding the item, an information panel about it would appear to guide the player on its use. He directly shouted a declaration of war. Come on out, you monsters! Xingu suddenly thought about a scenario where he had to rescue someone. The failure rate would be very high. If the hostage is already dead, the mission is a bust. Feeling a bit self-deprecating, he thought, I've never been good at stealth or assassination. However, his wild school days left quite an impression on his teachers. To hell with school. So you're the one who broke the window? Perhaps this could also be considered an achievement. I, on the other hand, am very good at causing trouble. Xingu's fighting spirit surged even more. I mean, if I just kill all the monsters, everything will be fine. Just then, the goblins, having heard his declaration of war, swarmed out from the nearby buildings. One of them, holding a sword, took the initiative and charged forward, laughing smugly with contempt. Ha ha, you're just a human. Seeing him standing there calmly, Aaron grew extremely anxious. What are you doing? They're coming right at us. Xingu's eyes were filled with confidence. A reply. It was all according to his plan, but she'd been listening and still didn't understand what was going on. What plan? Immediately, Xingu wound up and threw 3 stones that flew at the speed of light. With just one throw, he easily took off 2 of the enemy's heads. But suddenly, something stabbed him, making him pause. He looked down and saw a small piece of metal stuck right in his jacket. Xingu pulled it out to inspect it and found it had a sharp tip coated in a strange liquid. An iron needle? He observed it and muttered to himself, that blue liquid. The sharp-eyed Aaron quickly realized it was poison. Looking over at the goblins, he could see them laughing their heads off, thinking he was about to kick the bucket from that attack. But Xingu did something no one expected, taking the needle and pricking his own finger with it several times. Humph. She really thought this guy was crazy. What are you doing? Accordingly, the system displayed a notification. You have been poisoned by a mild paralytic venom. Level 5 poison resistance will remove the effect. Seeing this, he gloated with amusement. See, I'm totally fine. Aaron felt completely helpless in this situation. Did you really have to test it like that? Now that he had this definitive test result, it only strengthened Xingu's thought that his armor might not provide full coverage, and when there were more goblins, he would have to change tactics. But if his poison resistance could protect him, he excitedly grabbed the stone and cheered, so I didn't have to worry anymore. Aaron, who hadn't been able to help at all from start to finish, couldn't help but blame herself. Why do I feel so useless? Looking over at the goblins, he could see them laughing their heads off, thinking he was about to kick the bucket from that attack. But Xingu did something no one expected, taking the needle and pricking his own finger with it several times. It only strengthened Xingu's thought that his armor might not provide full coverage, and when there were more goblins, he would have to change tactics. But if his poison resistance could protect him, he excitedly grabbed the stone and cheered, so I didn't have to worry anymore. Aaron, who hadn't been able to help at all from start to finish, couldn't help but blame herself. Why do I feel so useless? Instantly, they were all sent to meet their maker, without a chance to say their last words. With a murderous expression on his face, he held a mountain of rocks, preparing for a massacre. Weaklings like you only know how to launch sneak attacks. Xingu showed his contempt, shouting defiantly. Even fantasy novels skip over you guys to get straight to the archdemons. This tactic successfully provoked the goblins, who angrily refused to be looked down on. We're strong! We can even defeat archdemons! Their reaction was exactly as he had planned. The taunt was a success. Seizing the opportunity, Xingu threw stones continuously like a machine gun. Any enemy that showed itself was guaranteed to die. Now I just have to kill the ones peeking their heads out. The goblins' corpses fell to the ground one by one, gradually dissolving into the wind. He glanced around and let out a sigh of relief. He thought the area was safe now, and Aaron could finally relax. Luckily, while they were smart enough to use tools, they were still dumb enough to fall for his taunts. Suddenly, a sound rang out that made her heart leap into her throat. Help! Help me! Xingu immediately went on high alert. A girl needed saving. Following the direction of the voice, they saw a heavily injured Salmon lying on the ground. He quickly moved in for a preliminary check. She had been hit by a poison dart, but more seriously, the incessantly bleeding wound on her arm caught his attention, a bite mark. Were they trying to eat you? She calmly recounted what had happened. They just attacked me, as if I were a piece of meat. Hearing this, Xingu gritted his teeth in fury. That's not right. That's not like goblins at all. Suddenly, Aaron's questioning words pulled him back to reality. What's wrong? What about the goblins? It was as if she had read his mind, every word hitting its mark. Are you thinking about that adult thing where they kidnap women to breed? Xingu was so embarrassed he got a nosebleed and deliberately ignored her to speak to Salmon. I can't fight while I'm protecting you, but the buildings are safe now, so can you find a place to hide and rest? His cold, sharp gaze made her agree fearfully. Okay, she continued, pointing out where the others were. There are still a lot of monsters over there, and many people are trapped too. Having gotten the information, Xingu thanked her and prepared to move out. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the sight of an entire army of goblins charging toward them. The timid Aaron began to panic. A whole horde is running this way. What do we do? We're out of rocks. He calmly clenched his fist, tensing his body and channeling power into it. If we're out of rocks, then a powerful punch slammed into the ground, instantly creating a web of cracks. I'll just make more. With blinding speed, the stones flew one after another, taking out the goblins. But it seemed this method wasn't sustainable. Yeah, I need a stronger barrage. Xingu was impatient, wanting to wipe them out quickly. This move isn't effective in a wide-open space, Aaron cleverly suggested. What about Mana Bullet? He hadn't thought of that. Ah, I forgot. Xingu immediately took a stance and fired a beam of energy from his finger. But Saba was worlds apart from him. He was enormous, and his powerful aura was overwhelming. This isn't good. Saba's face was filled with rage, as if he wanted to eat them both alive. Aaron looked at his unusual form with a bit of curiosity. He looks much stronger than the other goblins. That's not the main problem here. Aaron was confused. What? A system warning message flashed by in an instant. If it survives past the designated time, the dungeon will explode, and the boss monster will wreak havoc. He fell silent, calculating carefully. I have to defeat it and clear the dungeon before it's too late. Saba looked at the defeated goblins at his feet and couldn't help but commend him. You are a very strong human. He looked sorrowfully at his kin as they faded away. You killed my soldiers just by throwing stones. Saba angrily resolved to get even and seek justice for the goblins. But don't think you can kill me that way. Xingu toyed with a stone in his hand, agreeing with his words. You're right. I don't think I can kill you with a stone either. And that's a fact. Saba was extremely annoyed by his attitude. Are you a player? Xingu held his weapon with a challenging look. Come on. Immediately, he accelerated forward, using the fusion assault skill to eliminate Saba. He was completely surprised to see a portion of his power manifested externally. So violent, but also full of a warrior's spirit. Caught off guard, Saba took a devastating blow. Oof! The force from the Black Wolf's claws strike destroyed the weapon in his hand. Xingu's face hardened. The corner of his mouth curled up as he sneered. So weak, yet you act so tough. Aaron forced a smile while watching the brutal scene. I guess it's perfectly normal for him to destroy that goblin, since he once wiped out a horde of high-level assassins without even using mana. Suddenly, her gaze wavered, as if she realized something unusual was happening. Filled with fear, she pointed in a certain direction. Xingu, look. He looked over, confused. Huh? Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky, sucking in everything within its range. The goblins were no exception, screaming in despair. We're being sucked in because of that human. The pull from the black hole grew stronger and stronger, dragging all of them inside, and a moment later, it vanished as if nothing had happened. At that moment, a system sound cut through the air. I don't know what to say anymore. She looked at Saba's silent corpse, then said in disappointment, but it doesn't look like it has any essence. He was utterly stunned by what he had just heard. Huh? Xingu was frozen on the spot, activating the dungeon. Time remaining 4 hours, he stared speechlessly at the countdown on the screen. Ha ha. He unconsciously touched the pouch at his hip. What great teamwork. I feel like I'm playing a game where other people's lives are at stake. He was extremely annoyed at being toyed with. He felt like he'd been played, which is kind of fun in its own way. Erin clasped her hands to her chest, her expression filled with worry. I can't believe monsters would appear. I've never even heard of this happening in Sky City. His gaze turned a few shades colder, understanding the meaning behind her words. A fragment of memory suddenly returned to him. Back then, when Sky City and the dungeons first appeared, people feared monsters appearing on the surface, which was the player's motivation. Let's go find another dungeon, she sighed helplessly. It's probably not that easy. 10 minutes later, he shouted with joy, I found one. Dungeon item info. Hunter-killer cave, danger level, slightly low. They're just a matter of money and power for a select few superhumans. She held her face in utter panic, trying to find a reason for all this. But why now? Is it really because you became an unregistered player? Saba angrily resolved to get even and seek justice for the goblins. But don't think you can kill me that way. Xingu toyed with the stone in his hand, agreeing with his words. You're right. Thinking too much will give you a headache. Don't try to overthink things that have no answer. Erin's heart ached as she thought of the scene of corpses lying everywhere. People have already been hurt, and soon, many more will be. A lot of people will surely suffer. He wagged his finger, expressing his point of view, but just worrying about it won't solve anything. We just have to do what we can. Erin sighed with a heavy heart. You make everything sound so easy. She rested her chin on her hand and said, You're at the center of all this. Yet you're so strangely calm. Xingu didn't seem to care, but it's the truth. Then he raised his hand and stored his weapon in a different dimension. If I clear the dungeon in time, the goblins won't appear anymore. That's all I need to think about. I'll rest after I'm done. Xingu was extremely excited, cracking his knuckles in preparation for action. But first, let me collect the essence. Erin could only fly helplessly after him. Xingu, I don't know what to say anymore. She looked at Saba's silent corpse, then said in disappointment, but it doesn't look like it has any essence. He was utterly stunned by what he had just heard. Huh? Xingu was frozen on the spot, staring at the motionless corpse. I thought monster corpses had a characteristic energy until they were looted, but this one has nothing, even though I felt a different kind of mana in its body. He drew back his hand and punched straight into its stomach to investigate. Xingu continuously punched different spots on Saba's body, searching. Is it here? What about here? Aaron could only force a smile at the sight. It seems we can't get anything from it, as if sensing something strange inside its body. Something near its heart is glowing. Erin couldn't figure it out at first either. I don't know what to say anymore. She looked at Saba's silent corpse, then said in disappointment, but it doesn't look like it has any essence. He was utterly stunned by what he had just heard. Huh? Xingu was frozen on the spot, a blue crystal. Realizing the power it held, she exclaimed excitedly, Although it's not much, I can clearly feel the mana inside it. This is a type of mana crystal I've never seen before. She looked at the other goblins with regret, but I can't feel it in any of the other monster corpses. Maybe they only appear in high-level monsters. He grew impatient. Then I have no more business with these dead goblins, and we don't have time to linger. Irene suddenly froze, noticing a strange commotion nearby. The people below were cheering in celebration. The monsters are gone! A player! It was a player, right? But elsewhere, some injured people screamed for help. Help! Help us! I can't move! My leg hurts so much! Aaron timidly asked Xingu how he would handle it. What are you going to do? Xingu gave a firm answer. Someone else will definitely come to help them. Xingu calmly and confidently retrieved his helmet from his inventory space. The police or the military will come to handle the situation. Ambulances will arrive too, but I don't want to get involved with the government or other players. He put on his helmet and winked, signaling for her to follow. More importantly, we need to clear that dungeon on time. Xingu struck a cool pose, summoning a vehicle to travel to the next location. A pack of reporters swarmed him like hungry tigers, trying to get a story. Hey, wait, I'm from the top daily news agency. Please give us a comment. The reporters' ridiculous questions couldn't stop Xingu from saving the world. Xingu was full of heroic spirit, but had he located the dungeon yet? From his pocket, Aaron answered clearly, yes. He sped off, leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers watching him. What now? Is that a delivery bike? The system displayed a notification. Goblin Encampment Dungeon. Difficulty easy. Completion limit 3 hours, 54 minutes, and 3 seconds. Xingu quickly found the pyramid-like structure marking the dungeon entrance, but the surrounding area was littered with human corpses. Aaron looked around worriedly, observing, they must have been the workers here. He, however, just calmly assessed the situation. Hey, wait, I'm from the top daily news agency. Please give us a comment. The reporter's ridiculous questions couldn't stop Xingu from saving the world. the main character would have shown up and killed all the monsters before there were any casualties. Hearing this, Xingu rubbed his head, a bit flustered, and awkwardly comforted his companion. No matter how fast we kill monsters, there's no guarantee there won't be casualties, so we should just do what we can. As he finished, his gaze turned serious as he looked into the distance, telling himself, the police or the military will surely be here soon, so I need to hurry. He then used his chaotic tail, swinging it down and repeatedly smashing it into the ground, creating large cracks. Immediately after, a blinding light appeared. Like a divine light from the heavens, the system announced again, Ant Cave Area Number 2011, Goblin Encampment, time limit 3 minutes and 54 seconds. Awaiting them was a long corridor with a deep, dark entrance door. The familiar notification and the waiting room were the same as in other dungeons. He had feared that monsters or a boss would be waiting here. Suddenly, Aaron called out from behind him with a trembling voice. Xingu quickly turned to look. Huh? She frantically pointed towards the pitch-black entrance gate, where a white figure was approaching. I see a spirit. Seeing this, he became excited. Good, let's ask if it knows anything. Bo Chun's figure gradually became clear, and he took the initiative to ask, Are you a player? Xingu looked toward the voice, startled to realize something was wrong. Bo Chun was actually leading a horde of goblins who had fierce expressions and were brandishing their weapons. Suddenly, the man's attitude did a 180, and he roared in anger. You're players, the ones who abandoned me. Aaron was frightened and quickly stepped back. Eek. Xingu, on the other hand, eagerly gripped the black wolf's claw in his hand, ready to fight. He's definitely on the goblin's side. This is a first for me. Bo Chun grew angrier as he spoke, shouting and causing a ruckus. I was supposed to be the greatest, but I died because of you. Why did I have to die? Why did you sacrifice me? Seeing his murderous expression, Xingu made a sarcastic remark. Look at his eyes. He might be about to shoot a laser beam, Aaron said worriedly. If you keep provoking him, something's bound to happen. He might actually do it, so don't jinx it. Several minutes had passed, and the man was still rambling on and cursing. I should have lived, how dare you? You all should have died instead of me. It was giving Xingu a headache, and he sighed in exasperation. What a speech. Meanwhile, she didn't understand why he kept flying around. Suddenly, Bo Chun raised his voice, emphasizing every word as if striking a nerve with him. Most players feel privileged, but some truly believe they are the most special of all. That statement made Xingu reflect seriously. No, there's a crucial difference between him and me. While I believe others can be as special as I am, he considers himself the only special one by putting others down. While he was lost in thought, the man continued to vent his resentment. You bastards! You left me to die. I hate players, and I'll kill every last one of them. Then, he turned decisively and ordered the goblins behind him. That human over there, kill him. The goblins, who had just been waiting for the command, roared like a disturbed beehive. Let's break this place down and get out of here. He was left speechless, watching the goblins who only dared to stand in the cave and shout. The number of goblins around him is increasing, but it seems they can't enter the waiting room. They're just taunting us. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Xingu, and he curiously asked Aaron, why do players who've logged out reappear as spirits in the ant cave? But she didn't really have an answer for this. I don't know either. He considered the prospect of Sky Castle being banned and speculated that if they stopped players from entering dungeons and ensured no one logged out, there would be no more outbreaks. Then he asserted with confidence. Then there would be no more monster overflows. But Aaron shook her head, extinguishing his budding idea. That's impossible. She calmly explained the root of the problem, because just by entering a dungeon, people can earn a huge amount of money with an untraceable currency that not even the U.S. government can stop. Xingu could only listen silently to her lecture. Do you think you can control all that greed? Besides, right now you're the only one who knows that illegal players are related to the monster overflows. Looking at the horde of hungry goblins waiting eagerly, she thought with a heavy heart, until we find a way to convince everyone, we'll just have to handle it ourselves. The breach could open at any time. But he immediately objected, smiling cheerfully. No, let's leave him be. Aaron's eyes widened in surprise. This decision was so unlike him. Xingu casually asked in return, things like this will keep happening, right? She replied hesitantly, full of doubt, yes, they will. So he pointed directly at the goblins and explained, it doesn't matter if they evolve or merge, I still need to test every possibility while I can still handle dungeons like this. Then he flashed a devastatingly handsome smile, so Aaron would trust his words. That way, I'll be better prepared to deal with them later. She was stunned by his completely convincing logic, already easily swayed by the handsome man. She thought for a moment, then replied, I understand, although I'm worried about you just rushing in like this. But she gave him a look that seemed to see right through him, directly exposing the truth. You're just saying that because you think this dungeon is too boring, right? Having been found out, Xingu awkwardly looked away, Do you have a mind-reading skill or something? Aaron immediately snapped at him, because he was just that predictable. Bo Chun, who had been standing across from them listening to their conversation this whole time, spat out through clenched teeth, "You people are." With that, he let out a roar full of anguish and rage, his eyes turning bloodshot. Then he turned and grabbed the two nearest goblins, causing them to scream in terror. Without hesitation, Bo Chun bared his sharp teeth, preparing to eat the monsters alive. Xingu was stunned by this action, and the sound of crunching echoed, freezing him to the spot. Erin, witnessing the brutal scene, was utterly horrified, covering her mouth to keep from trembling. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The vengeful spirit is going berserk. If you do not stop it before it awakens by absorbing the energy of other monsters, you will face a stronger enemy. Xingu was ecstatic, jumping for joy. Awesome. Erin, however, was annoyed. She asked bluntly, "Why are you so happy?" He used the warning as an excuse. "Everything is going just as I planned." This irritated her, and she pointed to the other side and yelled, "Do you see that?" Along with the horrifying screams was the incessant sound of Bo Chun devouring them. With every goblin he ate, he grew larger. But the dense Xingu stubbornly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Well, eating just makes you gain weight." Erin, too exasperated to speak, put a hand to her forehead. "Are you serious?" He once again sank into his own thoughts. "I'm more interested in why the goblins are just letting him eat them. The other spirits I've met all hated monsters. Watching the man frantically devour them only confused him more, but he looks like he has tamed the goblins." Along with the horrifying screams was the incessant sound of Bo Chun devouring them. With every goblin he ate, he grew larger. But the dense Xingu stubbornly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Well, eating just makes you gain weight." "Excellent, bring it on." At that moment, Bo Chun's entire body radiated an incredibly powerful energy. When he turned around, he was completely enhanced, his body enveloped in a blazing red aura. Suddenly, a system warning appeared. The vengeful spirit has undergone its first awakening and become an evil spirit. If it awakens again, it will break out of the dungeon and enter the waiting room. As if on cue, Xingu roared out a challenge. Even though he had gained far superior power, Bo Chun wasn't satisfied. "Ah ha ha ha, it's still not enough. Nowhere near enough." As if afraid the game was too easy, Xingu deliberately added fuel to the fire. "I agree. You're still seriously lacking." As expected, the habit of provoking his opponents was in his blood. "Come on, is that all you've got?" This successfully caught the creature's attention. But he didn't stop there, continuing to egg him on. "There are still more goblins inside, right? Come back after you've eaten your fill." Aaron's face was a mask of terror, wondering if this troublemaker had a death wish. A set of sharp teeth scooped up a crowd of goblins. Hearing the constant chewing, Xingu let out a bored yawn and a sigh. He cracked an eye open to check the time on his phone, muttering in awe, "That must be the appetizer. It's only been 5 minutes and he's eaten hundreds of them." Seeing this, Aaron was shaking with rage. She screamed into Xingu's ear with all her might, "He's eaten 1,000 goblins already. What happens if he eats them all and gets stronger?" He nonchalantly cleaned his ear with a finger and replied, "But it's still not enough." This left her utterly stunned. "What?" His expression then turned serious. An image of the massive Saba appeared beside him. The first awakening or whatever brought him to the level of a high-class goblin, so he needs to get a bit stronger to make this a good fight. With that said, Xingu's expression brightened. "And besides, he's clearing out this dungeon for me." Aaron, behind him, couldn't take it anymore, clutching her head and groaning, "This is such a headache." Suddenly, a notification popped up. The vengeful spirit has transformed into an evil spirit. Immediately, a spark of interest flashed in his eyes. "Here we go." A cracking sound echoed as Bo Chun tensed up and let out a loud roar. Its indistinct legs were slowly advancing. He fixed his gaze forward, unable to hide the excitement on his face. "He's in the antechamber now," Irene said urgently from beside him. "He's broken through the dungeon's boundary." He looked at the small person in front of him. The creature sneered. "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you, player?" As it spoke, a fireball appeared in its palm. Witnessing this, Xingu was astonished, as if he couldn't believe it was capable of such a thing. Magic? Aaron guessed it must have gained the ability from eating the goblins. Across from them, a murderous glint flashed in Bo Chun's eyes. "I will kill you!" The moment it finished speaking, the fireball that was in its hand shot toward him, radiating an incredibly powerful aura. Unintimidated, he stood tall to meet the challenge. "Bring it on." Its eyes were filled with rage, as if they could shoot 1,000 daggers. Xingu gripped his weapon, his words carrying a hint of disappointment. "You're still too weak. Is the system kidding me?" He unleashed an attack, meeting the incoming strike head-on and sending it flying back. A taste of its own medicine, Bo Chun took the full force of its own attack, letting out continuous cries of pain. He hadn't expected it to be so pathetic. You ate all those goblins and you're still this weak? After saying that, he turned to Aaron, still looking puzzled. He wondered if he could also attack with magic by imbuing his weapon with mana. Aaron watched from the side, feeling a bit helpless. He did all that and he still doesn't get it? Across from them, Bo Chun was stunned by the blow, not expecting to be defeated so miserably. Snapping out of it, the creature patted down the embers on its body. It turned and ran towards the cave entrance, not forgetting to leave a threat to save face. I'll be back when I'm stronger. This made Xingu sigh in disappointment. Sure, Aaron watched the retreating figure, thinking it must be upset about having to log out. But it must be heartbroken to be treated that way, especially after transforming. Realizing she shouldn't pity an enemy, she reminded herself not to let her guard down. Then she turned to him and urged, Xingu, we have to destroy it now. What if it awakens again? Xingu laughed in anticipation. I'll probably get a huge essence drop. Aaron, losing patience with his carelessness, snapped, Are you kidding me? He confidently asserted that his strategy would work. It's eaten almost all the goblins, so its next target will be. Aaron glanced over in astonishment. No way. Piercing sounds echoed from within the gate. Go Sang, with his 5 axes, couldn't believe Bo Chun's betrayal. I let you eat my subordinates because you were fighting that human. How dare you try to eat me? As he spoke, his eyes blazed with fury. In the name of the Goblin General, I will end you here. Outside, Xingu didn't miss a single word, thinking they must be fighting the boss now. Aaron grew suspicious. Did he just open the boss room door? Bo Chun countered Go Sang's axe, strikes with fire attacks, shattering the surrounding earth and rock. Hearing these sounds, Aaron couldn't help but marvel. We can feel them fighting even from out here. A boss is a boss, after all. Even though this was an easy dungeon, he wasn't idle and began calculating his next steps. If it wins, it will probably transform again. Hearing this, Aaron urged, We have to hurry! Xingu. Bo Chun opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, confident it could defeat the enemy before it. I'll kill you! Go Sang refused to back down, deliberately mocking the small fry. I won't lose to some wandering spirit. Seeing his chance, Xingu rushed towards the door. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing were replaced by chewing noises, causing him to pause. He could almost imagine what was happening inside. Perhaps the spirit was devouring the Goblin General. A loud roar suddenly erupted, and Bo Chun's severed head was thrown to the ground. Go Sang's entire body radiated a powerful aura as he declared triumphantly, I will win. I will kill that player. Xingu wasn't scared at all, and as if to taunt it, he said, Look, it's transforming. Aaron, beside him, was trying to act cold, but her blushing face betrayed her true feelings. It's not like I'd care if you died. He glanced over at her, as if to test his little sister's reaction. He's probably stronger than that centipede. Just as he finished speaking, fire attacks rained down from every direction. The ground shattered under the full force of the attack. Xingu nimbly dodged to the side. He ducked low, successfully evading another strike. His face didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Another strike came down, shattering the ground into pieces. Magic poured out unceasingly from the newly formed cracks, and a pair of legs approaching caught Xingu's attention, causing him to immediately adopt a fighting stance. Go Sang, now completely blood-red and twice his previous size, appeared and stared intently at him. This sight astonished Aaron. He transformed again? His voice was full of confidence. You won't dare to underestimate me anymore. Contrary to what he expected, there was no fear at all. In fact, Xingu was even more excited than before. Yeah, it's a pain that you've gotten so strong. The blood-red Go Sang aggressively swung down the axe in his hand. Xingu, across from him, was already in his fighting stance, fearlessly staring down his opponent. The two attacks clashed head-on, and the sound of metal on metal was deafening. An invisible shockwave from the collision spread throughout the area. Watching what just happened, Aaron never expected that this opponent, that strong. Are their powers evenly matched? Fearing she would get hurt in the battle, he turned back to warn her. Aaron, get back. You'll get hurt. Just as he finished speaking, a look of astonishment flashed in Xingu's eyes. Go Sang's entire body was suddenly covered in flames, and he was still brandishing an incredibly powerful axe. Aaron, standing nearby, was stunned, her mind racing with thoughts. It's a pain that you've gotten so strong. The blood-red Go Sang aggressively swung down the axe in his hand. Xingu, across from him, was already in his fighting stance, fearlessly staring down his opponent. The two attacks clashed head-on, charging straight at the man with his weapon. Knowing it was time to get serious, streams of energy began to glow and concentrate on his shoulders. Xingu stomped down hard with one foot, launching his entire body into the air. He aimed straight for the center of Go Sang's chest and struck. After a clean landing, the man lost his balance and fell backward. Aaron was overjoyed. Xingu, He turned his head slightly, as if knowing what Aaron was about to say, and reassured her. I'm fine. Aaron was still worried. No, you're not fine. Only then did he realize a flame was blazing on his shoulder. Fearing the wound would worsen, Aaron quickly began to heal her brother. Go-sang refused to accept defeat. You want to die? Xingu fearlessly leaped onto the man. This isn't enough to kill me. I might even level up from this. From his hand raised in midair, a continuous stream of pale yellow energy radiated out. Punishment! A powerful blow descended, severing Go-sang's arm. As if unable to accept being defeated by a mere player, he screamed, Ah! How did you do that? His eyes were bloodshot as he voiced his confusion. You should have been burned to a crisp. You don't even have armor on your legs. Xingu now raised his weapon high, his face devoid of emotion. I'm used to the pain. Without giving Go-sang any more time to wonder, a mighty hammer blow came down. The man's head was obliterated by the single strike. I don't need to explain myself to others. Xingu's silhouette hovered in midair. The more I try to prove I'm special, the more I have to struggle not to be overwhelmed by that very power. Immediately after, a notification screen appeared, announcing the dungeon had been completed, having eliminated an original evil spirit. Lines of text appeared one after another. Special achievement Soul Achiever. Additional reward player receives level 1 passive fire resistance skill. He skimmed the notification, letting out a disappointed sigh. He thought he might get something else, but it was just another special achievement. Then, as if suddenly remembering Go-sang's ability, he looked toward the corpse lying on the ground. However, that reward is absolutely perfect for this situation. As he said that, a flicker of doubt crossed Xingu's mind. He didn't think the link between the achievement and the reward could be a mere coincidence. Another notification came through. Completion rank B. Additional reward received 1 return sphere. The notifications continued. Return sphere. Magic that allows for an immediate escape from the dungeon. As if understanding something, he sighed. He figured the completion rank was low because he was the only one who didn't kill all the monsters. At this point, Erin was starting to lose her patience. Erin shouted at Xingu, but her concern was evident in every word. That's not the issue. Look at your shoulder. It's completely charred. He remained calm as if it were no big deal. The inside is fine, and the outside will heal soon enough, so don't worry. She watched Xingu's retreating back with a pained expression. He spoke as if it were nothing. Just then, another notification rang out. Experience calculation complete. You have leveled up. A wave of power seemed to spread through his entire body, continuously emitting faint rays of light. Looking at his arm, crisscrossed with bright lines of power, he remarked, I've never been injured before, so leveling up only ever restored my health and mana. However, this time, I can actually feel the burn healing. Xingu slowly opened his eyes, feeling every change within his body. The screen in front of him displayed the information. Xingu, player, level 26. He put on a strong front for Aaron. Phew, see? Everything's better now. She still wasn't appeased. No, it's still not okay. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked at her curiously. You've been in a level 32 dungeon before, right? You must have seen things like this already. There was a hint of apprehension in Aaron's voice. Of course, I've seen much worse. But the words caught in her throat. She didn't agree with Xingu's methods. I've never seen a player make things worse for themselves by provoking their opponent. It wasn't an easy win for you either. You got burned. Hearing this, Xingu looked smug, wagging his finger back and forth in the air. I analyzed his skills. Besides, I knew I would never die, he said with an unmistakable hint of bravado. I also knew that clearing the dungeon would heal my wounds. His face was now immersed in joy, even though killing weak goblins wouldn't make him stronger. Erin listened intently, her eyes fixed on Xingu. His jet-black eyes seemed to be glowing. She noticed it was the first time he'd been so excited, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. His eyes were shining. He clearly enjoyed that battle. Images from her memories suddenly flooded back, the times he had rushed in to save her appearing vividly. Maybe I've never seen the real you because you were always strong from the start. In the past, Xingu faced his enemies without any mercy. He didn't like overpowering his enemies. Erin was lost in thought, her gaze fixed on a distant point. Despite being born with superhuman strength, no, perhaps because he was born with it. Xingu's sturdy back stood silently, looking over the weapons. Forged. He must always be waiting for danger, something that will help him grow stronger. Just thinking about it, Erin couldn't hide her worried expression. If it resulted in a power increase, Xingu wouldn't hesitate to jump into an even worse battle. Her eyebrows furrowed as she remained lost in thought. He was brave, but incredibly reckless. After a long moment, Erin suddenly spoke with a sense of helplessness. All right, as long as you stay alive, that's all that matters. The image of her small body free-falling through the air, with the massive sky castle high above, suddenly flooded her mind. I just realized how different we are. Maybe I was logged out of Sky Castle because I'm not like you, as if afraid of something bad happening. Her tone carried a hint of sadness. But never trade your life. If you die, I don't know what would happen to me. Her words moved Xingu, and feeling the affection she had for him, he let out a small smile. As if to reassure her, he put on a determined expression. I'll keep that in mind. Nothing is more pointless than dying while trying to get stronger. Go Sang's corpse still lay motionless on the ground, and from a distance, Xingu's voice echoed, let's go loot the monster. Aren didn't hesitate either. Maybe I was logged out of Sky Castle because I'm not like you, as if afraid of something bad happening. Her tone carried a hint of sadness. But never trade your life. If you die, along with it were a red stone and another red monster essence. Xingu sighed with a look of disappointment. He still couldn't understand why making money was so easy. At that moment, Aren walked over to stop him. Wait, Xingu. She moved closer to look at the stone in his hand. Huh? This is... After confirming, Aren joyfully said to Xingu, a unique essence. He was still confused, not understanding what she meant. What's that? Seeing his confusion, she patiently explained. It's an essence that has special abilities and stores information. High-level monsters or low-level bosses rarely drop it. Then Aren suggested, take it to the altar. Xingu agreed immediately. He was planning to do that anyway. He stepped forward and placed the unique essence on the enhancement altar. Instantly, a blinding flash of light appeared, and right after, Xingu looked at what he received with some surprise. This isn't a treasure or a consumable item. It turned out the item Xingu received was a D-rank fire attribute enhancement scroll. He smirked and said, I see, so it wasn't a random reward but was predetermined. But in his heart, Xingu couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. If I'd known, I would have let that vengeful spirit eat all the minions. Aren spoke up to reassure him. I know you're used to D+ rank, but magic and enchantments are a different matter. A D-rank fire attribute enhancement is still better than nothing. Xingu was still curious. So if an attribute is enhanced, does the damage increase? His question made her hesitate. But if you encounter a fire-type enemy, the damage will be reduced, or sometimes you won't deal any damage at all. Aren didn't forget to advise, so don't make any rash decisions. However, before she could finish, she saw Xingu fiddling with something. What are you doing? Before long, he had crafted a new weapon called the D-rank Black Wolf's Claw, with an attack power of 500 to 1,100, and the ability to inflict poison on hit. The power of this hammer was not to be underestimated. This hammer carried the power of a black wolf's 2 front legs, very powerful but hard to wield due to its weight, and it was imbued with a strong poison ability. Xingu laughed heartily as he swung the hammer around. The attack power increased too. These enchanted items are amazing. Watching this, Aren could only sigh in exasperation. I knew you'd do that. Xingu then tried to comfort her, which took her by surprise. Don't worry too much. I'm very determined now. If the fire enhancement doesn't work, I'll just use my fists. But Aren wasn't convinced. They'll probably just get covered in fire like that spirit. Xingu smiled calmly. That's why I learned fire resistance. Hearing this, Aren just scoffed and muttered under her breath. Such a smooth talker. She also started making plans for herself. I need to get my healing and holy magic back as soon as possible. Both of them were training hard. Aren thought to herself, if I could have used my shield, Xingu wouldn't have been engulfed in flames like that. An unknown amount of time passed, and Xingu had now teleported to another location. Aren was still a little worried. Xingu, will people recognize you because you're riding that bike? He had already put on his helmet. I've locked it up in the rest area, so it should be fine. Aren was still hesitant. What if there are players who can see through the effect? There are definitely going to be a lot of players gathering around here. Hearing that, Xingu also hesitated a bit. She began to analyze the situation for him. The problem isn't just the motorcycle. I know you've covered your face, but not many people have a physique like yours. In the end, he decided to listen to Aren. All right, let's just say you're right. How about we go straight back to the main area? She immediately agreed. Okay. But nothing went according to Xingu's predictions, as things turned out to be much worse than he thought. The situation deteriorated very quickly. A few hours after the world was shaken by the events in Manhwa town, other countries also began to be overrun by monsters. However, they were still able to control the situation, as fortunately, not too many overly powerful monsters appeared. Therefore, some countries used their military and police forces, and even special forces to contain them. Still, some nations were caught off guard, while others were unable to react because they were surprised or attacked by bulletproof monsters. Tragedy quickly spread everywhere, so they had to wait for the players from Sky Castle to appear, by which time millions of people around the world had been injured or killed. Everyone realized things were far worse than they had imagined. When monsters that were faster, stronger, and far more intelligent than beasts, suddenly attacked and ravaged many cities. This disaster made earthquakes and volcanic eruptions seem like nothing. Because of this, public opinion shifted, and the public immediately turned against Sky City, with accusations that the monsters originated from there gaining more and more traction. Sky City immediately held a press conference to explain the situation. Although the players denied it completely, they were just as confused as everyone else, because they also didn't know where the monsters came from. Now, everyone was helpless against the horde of monsters, and there was nothing humanity could do. Despite continuous protests, they couldn't make a dent. Sky City and the dungeons remained beyond the reach of ordinary people, as not even nuclear bombs could harm Sky City. The only thing they could do was accept the appearance of the monsters, and in the same way, they also accepted the existence of Sky City. The disaster was not over yet. That's when more serious problems arose, as monsters swarmed from everywhere. Even nations with top-tier military power couldn't fully control them. Cities everywhere were heavily devastated. Moreover, using heavy firepower within urban areas caused too much collateral damage. Furthermore, the monsters had now evolved to a point where they no longer feared conventional weapons. Monsters above a certain level were completely immune to modern technology, just like Sky City. Negotiations between the two sides proceeded quickly. Although they tried to contact the players refused to submit to any single nation. In the end, humanity had no choice but to accept and cooperate with Sky City. Instead, they negotiated with each country individually and operated with the support and privileges of that nation. Just like that, the entire world had to submit to Sky City. Nations had no choice but to treat the players as their masters, but in return, they could better control the monsters. And all attention was drawn to one place, South Korea, which was the first country attacked by monsters and was now attracting attention for a different reason. While other countries were still being constantly attacked, there was one strangely peaceful place. The town of Manhwa was no longer being attacked by monsters. This difference made other nations watch and learn. All eyes turned to South Korea, and people began to study the country to see what made it different and what could stop the monster attacks. It seemed everyone had already found the answer. Clearly, all theories pointed to one person. A miracle had happened there. Even though South Korea was the first place to be attacked, the damage had been reduced to a minimum. Everyone started to notice the young man on the red motorcycle speeding down the road, thanks to a young man who annihilated a high-level monster at the speed of light. Although no one knew who he was, it was clear he was an extremely skilled player. Xingu's face, hidden under his helmet, was clearly shown on the TV screen. He was shocked and cried out, "I'm so dead!" Aaron deliberately laughed and mocked him. "Ha ha, you look just like a superhero." Hajim suddenly appeared from behind. "Finally saw you on the news. It was later than I expected." Xingu was so startled by his mother that he fell out of his chair, but she remained completely calm. "I always knew you were strong, but now you have strange skills like an inventory." Aaron, standing nearby, tried to use her skill to evade, turning invisible. Hajim looked sternly at her son. "You've become a player, haven't you?" He knew he couldn't hide it anymore and had to admit, yes. She didn't seem angry. On the contrary, she looked a little proud. "You finally achieved what you wanted." "But why didn't you tell me?" she asked so suddenly that he didn't know how to answer. "Is there a problem?" The sun continued to shine, making the whole scene look very peaceful. After some time had passed, Xingu and his mother finally sat down calmly to talk. He began to explain the reason to her. "I'm a little different from other players, so it's best for me to stay hidden for a while." Hajim was a little hurt upon hearing this. "So that means I caused you trouble? I shouldn't have asked you to save my friend." Xingu smiled brightly, acting as if it was nothing. "It's no big deal. I saved all of Sanha after all." Hajim suddenly imagined the majestic sight of her son in battle. "And the monsters don't appear in Sanha anymore because of you, right?" Xingu nodded without hesitation, admitting it. Upon hearing her son's answer, she fell silent, lost in thought. Hajim then reminded him, "Don't be foolish and go abroad to kill monsters. I'm sure people there can take care of themselves." After hearing his mother, he sighed. "You're so cold, Mom." Hajim didn't care. "It's because I love you the most." She then explained, "You're not the only Superman in the world." After saying that, Hajim cut a small piece of apple from the plate and speared it with the chopstick. She held it out in front of him. "Give this little friend some apple." This statement surprised both Xingu and Aaron. She was a bit bewildered, thinking to herself that she was supposed to be invisible and hiding. Xingu asked doubtfully, "How did you know?" Hajim looked at her foolish son with disdain. "Suddenly you buy a dollhouse and then spend all night talking to it. How could I not know?" He felt guilty and avoided his mother's gaze. A mother's radar is something else. Hajim shouted in a stern voice, "Be quiet, and you, little one, come out and eat." Aaron happily came over and took the apple slice. "Thank you, ma'am." Hajim bent down and spoke gently to Aaron. "You're so polite. And son, are you helping your friend?" Xingu immediately replied, "We're helping each other." Her next words stunned everyone. You're always so good at getting close to girls, aren't you? Hearing this, Aaron felt very confused. Close to girls? After a moment of hesitation, Hajim made a decision, held out her hand, asking him to give his mom some money. Hearing this, the thought, is this a robbery, immediately popped into his head. Haim continued firmly, you must be rolling in cash. What followed was the familiar motherly lecture that left him speechless. But you don't know how to spend it properly, she promised him responsibly. So let your mother handle it. I'll set up a bank account and a card for you. Just use them and deposit everything you earn in there. Aaron turned and asked Xingu, what does your mom do for a living? He replied helplessly, she's my dad's business partner. In the end, Shu had no choice but to agree. I guess I have to go along with it. Seeing the stacks of cash piled on the table, Haim couldn't hide the shock on her face. Oh my gosh, how did you make this much money? Are all players like this? Aaron gently explained. Xingu is a bit of a special case. At this moment, Haim suddenly became a little hesitant. Well, but Xingu, familiar with his mother's personality, said, it's too much for you to hide. Ah, Haim calmly replied, that's not your concern. I was just surprised. Seeing her reaction, he suggested, then why don't you take some? But she replied nonchalantly, I don't need your money yet. At that moment, Xingu thought, well, I can use money now, so I guess this problem solved itself, right? Haim suddenly came up with an idea. You should move out. Everything was so sudden that he couldn't react. Huh? Haim winked calmly. I still don't need the money you're making, because you'll be busy. You don't need to come home every night. Shu was surprised by his mother's proposal. What? And before he could finish, Haim cut him off. You don't need to worry about me. She continued in a gentle voice. You don't even have time for yourself now. Xingu felt his mother was right, and he blushed with embarrassment. Aaron was utterly bewildered by the mother and son's conversation, which changed tunes in an instant. Yes? Then I'll be leaving. Do you want me to find a place for you? No, I can find one myself. Haim cheerfully went into the kitchen to busily prepare a meal. Let me cook you a big meal before you hit the road. Hearing this, Xingu politely said to his mother, I'll go pack my bags, and I'll fix the bike after I finish eating. Aaron, who witnessed everything, was deeply impressed. Your mom is very sharp. However, he seemed rather indifferent. You learn to let a few things go when you have a son like me. What are you praising her for? Time passed by quickly. Xingu was now all packed up, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Before he left, Haim took out a passbook and handed it to her son. This is your savings account. No one will question how you use it. But Xingu asked blankly, so it's forged, Mom? Hearing this, her exasperation was written all over her face. Did you think you could get that done legally? Haim also didn't forget to warn him. Listen, a lot of people are looking for you. Remember to wear a helmet if you go anywhere. Xingu nodded, signaling that he understood. I don't really want to, but fine. Still feeling uneasy, she asked for a favor. Aaron, my son is a bit of an airhead, so I need someone sharp to keep an eye on him. She agreed without hesitation. Yes, ma'am. Hearing her response, Haim readily agreed. I'm counting on you. Receiving this affirmation from his mother, Shu was overjoyed. Yes. He then hopped on his bike and sped away as she waved goodbye. Aaron, nestled in his pocket, couldn't help but ask curiously, are we just going to keep riding until we find a dungeon? At the moment, Xingu was very confident. I have a detector with a 10-kilometer range, so we'll be fine. Even though he didn't have much essence, his motorcycle sped down the open road, alongside other big trucks. He now understood the importance of the rest area, so he couldn't just dump everything onto the altar. So, he decided to use his essence in two specific scenarios. First, when he enters an easy dungeon, and second, when he enters a dungeon at his own level. He seemed very confident in the goal he'd set. If the rewards weren't good enough, even if he dumped all his essence on the altar, he would still abandon the run and invest it all in the rest area. Aaron was a little taken aback by Shu's thought process, but even if he thought he could get a great artifact, he still wouldn't dump it all on the altar. Instead, he'd save a certain amount and use it for critical moments like the red altar or when he got a unique essence. She immediately asked, what about dungeons that are too difficult for you? Xingu immediately reassured her. I don't go into those, I told you. I like a challenge, but that doesn't mean I enjoy running into a brick wall. He became incredibly confident, asserting that he would conquer them eventually, but only after he became a little stronger. Hearing this, Aaron felt more relieved. That's good to hear. Just then, Xingu suddenly slammed on the brakes, creating a loud screech. Aaron was jolted inside his pocket. Confused, she called out Shu's name, but he paid her no mind. It can't be. I can't believe I'm seeing this a second time. Something was wrong in the vast blue sky. A butterfly person was motionless. They seemed to be unconscious and were free-falling to the ground. Xingu quickly calculated and sped toward the location. The landing point is. Aaron immediately tried to stop him worriedly. Don't do it, Shu. He was taken aback by her words. What? If I don't catch him, he's done for. But she didn't hesitate to argue back. If you catch him, you're the one who's going to die. Xingu was stunned into silence by Arin's words. Eren revealed the person's identity to Xingu. He was in the Whirlwind Guild with me. Even though his level was lower, he attempted to conquer a level 25 dungeon. Xingu was still pondering. But if a player like him was forced to log out, and we enter that dungeon, his dungeon by catching him, when suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Got it. Xingu had found a solution. The ant cave dungeon would recreate the way the player logged out. This meant a dungeon far beyond his level would open. He still believed in himself and rushed over, but I was fine when I caught you from that level 32 dungeon, right? Eren was still trying to argue. That was a trial dungeon. No means no, Xingu. At that moment, before he could finish his sentence, something unexpected happened. But Xingu firmly assured Eren, I have the return orb, I'll be fine. If it gets too difficult, I'll just escape. She remembered as soon as he mentioned it. The return orb? After a moment's thought, Eren felt his plan was decent and probably workable. But before Eren could even react, Xingu was already at the edge of the tall building, preparing to leap and save the person, which surprised her. Whoa, when did he get there? He pushed off with so much force for the jump that the ground beneath him cracked. In an instant, everything went dark. That guy, Seha, slowly opened his eyes, groaning softly. When he realized he was being carried in Xingu's arms, he started to panic. What's going on? Now that he had succeeded, he was thrilled. Awesome, this dungeon is going to be great. Meanwhile, Eren couldn't stop grumbling about his recklessness. I knew you just wanted to rush into a hard dungeon. Xingu didn't blame her and was very patient. Come on now. The other guy heard her voice and immediately paid attention. That voice, Xingu finally landed safely, but he couldn't celebrate for long. Suddenly, the ground collapsed beneath them, and they all fell. The screams of Xingu and the others echoed as they were caught in this unexpected situation. After an unknown amount of time, a system notification appeared. Ant Cave Area 84. Advanced Archdemon Zone. After falling into a mysterious chamber, the whole group was dazed. Xingu scratched his head, confused. There's no obvious time limit. Eren, who was next to him, began to speculate. Maybe it's because you caught a player just before he died. That Seha guy, not knowing what was happening, asked, What the hell is going on? Seeing his confused expression, Xingu decided to explain. Let me explain. His voice was very confident. You logged out and were about to die, but I caught you, so you and I have a new chance. Seeing Seha was still silent, Xingu couldn't help but wonder. Is he not listening? A moment later, the guy finally reacted, his expression extremely agitated. I can't believe it. I'm so glad I'm not dead, but oh my god. Xingu was curious, seeing his strange reaction. What's he muttering about? Eren, beside him, guessed. Perhaps his incarnation is showing him something. At that moment, he suddenly stood before Xingu and bowed to show his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Xingu waved it off politely. Don't mention it. I'll dip if it gets too dangerous anyway. At that point, Seha also noticed Eren. Nevertheless, he insisted on showing his gratitude. It doesn't change the fact that you saved me, and I'm also really glad to see you're still alive, Eren. She slowly stepped forward and replied with a slight stutter. Oh, right. Seha looked at Eren and gave a faint smile. He then shared what he knew with the two of them. I have a partial understanding of the situation. I also know this is a quest dungeon. Xingu couldn't believe it. Really? Seha confirmed firmly. Absolutely. Eren also chimed in to explain further. It's called a hidden quest. There are some quests that exist only in secret. An entire dungeon can be part of the quest. Think about it. Xingu, I was supposed to die but became a supporter instead, and you became an underground player, which is something you only get from quest rewards. Xingu nodded to himself while looking over at Seha. I get it. I'm guessing he received a quest similar to Aren's. And naturally, since I'm an underground player, I didn't get a separate quest. He suddenly flashed a cunning smile. Either way, I have to clear this dungeon with him now, so I'm sure to get some pretty good rewards for conquering it. Eren placed her hands on her hips, her voice full of confidence. Let me make something clear. You, John Seha. He immediately straightened up to listen. Yes, ma'am. She started to lay out her thoughts. I can't be sure that we can clear this dungeon. Let's see what monster shows up first before deciding whether to press on or retreat. Seha listened attentively in silence. So if we have to escape this dungeon, don't hold it against us. After considering her words, he slowly began to speak. I am prepared for the worst. Xingu glanced at Seha, thinking to himself, if I bail, he probably won't die, but he'll just have to wait in the lobby until he starves. He should understand the situation, yet he's so composed. Not many people can accept their own death, even after logging out. Perhaps it's because they've both experienced higher-level dungeons, but their way of thinking is different, he finally concluded. Maybe it's a trait unique to just those two. Xingu then spoke up. Don't extinguish his hope so quickly, we haven't even gone in yet. But just then, a sudden sound echoed, catching his attention. Xingu abruptly became so furious he clenched his jaw tightly. At that moment, he pulled out his weapon, ready for an immediate fight. Aaron was also a little spooked seeing his reaction. I've never seen him so tense. She hurriedly asked Seha next to her. Which dungeon forced you to log out? He answered while rubbing his chin. I logged out from the level 29 dungeon called the Miniature Battlefield. I was up against a high-level monster, the Iron Archdemon General. Upon hearing that, Aaron's eyes widened in shock, and her face paled instantly. The miniature battlefield? Aaron was baffled by Xingu's decision. Why did he have to choose that place of all things? Suddenly, he called out to her, Aaron, do you know that dungeon? The moment it was mentioned, Aaron couldn't help but tremble. In her 10 years as a player, there were a few exceptionally difficult dungeons. She had retired at level 32, and aside from the level 30 dungeon before that, the level 26 dungeon was the hardest she'd ever faced. Her anger flared up right after. Aaron relentlessly questioned Seha, why did you go in there? There's another level 26 dungeon in Korea. He was flustered and didn't know how to answer. But Xingu suddenly fell silent, lost in thought amidst their heated argument. The reward for successfully clearing the miniature battlefield is much bigger. Who cares about the reward? Besides, Seha was in a tough spot. The guild wants to speed things up, so they're treating the low-level members very poorly. Aaron asked why, but the answer she received was completely unexpected. To fill the void she left behind, the entire space suddenly fell dead silent. Aaron seemed to be losing her mind, blaming herself relentlessly. So it was all my fault? Afterward, Xingu had to listen to a detailed analysis to fully grasp the situation. According to Arin's explanation, the miniature battlefield is a dungeon where players enter a battlefield to decide the fate of its world and defeat the final boss. Naturally, the difficulty level is no joke. It contains many types of monsters, and it's famous for having countless high-level ones. According to veteran players, among all the monsters there is one high-level monster even more terrifying than the final boss, the Iron Steel Serpent. Its name is the Iron Demon General. It's not called the boss of bosses for nothing. The Iron Demon is a great demon empowered by Magitech engineering. She looked at the other goblins with regret, but I can't feel it in any of the other monster corpses. Maybe they only appear in high-level monsters. He grew impatient. Then I have no more business with these dead goblins. You can defeat the final boss just by paying attention to a few repeating patterns and powerful attacks, but you can't take down the Iron Demon General with knowledge alone. The more she spoke of the general's invincible power, the more terrifying it sounded. Even the iron demons under his command have endangered many players with their strength and masterful combat skills. Aaron knew this so well because she had faced them herself. Even my main party had to avoid confronting those iron demons. Seha also sheepishly scratched his head in agreement. Us too. At this point, he turned and bowed apologetically to her, but unfortunately, we were spotted. I'm sorry for letting everyone down. Xingu was a bit puzzled by this action and ventured a guess. Perhaps the Whirlwind Guild is very strict about hierarchy. At that moment, she seriously advised him, Xingu, I think we should retreat. Even though I feel bad for Seha, this is a worst-case scenario. Aaron knew her teammate's personality was extremely stubborn and tried to use all her reasoning to persuade him. Even the Iron Demon soldiers are all over level 150, so the general must be around level 180. If you're too overconfident, you could end up in serious danger. I know you've faced strong monsters, but the Great Black Wolf and the Centipede boss were only around level 100, and the Evil Spirit was probably just about level 120. She specifically emphasized their superior abilities. These great demons could wipe out all the monsters I just mentioned. In contrast, it seemed to be like water off a duck's back for Xingu. He wasn't listening to a single word, but so am I, you know. Aaron could only facepalm and sigh in exasperation. You're unbelievable. Now it was his turn to state his opinion. Is that all? The soldiers are around level 150? He was truly downplaying the situation, confidently making a firm assertion. That's only 30 levels higher than the Vengeful Spirit. Besides, they're covered in armor, and whatever mechanical armor they have, I can just burn it off. She was officially speechless at this. If you were talking purely about attributes, he was right. These great demons could wipe out all the monsters I just mentioned. In contrast, it seemed to be like water off a duck's back for Xingu. He wasn't listening to a single word, but so am I, you know. Aaron could only facepalm and sigh in exasperation. Seha, watching from the side, could clearly see her helplessness. He cut into the conversation, wanting to ask a question. Excuse me, but may I ask what your level is? Xingu cheerfully replied, 2. I can't take it anymore. Give me the Orb of Return. Xingu didn't understand and wanted to clarify. The Orb of Return? Why? She explained her very logical reasoning in a serious tone. I know it's a consumable item you were rewarded for achieving a B rank completion, but it's an amazing item that can save the entire party when used. Speaking from the experience of a veteran player, in Heavenly City, where player safety is the top priority, it's not easy to complete quests above D rank. The fact that you always get B rank completions is highly unusual. Xingu began to piece the information together. In your case, just maintaining a B rank completion is already terrifyingly impressive. That's exactly what Aaron meant. Besides, the Orb of Return is an extremely rare item. At this point, he slowly began to understand her plan. So you plan to use it when I'm in danger so we can escape together? In response, she gave a firm nod. That's right. Being all too familiar with her teammate's reckless nature, she directly criticized this bad habit. I can tell just by looking at you. You won't be able to calmly decide on the right time to escape. Xingu deliberately played dumb, scratching his cheek and feigning innocence. Why would you say that? Aaron showed no mercy, emphasizing every word as if hitting a nerve. You're just happy because you've found an enemy stronger than any you've ever faced before. Even though she had him figured out, he still tried to make excuses, even playing the victim. I know how to value my own life, you know. I'll use the Orb of Return if the situation gets critical. Do you have to be so harsh? Do you have to be so reckless? Aaron had seen too many heart-stopping moments to believe a word he said. His concept of danger was just too bizarre. She stopped trying to hold him back, but didn't forget to give him a warning. Well, if you use it when I'm not in any danger, you'd better be ready for an earful. Xingu could only grit his teeth and bear it, unable to resist the allure of the massive gate before him. Aaron started playing her role as support. Seha, you're completely drained. You need to stay back. You can't even manage a sneak attack right now. At that moment, the figure of Gazgak appeared. It seemed he had sniffed out the scent of strangers. At the same time, Xingu appeared to have a similar feeling. The giant gate slowly creaked open, and he could tell Gazgak knew he had arrived. With his usual confident spirit, he eagerly awaited the chance to fight. May I come in? A blinding light slowly spread, engulfing the entire space. Gazgak was already waiting to greet them. You, human. It's been a long time since I've met a human who is so quick, skilled in martial arts, and a true warrior. He didn't rush to attack, instead, starting with a few words. I am both pleased and curious. You must know how strong I am. So why did you still come looking for me? Xingu flashed his signature smirk and nonchalantly breathed out a single sentence. I don't know. Immediately after, his eyes lit up as if he'd just seen the light. Ignoring the enemy's leisurely stance, he channeled his strength, tightened his grip on his hammer, and increased his mana, a swirling flame of energy enveloping Xingu's body. He had steeled himself for a decisive battle, expecting it to be incredibly explosive. I've never met anyone stronger than me, so I've always been curious about what would happen if I did, but I'll never find out if I just keep running. Gazgak heard these words as if he were watching a comedy, a wide grin stretching from ear to ear. He playfully swung his axe, ready for a counterattack. I'm starting to like you a lot more. Now that's the spirit of a warrior. Seha, witnessing this scene, felt a little uneasy. It seemed Xingu didn't have much mana. For a level 26, his mana was too low. Aaron, what do you think? She had noticed this before as well. You're right, Xingu's mana grows very slowly. Given his reckless attitude, he probably doesn't even pay it any mind. I'm sure he's not even aware of it. Aaron thought it was because his progression was completely different from normal players. I think it's related to the incredible physical strength he already possesses, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to use it. Although she often grumbled about Xingu's belligerence, she was still very proud of her teammate. You'd be surprised by what he can do, even with so little mana. Hearing her ramble on, Seha only became more bewildered. Incredible physical strength? At that moment, Xingu's fight had officially begun. As always, he didn't hesitate to declare war. Come and get some. Gazgak, not to be outdone, yelled even louder. Bring it on, human. Xingu launched himself a great distance, his agile body moving like the wind. Meanwhile, Gazgak had already taken a defensive stance, waiting. Now that's the spirit of a warrior. Seha, witnessing this scene, felt a little uneasy. It seemed Xingu didn't have much mana. For a level 26, his mana was too low. Aaron, what do you think? Both of them felt the massive impact, causing their entire bodies to tremble. Xingu gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and tensed up, focusing all his strength. They first separated, keeping a safe distance. Xingu's eyes were now no different from those of a wild beast, and he let out an earth-shattering roar. Gazgak's pride was naturally provoked, and he courageously responded with a space-shaking roar of his own. Seha and Aaron, watching from the sidelines, both felt antsy. They thought the whole scene was completely insane and couldn't tell who the real monster was anymore. A memory of being bullied by a thug as a child flashed through Xingu's mind. Since the day I was born, I've never lost to anyone in terms of strength. But with a flick of his finger, he sent the guy flying so far he crashed through a wall. To be more precise, I've never had the chance to use my full strength. Long Xingu's thoughts were in turmoil as an image of a shattered boulder appeared. Even though I could break massive things like that, I've never. Returning to the present, he put his full power into the Black Wolf Claw to attack his opponent, thinking he finally had a chance to face someone of his own caliber. But things are different now. Gazgak laughed loudly, raising his weapon to retaliate. Hiya! Xingu, not wanting to lose, prepared to strike as well. Ha! Both their weapons suddenly clashed, the friction creating a blinding light. I've finally met someone my phenomenal strength doesn't work on. Unconsciously, he thought about his own condition, even though he was an underground player. An image of himself, stunned by his own physical state, appeared in his mind, his body, enhanced by mana. Suddenly, his body began to shine, his eyes turning pure white as if bathed in an aura, making him feel stronger than ever. Nearby, Gazgak still gripped his hammer, waiting for the chance to strike back. I still can't do a thing to this iron ogre. Just then, Gazgak spoke up, mocking him. You're a little on the weak side, but your skills are pretty good. Hearing this, Xingu unconsciously smiled, gritting his teeth as if in contempt for his opponent. But on the contrary, I finally have a chance to prove my technique, not just my strength. His face became steely, full of resolve and determination. No one has ever called me weak before, but it doesn't sound half bad. Instantly, Xingu unleashed a move toward his rival. Hya! Gazgak deftly blocked it without flinching. Hya! Every time he witnessed his enemy's power, he would have an internal monologue, as if assessing himself. I learned all kinds of martial arts when I was a kid to learn how to control my power. I learned so much, but other people never knew how much. His confidence began to swell. All I need is one finger and it's settled. He then recalled the time he first entered Sky City, a feeling that remained even as a player raiding dungeons. He even remembered the insignificant enemies he had once defeated. Whether it was the werewolves in the trial dungeon, the two assassins, or the two goblins, all I needed was a single punch. The image momentarily shifted to Saba and Bo Chun. As for the massive boss monsters, they were creatures I couldn't confront head-on. Suddenly, Xingu's thoughts took a more positive turn, but this had its upsides. My reputation was practically tied to my strength. He then came to a conclusion after his inner monologue. After all, humans are ever-changing. I want to prove what I was born with and what I have learned. This determination pulled Xingu back to the present battle with a much more composed demeanor that was combat technique. This fight had probably touched upon many dark aspects of his heart. It caused him to reminisce about his past efforts. Learning combat techniques was the reason I studied so hard, even though I wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Images of Xingu studying diligently and practicing various arts flashed through his mind. I also want to prove that I'm more than just pure strength and improve myself by trying new things. At that same moment, he was slammed into a large rock behind him, but he immediately got back up to continue fighting. No, that's not it. Then Liao Ling charged fearlessly toward Gajak. A reason like that is too boring. It might sound harsh, but I know very well that sheer effort without talent yields very low results. His hand tightened around the Black Wolf Claw, a sign of his do-or-die resolve. Therefore, the things I value aren't the ones I struggled to achieve. Furthermore, his eyes grew sharp, radiating a fiery spirit. I'm not just about strength. I want to show people that I have other talents as well. In an instant, countless concerns flooded Xingu's mind. I'm very smart and strong, and I only want one single thing. Finally, all his long-suppressed feelings suddenly rose to the surface. It caused him to blurt out uncontrollably, to prove that I am special. From afar, Seha and Aren witnessed it all, and couldn't help but be impressed. He's pretty good. Yeah, it seems that way. She smiled gently without realizing it. Her cheeks flushed pink, revealing her pride. Xingu is going through a process more important than just raiding a dungeon and leveling up. Meanwhile, Gajak continued to taunt Xingu. You're quite good at dodging. How can an archdemon use moves like that? Not to be outdone, he shot back a sarcastic reply. You're not so bad yourself. But as soon as he said that, he fell silent, then Gajak roared, unleashing all his rage upon Xingu. Because your attacks are too weak for me to bother with. That terrifying power made him wary. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. This is the first time in my life I've dodged out of fear. The memory of his training days resurfaced in Xingu's mind. Although I learned every way to evade an attack, I've never actually had to use those skills until now. Unconsciously, he muttered to himself, I didn't even know I was this good at dodging. It feels like this is the first time I'm training for real. Xingu spun around, preparing for an attack. Training for the sake of it, and training when your life is on the line, are two completely different things. Instantly, the veins on his hands popped. I can feel my senses awakening, becoming accustomed to every muscle movement. Instantly, Xingu launched an attack straight into Gajak's chest. He pressed his advantage, and landing a successful blow made him grin with excitement. I knew from the start that coming to this dungeon was a great idea. Unbeknownst to him, Aaron could read his expression perfectly from a distance. That's exactly what his face is saying. Seiha heard her and was at a loss for words. Xingu seized the opportunity to land another blow on Gajak's leg. The hit forced him to his knees, clutching his leg and howling in pain. Kuha, you're pretty good, huh? Seeing this, he began to question reality. Regular people almost never learn how to fight with a hammer, he said, but Aaron immediately clarified. He overcomes most of his challenges by applying his martial arts training to his weapons. As she spoke, she looked at him with an incredibly fond gaze. He has an unbelievably childish dream to become the strongest in the world, and that's what's helping him improve. Enraged, Gajak swung his hammer, aiming for a single, decisive strike. Unexpectedly, Xingu managed to dodge it. He yelled in excitement, "I knew you'd do that!" Instantly, Xingu smashed the black wolf claw right into his face. The blow was so powerful that it completely knocked out Gajak. And just like that, he vanished. Ku-ha-ha. His hammer fell to the ground, a clear sign of his defeat. Seiha and Aaron's jaws dropped when they saw this, feeling happy for him. Just then, Xingu cockily pointed a thumb at himself. "So you were weaker than me after all." The massive Gajak lay defeated in front of Xingu. He let out a sigh of relief after the grueling battle. Seiha was in total shock, trembling with astonishment. He faced an iron ogre head-on. I didn't even know that was possible. Aaron, standing beside him, could only offer a wry smile and agree. Well, it's true. Iron ogres are tough to kill, right? He looked like a petulant child. He indignantly explained, it's not because they're good at magic, or because they have some special attribute, or because they know how to use curses and traps of all sorts. As he spoke, he glanced at the unconscious Gajak, blood still trickling from his nose. It's because their strength and defense are incredibly high, and they use their bodies and weapons in ways players can't even imagine. Seiha cried out while clenching his fists, unable to believe his eyes. That's why players never face iron ogres head-on without high-level skills and artillery-class weapons. No. He indignantly explained, it's not because they're good at magic, or because they have some special attribute, or because they know how to use curses and traps of all sorts. As he spoke, with such a terrifying enemy, his gaze turned to Xingu's back as he silently assessed him. I know I'm the main fighter, but I can't even compare to Xingu. As he said this, Seiha's voice trailed off, his trembling hand clenched into a fist. Even though I'm a high-ranking warrior of the Whirlwind Guild. He then turned to Areen, his words a bit calmer now. If I had focused on technique instead of just grinding levels and skills, maybe things would have been different. Turning back to Gazak, who was still unconscious, he suddenly glared, woke up, and struggled to his feet with all his might. While Xingu just stood there, Gazak's return shattered the cheerful atmosphere. The two of them were sweating in fear, but by contrast, he looked at him with contempt. Hey, sleepyhead. Gazak, having just recovered his strength, opened his mouth to speak. You dare use me as a test subject? Xingu retorted without hesitation. If you don't like it, you should have tried harder. He snorted in anger, so hard that blood sprayed out. Ku-ha. Then he grabbed his weapon and unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. He took out the black wolf claw, his expression darkening ominously. Seiha, watching his every move, felt scared for him. Why did he stop moving? Wait a second. Is that? Instantly, Xingu raised his weapon and stabbed Gazak straight in the stomach as punishment. This intense power made him both pained and astonished. Such powerful flames, only now did he realize his intention. His tone shifted to a joyous cheer. That's right, iron ogres are very weak to artillery and fire weapons, which is why they wear armor to protect against those things. But Aaron, standing beside him, finished the sentence. They can't defend against weapons enchanted with fire magic. Even so, Gazak refused to give in and talked big. Don't think I'll back down just because a suit of armor got scorched. However, Xingu didn't care, immediately spinning around to deliver another blow. The fire is just a bonus. A direct hit landed on him, this time knocking his weapon away with a deafening clang. He quickly retracted the black wolf claw and warned, the real thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingu attacked Gazak's neck with all his might. Damn it. In a flash, the scene returned to silence. He slumped down in front of him while he was panting from exhaustion. Xingu looked up at his opponent, cursing silently to himself. How annoying. Gazak's face was covered in bleeding scratches, but his attitude was still stubborn and arrogant. He was still alive. He stood up straight, showing his competitive spirit. I may have won this battle, but it's not enough, which means I can't clear the dungeon yet. The image of the Iron Ogre appeared in Xingu's mind. If this one monster alone made me fight with all my strength, how can I handle the mountain of ogres I'll encounter throughout this dungeon? Thinking this, he rested his chin on his hand and calculated, I lack strength, skills, and experience. It's been a long time since I felt this helpless, and I need to recover. Instantly, Xingu pointed directly at Gazak and declared without any hesitation, "Next time, I will completely destroy you. Just you wait." His words surprised Gazak a little. Suddenly, he let out a strange smile. Gazak bowed low and said softly, "Finish me." This attitude left Xingu a bit stunned. It wasn't just him. Seha and Aaron were also confused. Without waiting for a reply, he slowly explained, "I can feel this place." Gazak paused for a few seconds, trying to catch his breath to finish the sentence. "Will expand to the surface." His face grew tense, his eyebrows knitting together. "When this place holds so much mana that it can no longer be contained underground, that's when we will invade the world above." Is he talking about when they attacked Sanha Town? What if Xingu imagined the scene of those monsters harming the people? Gazak weakly raised his hand, and 3 small orbs suddenly appeared. "But if I die, that much mana will also disappear, and our invasion will be delayed a little." After saying that, he looked up at him. "However, the mana in this space will completely regenerate my memories and my body. You'd better be ready the next time you come here." Gazak gave a strange laugh, but behind it was a sense of respect for Xingu's strength. "I will fight you with a completely new body. Isn't that a win-win for both of us?" His decision left him astonished. Seha and Aaron looked more bewildered than startled. Xingu then laughed along. "I see." Gazak looked at him with a gentle gaze, completely different from the contempt he had during their fight. "I expect great progress from you, young warrior." He gripped the black wolf claw and replied powerfully, "It won't take long." As soon as he finished, Xingu used his power to destroy him. Soon, only a wisp of black smoke remained. "It seems I've started to understand the mechanics of this dungeon a little." With that settled, he turned and walked toward the door, where Seha and Aaron were waiting. "Let's go back." Xingu forcefully threw some cardboard boxes to the ground. Seha stood amidst a pile of cardboard boxes, looking somewhat speechless for some reason. He pointed at the boxes and introduced them. "I'll give you all the food I have in my inventory. Just take it, no questions asked." Okay. Oh, and don't worry about running out of food," Xingu explained, scratching his chin, with an indescribably goofy look on his face. "Even if you die in the process, you'll still exist as a spirit. That's really good news." Despite being speechless, he still managed a smile to encourage him. "But please try to come back while I'm still alive." Returning to the mainland, to a bustling metropolis, an orange car was driving down the road when suddenly a dazzling golden gate appeared in front of it. The driver inside the car was scared out of his wits. Without hesitation, he turned the car around and sped off. Meanwhile, Xingu and Aaron stepped out of that yellow portal, completely unaware. "Ugh," he broke out in a cold sweat. "That was really dangerous. I can't believe we ended up on the exact street where I caught the cab, huh? That means the escape stone worked perfectly." Suddenly, Xingu clutched his head and sighed. "Phew." Seeing his exhausted state, Aaron asked caringly, "Should I heal you?" But unexpectedly, he was refused. "No need, but hold on. Let's go back to the resting area." With that, he walked off with a cool demeanor. She flew behind him, following his steps. He needed to focus and think. "Let's go back." Xingu forcefully threw some cardboard boxes to the ground. Seha stood amidst a pile of cardboard boxes, looking somewhat speechless for some reason. He pointed at the boxes and introduced them. "I can't believe we ended up on the exact street where I caught the cab, huh? That means the escape stone worked perfectly." Suddenly, Xingu clutched his head and sighed. "Phew." Seeing his exhausted state, Aaron asked caringly, "Should I heal you?" If I hadn't played with fire, it would have finished me off. Even though that was a move I could use. An image of himself, defeated and covered in blood, flashed in his mind. It would be foolish to think I could have beaten that archdemon. She immediately encouraged him. "But from what I saw, you didn't lose." Unexpectedly, Xingu seemed disheartened, insecure about himself. "What's the difference?" As he spoke, he recalled the recent battle, silently analyzing and evaluating it. "I can't even imagine." Xingu sank deeper and deeper into the memory of the battle, oblivious to his surroundings. "And I have to admit, the strength of that iron archdemon was far beyond my imagination." She immediately encouraged him. "But from what I saw, you didn't lose." Unexpectedly, Xingu seemed disheartened, insecure about himself. "What's the difference?" As he spoke, he recalled the recent battle, silently analyzing and evaluating it. "If I hadn't played with fire, it would have finished me off. Even though that was a move I could use." An image of himself, defeated and covered in blood, flashed in his mind. "It would be foolish to think I could have beaten that archdemon. She's challenged dungeons more than 6 levels higher." That thought only added to Xingu's fatigue. "And in the world, there are still hundreds of people stronger than her. I really have a long way to go." With that thought, he told himself silently, "There are so many people out there stronger than me." Suddenly, Xingu started chuckling, looking very strange. So much so that she, standing opposite him, was startled. There are definitely dungeons higher than level 32. And if I think that I'm just a speck of dust compared to them, then he looked up, determination showing clearly on his face. I can't just stand still. Xingu stood up and stretched, quickly regaining his spirits. First, I have to overpower the archdemons, and then the Iron Archdemon General. Aaron, who had been hovering around him, asked, "You look so happy? I thought you'd be a little depressed." Xingu winked at her and replied confidently, "Being compared to others doesn't diminish my worth. Just because there are stronger people out there doesn't mean I have to change how I see myself." His optimism made Aaron respect him. The important thing now is that I realize I have room to improve. Not only do I realize it, but I also have the means and the will to do it. Xingu closed his eyes, lost in thought, and continued, "I'm genuinely happy that I became a player and that I can improve myself." Then he broke into a bright smile as if nothing had happened. That's what he truly believed at this moment. Hearing this, she couldn't help but smile along, unable to hide her moved feelings. Taking the opportunity, Aaron teased him. "So you're telling yourself you'll get stronger after losing a fight?" She covered her mouth and giggled. "You're as cute as a child." That praise made his whole face turn red. "Shut up." Not long after, Xingu went into the bathroom for a bit. When he was done, he came out drying his hair and announced to Aaron, "I should prioritize leveling up first." Of course. But that's still not enough. His inner feelings started pouring out. All progress begins with facing one's weaknesses. She expressed her agreement with that view, taking the chance to explain further. "That's right. Just today, your combat technique improved by leaps and bounds while fighting that archdemon." Even so, Xingu didn't seem very happy, just staring thoughtfully at his glowing hand. "But that's still not enough. I need more experience and training right now." With that, he clenched his fist, steeling himself. "And the result of that will be..." Aaron finished his sentence with a gentle smile. "Skills. And passive skills, too." She instinctively crossed her arms and began to enlighten him, her serious face mixed with a bit of cuteness. Active skills and passive skills might seem similar, but they are very different. Active skills are formed when we repeatedly use mana in the same way, creating a sort of pathway in the user's soul. Aaron analyzed as she came to a conclusion. That's why it's not easily manifested. But the fluctuation of mana during use is very powerful. Not only that, she even demonstrated the skill while explaining to make it easier for Xingu to understand. As for passive skills, which are used continuously, they are essentially mana that has gradually transformed into a specific form and then stabilized inside the player's body. At this point, Aaron began to use his body as an example. For example, your Chaos Tail and Soul Collector are clear external manifestations. An image of Xingu with a glowing chest appeared in her mind. Although it's hard to feel because you haven't had the skills for long, your other passive skills have crystallized into mana crystals and are twinkling on your body like stars. He, who had been listening intently, couldn't hold back his excitement and cut in. "If I can feel them more naturally and use them more proficiently, I can improve myself. And then..." Xingu clenched his fist, his face full of determination. "I can create skills, too. Passives, just like you did with active skills." Aaron didn't stop there and patiently continued to explain to him. "I'm sure you already know this, but it's an extremely difficult task. Most players acquire passive skills by clearing dungeons or as achievement rewards." Then she gave him a serious look, just as he had been doing, as Aaron continued her explanation. "Those who are lucky enough to possess combat-related passive skills, especially weapon-related ones, use and develop them to easily reach the pinnacle of power. Now, they are all leaders of major guilds." With that said, she described how the human body accumulates skills. A passive skill is only affected by mana at the moment of its creation. After that, it works for the owner regardless of how much mana they have. You can rely on it like one of your own limbs. Hearing this, a curious Xingu cut her off. "So you're saying I'm going to create new limbs?" he retorted, looking straight at Aaron. "If all I need to do is compress the mana in my body and shape it for a specific purpose, isn't that just a passive skill? You make it sound way too easy." She glared back, her expression firm. "And do you realize how incredibly difficult that will be for you, since you've never even touched mana in your entire life?" But Xingu paid no mind to her warning. He just forged ahead recklessly. "Let me try starting with a passive skill related to weapon use and physical ability first. Let's do this." Those who are lucky enough to possess combat-related passive skills, especially weapon-related ones, use and develop them to easily reach the pinnacle of power. "Isn't that just a passive skill? You make it sound way too easy." She glared back, her expression firm. "And do you realize how incredibly difficult that will be for you, since you've never even touched mana in your entire life? You also need a deep understanding of the ability you want to turn into a skill. This isn't an easy task." But for Xingu, she thought, then decided to speak up. "Hey Xingu, before you start, let me tell you something extremely important." Aaron angrily unleashed an endless lecture that left Xingu reeling, unable to react. Besides, every time you create a passive skill, you permanently lose a portion of your mana. And you have far too little mana, so you might not have enough left to use active skills after creating a passive one. He couldn't retort, only scratching his head and thinking to himself, ugh, low mana is always the problem. He fell into deep thought and then found his own solution. There's only one answer. The best way is to take it slow and steady. I need to conquer dungeons. I'll level up by clearing dungeons. I'll fully utilize my God-given strength, honing my weapon skills and physical abilities by fighting monsters. Then I'll use the mana to create passive skills. Of course, Xingu couldn't forget the most crucial condition. The most important thing is to do all of this before it's too late. The image of the smiling boy flashed through his mind again. Don't forget me. He then leaned a hand against the wall, striking a cool, dramatic pose. Now that I have my answer, it's time to act. We need to find as many dungeons as possible before all the accumulated essence is gone. Aaron asked doubtfully, are you planning to leave right now? Xingu immediately confirmed that they should. He was dead serious, as this mission wasn't just about the two of them. We have to hurry to save your comrades. Not wanting to waste any more time, he quickly walked over to his beloved motorcycle. Then let's hit the road. Aaron, already settled in his pocket, clasped her hands and prayed silently, hoping they would find more easy dungeons. Just as Xingu was about to put on his helmet, a sound suddenly rang out. It was followed by news about players. The large screen on a nearby building was broadcasting the latest news report. All players who escape dungeons using an item called an escape stone have reported that the difficulty of the dungeons has increased. The Duloc Guild, the most famous guild in South Korea, also announced that despite their thorough preparations, the news also mentioned the passing of Seha, but they still lost many members, including John Seha. They reported that the increase in difficulty coincided with the monster rampages happening all over the world. And it didn't stop there, as related topics were continuously updated. Breaking news the whole world should know about the winged ones. That is, the players, the number of player candidates has surged again, something we haven't witnessed in a long time. According to their estimated data, South Korea alone has had 1,000 new cases. Compared to other countries, even more staggering numbers have appeared, with hundreds of thousands of cases worldwide, sparking hope for those suffering from the monster attacks. However, there is still debate about whether this is entirely good news. Xingu, who hadn't left yet, listened intently. Players can earn millions of dollars in dungeons, but where does that money come from? And why is there no inflation despite the enormous amount of money earned from dungeons? Reporter Kim Yeon will have the story. Having heard enough, the red motorcycle quickly sped down the main road. Many new players have appeared all over the world, as if to maintain balance with the surging wave of monsters. Following a cyclical law, we must also witness a large-scale purge. There is still debate about whether this is entirely good news. Xingu, who hadn't left yet, listened intently. Players can earn millions of dollars in dungeons. Many new players have appeared all over the world, as if to maintain balance with the surging wave of monsters. Following a cyclical law, we must also witness a large-scale purge. Finally, Shu made an assertion. In short, the more players who retire, the more dungeons will manifest. Perhaps a great catastrophe is approaching. But at the same time, the dungeons in the Heavenly City have also been upgraded, causing players with over 10 years of experience to be logged out, and some player candidates can't even pass the tutorial dungeon. After many shocking events, life has gradually begun to change. The Heavenly City, once despised by humanity, is now starting to have a strong influence on the world, and that inevitably leads to, you don't even need a red detector for this. And Aaron was a bit overwhelmed by the situation. I agree. He quickly took out his phone to search. He figured there were at least 20 in Soon alone and dozens nationwide. But it didn't stop there. There was one inside the children's playground, another at the park's fountain, and one even appeared right where Xingu had parked his car. He exclaimed in astonishment. This sudden outbreak made her feel very uneasy. I'm so scared I don't even dare to count the number worldwide. With her years of experience, leaving her mind in turmoil. Most veteran players advised them to take basic courses, but some people just never listen. And because the difficulty of the tutorial dungeons had increased so much, newbies couldn't pass with courage or heroism alone. In contrast, Xingu was alarmingly optimistic, seeing it as a personal dungeon buffet served just for him. He wasn't the least bit scared and seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this. Wow, this world is full of dungeons. His curiosity couldn't be contained any longer. So where should we start now? Aaron quickly assessed the situation. Let's start with the easiest one. Xingu, however, intentionally pretended not to hear her. I need to practice my combat skills, so we have to skip the easiest ones. Those are obviously tutorial dungeons. Though angry, she repeated herself again. Let's start with the easiest one. He continued his one-man comedy routine. We should choose one that's at least normal rank. Aaron completely exploded, yelling at him. I said to pick the easiest one. Xingu was clearly not convinced, thinking resentfully, even though I want a dungeon on the level of the Iron Ogre fight, I can't be sure until we go inside. But seeing the murderous glare in her eyes, he felt a wave of fear. So I should at least enter a dungeon of a similar level. In the end, he had to compromise. Damn it, I guess I have no choice but to listen to you. Aaron's anger temporarily subsided, but not without adding, I really hate you. Xingu started to formulate a new plan. I can still train my skills in the lowest level dungeons and still gain experience and collect essences. If I can't go for quality, I'll make up for it with quantity. Just then, a system notification appeared. Ant nest area number 231. Slime extermination. Completion limit 3 hours. With determined steps, he entered the dungeon. The peacefulness made Xingu uncomfortable, and he complained dejectedly. I just randomly picked one that said it wasn't dangerous at the time, but I never expected there wouldn't be a single player's soul in the dungeon. Suddenly, something on the ground caught his attention. A horde of slimes was slowly crawling towards him. He had never hesitated before powerful monsters, yet faced with this gooey substance, he was screaming internally. So gross! Xingu suppressed his panic and turned to ask his teammate, Are these the slimes I think they are? Aaron observed them seriously and replied, Yes. When I was starting out, I had to clear a fair number of dungeons like this. To further explain these little creatures, slimes are the classic weak monsters found in every fantasy story. But in terms of their actual composition, these monsters have a unique structure, and their power is anything but trivial. He had never hesitated before powerful monsters, yet faced with this gooey substance, he was screaming internally. So gross! Xingu suppressed his panic and turned to ask his teammate, But not these ones. You can take them down with a simple poke or hit. Even stepping on them is enough. Being a quick study, he immediately got it. Understood. But not without adding, I really hate you. Xingu started to formulate a new plan. I can still train my skills in the lowest level dungeons and still gain experience and collect essences. Charged fearlessly into the enemy encirclement, the slimes dealt 0 damage to Xingu. They popped like water balloons the moment they touched him. Can I clear this dungeon just by running? What is this? Is this a mobile game for kids or something? To end the fight quickly, he used his ultimate skill, Battle Cry. The echoing shout successfully drew the entire swarm of slimes toward him. Xingu just charged straight forward, letting the slimes melt away from contact with his mana. Through this, he realized something. Perhaps some skills are more effective against weaker enemies. Just then, the entire horde of slimes rushed forward to attack. He instantly activated combat mode, his feet beginning to flash with energy. With the Black Wolf weapon in hand, who knew the charge skill could kill monsters just by running? But Aaron understood the real reason why. It's not exactly like that. She was already used to his overwhelming power, and he couldn't help but feel a little bored. This is so easy. Just gather them with Battle Cry and finish them off with Charge. He felt like he could complete this mission with his eyes closed. I see the boss room now. Seeing the slimes jump out to attack, his hands and feet were itching for a fight. He couldn't wait any longer. All right, let's clear this dungeon. Come on! Aaron hurriedly called out from behind. Wait for me. Just then, a large slime appeared, blocking his path. Xingu didn't rush in, but seriously observed his opponent. It seemed this one couldn't be defeated with just a single charge. His hand tightened around the Black Wolf's claw, preparing to unleash a critical strike. I need to practice combining charge and punish. Xingu dashed forward, holding the Black Wolf's claw, ready to attack the slime. Your body itself is like a weapon, after all. Hearing the compliment, Xingu grew even more excited. I should practice these two skills in easy dungeons from now on. After running nonstop for a while, he finally saw the end of the road. He still struck the slime head-on. It simply disintegrated into pieces like water droplets. Seeing this from a distance, she was completely petrified. Xingu knelt, looking at the gooey mess, and let out a long sigh. A failure. It's hard to switch between skills once the mana has been shaped. He immediately turned to ask Aaron, so what was its special ability? All he got back was her helpless confusion. I didn't say anything. At the same time, the system displayed a status update. Dungeon cleared. Total time, 17 minutes and 5 seconds. Eliminated 341 slimes and 1 large slime. Unlocked special achievement, speedrun. Agility increased by 5 points. This result made Shu a little satisfied. I've unlocked a special achievement. Maybe I just need to clear the dungeon in a short amount of time. It increased my agility by 5 points, when it usually only increases by 2. Unconsciously, he thought about his own strength with doubt. I didn't know you could increase stats after getting a special achievement. When my agility increased, I also felt my muscles change. Suddenly, she interrupted Shu's train of thought. You look like a total creep right now, Shu. Well, the stronger, the better. Yeah. While he was celebrating, he noticed something. It was a notification from the system. You have received the secret to a special achievement. You are on the verge of becoming a pacifist. Xingu read the information while stroking his chin, calculating. I thought it was another special achievement, but it turned out to be some kind of hint. Suddenly, he felt as foolish as a monkey. It provides a hint so simple even a monkey would understand it. Suddenly, Aaron flew over to warn him. Xingu, it's only been 2 seconds. The large slime has the ability to harden its body with mana. It quickly defended itself with a sturdy net. Regardless of that, if all dungeons have bosses, this won't be over in a day or two. And despite how harsh it is, why is the message for me so positive? If this message exists, I have to see it. The system continued to appear, presenting information to Shu. Completion rank, FB. Additional reward, large slime essence. Large slime essence. An essence crystal containing the power of a large slime. You can gain its power by consuming it, but consuming it after refinement will grant you the memories of the large slime. Calculating completion experience points. The gooey remains of the slime gradually vanished at his feet. The conclusion is too simple for a dungeon with no level. Not to mention leveling up, getting a reward like this for an FB rank completion is totally broken. Two conflicting thoughts ran through his mind, but before he could process them, Aaron interjected again. The problem is that it's making things difficult for me. Thinking this, Xingu shook his head in denial. This can't be a joke. His action made Aaron anxious as well. What's wrong, Shu? It's nothing. His face became unusually serious. They're just small fragments, but they contain the memories and mana of a boss monster. And even from a boss monster, you're not guaranteed a reward, not even in a low-level dungeon. She winked at Sue with a knowing look. If you want everything in one clear, you're just being too greedy. And hey Shu, how many more slime dungeons do you think are in the city? But he didn't pay attention to Aaron's question. The only thing that mattered was that he had just been called greedy. Xingu angrily turned and walked away, replying sarcastically, "Oh, you're so smart. Then I'll just keep everything in my inventory. Don't just think about eating, don't just think about eating. Yeah. He walked while tossing the 3 newly acquired essence crystals up and down. I'm sure I won't get anything even if I offer up all the essence. It's best to just store them in the rest area to be safe." Suddenly, a new idea popped into Xingu's head. But if I farm low-level dungeons, I could probably save a lot. Suddenly, a dazzling yellow triangular shape appeared. It was a dungeon with 3 question marks, with a very low danger level. Aaron, who was walking ahead, was startled when she saw it. A new dungeon was created within 20 minutes while I was still in the last one. Xingu jokingly thought in another direction, trying to scare her. Or maybe this is Earth's plan to reduce the population. Then the genre of the story just changed. So scary, bro. He suddenly remembered Jia Chun and Bogun, and his heart ached. I know it's sad that so many ant hill dungeons have been created from the tutorial dungeon, but sitting around won't accomplish anything. I'm sure everyone knows the risks of wanting to become more special. After saying that, Xingu clasped his hands together and laughed heartily. If they don't, then they're not cut out to be players, which means there are plenty of dungeons for me to collect large slime essence from. He even winked at Aaron, signaling, "We should go collect essence first." Sounds good. We should go somewhere that isn't dangerous. The scene changes to an apartment complex on the side of the road. Inside that building was a small hole like a giant anthill. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Anthill Area 237, Rat Paradise. Completion time limit, 4 hours. The two of them soon descended into the hole. After just a few steps, he complained, "Why do I always have to do this?" Suddenly, a rustling sound made Aaron freeze on the spot. "Rats, rats!" She instinctively hugged her head in fear. Rat dungeons are the absolute worst for newbies. I always had to try and avoid them. Who would have thought? Xingu immediately caught on. "Because you're scared." "Rats?" Aaron's face fell, at a loss for words. "That's right." She sadly explained why. At least other monsters look the part. Beasts, or even dogs, are scary. An image of a terrifying rat flashed through her mind. But in rat dungeons, the monster rats are still just mice. As she spoke, she recalled the players who had previously entered the rat den, so players who come here tend to be careless, even though they shouldn't be. Yet Xingu still looked clueless, not understanding why. "They use numbers to overwhelm you," Aaron patiently continued. "The moment you let your guard down, a whole swarm surrounds you. Sometimes you don't even get the chance." As she spoke, her fear intensified, causing her to tremble. "Swarms of rats will devour your weapons, armor, and shields, then they'll start on your body." Aaron instinctively mumbled to herself that it's one of the most tragic fates in dungeon crawling, but Xingu didn't look convinced. What about the boss? His question only amplified her fear. The boss is even worse, hundreds of giant rats poised to strike. That information made Xingu question everything. Does that mean it's weaker than a normal boss individually? Yes, but that's not the issue. Suddenly, he let out a sinister grin, cutting her off before she could continue. No, excitement was written all over Xingu's face. That was the only thing that mattered to him now. Before long, they arrived at a damp tunnel covered in slime. The stench was so foul he had to pinch his nose to keep going. This place is disgusting. It's probably what Europe looked like during the Black Death. I'm going to be sick. The darkness scared Erin so much she hid in Xingu's pocket, looking like a little pocket doll. Since Erin's as small as a mouse now, she must really hate the idea of facing them. Even so, she didn't forget her duty to guide him. Do you see those glowing eyes in the darkness? It's as if they're waiting for you to step out of the starting area. But Xingu remained completely unfazed, showing no signs of fear. They're incredibly weak, even easier to kill than the slimes. What are you talking about? Instantly, he summoned the black wolf's claws along with the chaotic poison fangs. Wait, what are you doing? Xingu replied with a confident smirk. You really have to see it to believe it, huh? If you put your hammer and gauntlets in your inventory, you'll only have your armor left and won't be able to attack. So you're unsuited for this dungeon because you're a pacifist now? With that, Xingu got into a ready stance. His plan was to run as fast as possible, hoping to have enough mana left for the boss room. Before his mad dash, he didn't forget to tell Aaron, hold on tight. Then Xingu took a deep breath, steeling himself for the fight. All right, let's run! Then he bolted, charging deep into the dark dungeon. Hordes of gray rats immediately swarmed him, letting out ear-splitting squeals. The lead rat had barely brushed against his leg when it instantly exploded like a water balloon. One after another, they burst just by making the slightest contact with him. He felt like the game was so easy it was almost insulting. Xingu sighed in disappointment. They just keep throwing themselves at me. I don't even have a chance to use Battle Cry. This is even easier than the Great Slime. And with every gray rat that was destroyed, rewards dropped continuously. Aaron didn't forget to shout a reminder. The essences. Xingu, the essences. But he didn't slow down one bit, instead running faster and faster. We'll collect them all after we clear the boss room. Hearing this, she was confused. The boss room? Xingu calmly explained his theory while on the move. This is my hypothesis. When we cleared the last dungeon, we only killed the Great Slime using charge and attacked it with just one weapon. To prove my theory, I want to try something different this time. And then, the system gave me a hint. It was as if it was taking pity on me. So what if I don't use a weapon from beginning to end? I've never seen anything like it, which makes me even more curious. What would happen if I never attack a single monster but still clear the dungeon just by running through it? Aaron was completely speechless, scolding him in disgust. You really are insane. Aaron didn't forget to shout a reminder. The essences. Xingu, the essences. But he didn't slow down one bit, instead running faster and faster. When we cleared the last dungeon, we only killed the Great Slime using charge and attacked it with just one weapon. To prove my theory, I want to try something different this time. And then, being called insane so suddenly annoyed Xingu a little, but he gritted his teeth and bore it. He went back to the logic he'd worked out earlier. If I can kill all of them without actually fighting them, her mood soured as she thought to herself, he can kill them all without even attacking. This method is perfectly suited for Xingu, since his entire body is already a weapon. From the depths of the dark dungeon, the gray rats continued to pour out in endless waves. It suddenly reminded her of the swarm of rats that followed the piper into the river in that old fairy tale. Aaron didn't want to hear any more of his explanation. She covered her ears and snapped, That's ridiculous. How is any part of this considered non-violent? Covering Xingu from head to toe. Ugh, so gross. Do something about all this blood. Aaron hated the filth too, refusing to leave the safety of his pocket. Don't ask me, I'm not coming out of here. I guess just because they became monsters doesn't mean they became intelligent creatures. By now, hundreds of rats had exploded, splattering their blue blood everywhere. It's a high-level monster. Her voice was laced with worry as she stammered. That's a mutant rat that spreads plagues. Before she could even finish, Xingu charged straight at it. To send it to its maker, the system immediately displayed a notification. Charge has reached level 7. He felt a surge of power and cheered with excitement. Awesome! The level is skyrocketing. She could only resign herself to crying on the inside. Just then, heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a piercing shriek. A rat far larger than the others suddenly appeared. Aaron was quick to identify it as a green rat. His powerful footsteps stomped rhythmically on the ground. What's more, as the level increased, I also run faster and use less mana. With his current abilities, this dungeon was as easy for him as a running track. Maybe I should just use charge all the time, Aaron screamed upon hearing that crazy decision. Don't take it so seriously! Xingu's personality was the carefree type. Don't you care anymore? He was still exhilarated, motivated to charge into the heart of the enemy, unable to believe his skill was leveling up continuously just from running around. Okay? Just then, he noticed something strange. This dungeon was much larger than the Great Slime's dungeon. As soon as the words were out, two paths appeared before him. Aaron couldn't help but feel bewildered. Xingu, a fork in the road. He thought for a moment with a serious expression, then asked, "You think I can't make a U-turn?" She hadn't even grasped the meaning of his words yet. What? He couldn't wait any longer, so of course he wouldn't listen, wanting to master skills in his daily life. Seeing this, she could only go along with it and advise, "But please don't use punishment every day. I'm about to throw up." During his time exploring this dungeon, Xingu had acquired a new skill. "Because I've been running so much, I've learned how to change my direction. But the key is to control the direction of the applied force." He was like a research professor, drawing a conclusion. If I know which muscles are moving and how mana makes them move, hitting the gas and speeding into the right path. He was like a mischievous child, always wanting praise for what he did. How was my turn back there? But Aaron didn't feel happy at all. That last thought made him pause for a moment. Muscles. Mana. Xingu's battle-hungry eyes suddenly changed, showing an indescribable confusion. He fell into deep thought, recalling the days of his past before he became a player. I used to love a life without any mana, and I was used to living that way for a full 24 years. Many concerns quickly filled his mind. Changing the direction of the force won't be that difficult. Indeed, he had made excellent use of his God-given power. The force was clearly still intact, so it was used to crush this seemingly endless swarm of rats. Active skills and passive skills. How should I treat them? It's true that this is like a real game, but that doesn't mean I'm actually in a game. Someone as carefree as Xingu wasn't suited for worrying so much. I don't think I can solve this problem right now. He looked down at his tiny companion, who was still cowering away from the pile of goo. This is too complicated to handle immediately. I'm sure even Aaron can't fully understand this issue. He quickly put an end to the tangled mess in his head. Anyway, all the data points towards the charge skill. But should my actions remain the same? Even after his body was filled with mana, it unconsciously kept running, but his mind was constantly thinking. I think there's still a small number of them behind us. Hearing her answer, he immediately showed off his talent, reversing his direction at incredible speed. Is that all? Time for a U-turn. Suddenly, Aaron's cheerful voice rang out. "Xingu, I see the boss room." He was still a bit puzzled. What about the remaining rats? She wasn't sure either and could only make a guess, and so the conditions were met to enter the final battle. All right, let's go back to the boss room. Aaron suddenly thought of something and panicked. "Xingu, are you planning to run straight in there?" He immediately confirmed. "I'm already running as fast as I can." It seemed the slimy gunk all over him was making Xingu extremely uncomfortable. He just wanted to get through this quickly and take a good long shower. As for her, she was tiredly holding her head and sobbing. The gray rats turned pale with fear when they saw him coming back. Xingu felt even more satisfied seeing this reaction. "You think I'd let you live?" Each of his powerful steps quickly wiped out the entire squeaking horde, and could only scream in misery. "Oh, there are hundreds of rats here, and they're bigger than cats!" Xingu's eyes immediately switched to predator mode, and as always, he roared his declaration of war. "Bring it on!" At the sound of his voice, the gray rats immediately swarmed forward like a broken beehive, charging frantically. But in what seemed like just a minute, his destructive power had wiped out the entire nest. The system displayed a notification. Charge has reached level 8. At this point, Aaron wearily flew out. "I'm never coming back to this dungeon." Xingu also sighed wearily, wholeheartedly agreeing. In the end, he still hadn't forgotten his original purpose. Me too. The door to the final room of the dungeon was now ajar. What greeted his eyes was the sight of a whole swarm of mutant rats lined up and waiting. Aaron was terrified of this stinking horde, then continuously shook his head to dry his hair. This action couldn't help but make Aaron think of a small puppy. He used his hand to wipe away the water droplets still running down his face. Now let's check it. The system then displayed a notification. Dungeon cleared. Time elapsed. 0 hours, 15 minutes, 36 seconds. As expected, Xingu successfully received the reward. Special achievement unlocked. Activity for peace. Additional player skill reward. Innate killing intent. Killing intent level 1 is a skill that combines spirit, physique, and mana to deploy them. Then came the words, "Now let's do the math and see if my hypothesis is correct." Xingu opened his inventory, hurriedly searching for and taking out a bottle of water. Without hesitation, he poured it straight over his head. You can control the amount of killing intent produced as the skill levels up. Xingu seriously considered the discrepancy between the achievement level and the extra rewards that were killing him. This confirmed what Aaron had been thinking all along, giving her an excuse to scold him. "See, it's not that peaceful, yet you're only focused on the new power you've gained. But killing intent is an amazing skill, explaining its principles in detail. This is a skill that inflicts both mental and physical damage, weakening and intimidating the opponent. It can even kill them if the damage is high enough. I guess this is one reason why you can't see any other people. Now, remembering Xingu's recent actions, causing harm to everything just by running around, he immediately felt a pang of guilt because her complaint was spot on. Of course, with his pride on the line, he tried to deflect. But it's just a passive skill, and that's not all. It's really good. It's an amazing skill. He quickly forgot her words, gloating to himself. It's the best passive skill because it combines physical abilities with mana and an unnamed power called mental ability. As his power was gradually increasing, Xingu saw a very promising future. If I study this skill, this natural skill granted by an achievement, it could become an excellent supplementary factor in controlling and developing my powers. Aaron saw his happy expression and chimed in. I'm pretty sure it's a good skill, since this is the first time I've heard of it since I was a player. His eyes lit up like car headlights, looking just like a child who had just received a gift. She let out a sigh, then looked at him affectionately, a look that was 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indulgence. Suddenly, Xingu noticed something, his face filled with surprise. The system had a new notification: completion rank FB, additional rewards, 2 regression stones, experience calculation complete. This was a bit strange, making him ponder. I didn't even level up this time. He began to deduce as if he were a disciple of Holmes, and although the completion rank was FB, all he received were 2 regression stones. Xingu's words started to falter. He didn't even get any extra stat points, skills, or traits. Seeing his expression, Aaron quickly sensed that something was amiss. He paused for a few seconds, then gave a smirk that scorned the entire world, and then excitedly came to a conclusion. That means I still have 2 more chances. She immediately understood his intention and shouted loudly to cut him off. Xingu, are we leaving right after you level up? Right? Xingu tipped his chin and winked charmingly at the beauty. Of course you trust me, don't you? Aaron definitely didn't dare to answer. She could only remain silent in resignation. At that moment, he turned to look back at the corpses of the gray rats that had just vanished, leaving behind sparkling stones. Now let's collect all these items. In complete contrast to Xingu's excitement, she wearily held her head and lamented, I can't believe this. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and then a week had passed. Xingu's desperate screams echoed throughout the mountains. He had completed more than 40 dungeons, so why couldn't he get another special achievement? The system then displayed his information. Xingu, illegal player, level 35. They finally decided to stop after long days of fighting. He sat on the bed, still endlessly frustrated. Aaron knew her companion's mood was terrible, so she tried to comfort him. Xingu, it's been 3 hours since you entered the rest area. Maybe you should get some more sleep. But her words were met only with his self-torment. Why are the skills so perfect? He felt extremely disappointed, holding his head as he tried to figure out the reason. He liked the leveling speed of his skills. And after he conquered a few more great slime demon dungeons and absorbed the essence of the giant slime demon, it gave him a tougher skill. I mean, iron skin. And it's also a good skill that will save my life one day. The more he thought, the more confused he got, and Xingu officially blew his top. But why? Why can't I get any more outstanding achievements? Aaron had to find a way to encourage him, fearing he would lose it completely. Those aren't things you can get just because you want them. Seeing him always overreacting made her unconsciously chuckle. Your current stats are already monstrous in my eyes. At this point, she slowly began to explain what she knew. A normal player can't get 2 stat points for strength, agility, and stamina every time they level up. This is considered completely normal. They might get bonus points if they're lucky, or unlock a new achievement. Xingu stopped his tantrum and listened attentively to every word. But mana stat points only increase by 1.5 per level up. That makes it easier for them to control it. But in the end, Aaron pointed right at him and concluded, the way you level up is completely different. From the very beginning, you were never like other players. Your mana only increases by 1 point per level up, which is too little and too stingy. But the consequence of that is the key point. Your other physical stats increase by 2 points. That means you're much stronger than others at the same level as you. Xingu nodded in agreement, sitting obediently and listening to her explanation. The amount of mana doesn't have a huge impact, but the way you use it does. I don't know if it's because you're an illegal player, or if you were just special from the start. Aaron suddenly stopped for a few seconds, her tone becoming dangerously serious. But then, her attitude did a complete 180 as she cheered with joy for her teammate, who was growing stronger than all other players with every level up. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Seeing that he still hadn't processed it, Aaron continued to reassure him. You might feel anxious right now, but I think this is good for us. Even though Xingu hadn't said a word, she seriously analyzed how his leveling up was the clearest proof of that. As expected of a player with 10 years of experience, she had a deep understanding of the game's mechanics, specifically the highest tier of all mana-related skills. She spoke with a smile, watching his reaction. Increasing its level is directly dependent on the growth of your mana techniques. I know you're very skilled at controlling mana. Xingu was unusually quiet today, just sitting there silently in thought, but his growth rate was far beyond her imagination. Erin paid it no mind and continued her enthusiastic presentation. Yep, you're doing great. Everything is perfect, so you can relax. Only then did he speak up coldly. All right, maybe you're right. It seemed like he understood, but in the end, it was like water off a duck's back. That means we should go back to the Iron Ogre's dungeon right now. The smile on Erin's face instantly froze, so stiff it was as if someone had stopped time, leaving only a heart-wrenching scream echoing through the street. Oh, in the blink of an eye, Singu's red steed was summoned from his inventory. Erin, still in shock, kept asking over and over, refusing to accept the truth. Do we really have to go there? He quickly put on his helmet, eager to set off. Yep, I can do this right now. And if we don't go now, he unexpectedly used a low blow, hitting her right where it hurt. Your colleagues will starve. Erin hesitated, still trying to find a reason to stay home. I know we've cleared almost all the dungeons in Soon, but that's nothing compared to all the dungeons in the entire country. We don't have to make the toughest decision right now, but Xingu stated firmly, that's exactly why we have to go, which left her a bit confused. Xingu seriously explained what he was thinking. I want to deal with that dungeon before I leave soon. It'll be a huge pain if those monsters get out. This time it was Erin's turn to be speechless, momentarily unsure how to react. He recalled the ferocious Iron Ogre monsters and honestly shared his thoughts. Every single one of them is a well-trained warrior that loves to fight. So, once they're released, they'll slaughter everything nonstop. I know South Korea is full of high-level players. He hesitated slightly as he shared his concern. But aren't ogres the most formidable enemies? Erin felt he was being overly worried and tried her best to persuade him. But at this rate, you'll be stronger than them in just 10 days. We still have plenty of time before the dungeon breaks. The time they had spent fighting side by side had taught her a lot about him. His growth rate is definitely not normal. Maybe it's because he was completely ready to grow. Suddenly, a flood of uncertain thoughts rushed into her mind. Or is it because he never stops training himself? Or because his own talent is just that outstanding? Or maybe it's a combination of all those factors. Singu's voice pulled her back to reality. That's why I have to go. He looked seriously at his own calloused hands, clenching them into a tight fist. Even if I can't overwhelm them yet, I still have a fighting chance. His personality hadn't changed. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't back down. Now is the perfect time, the only time I can improve both my skills and my body. Singu confessed his feelings while sneaking a glance at Erin's reaction. I haven't faced any tough enemies recently either. I don't want to ruin that by grinding in boring dungeons. Finally, he emphasized his point once more. This is the perfect moment I've been waiting for, the only chance I have to test myself by fighting those guys. Erin wasn't the stubborn type, so she could only sigh and give in to his wishes. All right, you've convinced me, she muttered to herself in a low voice, but she was actually saying it loud enough for Xingu to hear. You want to level up by taking on difficult dungeons, but I was the one who convinced you to level up by going to easier ones. With that, she turned her head and asked again, so you plan to train using ogres? He remained unshaken, coldly confirming it. Exactly. Arin stopped trying to persuade the stubborn man and could only offer some advice. You have a tendency to say terrifying things so casually, but before we go, I want to warn you about one thing. Xingu listened intently. What is it? As he spoke, he shot forward on his steed, speeding down the main road like a true street racer. The thrill of it made him feel exhilarated. Watching them get out of the way made him feel like an ambulance. Erin had long since settled comfortably in his pocket. It's because of your innate skill, Bloodlust. That's why I warned you to be careful before. He felt a little guilty and explained awkwardly. I tried to hold it back as much as I could, but it still happened. The dilemma of body and mana surfaced in his mind again. Mana and body. This skill requires a lot of research. Xingu had already thought it through, but was still running into some problems. If things were a bit more stable, he could study this skill in a rest area. He had an abundance of what he didn't need, but what he truly needed was scarce. Time was no different. Suddenly, Arin spotted something, her eyes lighting up as she yelled, "We're here!" Hearing this, he swiftly jumped off the vehicle and expertly drove the motorcycle into the storage gate. Just as she sensed, they had successfully located a dungeon entrance. The system immediately displayed its information, an advanced Archdemon Zone dungeon, danger level very high. Xingu observed the large crack in the road. Maybe it was because he'd been here once before, but the entrance looked pretty flimsy. He could probably break it open with just a flick of his tail. Without further hesitation, he decisively slammed his chaos tail down once more. I'm guessing this tail has uses beyond just breaking things. Immediately after, a powerful tremor echoed, sending earth and stone flying everywhere. Time to head in. As usual, they easily entered the waiting lobby, the Ant Nest Zone, Advanced Archdemon Zone number 84, with a completion time limit of 3 days. They were both a little surprised by this. Huh? Xingu was the first to voice his confusion. There's a completion time limit now. Aaron quickly caught on to the implication. He had an abundance of what he didn't need, but what he truly needed was scarce. Time was no different. Suddenly, Aaron spotted something, her eyes lighting up as she yelled, "We're here!" Hearing this, her words made him feel a pang of guilt, wondering if this was somehow his fault. An unbreakable dungeon had become more dangerous simply because he had entered it. Despite this, Xingu tried to push the thought aside. What an absurd and irritating development. He slowly began to walk deeper inside, leading the way. So, it will reset if we stop partway through. Aaron sensed the potential risks in this situation. We should just send an anonymous report to the Whirlwind Guild. He agreed with her, but another matter took priority. First, we need to find Seha right now, and continued his thought, analyzing. They aren't giving us special treatment for the second run, or maybe another player entered the ant nest, which aggravated the situation. Seha appeared, looking utterly exhausted and disheveled. The pile of food was completely gone. Seeing his condition, Xingu couldn't resist a little jab. "You dead yet?" Startled, he stammered in reply, "No," and continued his thought, analyzing. They aren't giving us special treatment for the second run, or maybe another player entered the ant nest, which aggravated the situation. His voice growing more somber before fading away without a trace. Being soft-hearted, she became very sensitive hearing this. Xingu is here, so stop talking like that. Using her keen sixth sense, she seemed to have a premonition about her teammate's location. A woman's intuition is never wrong. Aaron immediately pointed in the direction she was looking. "He's over there." Seeing his teammate in such a state pained him as well. "He looks like he's about to die. I don't want to see anyone die in front of me, especially not an acquaintance." The perceptive Aaron saw through his thoughts, and was by his side like a personal tutor to explain. "You're still not used to loss. Other players have to experience losing a teammate a few times." Seha weakly chimed into the conversation. "Not quite." "Tisk," he looked over at Aaron, speaking as if they were his last words. "I'm trying to get used to not having a body anymore. Over time, I might be able to shrink down to Aaron's size." Seha's weary eyes fluttered shut. Hearing this, Xingu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He turned his head away but ordered Aaron in a stern voice, "Even though I should be helping you too. Aaron, you stay here." He used his usual arrogant demeanor to partially ease her anxiety. "I can't fight an archdemon while protecting you." It was always the same. She could never argue back and could only let out a frustrated sigh. Aaron then stated a condition, implicitly agreeing to his words. "Give me the regression orb." Seeing that her expression had stabilized, he was relieved and complied with her request. "All right." But she quickly added another sentence. "You really look much more gaunt." With a heavy heart, she confessed, "I was truly shocked. I was scared and envious." Xingu wasn't as cold as he appeared on the outside. Despite her words, she had to reassure herself. "I don't think Xingu will lose to an archdemon in a one-on-one fight. He's beaten them before, back when he was a full 10 levels lower. But in the end, it was impossible to stop feeling anxious. All I'm worried about is how he'll get through the dungeon." Her restlessness turned into sulky words. "Let's see how relaxed you are when you're getting ganged up on by 3 archdemons," Xingu replied, maintaining his incredibly arrogant demeanor. "If I can beat them one-on-one, then I, more than anyone, am confident in my own abilities. Anyway, I'll just wait here, even though I should be going with you to provide support." He remained despondent, like someone completely drained of life. "I feel like I'll lose myself if I leave this spot," sniffing the air to figure out what was happening. The moment he saw Xingu casually strolling toward him, he just let out a sneer. "Ah, a human." This bizarre reaction made Xingu frown so hard his eyebrows nearly merged. Why was he reacting like this? Xingu had expected some kind of reunion, a chance to reminisce, but Hook Jian's strange attitude left him completely bewildered. Why was he reacting this way? Why was he acting as if this were the first time he had ever seen me? He just sat there, staring intently at him, his expression filled with clear contempt. This made the usually arrogant young man feel, "I won't need to use it." As she spoke, the little girl's cheeks grew pinker. She shyly offered some encouragement. "I like your confidence." Aaron reached out and clutched the regression orb tightly. This tense atmosphere made him feel scared for the first time, standing still as a statue, not daring to move. "I can't be sure." Finally, he spoke up. "You are an excellent warrior. You are completely different from the other aberrants. Those beings have erratic mana, and they are still weak." Hook Jian surprisingly showered him with praise for his abilities, his solid body, and his masterful skills. "Then it doesn't matter if there are 3 or 30 of them." After he spoke, the dungeon gate slowly opened, and light from the outside seeped into the dark room. Hook Jian noticed the disturbance and snorted a few times, forced Xingu to awkwardly accept it. Whatever. But those words helped him size up Hook Jian. At least he was still saying similar things. The moment he thought that, he tightened his grip on the black wolf claw and fiercely shot towards him like an arrow. Charge! His battle cry echoed throughout the room. Take this! Hookjian laughed gleefully, very pleased with this worthy opponent. A brave and reckless attack, not bad. He also began to rise to fight, taking a stance ready to counter. Xingu used his mana to create a blazing energy flame that enveloped his entire body. He channeled his internal energy and roared menacingly. Punishment! Hookjian immediately felt the threat, his body suddenly becoming incredibly heavy, and in the blink of an eye, an attack sent his helmet flying. The harsh clang of metal hitting the ground rang out. He was momentarily stunned, and that one blow had officially angered the monster. I didn't think I would lose on the very first attack. Xingu was extremely pleased with this reaction. Now I can use multiple skills at once based on charge. Things won't be the same. He didn't hesitate to taunt his opponent. Are you in your right mind? Although Hookjian was temporarily at a disadvantage, he wouldn't be easily subdued. A simple yet powerful skill. Don't be so quick to assume you're the only one who has it. Xingu knew he hadn't gotten serious yet, so he provoked him. I know, so prove it. He stopped holding back, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. I will show you the power of a great demon. Suddenly, he remembered Aaron's warning. Iron great demons can use all their mana to power their mechanical armor. But that doesn't mean they can't use any skills. An innate skill would be revealed when he was faced with true terror. At that moment, Hookjian completed his transformation. This was the key point Aaron had mentioned. Innate skill. His power seemed to increase by 200% as he let out a deafening roar. Then, he lunged forward as fast as the wind, leaving only an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, his axe blade was about to come crashing down on Xingu's head. Luckily, he managed to step back in time, avoiding the fatal blow. The axe slammed down, cracking the ground wide open. The rapid series of events left him momentarily stunned. The great demon had suddenly become much faster than usual. Even though he knew his opponent's strength was formidable, it seemed he had been too careless. That last attack was a bit concerning. Xingu forced himself to stay calm and began his little monologue. I see, so that's your innate skill. Hookjian was impressed by his courageous spirit. He channeled his internal energy and roared menacingly. Punishment! Hookjian immediately felt the threat, his body suddenly becoming incredibly heavy, and in the blink of an eye, an attack sent his helmet flying. You dare to face the full power of a great demon head-on? I'm starting to like you even more. Despite the tension, he flashed a confident smile, taking control of the situation. Then, Xingu carefully calculated his next move. The knowledge I've gained from using charge has become an incredibly useful source of strength for me. Hookjian found his calm demeanor extremely irritating. If that's all you've got, you'll never be able to defeat me. Of course, Xingu wouldn't back down and retorted. All you've got, that's what I was about to say. As soon as the words were spoken, the two warriors immediately clashed. Hookjian swung a powerful slash at his face, but luckily, he managed to lean back and dodge it. Xingu quickly swung the black wolf claw in retaliation, but his opponent easily ducked to avoid it. He showily began to spin the hammer like a pinwheel, creating a circle of energy. Then, once the mana had accumulated, he aimed it directly at Hookjian. Yet he still managed to dodge, causing the hammer to get stuck in the ground, so he decided to let go of his weapon. Xingu cleverly used the mana distribution skill. The energy was concentrated into his shoulder, followed by a direct tackle into Hookjian's chest. He was caught off guard by the unexpected blow and couldn't react in time, suffering internal damage and spitting out all sorts of gunk. Just as he tried to regain his composure, he saw Xingu charging at him again. The effectiveness of the attack made him very proud. I accelerated using charge and converted it into punishment upon impact with his shoulder. Immediately after, Hookjian was sent flying, crashing hard into the back wall. He tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead, not forgetting to praise his opponent. Whew, you're really amazing. He looked down and saw that even though he was sprawled on the ground, his hand never left his weapon. Xingu's trash-talking mouth got to work again. Still haven't let go of that axe? He added fuel to the fire, provoking him to continue the fight. Get up now. You still have something to teach me, right? Xingu stood before him, listening to Hookjian ramble on. In terms of strength, you are my equal, but you surpass me in both mana and skill. Suddenly, he started to laugh. Savagely, ha ha, then pointed to himself with a pout like a 3-year-old. Fine, hit me. It's a monster's natural instinct to fight the strong. He even yelled right in his face. We only fight to the death. But Xingu just smiled with an odd calmness. Aaron stood a short distance away, looking incredibly anxious. I can't do anything to help. But at this, she pressed her lips together tightly. I know. I can't imagine begging for defeat. Hookjian glared, taunting him. Are you so weak you can't even kill me? He replied by swinging the black wolf's claw. I have my reasons for not finishing you off. Don't you get it? Try harder. Instantly, the two engaged in combat again. The situation was utterly chaotic. He roared at his opponent as he struck. "You seem to be enjoying this fight?" Xingu bared his teeth in a wide grin and replied, "I've never let an enemy who faced me directly get away." Amidst the sharp clang of colliding weapons, he was constantly calculating, "I used to lack so much power that I couldn't use any skills to create distance. But now everything is different." He swung the Black Wolf's claw in his hand as if dancing. "Every time I clash with him, every time I dodge his attack and land my own, I can feel myself evolving." A battle-hungry expression was clear on his face. The more he fought, the more Xingu felt like he was being recharged. This feeling is exhilarating. With that thought, he aimed directly at the furiously scowling Hook Jian. "I'm only fighting one iron ogre right now. But what comes next?" Xingu landed on the ground. That arrogant attitude of his hadn't vanished. "If I get stronger, I can fight even stronger monsters." The thrill of overpowering an enemy, that feeling of euphoria peaking, made him exclaim, "It's going to be awesome." Instantly, Xingu charged recklessly into close combat with his foe again. Using a massive amount of energy without a care in the world is all I've ever wanted. Facing enemies brimming with power and monsters I have to defeat, nothing can stop me. All of a sudden, the Black Wolf's claw in his hand shone brightly, as if energized by its master. "I can use all the skills I've learned so far, and even improve upon them." Punishment. Without hesitation, Xingu used it to knock Hook Jian down with a single strike. The spiritual energy made him more invigorated than ever. "I can also learn new techniques to use them." The final blow from the claw made him spit blood, his armor nearly shattered. Looking at Hook Jian lying flat on the ground, with no fight left in him, he praised himself. "I've won. I didn't even need to use my fire arts, and defeated him using just mana and physical skills." But just as quickly, he raised his head and rasped, "I have lost." Hook Jian looked up at the imposing figure of Xingu and remarked, "Warrior, there is nothing left for you to take from me. Your technique is already flawless." He struggled to sit up and added, "Now, whether you can harmonize it with mana is what you need to practice." He looked away, agreeing with his opponent. "That's what I was thinking as well." Xingu's gaze fell upon Hook Jian's broken axe. "That's why I wanted to fight an iron ogre for a clue. But these guys don't have any set martial techniques." Then he looked at the miserable Hook Jian before him, who couldn't even get up. "They only excel at brawling, using their bodies to achieve victory." He suddenly smirked to himself. "Unfortunately for them, I have a natural talent for that sort of thing." By now, his opponent was slowly recovering from their battle. His words were more articulate now. "I'm sure you'll want the skill that syncs with the rhythm of my heart." Hook Jian pointed straight at Xingu, explaining, "But that is a power reserved only for the few great ogres who have proven themselves in countless battles. As a human warrior, you will have to find the opportunity for yourself." He narrowed his eyes and spoke cryptically, "I have been able to see the very start of it." Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "The start?" After saying that, Xingu flinched as he had a sudden realization. "Oh!" He covered his mouth in disbelief. "I think I can guess what it is. Even though it's a skill I stumbled upon by chance, I'm sure I'll find something similar at the end of this path." Then he broke into a joyful grin, just like a kid. "There's nothing greater than iron ogres." Xingu turned to Hook Jian, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thanks for the advice. I had a great time." Hook Jian responded with an open demeanor. "I also enjoyed this battle, but be careful, human warrior." Hook Jian's thoughts drifted to his comrades as he confided, "There are hundreds more of my kind, and warriors even stronger than us." Suddenly, his eyes widened, filled with a powerful emotion. "And the captain who leads them all." Hook Jian pointed at him again, his voice a solemn warning. "You'll need to get much stronger to defeat all of them." But Xingu just smirked confidently. "Don't you worry about that." The moment he finished speaking, a crushing sound echoed as black blood sprayed everywhere. Hook Jian's body disappeared, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. He hoisted the Black Wolf's claw onto his shoulder and said cruelly, "A one-on-one duel and a dungeon conquest are two completely different matters." The ashes slowly scattered, revealing a precious, shimmering red gem. "You could only use basic techniques and fighting skills, but you didn't tap into your own vast energy reserves, right?" Xingu said, turning and walking away coldly. "I held back my bloodlust and didn't even use the full power of the Black Wolf's claw." Aaron finally ran out to sea. Glancing at the treasure on the ground, he suddenly turned back to where the enemy had vanished and smiled. "It's because I want to defeat my enemies with my own raw physical strength, my original constitution, and my mana and combat skills." At the same time, she hugged the stone to her chest and flew towards Xingu, listening to his explanation. But that wasn't the only reason he had dragged out the fight with him. The stream of thoughts continued to churn in his head. "I've gathered enough information. I've perfectly analyzed the strength of the Iron Archfiends and how I need to move to fight them." And he unconsciously thought of an image of himself standing before a dark cave. "How I need to move in the dungeon." Returning to reality, Xingu raised his hand, assessing that he had half his mana left. "I think I should start conserving mana again." Glancing at the treasure on the ground, he suddenly turned back to where the enemy had vanished and smiled. It's because I want to defeat my enemies with my own raw physical strength, my original constitution, and my mana and combat skills. Xingu gripped the black wolf's claw with both hands, silently making up his mind. I can use the regression gem to heal and return. I mean, I could have saved so much right now if I had just killed one monster. Having thought it through, he spoke decisively with an extremely eager expression. All right then, let's give it a try in the next room. Immediately, Xingu rested his chin on his hand to calculate, an indescribably mischievous look on his face. Each room in this dungeon is located far apart. He had caused quite a commotion in the first room, but no other monsters appeared. Hearing this, she chimed in, "You should be glad about that." Yet Xingu paid no mind to Arin's words, or maybe they thought it was just a sacred duel so they didn't interfere. They were definitely right about that. His childishness made her chuckle. That's not it. Arin then switched into teacher mode to explain. Normally, rooms in a dungeon are designed so they can't be trespassed. She patiently explained it, bit by bit. It's an unwritten rule. Unless a player tries to attack by moving from one room to another or attempts to destroy the entire dungeon, the monsters won't attack first. He nodded, showing he understood. Xingu glanced at Arin, his tone turning serious. All right, Arin, you can follow me, but stay one room away. She immediately and obediently agreed. I'll keep my distance. Close enough for the healing spell to be effective. She pointed to herself, puffing out her chest proudly. I'm strong enough now not to pass out after just a few healing spells. Arin looked at him with a serious gaze, trying hard to prove her point. You're not the only one who's gotten stronger. I've also regained my strength by experiencing and clearing dungeons with you. At that moment, Seha appeared out of nowhere and chimed in. A supporter develops in proportion to the main player. He also switched into teacher mode to explain, if the player levels up, the same thing happens to the supporter. If you train your mana, Arin will heal herself. Arin, her cheeks blushing, said to Xingu, let's conquer this dungeon. Encouraged by her, he agreed without hesitation. All right. Arin didn't seem very happy, though. On the contrary, she felt a little insecure inside. He has won overwhelmingly in every dungeon so far, so I haven't had a chance to help him even when all my strength has been restored. But she quickly regained her confidence. But things are different now. This is my chance to prove I'm not just a freeloader. Then Arin flew over to Seha to instruct him. Please wait here. Seha also replied cheerfully. You seem very enthusiastic, but please be careful. With that, Seha smiled fondly, his eyes tinged with a bit of sadness. The archfiends are very strong. Xingu immediately nodded in agreement. He quickly stepped forward, covering his mouth to whisper, Is he looking smaller? Arin hastily raised her index finger to shush him. That's why we have to hurry. After walking for a while, they noticed something strange. Light? Curiosity urged the two of them closer until they realized what it was, exclaiming in amazement, Whoa! Before their eyes was an entire lush forest. Unbelievable that it exists underground. Xingu was also amazed by the sight. I don't think this is a cave anymore. As he finished speaking, his gaze turned upward, as if to confirm his thought that since there was a ceiling, it definitely had to be a cave. Arin looked even more excited, zipping around and looking everywhere. The Advanced Archfiend Zone is a dungeon that simulates the Archfiends from a difficulty 26 dungeon. That's a good thing because we don't have to worry about other monsters, but it will hinder those who just want to fight their way through to clear the stage. Hearing that, Xingu thought for a moment. Their appearance soon attracted two iron archfiends. A human is intruding. Yet he felt no fear. Please wait here. Seha also replied cheerfully. You seem very enthusiastic, but please be careful. With that, Seha smiled fondly, his eyes tinged with a bit of sadness. The archfiends are very strong. That simulates the archfiends from a difficulty 26 dungeon. That's a good thing because we don't have to worry about other monsters, but it will hinder those who just want to fight their way through to clear the stage. Die, I'll take care of you right now. A panicked look appeared on Arin's face. There are two archfiends. To vent his pent-up anger, he looked at the two fiends and taunted them. You're too slow, you turtles. A frenzy erupted in the eyes of Hunchback and Crooked Horn. Turtles, how dare a mere human like you? We'll show you the power of an archfiend. Xingu chuckled softly at the foolish actions of the two archfiends. I like how shallow they are. He tightened his grip on the black wolf's claw, his gaze firm as he looked forward. Even though I have to deal with two of them, there's nothing to be afraid of. When he had the enemy right in the palm of his hand, cracking sounds echoed, shattering the silent atmosphere. Xingu's decisive attack severed one of Crooked Horn's arms, sending him flying. Arin watched excitedly as fragments fell from Crooked Horn's arm. The Iron Ogres increased their attack speed by pushing their joints like a jet engine. By striking them with a hammer at the right moment, Xingu caused the compressed air to explode. Hunchback charged in angrily. You little brat! Xingu looked at him without a trace of fear. It's great that you've implanted machinery into your body for greater power, But that very thing has become your fatal weakness. The ogre didn't believe what he said and arrogantly replied, "A weakness? That can be overcome with power." Xingu quickly turned to gain momentum. "That's what I like to hear. Let's see whose strength is greater." His leap made the ground beneath him tremble. In an instant, Xingu appeared in front of Hunchback. The cracking sound rang out again, sowing fear in the ogre. In no more than 2 moves, he had taken down the Iron Ogre. Erin held her breath, watching every moment, silently admiring him. Xingu's combat senses, long overshadowed by his raw power, were finally shining through as he faced the Iron Ogres. Witnessing the 2 Iron Ogres fall, she couldn't help but be amazed. Perhaps I'm witnessing the awakening of a player who everyone will fear in the future. After the battle, the 2 of them ventured deeper into the cave. The ant cave was a mysterious place. They walked while observing their surroundings. This was truly an ant nest. It was as if they had brought an entire section of a miniature world's battlefield in here. Xingu's face was filled with confidence. But this was an advantage for him, his mind constantly calculating. It didn't matter how large this place was. Only 2 of the 3 great demons appeared in each room. The largest number I've ever faced is 5. Then Xingu suddenly stopped. In front of him were 2 Iron Ogre guards, but he wasn't afraid at all, his mind still lost in thought. I can lure them into preset traps in the smaller areas, but I can also run around the larger areas and lead the fight in a direction that benefits me. The 2 ogres looked at Xingu, then at each other suspiciously. That human. Why didn't they send a warning signal when there was an intruder? Xingu swung the black wolf claw in his hand and gave a friendly smile. "Are you guys scouts? Just like a real army." Suddenly, bursts of light like fireworks appeared all around. Large, sturdy tree trunks shot towards Stiffneck, startling him. Meanwhile, Xingu continued to speculate inwardly. They'll surely let their guard down when there's only one intruder. But the ogre managed to react quickly, swinging his arms to deal with all the tree trunks. "This is nothing." Next was Xingu's appearance. He looked at the ogre with a demonic gaze and smile, but the creature just calmly let out an "oh." Then, panicked voices erupted. "He came from behind the trees." "No, he came with the trees." Seeing this, Aaron gave a reluctant smile. "Xingu, are you a warrior or a predator?" 3 Iron Ogres gathered to block Xingu's path, looking at him with wary eyes. "This guy's too strong. We should attack him all at once." Hearing this, Xingu smiled in praise. "A logical choice, but you demons are used to fighting alone." He calmly watched their approaching footsteps. "Suppressing your instincts and forcing yourselves to coordinate will only expose more openings." With one swift move, he took an ogre's head. Witnessing this tragic scene, Iron Chin shrieked in pain. "Simon!" Then he furiously charged forward, demanding, "How dare you kill Simon?" Xingu's face darkened, twisting into a terrifying grin. "Heh heh, you'll be seeing him soon enough." Seeing him like this, Aaron could only manage a wry smile. "You're just like a villain." From above, Iron Chin shot down like an arrow. "You've gone too far!" Thanks to his agility, he managed to turn and counterattack. The black wolf claw sliced through the air, striking straight at the ogre's face. The remaining one was sunken face. Seeing that he had just thrown the black wolf claw, the ogre immediately cursed. "You fool! You just threw away your only weapon." Before the ogre could do anything, Xingu lunged forward, landing a punch with his bare hands. He glanced at the ogre with a disdainful look. "A weapon is just a tool." Sunken face began to foam at the mouth, his face gradually turning pale. Xingu was a little surprised to see this, so he landed another punch on him. The ogre writhed and whispered, "How can you use poison?" Xingu was extremely shocked to hear this. "Poison?" Aaron immediately flew to his side to explain, "Xingu, your gauntlets." He subconsciously looked down at his gauntlets, thinking to himself, "These gauntlets are very effective for both defense and offense. I've used them many times, but isn't this the first time an option has been activated?" Next, information about the chaotic Venom Fang gauntlets appeared one after another. Below it was an additional piece of information. A pair of gauntlets crafted from the essence of a highly venomous centipede. Their durability is enough to protect your hands, and the small, hard spikes on the knuckles can be used to attack enemies. Xingu admired the chaotic Venom Fang gauntlets, wondering, "My proficiency is over 50%. Is that the reason?" Aaron quickly explained to him. "Whether traits appear sooner or later depends on their power." He looked over at the Black Wolf Claw. "The first trait of the Black Wolf Claw hasn't appeared yet, right?" "You're right." He recalled the information provided before and made a deduction. The Black Wolf's Claw should possess 2 traits. It also has the ability to poison enemies, just like the gauntlets, but the probability might be too low. It's never happened, and the first trait still hasn't been revealed. I've passed the halfway mark on the proficiency gauge. With that thought, he looked pensively at Aaron. "So what happens when the proficiency is full?" She gently continued, "Music. The weapon's stats will be increased, and you can use it at an altar of fusion. There are many altars like that." Hearing this, Xingu clenched his fist. Actually, I still have a long way to go before it's full, so I'll ask her how that altar works when I get it. A sense of excitement welled up inside him as he thought about it. It's still a good thing to become stronger. First fire, now poison. It's fun to be able to use multiple powers at once. After thinking, he turned his head and asked Erin, "How long has it been since we entered the dungeon?" She replied cheerfully, "A little over 1 day. You should have only met 5 archdemons in the first half of the dungeon. You're moving too fast." Hearing her say that, he felt a bit dazed. I must have lost all concept of time while just rushing forward, immersed in the pleasure of fighting and growing. After a moment's hesitation, he cheerfully said to Erin, "All right then, let's rest for about 1 hour." Erin replied in surprise, "Are you a robot?" Hearing that, Xingu's enthusiasm completely vanished. "You should rest too." But then she quickly flew into his pocket. "I'm not like you, so I don't know if I can sleep for just 1 hour." After saying that, Erin fell asleep. Xingu felt a bit helpless at her adorable action. After that, he also leaned against a nearby tree to rest. All right, now, when will it get here? From a distance, a large figure was lurking. Its glowing red eyes were always following his movements. He narrowed his eyes slightly, starting to get lost in thought. I know you've been waiting for an opportunity ever since my last battle ended. This isn't a skill or mana. I was born with this kind of intuition. That iron archdemon was still patiently observing while he remained indifferent. Anyway, the enemy surely can't know that. Otherwise, it wouldn't approach me with such loose vigilance, or it's simply confident in its own strength. While Erin was sound asleep, Xingu remained on high alert. "It would be great if you attacked me now, because I'm about to lower my guard." The iron archdemon stealthily approached him, and thanks to his keen intuition, Xingu quickly noticed something was off. Isn't that a bit suspicious? I think it's trying to analyze my breathing. After considering, he smirked in assessment. As expected of a sharp one, its presence is stronger than any other iron archdemon, and to have such stealth abilities. Finally, that iron archdemon appeared. Its name is Bloodaxe. He guessed to himself, "This must be a high-grade monster." Even with his eyes closed, Xingu silently listened to its footsteps. Is it coming? Not yet. It stepped back. Music. He stood still, his nonchalant appearance hiding all the calculations in his mind. I should make it come to me. Xingu glanced at Erin, sleeping soundly in his pocket. "I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt the sleep you deserve." Then he fell into deep thought again. "But after this dungeon, only hardship awaits me. Let's try to endure it." Bloodaxe started to accelerate and charge. Xingu focused intently to feel its every movement. So fast, 20 meters, 17 meters. When the distance closed to 10 meters, he suddenly opened his eyes, and Bloodaxe was caught off guard, charging straight into a nearby trap. It fell flat on the ground, a strange light emanating from around it. He stared blankly at the scene before him. What just happened? He tightened his grip on the black wolf's claw and told himself, "Who cares? I'm not going to miss an opportunity like this." Bloodaxe angrily looked up at Xingu. "You set a trap that even I couldn't detect. You must have known I was coming here." Xingu let out a small laugh. He swung the black wolf's claw, his voice full of confidence. "Of course, I already knew everything." After speaking, he launched a lightning-fast attack, and luckily, Bloodaxe managed to block it in time. It looked down at its bruised, sparking arm. "I didn't even detect a trap there, but I'll use everything I have to provoke him." Suddenly, it roared, the piercing sound shattering the previous silence. Another blow landed on Bloodaxe's chest, followed by a loud explosion. The impact sent them both flying backward. Xingu charged forward without hesitation. He clenched his fist, silently admiring his opponent's will. Such a respectable spirit, along with that obsession. I guess this is why it's a high-grade monster. Bloodaxe looked at its opponent's fist with contempt. A human's weak fist could never. As if to prove that mockery wrong, he quickly gave it a taste of what it's like to get punched. "I've never heard of such a thing in my life." Fresh blood gushed out after the powerful punch. Next was a barrage of relentless attacks from Xingu, leaving it no time to retaliate. When he stopped, Bloodaxe was about to fall, but at the same time, a glint of unwillingness flashed in its eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Erin had woken up at some point, and her magical power was secretly supporting him. Bloodaxe, beaten to a pulp, lay flat on the ground and weakly asked, "That mana, were you the one who caused the explosion?" Xingu's face was filled with killing intent. He brandished the black wolf claw again. "Are you happy now that you've discovered the truth?" Xingu asked nonchalantly, looking at the hovering Erin. "So you're awake?" Erin pouted. "I told you so." But soon after, she returned to her cheerful state. "I've molted!" Xingu lowered his head and chuckled at her playfulness. He turned his back to continue his journey. "All right, thanks. Let's keep going." Then he pointed towards the forest behind them. And help me take care of the 20 iron ogres hiding over there. The demons and Aaron were both startled by this. She shouted angrily, "What?" It only took him 16 hours, 39 minutes, and 11 seconds to complete the trial. Aaron's eyes widened as she stared at the corpses scattered on the ground. Wow, you really managed to kill 20 of those ogre things without dying? Xingu sighed softly at her words. But the experience from this would only come after he cleared the dungeon, and he didn't think he could do it. Aaron shot up angrily and started scolding Xingu. "What are you complaining about after coming all this way? You just have to beat them right now. The boss room is next." Suddenly, 3 elite veteran iron ogres appeared up ahead. The moment she saw them, Aaron's smile and confidence vanished, replaced by a worried expression. Meanwhile, the iron ogres started causing a ruckus. "Kill the fiend who wiped out our army!" "What kind of human raises a warrior like that? It's you people." The noise enraged Xingu. Without a word, he charged forward and delivered a powerful blow to the roaring one's head, sending him packing for good. The remaining one saw this and cried out in anguish. "Simon!" Xingu paused, thinking to himself, "Are they all named Simon?" Vanquisher and Droopy Face roared in fury. "I'll kill you and avenge Simon. How dare you so cruelly murder our comrade?" Xingu sneered coldly. "Death is the end. There's nothing cruel or glorious about it." Hearing this, Aaron let out a small laugh. She silently exposed him in her thoughts. "You say that, but you don't want to die at all." Xingu gripped the black wolf claw with both hands. "I feel like I can create a passive skill if I fight a little more." He looked at them with a determined gaze. "There's no real difference in facing all 3 at once, so all that's left is—" And then Xingu suddenly uttered 2 words. "The General." This startled Vanquisher and Droopy Face. Droopy Face roared defiantly, "You'll never meet the General." Just as he finished speaking, he took a clean, swift strike from Xingu. That made 2 of them down. Xingu turned to Vanquisher with a vicious look. "And then there was one. I'll send you to join your friend soon enough." The ogre trembled as he looked at him. "You bastard!" Vanquisher suddenly froze. Xingu's gaze followed, sensing something was off. A strange object flew towards him, but luckily, he managed to dodge the attack. Vanquisher turned and fled, leaving a bewildered Xingu behind. "The other generals will deal with you for me." Xingu watched his retreating back and muttered softly. "You're going to hold back your anger now?" Aaron couldn't feel happy at the moment. She anxiously informed Xingu, he's forcing open the boss room door." Sure enough, the ogre was running towards the large door that had been sealed shut this whole time. The ogre trembled as he looked at him. "You bastard!" Vanquisher suddenly froze. Xingu's gaze followed, sensing something was off. A strange object flew towards him, but luckily, he managed to dodge the attack. He took a clean, swift strike from Xingu. That made 2 of them down. Xingu turned to Vanquisher with a vicious look. "And then there was one. I'll send you to join your friend soon enough." It only took him 16 hours, 39 minutes, and 11 seconds to complete the trial. Aaron's eyes widened as she stared at the corpses scattered on the ground. "Wow, you really managed to kill 20 of those ogre things without dying?" Xingu was just as surprised as Aaron. In the end, everything faded away. Xingu let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, he's dead." Aaron's mood was the complete opposite. She said, "That wasn't just dead. You made him explode. What's going on?" He looked down at his hands, then answered honestly, "I originally planned to use full punishment charge and iron skin, but I couldn't. But somehow, I don't know why, I used all 3 at once when my instincts told me I had to kill him." Aaron was completely stunned to hear that. "You combined 3 skills instinctively?" "No way!" Suddenly, a change started happening behind him. My body suddenly feels like it's on fire." The system window appeared. "You have acquired the active skill. Frenzied charge." Xingu was confused. "An active skill?" Immediately, the system responded with a prominent notification. "Frenzied charge, level 1. Composite skill." Below is the detailed effect description. "You create a terrifying shockwave by directing the flow of frenzied mana in a specific direction to suit your needs, while synchronizing it with your body's breathing. This skill is affected by all stats." He was both surprised and excited. "This must be the 2nd active skill I've created." Aaron was also delighted, praising him. "You always do things beyond my expectations. You just created an active skill, a composite skill at that." Xingu quickly named his new special move. "Let's just call it C2 for short." Aaron pouted, criticizing his naming sense. "In a way, that name is kind of fitting, but please don't call it that." Worried that he had run out of magic, she asked cautiously, "You don't have much mana left, do you?" Xingu forced a crooked smile, beads of sweat on his face as he tried to act calm. "Yeah, it'll definitely be a useful skill." He frowned slightly, mentally calculating how much he had consumed. "But I used too much mana to cast 3 skills at once." He was sure the mana cost would decrease over time now that it was a complete skill. Hearing this, Aaron spoke softly. advising him to rest a bit before the final boss fight. There would hardly be any monsters in the final boss's room. Xingu suddenly stopped, seemingly having an idea, an interesting one. But before that, he picked up his hammer and smirked. Let's destroy these traps first. Aaron's face went blank. Dungeons usually contain deadly traps, not just for monsters, but also for players. But after Xingu encountered his first trap in the trial dungeon, he destroyed all the others with a better safe than sorry motto. The more she thought about it, advising him to rest a bit before the final boss fight, there would hardly be any monsters in the final boss's room. Xingu suddenly stopped, seemingly having an idea, randomly smashing certain spots. While she was pondering, Xingu had already smashed a few. He kept hitting one after another, and the amazing thing was, he guessed them all correctly without a single miss. A moment later, a small blue fairy suddenly appeared. Aaron was surprised by her cuteness. Xingu, on the other hand, grimaced as if he were constipated. She slowly opened her eyes, then cheerfully invited them. Greetings. Esteemed guests, would you like to quench your thirst with a cool glass of water before entering battle with the dungeon's final boss? The two of them were completely flabbergasted. After calming down, Xingu raised his hammer. He glared, intending to finish off the fairy immediately. I should still smash this thing since I don't know what kind of trap it is. Aaron quickly stopped him. Wait, please don't. A moment later, the fairy finished explaining to the two of them. She was stunned by this shocking information. A fairy. His reaction was exactly the same. Ruta cheerfully introduced herself. That's right, I'm the fairy merchant, Ruta. I can fly anywhere you want. Xingu stroked his chin, scrutinizing her down to the last detail. She didn't look like a retired player like Aaron or C. Ha, he asked cautiously. Are you? Finished explaining to the two of them. She was stunned by this shocking information. A fairy. His reaction was exactly the same. Ruta cheerfully introduced herself. That's right, I'm the fairy merchant, Ruta. This skill is affected by all stats. He was both surprised and excited. This must be the second active skill I've created. Aaron was also delighted, praising him. You always do things beyond my expectations. Esteemed guests, would you like to quench your thirst with a cool glass of water before entering battle with the dungeon's final boss? The two of them were completely flabbergasted. After calming down, Xingu, the appearance of someone who is neither a monster nor a player. Aaron looked at him with a determined gaze, trying to convince her teammate to trust her intuition. Such an intelligent third party is just too suspicious. Ruta just stood quietly to the side, watching the two discuss. Xingu's mind suddenly recalled a basic piece of knowledge. I'm sure she's an NPC. The kind you usually see mainly in role-playing games, an AI-powered character that helps players during their journey. He had secretly identified the girl in front of him. That concept fits perfectly with this person. Seeing that the two couldn't reach a conclusion, Ruta comforted them. I know I look suspicious, so please calm down, and I'm sure you know this. She wanted them to know that she was completely harmless. I have no intention of harming you or even fighting you. Even though she said that, Xingu remained cautious. That's what makes you dangerous. He pretended to be friendly. All right, Ruta, what is it? If you're a merchant, then what do you want to sell me? Thinking the customer had opened up, Ruta became visibly excited. To be precise, it's a trade. All that I want are essences. She displayed all the items available for trade, and what you might need are potions, return orbs, equipment, and so on. Everything you need in a dungeon, I will give you everything as long as you pay a reasonable price. Xingu was probably starting to be convinced since she wanted essences, not dollars. Ironically, I guess I can trust her a little more. He started mumbling, well, it's just a step up from someone who would scam their parents to someone who would scam their friends. Seeing Xingu rambling on about nonsense, our inside helplessly. Isn't that the same thing? He looked down sadly. I don't even have any friends. Hearing that, she froze up completely. Why such a sad comparison? Seeing the way the two lonely people talked to each other made Ruta stand there and grin from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. She quickly found another unique business angle. She held out an item to her customer. Since you can't fully trust me, I'll give you a free gift just this once. Xingu's eyes widened in disbelief. A gift? This vitality potion looks very real. From the size of the cap to the label she handed him, she was completely confident. In the product she sold, the interface is official, so it's definitely not a fake. Check it out right now. The system displayed the item information, Vitality Potion, a potion that can be easily mixed with sweet water and helps reduce the burden on the body, restoring vitality and stamina. Xingu vaguely realized something was suspicious. Are you watching me? Ruta gave a sly smile but didn't answer his question. She cheerfully analyzed like a real physician. You look like you really need a rest. He downed it without any hesitation. Aaron anxiously tried to stop him. Xingu! He smiled to reassure her. It's fine. The interface can't be faked. She felt she was being overly worried, so she didn't argue with him anymore. And it was true. The system announced, "Your vitality and stamina have been restored." Around his body, Xingu began to glow. He could feel something healing his body. Whoa. After absorbing the potion, he became like a lone wolf. Aaron could only watch, speechless. He suddenly looked more pumped up than usual. Xingu could feel a distinct change in every muscle fiber. This is amazing. I've been plowing through this dungeon for the past few days without any proper rest. The interface can't be faked. She felt she was being overly worried, so she didn't argue with him anymore. And it was true. The system announced, "Your vitality and stamina have been restored." Around his body, Xingu began to glow. He could feel something healing his body. Whoa. After absorbing the potion, he became like a lone wolf. Aaron could only watch, speechless. The rewards will surely be greater if you recover right now. It's better than waiting for it to recover on its own before taking down the final boss. Aren't those some amazing benefits? Xingu bluntly refused. "I can't stand you." Despite being shot down so bluntly, Ruta replied cheerfully, "Oh no, I'm starting to take a liking to you, you know?" Despite his harsh words, Xingu still held out his hand for a good deal when he saw one. "All right, give me the mana potion." A true capitalist at heart, Ruta swiftly took the essences and put them away. The rewards will surely be greater if you recover right now. It's better than waiting for it to recover on its own before taking down the final boss. Aren't those some amazing benefits? It seems my mana has been restored. Seeing her customer looking so refreshed, Ruta was very pleased. "Is there anything else you need?" "I guess not." She politely bowed to bid them farewell. "Well then, see you next time." Despite his harsh words, Xingu still held out his hand for a good deal when he saw one. "All right, give me the mana potion." A true capitalist at heart, Ruta swiftly took the essences and put them away. "I'll be taking these 5 Iron Archdemon essences. Thank you, sir." After counting the payment, she placed the 5 vials of life potion on the ground. A moment later, after Xingu drank it all, he began to feel its effects. All right, seeing his naive expression, Aaron was just as clueless. She pulled him back to reality. She won't spill any secrets that easily. Xingu thought so too, but still held on to hope. "All right," Xingu gently tried to soothe her mood. "At least we've found a living being we can talk to about the ant cave," he speculated. "Maybe she knows some secret about the heavenly city." He looked around and assessed the situation. The boss room looked like it was built on a mountaintop, and it was too vast for him to just run up and crush the boss's head. "We'll just have to wait and see." He quickly brushed aside their unfinished conversation to focus on the final boss. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is the Archdemon General. Xingu just scoffed instead of answering him. His silent, contemptuous smirk only heightened the tension. Timo was incredibly annoyed, as no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Before them was the Iron Archdemon General, Timo. He sat imposingly on his throne, surrounded by a pile of dead bodies. He growled with a terrifying expression. "Are you the one who trapped me here?" After a moment of silence, he finally answered him. "It wasn't me, but whatever. Let's just say it was." In contrast to his bold declaration, Erin was so scared her face turned pale, not daring to utter a word. Seeing his opponent's bravado, Timo became interested and laughed with delight. Kekeke, he was incredibly excited by this puny mortal. "You recognize my wrath and your own weakness, yet you still dare to say that?" Xingu gave a provocative wink. "I think fighting you will be easier if you completely lose control." Standing beside him, Aaron's eyes widened in horror. He's provoking the enemy even when he's not sure he can win. Timo roared in frustration like a wild beast. Xingu silently wondered about his own limits. "I've always wondered one thing. How will I act when I finally hit a wall?" He was determined to win this battle. "I guess I'll find my answer right here." He confidently challenged his opponent. "Yeah, I have never backed down." He quickly took the offensive. "I've never done anything half-assed in my life, so I'm not used to giving up. I don't care how high that wall is." Xingu's only goal was to break his limits. "I'll just run and run and run until that wall comes down." With a fiery spirit, he stepped forward resolutely. "I've decided not to think about anything else." A powerful declaration of war rang out. "Hit me!" Not one to disappoint, Timo immediately agreed. "I agree. What's the use of trying to use that stupid brain of yours? I will take your head." Xingu looked at him with an expectant gaze. "Oh, it seems he's aiming for the same thing." Aaron worriedly tried to dissuade him. "Xingu, I don't think he's an opponent you should be trying to behead." He arrogantly mocked him. "He talks a big game, but he is definitely stronger than the other archdemons. But one unchangeable fact is that he still depends on machinery." He carefully observed Timo. "There's bound to be a flaw. The Iron Archdemons are a race born with a defect. I've seen through their weaknesses countless times. My experience can't be wrong." Xingu analyzed internally. Accepting machinery into their bodies to become stronger is a bold and daring decision. But the body and the machine can never perfectly harmonize. He clenched his jaw, his eyes filled with seriousness and vigilance. I've seen many cases of failure in the dungeons, and there are no exceptions, no matter how special you are. Before the fight, Teimo questioned his opponent. Did you kill my comrades? Xingu flaunted his kills with a steely voice. I didn't spare a single one. He glared and rushed in to attack. That's just one more reason to hate you. Fortunately, he quickly ducked and dodged the blow. Suddenly, Xingu saw his chance to strike, an opening. Suddenly, Teimo activated a booster on his back and flew up. Xingu was too startled to react in time, as Teimo deliberately slammed into him with a painful blow. Xingu quickly retreated to create distance, realizing the enemy had feigned an opening just to charge at him. Ah, that's the same tactic I've been using all this time. Teimo, thinking he was fighting some idiot kid, sneered, "You'll never defeat me if all you can do is dodge." Xingu shot back just as sharply. "I bet you can't swing that weapon around forever, can you?" His words hit a nerve, which made him even more furious. In an instant, he raised his axe before Xingu, intending to slice him in one half. Despite this, Xingu stood his ground. I knew he wouldn't get tired from just swinging that axe for a few minutes. I also knew I'd be the one to tire out first. He dodged the attack and prepared to counter. To defeat him, I need to find his weakness and strike him hard enough that he can't retaliate. Aaron was on edge. Don't push yourself too hard, Xingu. You can always escape. Xingu calmed her fears. It's okay, don't worry. He silently waited for the perfect moment to counter. I will never back down. I just need to push one step further to create a new passive skill. Xingu carefully calculated his plan. I don't need to use any mana. My body has already been sufficiently enhanced and transformed by mana. I just need to tap into this power that has evolved beyond recognition. Noticing his opponent's speed had slowed, his eyes locked onto a gap in the enemy's armor, ready to strike in the most effective way. Seeing him just standing there defiantly, Teimo became extremely irritated. Are you going to cower like a coward after provoking me? Despite the beast's roars and curses, Xingu just offered a benevolent smile. Then, a swing of the weapon created a fiery gust of light that ripped through the air toward its target. When Aaron saw him vanish, she frantically cried out his name, Xingu. From within the thick smoke, Xingu reappeared, gesturing provocatively. Show me more. That can't be all you've got. Teimo swung his axe and cursed at him. You sure talk a lot. A mutt like you, running with its tail between its legs. You think that buys you more time? In a split second, Xingu dodged his attack. My armor would shatter from a direct hit. Just one hit would put me in critical condition, and I'd die instantly if it struck a vital spot. It wouldn't make a difference even if I were level 10 or higher. But even knowing that, I couldn't take my eyes off him. Xingu observed Teimo's every move, trying to formulate a new plan. His movements were completely different from other ogres. He moved as if his soul, body, and weapon were all one entity. He quickly assessed his opponent's skills and physique, feeling a surge of excitement. It's truly impressive. If I could, I'd want to fight him 1,000 times. Like a student learning from a master, Xingu relentlessly analyzed his techniques. I'll forgo active skills, but I'll develop my passive skills to their absolute peak. He created a unique martial art that no one else could replicate, thanks to his monstrous body. Watching from a distance, Aaron was in awe. I can see what Xingu is doing. He's using the bare minimum amount of mana to dodge the demon's attacks. I know what he's aiming for. She suddenly realized what was happening, but it wasn't worth risking his life like this. The demon soldier was gradually losing his patience. You bastard. You're damn good at dodging. Receiving a compliment from him, he couldn't help but feel amused. You mean I'm good at dodging, huh? Suddenly, something happened right before Teimo's eyes. What the hell? Xingu showed not a hint of fear, instead raising his voice in a defiant challenge. I've never had to evade like this in my entire life, but you know what? I'm getting really good at it. I think that's what makes me different from you. He furrowed his brow, his eyes showing clear resolve. Teimo began to fear that powerful aura and shouted loudly to reassure himself. You're all talk. Are you saying you're using me as a tool to practice your dodging technique? His words fell on deaf ears. Then show me what else you've got. Xingu's feet began to move. Time for the next step. Can I use the flash step from my swift charge skill? He held the Black Wolf's claw, calculating the perfect moment to evade the enemy's attack. But Teimo struck first. He swung a blow that grazed past Xingu, followed by another attack aimed at his head. His technique was so fast that Xingu couldn't believe his eyes. It's unbelievable. I guess you can do anything when your life is on the line. Swift Charge had leveled up to level 2 in the blink of an eye. Teimo noticed that he was getting tired. You're almost out of mana, yet you only use it to scurry away like a little mouse. In response, Xingu just gave a contemptuous smile. To him, his opponent's attacks were starting to feel like buzzing flies. I'm gradually catching up to his movements. Laugh while you still can. His skill to copy others' techniques helped him quickly find his opponent's blind spot. I learned how to use force from the Iron Ogres, but they don't know how to adapt their tactics when they wield weapons. However, a general class demon is completely different. Xingu continued to relentlessly analyze his skills. A general level demon soldier. I need to focus on the movement of his muscles when he swings his axe, his breathing rhythm, his every step, and his gaze searching for my location and weak points. All of it formed the trajectory of the axe. At the last second, Xingu honed his ability to see through his opponent's technique, and finally, sparkling monocrystals appeared like stars. The light emanating from his body fused with the axe. A stream of thoughts flowed ceaselessly in his mind. Maybe it's because I'm in a life or death battle, but I finally understand what a passive skill is. It was always there. It just existed quietly, without any fanfare. It lay dormant, waiting to erupt at the decisive moment. It's the symbol of the harmony between mana and the body. By the time Xingu realized everything, a swing of his hammer had shattered the demon's armor. Timo collapsed to his knees in pain. He clutched his shoulder. How did you? Xingu wasn't surprised to see his confusion. You can't sense any mana, can you? Timo grew angry, as if he'd been mocked. Did you learn that from me, in such a short amount of time? Xingu's reply was even more taunting. I already told you, I'm not just good at dodging. The moment he spoke, he lunged forward. I'll show you. Timo was helpless. You bastard! Then Xingu cleaved right through him. I could see through the instinctively swung axe of the demon general easier than ever before. He was incredibly pleased with his own power. It was only natural, since I had to understand his passive skill to create one of my own. He turned to Timo and taunted. Sometimes, I even surprised myself. The blow to Timo's pride was so great that he had to lash out at Xingu to save face. You seem pretty smug, especially for a warrior who's barely a novice at fighting. But Xingu wasn't interested in a war of words. Are you sure that's all I've got? One of his strikes landed on a very sensitive spot, followed by a punch to another vulnerable area. Aaron, who witnessed everything, was in awe of his power. The essence of a passive skill is to draw out the latent energy from within the body, including even the smallest bit of potential. To create a passive skill, one must deeply understand a specific action, master it, and harmonize mana with that action. He possessed superhuman strength even before absorbing mana, so he couldn't use his body efficiently after it changed. But through his battle with the Iron Great Demon General, he turned to Timo and taunted. Sometimes, I even surprised myself. The blow to Timo's pride was so great that he had to lash out at Xingu to save face. He was able to gain a deeper understanding of his body and his weapon. Timo, now missing an arm, knelt in submission before Xingu's lesson. A passive skill utilizes the weight of an axe or a hammer. Xingu had lost his patience. Then let's end this, since you've got nothing left. He used his charge skill combined with punishment and slammed right into Timo. A notification window appeared. Heavy weapon combat skill, level 1. Supports all combat using heavy weapons. Xingu and Aaron stood before the exit gate, although he had to permanently sacrifice 5 mana stat points, but this skill description was incredibly simple. Aaron agreed with him. Of course, it would take more than a day to explain every aspect of a skill. Xingu looked troubled, unsure of what to think. Since this was the first skill he had ever created, I don't know if this was the best I could have done. Aaron was still amazed by his new power. Still, it supports all combat with heavy weapons. It's so strange. It doesn't just help you swing heavy weapons or increase damage, but it supports all combat. What on earth kind of skill did you create? You couldn't have done this without a deep understanding of your body, your weapon, and combat itself. I've never seen a skill that's so broadly applicable with such powerful enhancements. Aaron's sweet flattery was all for a single question from Xingu. Did I do well? Seeing her chance, Aaron pressed on. You did better than any player I've ever known. That was all it took to lift Xingu's spirits. Then that's great. Now, let's clear this dungeon. The demon general was foaming at the mouth on the ground. Aaron, however, was curious. Why didn't you kill the demon general right away? Xingu answered her calmly. It's quite simple, because I've perfectly mastered the passive skill. His eyes gleamed. Killing him now will help level up that skill. His words terrified Aaron, who now saw him as a true demon. Her words seemed to fuel Xingu's arrogance. Thank you, that's high praise, Timo screamed in agony. Afterwards, Aaron performed a rite to help him pass on. The timer finally stopped. Dungeon cleared. Time elapsed. 2 hours, 8 minutes, 35.36 seconds. Killed. Iron Great Demon 455. Iron Great Demon Veteran 32. Iron Great Demon General 1. Completion rank B. Bonus reward. Received 1 Fire Cannon Summoning Scroll. Experience calculation complete. You have gained 15 levels. Aaron looked at the system notification with delight, because Xingu had challenged himself by conquering a dungeon far beyond his own level, so this massive amount of experience was all his. As a result, she imagined Xingu's entire body covered in the auras of countless passive skills. Xingu also realized the immense difference, feeling the immense amount of mana surging violently through his body, changing him from the inside out. Even though I can clearly sense what's happening inside my body, I still can't get used to this feeling. Suddenly, his body began to glow brightly. Then, he let out a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. The system announced the stats for player Dung Xingu, level 50. Passive skill, Tail of Chaos, level 1. That's right, Courage level 2. Poison resistance level 6. Active skills, Enhancement level 20. Punishment level 15. Charge level 14. Xingu frowned as he sensed his new attributes. His eyes gradually darkened, and he turned to look at Aaron. His entire body flared with a strange new power. Heavy weapon combat is already at level 2? Even though I just got it, I knew killing the demon general after receiving that skill was the right decision. Xingu clenched his fist. Although losing 5 mana points was pretty bad, in return, he was still extremely confident. I'm sure getting a passive skill at this point will help me a lot in the future. It was then that he noticed the small girl, Aaron. Aaron's body was also experiencing a level up. Oh, you too? Aaron shyly shifted her body. Xingu noticed her evolution. She seems bigger. For some reason, Aaron angrily yelled at him. It's not just my size that changed. As a supporter, my level has increased significantly, so I've recovered my mana, and I even got back my previous passive and active skills. I'm no longer someone who can only use healing magic 4 times a day. We can go to harder dungeons now that I'm fully recovered. Contrary to her fighting spirit, Xingu wanted to return to a more peaceful place. No, let's go back to easier dungeons for a while. Of course, that made her angry. I just got my motivation back, Xingu chuckled. He wanted to fight strong enemies, but he wasn't too fond of dying. This dungeon was really difficult. Aaron didn't seem to trust him much. You'll regret this soon. Then, something unusual made Xingu realize, and he snapped his head in another direction. Something's coming. Seha appeared with a welcoming smile. Thank you, which surprised both Xingu and Aaron. Seha was so happy he almost jumped for joy. I thought I was really going to die, but you guys defeated the demon general. Xingu looked at him as the boy began to explain. I know I disabled all the traps and monsters, but the boss room is quite far from the entrance. I am the vanguard of the group. Being ignored by the other two didn't sit well with Aaron. It wasn't just him, you know. Seha quickly apologized to her. Oh, Aaron, I'm so sorry. Xingu sized up Seha like a talking toy. I'm glad he's not as depressed as he was at the beginning. But he's so small he could fit in the palm of my hand. How can he look so happy? Seha clenched his fist. Anyway, thank you very much. Boss Xingu seemed wary. Don't call me that. It reminds me of the old days. Seha's eyes lit up, dismissing his concern. But it's the only way I can show my gratitude and respect for you. Boss, I pledge my loyalty to you. I will handle all the obstacles in your way because I am the vanguard. Aaron seemed to want him in the party. I like your enthusiasm, just don't make any mistakes. Xingu, you sound like you're threatening him, so stop it. Xingu looked at the 2 mini-supporters who would be joining him. Due to their levels, they had to closely follow the main player, who was level 40. He smiled to himself. Since they can return to their original size for a bit by using mana, I can use them as a secret weapon. Then Xingu cut into their conversation. What about everyone's equipment? Aaron replied. We're all using the same type of equipment as when we logged out. We can use it when we return to our original forms, but it was downgraded along with us. Hearing her words, Xingu had to stroke his chin in thought. I guess their equipment also changes with their size. That means I don't have to look for their gear for a while. With that, he slammed his hammer down, and fresh blood splattered on the cliff wall. After a moment, Xingu pulled out a red essence stone. I'm done collecting essences. Let's go get our reward. Aaron had long since seen right through Xingu. You're planning to use it all at once, aren't you? Making Xingu glance over in annoyance. She knows me too well. Next, he brought out a golden platter full of rare essences. The platter began to glow so brightly it was blinding. Aaron's eyes widened in surprise. The essences are overflowing? That must be around 200 essences. Xingu slowly lowered his hand to get a better look at the item in front of him. This was the system congratulating him. You have reached the maximum reward receivable. The light from the essence platter gradually faded. Having hoped for too much, Xingu was bitterly disappointed. Again? Are you kidding me? Aaron silently reassessed the situation. First the enhancement altar and now the reward altar? Then she suddenly realized something. Even though this dungeon is filled with powerful archdemons, there's always a limit to the amount of rewards you can get in one dungeon. Xingu looked over as she was thinking, what a scary smile. In return, he got a lecture he'd never forget from Aaron. You can't get long high in a demon dungeon, Xingu replied gloomily. I still got this many essences in this dungeon. Aaron continued her lecture. You got all these essences by conquering the dungeon alone and having absurdly good luck with the drops, even considering the number of attacks you made. Her words hit him right where it hurt. I knew this would happen sooner or later. Xingu scratched his head in frustration. I don't really get it, but it can't be helped. I should still check what the reward is. From the essence platter, a helmet suddenly floated up. Xingu recognized the new piece of gear, a black helmet. I don't know what it does, but it looks sturdy enough to take a few hits from a hammer. The system window slowly appeared. Indomitable Will Grade C. A helmet born from a warrior's tenacious will, imbued into every piece of metal. It was then he discovered it had higher defense than his armor. Aaron sighed, sighing in relief. A C-rank armor. Phew, I can relax a bit now. Xingu remembered his old tacky helmet. It wasn't that bad. Now I don't have to wear that separate helmet when I'm riding my motorcycle on the street anymore. He put the combat helmet on his head and ordered Aaron. All right, let's get out of here. Aaron was still curious about the leftover essence. Are you planning to use the remaining essence for the rest area? The golden pig was fully replenished with essence. After all, he had accumulated a lot of it. His eyes lit up as the possibility of an update was no longer limited. We have enough to upgrade it now. Seha didn't understand what they were talking about. What's a rest area? Xingu replied. You'll see. It's the place you'll be staying from now on. He pulled out a golden key from his pocket, pointing it at the ground to open a hidden sanctuary, and the ground lit up, blinding everyone. The door opened, and Seha was still hesitant, thinking he'd gotten a one-way ticket to heaven. Do you think he's been blessed by a god of earth? Aaron heard that nonsense and couldn't make sense of it. Gods. Although I haven't paid attention to that since I logged out, it's true that the Whirlwind Guild has also been interested in gods lately. That must be it. A human chosen as a player, heavenly city and dungeons that can't be reached by modern technology. This has raised questions about a supreme being, which led to the ridiculous idea that players are a special group chosen by the gods. Well, that's just elitism. Seha listened patiently as Aaron spoke. I would have just laughed it off if that were all. But humans have ventured into higher-level dungeons and encountered monsters there, and those monsters destroyed all the signs that proved gods didn't exist. Monsters have shouted the names of specific gods and become stronger. He continued with his theories. So isn't it similar for humans, believing in a certain god and inheriting power from them? Maybe someone has already done that. Perhaps they even have power that surpasses beings who exist by the power of gods. Conversations like this are spreading throughout all the elite guilds. Then they also talk about attributes and myths. Aaron patiently listened from beginning to end. Our guildmaster can also control powerful flames. He must have been blessed by the fire god. In response, her expression soured a little. Seha asked cheerfully, You don't look too happy? Then she explained the reason to him. I know he's the master of the guild I used to be in, but I don't like him very much. Music. He's very strong. He definitely has enough skill to lead the top guild in Korea. But even if that's true, he's also extremely competitive and has a god complex. Aaron tried to avoid him, plus he was constantly hitting on me. She recalled the past she had been through. He even rushed to conquer a difficulty 32 dungeon just to surpass the foreign guilds. And that's the reason I had to retire. Thanks to that, I met Xingu, so I don't worry about it anymore. But that doesn't mean I forgive him. Thinking about this, Aaron had to change the subject. Anyway, I won't believe in the existence of gods until I see it for myself. She did a complete 180, and if he was blessed by a god, I don't need that kind of god either, Seha cut in. Oh, that reminds me of the rumor that you were engaged to. Before he could say more, Aaron immediately snapped, Nonsense, it's all just a rumor, don't ever bring it up again. Seha, who had been cheerful the whole time, only now realized how fierce Aaron could be. Oh, okay, he thought to himself. I can feel her wrath. Aaron was tired of her unpleasant past. No one dared to get close to me because he was so obvious about it. That detestable face kept appearing in her mind. It's all his fault that I couldn't even hold a man's hand until I retired. Aaron was still angry at that person from her past. I should have at least experienced being led on like that once. And you, especially Seha, what's with you, huh? He experienced her displaced anger as she snapped at him. Shut up. Yes, ma'am. Xingu heard them raising their voices and chimed in. Are you two dating? Stop whispering and get over here. Aaron vehemently denied it. We are not dating. The sanctuary from the key was finally ready. This is the rest area. Seha looked around in amazement. It's bigger than I thought, he exclaimed in awe in front of Xingu. This is really surprising. The fact that this entire vast place was an artificial artifact made him extremely satisfied. You've got a good eye, newbie. His gaze grew sharper. I'm gonna upgrade the bed. Xingu placed his hand on the bed under the watchful eyes of his two supporters. The system announced the attributes. You must upgrade the entire rest area before upgrading the bed. You can use 30% of your total essence to upgrade the rest area. Do you wish to proceed? Xingu was embarrassed for a moment. Huh, what? Didn't I already upgrade the rest area for this very reason? Just as he was trying to look cool and composed, the system played a trick on him, and Xingu started fuming. What is going on? This is definitely a scam. Get me the GM. Aaron also started to panic along with him. Xingu, calm down. Let's think of a solution. Xingu, when you upgraded the rest area last time, did it say you needed to get it to level 2 to upgrade the bed? A sudden silence fell. Then Xingu calmly reassessed the situation. No, it didn't mention any details like that. He thought to himself, I thought I could adjust the furniture's level according to the rest area's level. Maybe I was tricked. Aaron explained in more detail, you can. I can't afford to upgrade the bed, even after upgrading the rest area to level 3. Seha broke the silence. I guess living on your own isn't easy. Keep it up. His train of thought was shattered by a knock from Xingu. Let's upgrade the whole rest area first. The system continued to unfold. The rest area has been upgraded to level 3. The space will be expanded. A level 1 refrigerator has been added. Xingu was startled. A refrigerator. Level 1 refrigerator. Can store food. One random potion will be created after a fixed period of time. He was pleased with the new item added to the rest area. They always try to console me by offering alternatives. Xingu peeked inside. The strange and realistic furniture just keeps increasing. And their functions are exactly what I need. I can't help but suspect that someone is messing with me. One day, I'll definitely punch that bastard. Xingu successfully managed to put his foot in his mouth, thinking to himself and then roaring it out in front of his two supporters. You're trying to distract me from the bed by offering something else, aren't you? I know all about it, a weary Aaron advised. Please calm down. The system displayed another notification. You can upgrade furniture, upgrade bed, use 20%, upgrade door, use 50% of your current essence. Xingu froze solid. What? He looked towards the door of the rest area. I like that it specifically tells me which furniture I can upgrade, so I can upgrade the bed. But where did this door come from? The room was gradually becoming more fully furnished, thinking to himself and then roaring it out in front of his two supporters. You're trying to distract me from the bed by offering something else, aren't you? I know all about it, a weary Aaron advised. Level 1 drawer can store items. Level 1 bathroom, the player can bathe, cleansing all toxins, curses, and various other negative effects remaining on the body. Level 1 door, a door leading outside. Xingu silently searched his memories. I remember now, even though I'm playing underground, I can get to the surface if I use the door. That means this isn't an ordinary door. He was in agony over how much he had spent. But why does it cost more essence to upgrade than the bed? Aaron stood beside him, chiding him. You're going to upgrade it anyway. Xingu, you should stop nagging and just accept it. That splash of cold water made Xingu gloomy. You're getting colder and colder. Do you know that? Aaron paid him no mind, and even lectured him. The passive skill, absent-minded courage, is a deadly gift. You'll do whatever you want, you'll touch whatever you see, you'll open every door you find. You'll defeat every monster you encounter. Isn't that right? Every word she said hit the mark for Xingu. Seha praised Xingu in awe. So cool, boss. The bed in the rest area was finally upgraded, its size becoming larger. They noticed this too. It had become a king-sized bed, and the pillows and blanket looked much nicer. A gloomy Xingu plopped down on the bed. They slowly took in the comfort of the upgraded bed. It's so comfortable and soft. Only Seha was trying to shoo them away. Get off of it, you two, the system announced more. Level 2 bed, you can sleep on it. The amount of stamina and mana that can be recovered increases by 20%. Skill proficiency increases very slowly over time. Xingu was surprised that the bed's new level had something so special. Besides the increase in recovery rate, Aaron was also full of praise. You can improve your skills just by sleeping on it? Seha's imagination ran in a different direction. Maybe I'll train you in your sleep. Xingu was already exhausted and just wanted to collapse onto the bed, but circumstances wouldn't allow it. As much as I want to dive into this bed right now, I still have a lot of projects to deal with. Xingu looked at the door and imagined. So this door will lead me anywhere? Aaron was already imagining herself going on a trip. Xingu, I want to travel to Greece. He helplessly handed all the essence to her. All right, here's the essence. The system notification appeared again. Level 2 door. A door leading outside. You can use essence to enter the nearest dungeon. Using the rest area's key to achieve a similar result is also acceptable. The upgraded door had nothing special besides its new function, a path to a dungeon. Xingu couldn't picture what it would be like on the other side of the door. This must be the feeling I'd get if my daughter came home with a medieval haircut. Aaron quickly shattered his thoughts. You don't even have a daughter, she continued to analyze. Every time you go to a dungeon, at least you won't have to dig a hole with your own tail anymore. That's good news, isn't it? Xingu was finally convinced. Objectively speaking, it's a good option. Aaron boosted everyone's morale. We're about to run out of dungeons in Seoul, and if a dungeon breaks out like last time, you can just stick the key in the ground without worrying about what other people think. But she forgot that Xingu was as stubborn as a mule. He couldn't be swayed that quickly. Of course, it still has its limitations. Xingu slowly listed the disadvantages he foresaw. For example, When I use that door to go to a dungeon, if it leads to the Demon King's castle, I'll have to run away immediately. Aaron was fed up with this overthinking. So you do know how to run away. She remained cheerful and optimistic about the point. We should only use this when we have a sufficient number of repayment demons. The new change didn't make Xingu feel any better. It even made him tear his hair out thinking about what to do after conquering the archdemon's colony. With the current quest, I can't even think about what to do next. He angrily brushed it off. Whatever, let's just wash up and go to sleep. Aaron volunteered to go next. The second one, please. Seiha has something to say. So what should I do now? Xingu's expression soured when Aaron accepted her. They went to a convenience store together to buy a dollhouse. The person in the store praised them enthusiastically. Your niece will definitely love it. After that, day turned into night. Xingu and Aaron got up, ready to go. Now, let's go find a new dungeon. She stopped him. No, you need more rest. He was confused. I just rested. Aaron grumbled like a nagging little wife. I wouldn't be bothering you if all you needed was a night's sleep. But it's a different story with level sickness. Xingu's face paled as he repeated. Level sickness. Since when had Seiha been listening to their conversation? That's right, it's real. This never happens to someone with ordinary talent like me. But for Aaron, who was a high-spec player back in the day, she's probably experienced it before. Aaron continued to explain to the blockhead Xingu, you've definitely been overworking yourself. You've been conquering dungeons excessively. You even tried to learn an innate skill in a dungeon that's a higher level than you. But the biggest problem is that you've leveled up too fast. He had just been shut down by her, so he softened his tone. Is that why I'm sick? Aaron continued her lecture. When you level up, suddenly, your mind won't have time to sync with your body, and you'll get sick more easily. If you continue fighting in this state, you could face more serious problems. That's why you need to take time to adjust your body. She delivered the final line. The main focus is balance and professionalism. Only then did the blockheaded Xingu pay attention to her explanation. She has a point. I always prioritize understanding my body before activating a skill. But my body has jumped 15 levels. If I use a skill now, there will definitely be a problem. But the biggest problem is that you've leveled up too fast. He had just been shut down by her, so he softened his tone. Is that why I'm sick? Aaron continued her lecture. When you level up, suddenly, but it would be a waste of time to just lie down and stare at the ceiling. I should train my body a little and heighten my senses. Aaron read him like a book, which gave Xingu the creeps. Why are you looking at me like that? She began to mock him relentlessly. I was just thinking about how you're going to die alone. Xingu shuddered. What did you just say? The room echoed with the chaotic sounds of all three of them. We should go shopping together. Ah, we just got a new roommate. Yeah, isn't one dollhouse enough? We don't just need the dollhouse, we need a bathroom and a bed. Just because we're small doesn't mean we don't get hungry, Xingu thought to himself with his dead fish eyes. I hadn't thought about that, but it's not like I can order food delivery here. If only I were home right now, it would just take a single beep. He proudly looked at the refrigerator that had just been added to the rest area. Well, now we have a refrigerator. Aaron, however, was not impressed. You look pretty smug. She lectured him again like a young wife. I'm sure you could buy 100 refrigerators. Besides, with that kind of money, couldn't you just buy a mansion? You've earned countless dollars from killing monsters over level 100 since the tutorial dungeon. Xingu immediately cut her off. Not now. We'd be more easily caught if we had a base in the outside world. Aaron was fed up with him. Who are you running from anyway? With that, Xingu ran outside and put on a helmet. Let's go shopping. Aaron quickly landed in one of Xingu's pockets. Seiha also gradually approached. She gave him a scolding. What do you think you're doing? This pocket is already full. Seiha quickly backed away. Hey, I'm sorry. He sulked on Xingu's shoulder. I thought your body would be nice and warm. Xingu shivered in disgust. That sounds so creepy. Don't talk like that anymore. The two of them went back and forth on the scooter. What about your license plate? I've already reattached it to the back. Don't worry. Remember to follow the traffic laws. I know. At a red light, Xingu obediently stopped the scooter. He briefly observed his surroundings. A series of scooters identical to Xingu's were also parked nearby. Questions started popping up in his head. Why are there so many people riding scooters at this hour? They all have the same model as me. That familiar white and red color scheme. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Seiha only cared about food. I guess a lot of Chinese restaurants open nearby. Only Aaron paid attention to what was happening around them. They're definitely copying you. Xingu didn't understand why. Why are they copying me? She continued to explain. You were unlucky enough to have your picture leaked on the news once. Aaron sighed wearily. You really don't understand the influence of the news. You've attracted a lot of attention from people all over the world as the person who stopped a disaster before it could even happen. If someone had managed to clearly film your fight and spread it around, anyone who saw it would definitely be captivated by you. Xingu listened to everything like a dumbfounded kid. Are you serious? But aren't there other players out there who could do better? The more he asked, the more Aaron sounded like a wise old woman. There are people with more mana who are stronger than you, but there's a world of difference between someone who is truly superior and someone who just acts like it. For example, Kim Harian. Seha was still shocked that guy was so hated. Aaron's analysis continued to play out in Xingu's mind. You really don't understand the influence of the news. You've attracted a lot of attention from people all over the world as the person who stopped a disaster before it could even happen. If someone had managed to clearly film your fight and spread it around, anyone who saw it would definitely be captivated by you. Xingu listened to everything like a dumbfounded kid. Are you serious? But aren't there other players out there who could do better? He overheard everything the young women were saying. They were endlessly envious, and there was even a fan page for him. Really? I want to join too. Me too. Seha was standing next to a celebrity, so he felt proud by association. That's why penetrating the market first is so important. Xingu didn't understand a thing. Did you major in economics? What are you talking about? Seha proceeded to explain it to him. There have always been players in Sky Castle, but you were the first to deal with the monsters on the ground. Aaron was a bit puzzled. Oh, so what were the other players doing? He recalled an auction he had seen. Coincidentally, an auction was held that day, so everyone was gathered in Sky Castle. Xingu gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I shouldn't attract any more attention. Right now. Aaron agreed. I like the sound of right now. Then he realized, but as long as I have many impersonators, they won't be able to tell who I am. Then they went inside the bustling shopping center. Xingu, used to being around monsters, was a little wary. There are too many people. Seha eagerly leaned forward to look. Everyone is buying simple things. They usually buy food that can be stored for a long time in case they have to stay indoors for too long, and other items, including melee weapons like axes and clubs to use against monsters. He explained how to shop like a normal person. That also led to a significant decrease in thieves. Xingu unknowingly wandered over to the kitchenware section. Aaron then suggested, the rest area doesn't have a kitchen. Should we buy stuff here? He immediately shot her down. I don't know how to cook. Besides, we don't even have electricity in the rest area. Seha realized something was strange. So, how does the refrigerator work? And don't we have running water? Xingu was amused by his question. That's a good question. I have no idea. While they were shopping, something appeared on the TV screen. A news report about Xingu. Oh, it's on again. The news report also made a request. If anyone has any information about this player, please contact us immediately. If only he hadn't seen the TV screen, because his face darkened right after. I'm being treated like a wanted man, and they want people to call them? Xingu was too focused on that screen, but I can't remember what I was trying to do. A new mountain appeared on the TV screen. Curious eyes followed along. It was filled with ferocious-looking goblins. Another scene showed a giant centipede searching for food. Xingu was a bit puzzled. Isn't that a dungeon? The place with dungeon monsters was being replayed on TV. Aaron was also surprised by this. It's too big to be considered a dungeon, and they're filming it. Before she could finish, Seha jumped in. Isn't that Seoraksan Mountain in Sokcho, boss? When I was a kid, my parents took me to visit all the signature spots there. The announcement on the TV continued. Monsters appearing around Biryong Falls at Seoraksan Mountain were promptly handled by the summoned players. The anchor woman courageously reported, but many more monsters appeared in a short time. They spread out in a flash, so we can no longer determine how many monsters are out there. Since there are still many civilians trapped on the mountain, the government can't act rashly. This is just a glimpse of the monsters spread across the globe. In South Korea, the first hunter dealt with the incident and destroyed the dungeon early on, but in other countries, they couldn't even destroy the dungeons. Failure to defeat the final boss leads to a dungeon break in the world. If this continues, monsters will resettle on Earth and increase their numbers. Are people just going to stand by and watch as they push humanity out of its territory? The broadcast ended with the search for Xingu. If you have any information about the player who can handle this incident, please report his whereabouts to us immediately. Please. After hearing the news, everyone around them started to stir. Isn't he the one they're talking about? But there are so many people copying him now. But is he really a player? He doesn't even have wings. A thought flashed through Xingu's mind. I get it now. That's why they're hunting me down. Aaron looked at him with concern. What are you going to do now, Xingu? He fell back into his own thoughts. Dealing with the rest of the dungeon is already a problem. But if the final boss has escaped, what can I possibly do there? If they think I'm God's cleanup crew, I have to set them straight. Xingu understood the current situation. He was sure that stronger players already existed in the system. That means they should be able to handle the monsters. Me being there alone won't save anyone. Aaron, however, disagreed. I don't think there are many players out there stronger than you. Seha, standing nearby, also jumped in. If other players heard that, they'd wonder what they've been doing for the past 10 years. Aaron retorted, "That's not helpful." She was proud of Xingu's incredible strength. Xingu had the power of a level 100 player even before he officially became one, and then he became an unofficial level 50 player, and he even activated an innate skill all on his own. Suddenly he stopped walking. Whatever. Xingu pointed to himself. I need to let my body recover by resting first. And if Seoraksan Mountain is still a battlefield, by then, while Seha and Aaron were listening intently, I'll head over there for a look. Xingu's eyes slowly turned serious. There might be another way to solve the problem, even if the dungeon had broken out. But in his mind, he imagined the essence cores he'd get after killing the monsters. And even if there weren't any, he was more interested in mana crystals from high-level monsters than essence cores in the real world. Then he and his supporter jumped on the motorcycle. Let's head back. The group then returned to the resting area. Xingu fell into a meditative state. He began to feel the starlights, sparkling brightly from deep within his body. It wasn't something Xingu could physically see. Something was rushing through his senses. I can only feel its abstract existence. But I'm sure of it. The characteristics of the starlight, how it connects to Xingu's body, and its abilities. Each star was shining in its own way and proving its presence. There were a total of 5 starlights. That was 2 less than the total number of innate skills he had. The smallest starlight was the intersection of 2 other stars, the poison resistance and fire resistance skills. The 2 stars shone most brightly when fire and poison tried to penetrate Xingu's body. It was the smallest and simplest power, but if Xingu trained hard, he could overcome his own weaknesses. He shut his eyes tightly to feel more. I wish I could possess other elemental immunities. These 2 are only effective when I'm attacked, so I don't get much out of them. The next starlight was the innate combat skill Xingu had just created, heavy weapon combat. He hadn't thought it would only apply to hammers, axes, and swords, but rather that any heavy weapon would be affected by this skill. Xingu thought it would be useful in fights that utilized a weapon's weight. He imagined future battles where he would analyze and perfectly use the weight of each weapon. That will help me move quickly and efficiently while inflicting massive damage on my opponents. That's the main purpose of this skill. Xingu now had a clear understanding of his innate ability. He let out a smug smirk. If any monster approaches me because I look weak with this hammer, I'll smash it to bits in an instant. This skill was the result of Xingu's efforts to speed up his body and eliminate any lag in his attacks. Xingu thought it would be useful in fights that utilized a weapon's weight. He imagined future battles where he would analyze and perfectly use the weight of each weapon. Even so, it was still a bit concerning to him that the star was also fluctuating. Xingu tightly gripped the black wolf's claw in his hand. It even develops in proportion to the number of times I use the hammer in battle. It's a huge advantage that it depends on both my body and my weapon, Xingu happily boasted to Aaron. He thought he was done familiarizing himself with his body. In return, Aaron gave him a weary look. So you rested and examined your body just to use heavy weapon combat. Xingu clenched his fist, showing his resolve. His body had changed a lot, but he thought he could now take full advantage of it. He wanted to run right outside and swing his hammer around. Aaron shattered Xingu's daydream. But shouldn't you check your other skills while you're at it? Xingu gave a sly wink. I was planning on doing that too. She still couldn't believe him. Really? Next were the 2 brightest starlights, positioned furthest from the others. One was bloodlust, and the other was his most mysterious innate ability. Xingu's eyes became calculating. Carelessness is courage. His demeanor changed in a flash, and a terrifying aura erupted around him. If Xingu looked at bloodlust first, it was a skill that deeply integrated all his powers, including his body, soul, and mana. It submerged his entire self, sharply defining itself and projecting outward. It was an innate skill that could shatter an enemy's soul without consuming any energy. Then Xingu closed his eyes, trying to connect everything together. If I delve deeper into this skill, I might learn how to connect other skills, and even resolve conflicts between different energy sources. I can't do it right now. He waved his hand, giving up on the thought. It's not something I can do right now with so little energy left. Next up was carelessness is courage. It was the first innate skill Xingu possessed, and also his greatest mystery. It was a skill that reduced damage, or the effects of ambushes and traps when Xingu was unaware of them. It was a skill completely unrelated to his physical condition or mana. Even though it was inside his body, it was a skill that relied on perception and external factors. Even Xingu himself didn't truly understand how it worked. He stared intently at the innate ability it emanated. I should have been able to come up with a skill that transcends normal perception in my current state. This must have been made possible by the dungeon's mana and the power of the achievement that governs it. Xingu's existing innate abilities now totaled 5. This meant Xingu had nothing left to learn, except for heavy weapon combat. Next were the 2 innate skills outside his body. One was the tattoo on the back of his hand, and the other was the lizard tail on his backside, which he couldn't even picture, let alone figure out where to start to use its soul power. And the other souls had remained dormant ever since Xingu collected them. Most people don't give up their souls so easily. Xingu recalled the souls he had encountered. I haven't seen a ghost in a while. I have a bad feeling I'm going to run into one soon. He continued to compare his own techniques, skills, and innate abilities. The Chaos Tail had made almost no progress lately. I've been neglecting it, thinking it was just a key to open dungeons. But since Xingu upgraded the resting area and found other ways to get in, he'd gradually lost his reason to use it. He stared at his own wagging tail. Is there another way to use this tail? Then Xingu clenched his fist and made a firm decision. No way. No part of my body is useless. I just need to train it properly. Xingu's chaotic tail wagged in the air, aiming for a cup and wrapping around it. Xingu was thrilled. Perfect. He then used his tail to practice holding the cup tightly. I can move it freely. It's not just for digging holes anymore. Compared to when I first started training, all the clumsiness is gone. He clenched his fist with determination. My goal is to be able to use the tail freely, especially when both of my hands are busy. Seiha saw the chaotic tail and flew over to him. I'm quite jealous that you have an extra hand. Xingu calmly suggested, do you want to trade it for your wings? Seiha immediately chirped back, I apologize. Xingu looked at the two supporters gathered around his tail and thought to himself, why didn't I think about this tail sooner? Players can fly around freely with their wings, so they have higher mobility right from the start. So I can conclude that I also have the ability to use this tail in combat. Then Xingu recalled using his chaotic tail to dig through the dungeon. Both his subconscious and reality made him fail to realize it. He continued to wag his tail in the rest area. It's also large enough to apply heavy weapon combat skills. Eren couldn't stop him in time and helplessly dodged. You're going to destroy the floor. Xingu continued to think about the monsters. The tail isn't long enough to attack enemies in front, but once I've mastered using it, I believe I'll be able to handle enemies from behind. As soon as he finished his thought, Xingu turned to Eren. He wondered, what would happen if my tail got injured? She painted a hypothetical scenario. I'm pretty sure your tail is similar to our wings, and we don't lose our wings. No matter what happens, the damage doesn't make the wings disappear completely, but rather transfers directly to the body. Eren continued to explain the wings' recovery ability. That damage is treated with potions or healing magic, and if it's too severe, those methods won't work. Xingu understood the implications. He would die even if he didn't use his wings to block the attack. Eren was a little worried thinking about a part of her body disappearing. Once my energy source is depleted, I can't fly anymore. And that's when I have to log out and fall to the ground. Xingu gripped his knees, thinking about the body part. At least I don't have to worry about my tail being cut off during a fight. He shot up excitedly. Then let's go fight some more. Seiha saw him and exclaimed in awe, is it time to fight? I can finally help you. But Xingu ignored him. If you do so well that you get caught on camera, it'll be a hassle, so just stay put. Despite Seiha's pain, no way. Xingu smirked triumphantly. The Whirlwind Guild must be in chaos since both you and Eren quit. Wouldn't it be interesting if I showed up with the two of you? Then Xingu raised a finger and lectured, I know you want to repay the person who saved your life, but isn't there a dungeon nearby? I'm looking forward to your performance in the dungeon. Seiha obeyed. I understand, sir. Eren looked at them, suddenly getting close, and felt a little jealous. You two look close, Xingu replied. He's just a little too excited. For now, you must always be on guard. If you get caught, I'll have to fight that Harryon guy or someone else. Immediately, Arene pictured the person she hated most in the world. Seiha understood Xingu's sarcastic tone. He was the bastard who claimed to be Arene's fiancé. Who knows what he would do if he caught us? Just thinking about it gave Eren goosebumps. Seeing her like that, Xingu changed the subject. I really don't like being around people who only think with their lower half. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape a woman's sharp tongue. Sounds like you've been there before. Xingu's blunt reply came back. I don't need to experience it to understand it. Then he cut her off. All right, let's head to Mount Sirak now. The three of them walked off cheerfully, leaving only chaotic sounds on the trail. Maybe we should buy some more potatoes and corn when we're there. Don't be so biased. Although I do love potato rice cakes, I guess we know what we're having for lunch. Despite their carefree attitude, something else was unfolding on Mount Sirak. The militia was hiding in the grass. A plume of black smoke billowed up. The helicopter had crashed. They've discovered we were watching them from the air. A voice echoed from the communicators. What's the situation? Until yesterday, they hadn't shown any organized movements. Could this be related to that flash of light? One person in the group remained vigilant. The enemy might launch a surprise ambush. Their elite forces were still trembling. Even though we can take down small monsters like goblins and slimes with guns, it doesn't mean we're completely safe. And the helicopter had also captured footage of stronger monsters being cornered, causing them to lash out. Damn it. I just had my vacation last week. In this tense moment, two soldiers were still bantering. That's why it's better. If you had just left and this happened, you'd be called right back. I didn't think that far ahead. What do the players look like? Not that great. I hear there are a ton of them, the barrels of their two guns pointed at the sky. Hey, aim carefully. Shoot anything that's shorter than a human. I don't think they could have gotten that far. If all the players die, we'll be next. Stay alert. Shu's voice suddenly appeared. Oh, I can't use my motorcycle here. The two soldiers aimed at him in fear. Who's there? Hey, you idiot, don't point your gun so hastily. The other two subdued Xingu and opened his bag. Inside was just a rolling stone. Xingu scampered away. Our enemies are the monsters. How could you raise your gun at the sound of a human voice? Aaron suddenly became bashful. This was one of my mom's favorite things before she passed away. Seeing Aaron's flippant attitude, Shu couldn't help but scold her. Can't you be serious for once when talking about such sad memories? Meanwhile, Seha chimed in. We should have snuck in there. Xingu ignored his words. That's the price they pay for their lives. I'm going to save them, so I have the right to tease them, don't I? Korean men all love to mess with freshly discharged soldiers. Erin sighed in frustration. I just don't get it. Erin closed her eyes, her mind focusing to harmonize with the frequencies around her. Her sparkling eyes couldn't believe what she had just sensed. There are no players nearby. Her next words made the atmosphere even stranger. But I can't sense any monsters either. Aaron switched to encyclopedia mode and explained the situation to him. There weren't many players in all of Korea to begin with, and they must have been busy training in the Heavenly City. Experienced players usually don't jump into battle right away. The grotesque faces of the ogres still haunted Aaron's mind. Goblins and slimes are one thing, but the video also captured ogres. This sudden mention made Shu ponder and speculate. I guess this can't be from just a few dungeons. I also don't think that many players fell out of the same dungeon. How could players who died in different dungeons all fall down in the same locations? Xingu tilted his head and asked wonderingly, could it be a composite dungeon or something similar? The naive question made Aaron find it ridiculous. Dungeons aren't amusement parks, you know. Xingu tried to explain using the simplest terms. Ant nests are even rarer. This could be explained if this entire small world fell to the ground, but that's highly unlikely. Aaron looked at the surrounding trees and suggested a new direction. I'm afraid something happened when the dungeon was broken and the final boss escaped. We'll find something if we ask the monsters. Xingu agreed with her idea, turning and pointing in another direction. This way, I think they came out after we got a little farther away. To this day, Seha was still amazed by his sharp senses. It's amazing that you can sense them from this far away. Seha's flattering voice rang in his ears. Now that's my boss. Xingu kept quiet, not daring to reveal his secret. I'm sure he'd be really mad if I told him it was just a hunch. He suddenly sped up, running deeper into the forest. I think if I just run in one direction long enough, he thought, I'll run into some monsters. The wind rushing past his head seemed to stoke this invisible belief in his heart. A sudden shout made Xingu jump back half a step, his face as white as a sheet. Ah, help me! The air felt heavy, pressing down on Aaron's chest. There really is a monster here. I can hear someone. Confirming it was true, he couldn't help but worry. How did they survive while being trapped on a mountain? He changed direction and ran quickly toward the source of the sound. The bloodthirsty goblins began to corner the last victims. Their mouths kept making creepy sounds. 3 players who had already died were tossed aside, ignored by everyone. He suddenly sped up, running deeper into the forest. I think if I just run in one direction long enough, he thought, I'll run into some monsters. The wind rushing past his head seemed to stoke this invisible belief in his heart. A sudden shout made Xingu jump back half a step, his face as white as a sheet. Ah, help me! The air felt heavy, pressing down on Aaron's chest. There really is a monster here. From his high vantage point, Xingu could see the whole situation. There were hundreds of armed goblins. Not only that, but they also brought backup. Dozens of ogres were equipped with armor. The tall grass hindered his steps, forcing Shu to slow down until he finally witnessed the source of that horrifying chorus. An unbalanced battle between players and a horde of goblins was raging at the bottom of a cliff. A veteran player like her had never encountered a mixed army like the one below, where monsters of different races acted as if they were on the same side. Compared to her teammates' seriousness, as the support, Aaron also acted as the strategist, analyzing the situation to hold him back. I'm sure you could fill a medium-sized dungeon with this number. But there's something strange. Shu's tone was remarkably calm. Well, that's pretty normal in fantasy stories. Maybe a demon king or a dragon appeared and is ruling over them. That's not what's important right now. We have to save them. Xingu was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. I know. He braced himself and leaped off the cliff. Ha! He summoned his indomitable will from deep within. When he landed, he was fully equipped with a helmet, armor, and the black wolf claws held firmly in his hands. The nearby goblins, detecting a strange life form, were startled, seeing a new offering for sacrifice. They used their homemade guns to attack him repeatedly. Kill him, Xingu arrogantly offered himself up to take the full force of those weak attacks. They screamed in terror. Fall back! He's not human! Was normal. He braced himself to counterattack the gnats, swarming him. Using the black wolf's claw to break free, Xingu secretly activated his charge skill. A loud explosion from behind drew the attention of the goblins in the front line. Little did they know that in the blink of an eye, they themselves would be sent flying high into the sky without wings. When he landed, he was fully equipped with a helmet, armor, and the black wolf claws held firmly in his hands. The nearby goblins, detecting a strange life form, were startled, seeing a new offering for sacrifice. They used their homemade guns to attack him repeatedly. Kill him, Xingu arrogantly offered himself up to take the full force of those weak attacks. They screamed in terror. Fall back! He's not human! Xingu charged headfirst, sending anyone in his path flying. Before reaching the goblin boss, he artfully somersaulted to dodge it, nearly giving it a heart attack. What? He was catching his breath when the goblins shot darts at him. His nice clothes were now riddled with holes, forcing Shu to pull them out painfully. Rage exploded in his head, his murderous eyes fixed on them. One goblin saw this and started to hesitate. He's too strong, but its comrades immediately shut it down. We will kill him and make him a sacrifice. Sacrifice! Xingu raised the black wolf's claw as a murderous aura radiated from him. Sacrifice this. He slammed it straight into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. The earth shattered and flew into the air. His handsome face uttered terrifying words like the Grim Reaper himself. Run and I'll hit you even harder. The goblins froze in place, not even daring to breathe. Xingu saw that the mob was not moving, and was as pleased as could be. Good. Stay right there. The black wolf's claw was swung, and the great massacre officially began. With an artful swing, Xingu sent the goblins flying like falling leaves in autumn. Beiko was stunned by the mysterious hero's overwhelming power. How is he so strong? Nari watched the battle, her eyes sparkling as she heaped praise on him. He must be a high-level player. I'm sure of it, seeing the awesome weapon in his hand. Beiko was doubtful. But does anyone in Korea use a hammer like that? She racked her brain to confirm what she was saying. I think it's him. His build is a perfect match. Her cryptic words helped him vaguely guess his identity. The guy from Sanha. In contrast to the human's unhurried demeanor, the anxious goblins decided to go for a quick all-out attack. A sacrifice for the new world. Seeing his prey offer themselves up to him, Shu silently celebrated. They rushed in like moths to a flame. All the better. He lowered his center of gravity for a better stance before executing the monsters. I don't need to move much. I just have to swing my hammer. The anxious goblins decided to go for a quick all-out attack. A sacrifice for the new world. Seeing his prey offer themselves up to him, Shu silently celebrated, watching from behind the leaves. He made an exclamation that Aaron had to agree with. It's like he's playing whack-a-mole. As fear spread through their ranks, the goblins whispered to each other. Offer. Sacrifice. Before they even knew where he was, they could only stare blankly as their weapons were shattered. He swung his arms as if racking up combo points, hitting every single one of them without missing a beat. Do you guys even qualify as sacrifices? His innocent face spouted words that crushed their pride. If he kills them all, will a new monster appear? Like a demon, perhaps. Aaron knew exactly where this was going, so she didn't try to stop him. If it gets dangerous, you have to run away immediately. Xingu gripped the black wolf's claw tightly before the goblins, like an omen of the Grim Reaper's arrival. From now on, I will be more careful to avoid death. The nearest goblins suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Something feels very strange. The bearded one trembled and screamed in utter terror. Is it for real? Before he could even finish the question, the goblin shrieked as his companion's head exploded right in front of him. That legendary bonk was like a sonic boom to the entire horde. They screamed in utter chaos. There's no chance now. The mana has stopped spreading. The ritual is over. In the midst of the noisy crowd, a braver goblin dared to point at Xingu. That damn human is weird. After observing for long enough, Erin suddenly voiced her theory. I do not know what is happening, but it is obvious I am getting in their way. Maybe it has to do with Xingu being an irregular player. He listened intently, a strange glint appearing in his eyes. In any case, it is not my business. Right now, I will just focus on killing them all. A murderous aura filled the air, and making the cowardly goblins retreat. Run! He leaped high into the air, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and bloodlust. You are free to attack, but do not even think about escaping. A flock of startled birds took flight as the sound of the hammer echoed far and wide. The goblins' bodies slowly turned to dust, just like when Thanos snapped his fingers that one time. As the battle drew to a close, the hero's retreating figure exuded a strange majesty. Dune, having recovered slightly, spoke in awe of Xingu's power. He killed all of them. Beiko could not hide his admiration. His voice choked with emotion. He did all that by himself in such a short amount of time? The familiar notification window appeared. Xingu has reached level 51. While his other stats had not changed much, he was surprised by the good news. I leveled up. This is starting to get interesting. His thoughtful eyes glanced over at the goblin that was slowly. They turned to dust. You level up just by killing monsters? This is completely different from everything I've heard and experienced. Seha cautiously checked his own stats. Even we, as supporters, leveled up too. This new information left Aaron completely bewildered. So, you can level up in the real world by killing monsters from dungeon breaks. Do you think it's like this for everyone? Xingu also had many questions about this new concept. Does this apply to all players, or does it only affect you because you're an irregular player? Aaron spoke decisively, expressing her opinion. I think it's the latter. The young woman began a quick analysis. This place looks more like an ant nest than Sky Castle. The memories of the demons from earlier flashed through her mind like a black and white film. It might also be related to why the monsters were panicking so much. Just by saying that, she immediately piqued Xingu's interest. Let's test that theory. Before taking any further action, does this apply to all players, or does it only affect you because you're an irregular player? Aaron spoke decisively, expressing her opinion. He didn't forget to share the conventional knowledge about leveling up. We've killed countless monsters and nothing happened. We only level up when we clear a dungeon in Sky Castle. With his earlier assumption confirmed, Xingu replied gravely, I see. He then asked about the injured player he had seen. Is the person who was injured earlier okay? Duan shyly replied to their benefactor. We're okay now, Nari conveniently added. We'll get treated when we return to Sky Castle. She bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you for helping us. Her bow inadvertently gave him an eyeful, making him blush bright red. It was nothing. Nari then asked the question that had been on her mind. Are you from Sha? Xingu sharply changed the subject with a cold glare. This place is getting more dangerous, so we should leave quickly. Understand? The simple tactic was effective, as not only did Nari reply fearfully, yes, but Rugon's face also turned pale. However, she looked back, her sorrowful voice drifting on the wind. But our comrades have fallen. The cold bodies were covered in white cloths. The silent space gave way to the pain of farewell. Xingu looked at Nari's back, which carried so much sorrow, unable to bring himself to look away. I'm sure they're not used to this kind of scene. This place is getting more dangerous, so we should leave quickly. Understand? The simple tactic was effective, as not only did Nari reply fearfully, yes, but Rugon's face also turned pale. However, she looked back, her sorrowful voice drifting on the wind. But our comrades have fallen. The cold bodies were covered in white cloths. The silent space gave way to the pain of farewell. Xingu looked at Nari's back, which carried so much sorrow, unable to bring himself to look away. I'm sure they're not used to this kind of scene. He happened to notice Aaron and Seha were also caught up in the somber atmosphere. Maybe they also lost some people in Sky Castle, but then they retired and fell back to Earth immediately. He mused to himself in his spare moment. Suddenly, a light shone from under the 3 white cloths, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The light pulsed continuously for no clear reason. Beiko, standing closest, noticed something was wrong. The bodies are disappearing. He rushed forward, hopelessly trying to stop whatever was happening. No, damn it! 3 glowing orbs flew out from the cloths, hovering in the air. While Xingu stood still watching everything unfold, the 3 orbs shot straight towards him in front of everyone. A light, even brighter than before, erupted the moment they successfully made contact with him, and the symbol on his hand emitted 3 small puffs of purple smoke. Xingu dazedly read the information panel that had just appeared. Soul collection has increased to level 2. Total souls possessed is 4. The bizarre events left his mind in utter chaos. I still don't understand what's happening, but this feeling isn't bad. He looked at the wailing Beiko and thought to himself. While Xingu stood still watching everything unfold, the 3 orbs shot straight towards him in front of everyone. A light, even brighter than before, erupted the moment they successfully made contact with him. Nari sobbed, her voice full of reluctance. But, his curiosity and concern now gone, he turned to leave decisively. Or you can just sit there crying and attract all the monsters here. I don't care. For some reason, Nari tried to stop him. Wait! Xingu stored his indomitable will back into his inventory. With each aimless step, he unraveled a ton of new thoughts. Normal players can't get stronger by hunting monsters on the surface. But I'm different. After the battle with the demons, he was now exploring new concepts that no one else knew about. It could be because they escaped from the ant nest dungeon. But at least I learned one good thing, that I don't need to clear dungeons to gain experience and mana. The symbol on his hand kept glowing, drawing his gaze. On top of that, the souls of dead players have entered my body. Xingu's face darkened, unable to hide his anxiety. It's weird to say I possess them. He looked up dejectedly at the birds flying freely in the sky. But they came to me on their own, because I have the soul collection skill. This can't be normal. Without a word, he plunged into the misty void. There are too many mysteries, but then again, what's so strange about it? A crazed laugh escaped him as Xingu looked up at the sky. All in all, it's not a bad thing. Let's continue the rescue mission. His sudden behavior left Aaron and Seha, who were flying behind him, completely stunned. A remark. You said rescue, right? Are we gonna go save other people? Xingu jumped in and gave the goblins a merciless beatdown. The young players profusely thanked him for their lives. They were spectacularly saved. The black wolf flew through the wind, lightly grazing the cheeks of the large monsters. The more he fought, the more fired up he got to farm for loot. The lingering, thick scent of blood mixed with fine dust silently trailed behind him. His body was exhausted after the long battle, and Xingu let out a sigh. I really need a long-range weapon. Aaron looked at him sitting smugly on his pile of spoils and couldn't help but chuckle. How can you say that when you can smash ogres' heads just by throwing rocks? In fact, one ogre kicked the bucket because of a small stone he decided to use on a whim. What kind of long-range weapon would work? Aaron didn't know much about this, so she just asked whatever popped into her head. What about a slingshot? But Xingu refused because of its cumbersome mechanics. So you're just going to keep picking up rocks forever? Xingu's brain went to work, conjuring up the image of a badass handheld machine gun. He wanted a skill that could annihilate enemies from a distance, just like a machine gun. Aaron outwardly supported him, but thought it was completely unnecessary. But I still think killing ogres with rocks is good enough, she reminded him with a firm tone. So just practice your magic bullet skill. You've been neglecting it for a long time. This made Seha's eyes widen in amazement. Hey boss, you have that skill? He excitedly told Xingu. That's a rare skill, only to be met with Xingu's nonchalant and provocative attitude. Who cares if it's rare or not? To avoid being called a braggart, he immediately fired a beam of light at the nearest tree. It created a perfectly round hole that pierced through the poor tree's trunk, but he didn't show an ounce of pity. This skill can't even kill a goblin. This is probably the only active skill I haven't developed. Just as he was stumped, Seha seemed to be possessed by the spirit of Isaac Newton. What if you make it spin? In comics, skills are always stronger if you make them spin. As Aaron listened to the idea, she also started thinking, imagining the fantastic scene. The image of gravity enveloping a uniformly spinning bullet as it was fired really made Xingu reconsider. A spinning bullet would balance its center of gravity, preventing it from veering off course, and its damage would also increase significantly. He looked up at the sky, recalling his past training sessions. The problem is, I've tried many times but always failed. I gave up because it was harder than creating a new passive skill. Suddenly, a brilliant idea lit up his brain. But what if I mix it with another skill? Xingu switched into mad scientist mode with Aaron. The bullet is originally an application of the punishment skill. So what if I combine it with charge, just like when I created frenzied charge? This made her despair as if she'd lost faith in humanity. How could you possibly do that? Aaron tried to find the words to explain the mechanics of charge skills, which transfer destructive energy and speed to mana and then stabilize it. Her highly academic words made him ponder deeply. It looks simple, but it's actually a complex skill because it involves changing the properties of mana. Xingu's body surged with energy after he pieced everything together. He had realized this characteristic early on and practiced a lot, so now he could control the mana of charge as easily as breathing. She blinked, but the content of his statement made anyone who listened carefully want to flip a table. That's why I was able to create frenzied charge, so maybe this way is easier. Temporarily transforming into a professor, Xingu began a lecture on how to use his unique skill, frenzied charge. You need to fill your body with the mana from charge, detonate it using the principles of punishment, then use mana simultaneously from different directions to activate Iron Skin. Seha awkwardly scratched his face in embarrassment. Just hearing it makes my head want to explode. How did you even come up with that skill? Aaron sighed sympathetically. I told you so. She cheerfully hyped him up like a famous star. Xingu may have little mana, but he can utilize it better than anyone else. Xingu looked at the idle pair, one praising and the other agreeing, and thought to himself, why are you more proud of that than I am? Taking advantage of the free time, he decided to try practicing again. The important thing is to channel the mana so that it's all concentrated at the fingertip with a little bit of charge. Xingu took a deep breath, wary of what could go wrong, knowing that if he held it for too long, his finger would break. The flow of energy surrounding him focused and surged toward his thumb, so as soon as the mana is formed, I have to fire it immediately. He unleashed the mana bullet forward using the magic bullet skill. The bullet's fast trajectory created a gust of wind that blew into the faces of his two supporters, stunning them silly. The bullet flew straight into a nearby boulder in the blink of an eye, and the impact caused a deafening explosion that obscured everything from view. A few pebbles pattered down at his feet after that big bang. The smoke and dust cleared to reveal a deep trench carved into the ground, stretching for 100 meters. Faced with this terrifying sight, Xingu was frozen stiff by what he had done. Aaron's brain short-circuited and hadn't rebooted yet. Seha's soul had temporarily gone offline from the massive shock. Xingu snapped back to normal and tried to play it cool with a casual remark. Wait a minute, why has no one ever tried this simple trick? Aaron was so irked that she had to speak up and correct him immediately. It's not simple at all. Skill synthesis isn't as easy as you think. Having just barely recovered her senses, she had to speak up to set this weirdo straight. I told you, charge isn't a skill that a beginner can use easily. Seha was curious about Xingu's hidden potential. Boss, can you use it to fire continuously? Only to receive a firm confirmation from him. Actually, that's even easier. Xingu scratched his head, looking sheepishly at the mess he had created. But I won't do it now. I have to be mindful of the environment, surroundings anymore. Seha praised him without any hesitation. What a wise decision. Yet he was still lost in thought, studying this new proposition. When Mana Bullet is combined with charge, it consumes more mana than just using Mana Bullet alone. Xingu stretched his arms and legs, doing some exercises under the judgmental gazes of his two teammates, but it wasn't enough to put a major strain on his body. His roller coaster of emotions now erupted into pure bliss. It was just a simple experiment, but I found an incredibly powerful new weapon. Suddenly, a pain spread throughout his body, making him dizzy and his breath catch unevenly. He instinctively frowned, his eyes showing confusion and a hint of vagueness. This reaction is exactly like when I received the passionate charge skill. His body was gradually adapting to this rare phenomenon. The only difference was that this wasn't a new memory, but an old one being altered in a new way. A new notification updated right after he finished acquiring the skill. The active skill Mana Bullet has changed to Power Shot. Power Shot Level 1. Below it was an explanation for this event. The skill evolved through synthesis and fires a Mana Bullet, specially enhanced to annihilate the target. After reading it, his gaze became much calmer. The skill has changed, Aaron casually commented. It's practically a new one. She flew up to Xingu's eye level and suggested, I guess it'll be much easier to use since it's an official skill now. Seha broke into a cold sweat as he recounted the skills he had acquired, 2 active skills and 1 passive skill in such a short time. The kid could only think of one reason for this. He must be blessed by the gods. Aaron was about to blow a gasket at his wishful thinking. Be quiet. Meanwhile, Xingu returned. The active skill Mana Bullet has changed to Power Shot. Power Shot Level 1. Below it was an explanation for this event. The skill evolved through synthesis and fires a Mana Bullet, and even ogres. On the other hand, Aaron was secretly worried. Xingu was already strong enough, and now he has a long-range skill. Seeing his proud demeanor, she shook her head in dismay. Who can stop him now? Somewhere on the mountain, Aaron tiredly asked Seha. So how long has it been? His voice came out as fast as the wind. 3 hours. The reason for Aaron's exhausted tone was because Xingu had gone into monster hunting mode, without rest, and had already reached level 53. He gazed out at the other mountain ranges. This mountain is really huge. I've been following monster tracks for so long and still haven't covered it. Aaron stood to one side, muttering to herself, I can't imagine how many dungeons have been destroyed. The heavy thoughts were gradually brushed aside, even though some places looked like they used to be dungeons. Seeing the monsters scattered on the ground, her mind reeled with a hint of anxiety. But there were so many monsters around, and not a single boss monster. Xingu, while catching his breath, suddenly asked about the situation outside. Is there anything on the internet? Aaron, focused on her phone being held up by Seha, replied that there was no way to get accurate information when even helicopters were being shot down by monsters. Her eyes accidentally caught something, and she gasped instinctively. Oh, Xingu noticed she was acting a bit strange. What's wrong? Just then, Harrion and his teammates appeared majestically. The Whirlwind Guild has completed their dungeon conquest and will be coming down here. Xingu cheered with joy. That's great. He pointed forward, taking responsibility. This place is too big for me to handle alone. We also found some civilian bodies. Reinforcements are crucial to minimize the damage. Aaron glared at him with an unhappy expression. I also welcome players coming to kill monsters. She started to burn with anger when she thought about Harrion. But why does it have to be the Whirlwind Guild? Aaron turned and told Seha decisively. Seha, you and I should go hide. Hearing that, he broke into a sweat and had to reply. Okay. He officially raised his hand and declared, I'm no longer a member of the Whirlwind Guild. I'm just Xingu's supporter. While he was busy with his dramatic monologue, SU and Aaron had already made a run for it. I smell a fight over there. Xingu, wait for me. Someone with a goatee tensed his face. Beiko and his teammates were fighting against a large horde of goblins. At the same time, Xingu was observing from a distance the situation. That group is doing fine. Seha replied that they were winning decisively. Aaron spoke up to remind him. There are some players who have more mana than you. He reacted immediately, feeling embarrassed by her comment. All right, I'll leave them alone. Xingu coolly walked away, carrying the black wolf's claw. Seha flew after him, encouraging him. You're so good. You can even go into stealth? Seeing this, Aaron said, Stop fidgeting. Suddenly, his face darkened and became tense. I've noticed this after going through many battlefields, but the monsters here seem to value the players' bodies more. The image of the terrified goblins dropping their weapons when they saw the body disappear. Even when players were too busy fighting to protect their comrades' bodies, the monsters showed fear when the bodies vanished. Xingu glanced over coldly. Perhaps what the monsters are after is related to mana. The panicked goblins whispered to each other. Huh? The offering has disappeared. They were confused as they looked at the spot where the corpse had vanished without a trace. A nutritious offering. Xingu absorbed the soul, which slowly flew into his hand. A sigil appeared on the back of his hand. A notification popped up. The soul collection skill has reached level 3. Total souls owned is 13. Seha stood behind him and emphasized gravely, I see. You suspect that the monsters are targeting mana. Erin raised her hand to analyze. Mana or souls. Even when I was a player, I couldn't learn how to control the power of souls. It's possible that mana is a concept related to the soul, she mentioned. The important thing is, Aaron said firmly, pointing to the arm containing Xingu's soul power. Your soul collection skill is extremely special. Overwhelmed by all the new information, Seha clutched his head and yelled, Can we please stop talking about all this confusing stuff? Suddenly, Xingu heard something and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Shh. Aaron immediately went on alert, listening intently. Seha focused, observing the situation. Xingu looked straight ahead and said, I can sense a battle about 300 meters away. He closed his eyes, cupping a hand to his ear to concentrate on the sounds of the battle. I couldn't learn how to control the power of souls. It's possible that mana is a concept related to the soul, she mentioned. He decided. I think we should help them, even if that person is the guild master of Whirlwind. Xingu immediately started running. Aaron reminded him, Hide your face first. I know, he replied. Xingu put on the indomitable will and stopped at the edge of a cliff. He looked down, startled, observing the scene closely. Xingu was horrified to see Marina, gun in hand, confronting a horde of goblins. They shrieked upon seeing her. An enemy, a powerful enemy. The goblins then spotted Xingu and yelled, He looks weird. He's totally different from the others. His gaze swept across the scene as he noticed something. Monster corpses were scattered about, their weapons snapped in half. They had been utterly wiped out by Marina. Xingu thought in astonishment, That's a lot of monsters. And there are even high-level monsters among them. Don't tell me. He was stunned by Marina's strength. She defeated all of them alone? She looked up and yelled towards Xingu, You're human, right? Can you give me a hand? She was referring to the high-level elite monsters. A huge number of monsters had gathered on Mount Siorak, some of them even over level 100. They were all lying dead on the ground. All those powerful monsters were killed without any sign of a struggle. As Marina continued to call out, Xingu thought deeply. Realistically, a high level alone isn't enough to kill this many monsters. She waved her arms frantically. Hello? Are you human or not? After a moment of hesitation, he sighed. To the goblin's surprise, Xingu jumped straight down from the cliff. They scrambled to defend themselves. He's coming! Stop him! Stop that bastard! He shot forward, the force radiating from his body, knocking them away. A fierce charge. The goblins were sent flying helplessly. Marina was dumbfounded, her mouth agape and speechless. He came to a stop, goblins strewn about at his feet. She looked at Xingu and demanded, What was that skill? He silently retrieved the weapon, the black wolf's claw, from his inventory. Xingu held it in his hands, taking a combat stance. What are you doing? Aren't you going to fight? Marina observed in silence. The goblins panicked with fear as she slowly replied, I am. We can talk later. Marina and Xingu advanced like two gods of death, preparing to annihilate them. The slaughter began. Xingu swung his hammer with all his might and let out a battle cry. He slammed it straight down, creating a cataclysmic impact that made the goblins gape in terror. A wave of light shot from the hammer like the Grim Reaper's scythe, cleaving two unfortunate souls in half. Their torsos flew back into the goblins behind them, who turned pale and screamed, He's too strong! Too strong! The scene came as a great shock to Marina. Her turquoise eyes widened. He's just swinging that hammer, but it's like he's using a sword. Xingu was completely unaware of how much he had shocked Marina. He gripped his hammer and thought to himself, I tried applying the swordsmanship I learned before, but it doesn't feel the same with a hammer. In that moment, she truly began to see his real capabilities. His strength is one thing, but those movements. Marina trailed off, watching the goblins tremble like leaves before Xingu's imposing figure. She guessed to herself, he looks like a player who's over level 200. She watched as Xingu cut through the goblins like weeds, and couldn't help but find it strange. Why have I never heard of him before? Marina shook her head, trying to push the unnecessary thoughts away, and reminded herself, now isn't the time to be wondering who he is. She pursed her lips with determination. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Wasting no more time, Marina took her stance, a pistol in each hand. Having charged up enough mana, her face showed she was eager to test it out. Let's get back to the fight. Marina started to seriously consider Xingu an ally. Although I don't mind fighting on the front line, I'm at my best when I have a reliable ally up front. Two goblins, sensing the threat, yelled in alarm, Stop her! Stop that woman! Although they knew they were facing a ticking time bomb, they charged ahead in a panic. Something terrifying is coming. Really terrifying. Marina whispered. Too late. Just as the two goblins reached her, she activated a skill, her pupils turning into red targeting reticles. Marina smirked and unleashed a barrage of shots, creating a dazzling rain of bullets that flew toward the goblins. Xingu broke out in a cold sweat seeing this power. Are those magic bullets? She has guns that can shoot magic bullets. Every bullet that hit tore a hole through a goblin. The horde seemed to have no fear of death, charging like moths to a flame into the bullet storm. She seemed to be having fun toying with the goblin army, retreating slowly while picking them off one by one. Xingu was rendered speechless, watching the completely one-sided battle, only managing to exclaim, What the? Remembering Marina's earlier expression, a confusing thought crossed his mind. Then why was she so surprised by me? If I hadn't kept my distance, I would have been wiped out just like them. Just a piece of the formation lost. Just then, a guy from behind silently swung an axe, trying to assassinate him. Of course, a dirty trick like that couldn't possibly succeed. Xingu lifted his leg and delivered a devastating kick that sent its head flying, shouting, Not a chance! The other two had also planned to harm him, but this gruesome scene scared them stiff. I want to go home. They remembered that beside him was another formidable person, Aaron, and then frantically realized that Xingu was an unbreakable shield who destroyed everything by ramming straight into it. The woman behind him continuously fired deadly bullets. Each of them was already formidable on their own, and now they were working together. At this point, the goblins knew they were no match and decided to flee. Run now, we can't handle them by ourselves. These sacrifices are just too special. Xingu hadn't had his fill of battle yet and was excited to give chase, but Marina decided to spare them. No, it's fine, let them go. She looked at the corpses strewn about, at the severed limbs on the ground, and advised him, if we act too. Marina had already thought a step ahead about a more complete plan. They will report to their superiors and get help. We'll follow them and kill the leader. Xingu seemed to agree. That's a great idea. He raised his hand, gripping his hammer tightly, then suddenly vetoed the idea with his actions. But then, without a word, Xingu suddenly threw his hammer towards the fleeing goblins. It spun like a boomerang, making a loop and conveniently taking out a few of the goblins. He made a shooting gesture with his hand, creating bright, invisible bullets. These bullets followed his command, attacking the goblins who were running for their lives. Then Xingu expertly caught the hammer and turned to explain, We don't need to let so many of them go. Suddenly, Marina flashed in front of him with a wide-eyed expression, startling him. She was extremely curious and asked, What was that mana bullet just now? It wasn't normal, was it? Xingu looked wearily at her serious, intense expression and mentally reviewed this woman's background. Her name was Marina Bisset, 22 years old. She was born in California, a place famous for its wildlife. Digging further into her past, she was also one of the first players to awaken when the Sky Castle appeared 10 years ago. According to the objective assessment of most people around her, she was praised as a gifted genius in mana manipulation, with a strong will and excellent combat abilities. For instance, she cleared the trial dungeon in first place among her peers and became the first player to have an active skill, firing a mana-based attack at the enemy, which was the mana bullet. Just the mention of Marina's name made monsters tremble like a leaf, relying on her massive mana pool, which was larger than other players. It was rumored that she single-handedly cleared dungeons using only her mana bullets. With abilities that players admired and a track record that left monsters utterly defeated, it wasn't that she chose to be a solo player, it was a result of her fighting style. Because other players simply couldn't keep up with her growth rate, but every hot streak comes to an end. She finally hit a wall after the difficulty 30 dungeons, and that was simply because she couldn't clear those dungeons alone, since she couldn't wait for others to catch up. She became a mercenary, participating in dungeon conquest campaigns in other countries. A legendary event that etched Marina's name in players' minds was the Whirlwind Guild's conquest of the difficulty 32 dungeon, which she also participated in. Everyone was busy hailing South Korea as the first in the world. Xingu smugly uncovered the truth behind it. I get it now. Unaware that it wouldn't have happened without her, Marina gave his dazed look a very judgmental glance. What are you muttering about? Xingu was so lost in his own world that he didn't hear the question. Remembering Aaron's praise for Marina, she was one of the top players and beautiful too. It's so unfair. Even Seha had marveled at her skills and looks, which were legendary in the Whirlwind Guild. This is the first time I've seen her this close. Although Marina was great, he still preferred his own love. But isn't Aaron also a top player and also beautiful? Xingu looked at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but admit it. Well, Aaron was right about her being beautiful, and maybe because she's a player who trains a lot, she's also tall. His gaze unintentionally drifted down to her chest, silently assessing that a bust that large might get in the way during a fight. Sliding down a bit further to her slim waist and long legs, even her physique was perfect. At this point, Xingu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She probably would have been a model or an actress if she hadn't become a player at a young age. After that long internal monologue, he finally returned to her original question. But Marina cleverly put her hands together, begging to be taught. Teach me. But Xingu's heartless refusal was her only answer. No. She repeated in a higher tone. Teach me! Looking at her lively appearance, he felt a bit sentimental. Seeing her make such a fuss just made her seem like a curious little girl. But he was firm. No means no. Even her physique was perfect. At this point, Xingu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She probably would have been a model or an actress if she hadn't become a player at a young age. After that long internal monologue, I was the first person to ever use the mana bullet. I have the duty and the right to know everything related to this skill. Xingu was determined not to grant her request and even taught her a lesson. You've also learned that the world is a big place and you can't get everything just by throwing a tantrum. Congratulations. Xingu looked back at the pile of corpses and remarked, this battlefield is the largest one since we entered this mountain, and there are also many high-level monsters. Then he swiftly moved forward to shatter their bodies. If they're high-level monsters, I might get a mana crystal, just like that time with the veteran goblin. Just as expected, after the corpse vanished, it revealed a sparkling stone. Xingu excitedly picked it up, overjoyed. I found it, Marina, who was behind him, also astutely noticed. Oh, so you know about crystals too? Suddenly, she remembered her original intention and threw a tantrum, yelling at him, that's not what I wanted to talk about. Then she transformed into a cute and mischievous young girl, whining and begging Xingu, what is that mana bullet? Just tell me already. Watching this, he was left completely speechless. After a few minutes, he finally sighed and gave a perfunctory answer. Even a stray cat could do better than that. These words made Marina blush with embarrassment. She couldn't believe her ultimate charm, which had won over so many guys, was being criticized so bluntly. My cuteness has no effect. Is he into guys or just impotent? Xingu looked at her antics and just smiled helplessly. She's not exactly a spoiled brat. He seriously considered the situation, assessing the person in front of him. I deliberately acted cold to see her reaction. I like that she doesn't resort to violence, whether it's about her mana levels or her achievements. She's much stronger than I am. But the fact that she isn't using her power to settle this is commendable. Even if you know what is morally right, actually putting it into practice is still very difficult. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became, grinding his teeth. But she's still too young. If she's realized that demanding things doesn't always work, then she should find other ways to solve the problem. Finally, Xingu decided to set a condition. What will you give me in return if I teach you? Seeing his dark and menacing expression, Marina was frightened, unable to react in time. This was the conclusion he drew from his thoughts. A transaction doesn't begin with a threat, but with understanding the other party. So as not to easily devalue himself, he repeated his demand. Like I said, I'll consider it if you offer a reasonable price. If this information is valuable, shouldn't you also give me something of equal worth? It seemed Marina wasn't used to being challenged, so this situation made her tremble with anger. Xingu, of course, didn't change his mind because of it. It was all about give and take. In the end, she had to yield to his firmness and agree to a compromise. Sigh, I wouldn't give this to just anyone, but that skill is truly worth it. Hearing that, his eyes lit up with anticipation. Marina opened her inventory to rummage around. Then, she struggled to pull out a Thunder God's gun, but the weapon was incredibly cumbersome, causing the small girl to lose her balance and stagger. It's so heavy. It's too heavy. Quick, take it. Xingu awkwardly rushed over to help. Seriously? He easily gripped it in his hand, meticulously inspecting his new spoils. Marina couldn't help but admire his cool aura. I realized it when you swung that giant hammer, but you're really strong. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't lift it. Although she willingly handed it over, she still felt frustrated. That's the reason I can't use it. Even with a few restrictions, that gun is still much better than my pistol. Xingu tried to offer a few words of comfort. You said you couldn't use it anyway, so don't feel too bad. But Marina felt like he was mocking her. It really is a top-tier item. With that, she didn't hesitate to pull out her pistol and threaten him. If you treat it badly, I'll really shoot you. He was a little worried about her impulsive personality and could only laugh it off. Ha ha. Suddenly, after examining it back and forth, he had an idea. But its size and shape, the name of a famous weapon popped into Shu's head. The peerless divine cannon? The quality is really good. Marina became even more flustered and yelled, "No! That's not it!" she explained seriously. "It's a rifle. I mean, I can't understand why a Thunder God's gun is even classified as a rifle." Shu's wild imagination could only focus on the words Thunder God's gun. At the same time, a system notification appeared for the sealed Thunder God's gun, B+ rank, a weapon known to be created by the Thunder God from his own body. If the user possesses a mana bullet type skill, that skill can be utilized in a more powerful way through this gun. However, the true power of this weapon remains sealed. When the proficiency level reaches its limit and a special condition is met, the first seal will be broken. Xingu hadn't thought this gun would be so complex. Wow, holding this valuable item put some pressure on him. I've just received something really cool. It truly emanates an entirely different kind of energy. This is the first time I've ever seen a treasure named after a god. The amount of damage it can inflict is insane, but the catch is that it's still sealed. This made Shu start to hesitate, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he decided to tell Marina, "I can't accept this." She was momentarily stunned to hear that, not expecting him to change his mind. This is more valuable than the information I have, but Marina didn't really care about that. "No, improving my mana bullet is worth much more. Nothing is more important to me than that. So please, just take it." Xingu didn't expect her to be so insistent. Why is she so obsessed with this? He smirked, finding this girl very interesting. Perhaps that obsession is what has brought her this far. He skeptically asked again, just to be sure, even mentioning that this information was only valuable if she had all the required skills. Marina didn't hesitate to answer right away. "Then I'll go gather those skills." Xingu felt the person in front of him was incredibly bold, a true hardened mercenary who had roamed the world. I guess I can't refuse if she says that. After a moment of thought, he decided to keep the Thunder God's gun. "All right, I'll stick to our agreement." After that, time passed quickly as the two completed their earlier transaction. He skeptically asked again, just to be sure, even mentioning that this information was only valuable if she had all the required skills. Marina didn't hesitate to answer right away. Suddenly, something shocked Marina so much that her whole body froze. Unable to use Shock Trooper, she tore at her hair, terrified as if she had just seen a ghost. That skill can upgrade the pure power of a mana bullet? Meanwhile, Marina was still screaming her head off. "How can I possibly do that? Even with all the information, it seems impossible." He then spoke up to suggest a solution. "Do you want the rifle back?" But she bluntly yelled back, "No." Her stubborn personality was a lot like Xingu's, determined to get what she wanted. "Empowered bullet, I will definitely create it." He looked at her as if he were looking at himself, easily able to predict her response. "I get it." Her sky-high ego wouldn't allow her to regret her decisions. The strong always have a reason for being strong. Suddenly, Marina grew curious about something and turned back to ask him, "But I've never seen anyone stronger than you. Where have you been all this time?" Such a vague question. Xingu obviously couldn't answer. "I don't know you either, so let's call it even." His words made her suddenly remember something. She held out her hand as a greeting and began to introduce herself. "I'm Marina Bicet." She smiled shyly and added more about herself. "I used to go into dungeons with Korea's Whirlwind Guild, but I left because it was too difficult, and they told me to come here to help." Xingu remained cautious, silently watching with a skeptical eye. After a few seconds of silence, he finally responded, "Yeah, but I'm not giving out any personal information." Marina was extremely disappointed to hear that. Huh? Since Xingu was adamant about not telling her, Marina started guessing. I guess you've leveled up a lot while hiding your identity, so you wouldn't reveal it easily." She kept muttering to herself, feeling foolish. "Damn it, I'm not the type to be fooled so easily, am I?" He overheard and coldly interjected, "That's the most unbelievable thing you've said all day." He then turned to leave the area, since our exchange is over. Marina quickly cut him off, trying to make him stay. "Wait!" She suggested they could continue traveling together, then she should find other ways to solve the problem. Finally, Xingu decided to set a condition. "What will you give me in return if I teach you?" Seeing his dark and menacing expression, Marina was frightened. She continued to persuade him. "Aren't we both chasing after that horde of monsters?" He silently acknowledged to himself, "That's true." Marina tried to prove she was reliable and wouldn't be a burden. "Don't worry, I'm a skilled tracker too." Hearing this, Xingu began to hesitate a little. She has a point, but I'll be in a dangerous situation if she wants to see my wings. Suddenly, he remembered his two teammates who were miserably hiding. Not to mention Aaron and Seha are dying to get out. Just then, Marina used a taunt. "I know you want to back out." Knowing Xingu had a very competitive personality, she deliberately provoked him. "But if you do that, I'll get there first and kill them all. Aren't you chasing the last bug?" Aaron understood that he really wanted to agree, advising him not to worry about them. We won't get caught. It would be better to deal with the monsters with her help. Seha had the same thought. I agree too. I want to get a closer look at her, but I'll still follow your decision. The flood of information momentarily confused Xingu. All right. In the end, he walked ahead to lead the way, implicitly accepting, let's go. Having achieved her goal, Marina jumped for joy. That's more like it. They then set off on their journey, dashing through the dense forest. Suddenly, Marina noticed something and turned to ask, Hey, Xingu calmly replied, waiting for her question. What is it? She found it strange that he was only using mana to run at high speed. Why don't you use your wings? Just as he had predicted, Marina had noticed this difference. Although I'm pretty impressed that you can keep up with me without them. His mind was filled with thoughts. A player's wings allow them to fly, and once they're big enough, they can provide additional effects like defense and speed just by taking them out. He tried to stay calm and answered her question casually. Not really. Marina was still curious and wanted to know the reason. Aren't you a player? Hearing that, Xingu retorted, then what do I look like? She didn't hesitate to declare, a monster. In reality, his overwhelmingly superior strength forced her to take notice. You even combined Shock Trooper with a mana bullet. If you ask me, that's exactly what a monster is. Yes, I am a monster. He was out of options and could only give a perfunctory reply. Think whatever you want. Xingu ignored her and began to plan on his own. After I deal with this mountain, I think I should go back and clear out the ant layers for a while. His biggest concern was his own identity. If I become stronger than her, I won't have to worry about hiding my identity anymore. It's all because I'm still too weak. I need a source of power great enough that no one can bother me, even if I go public as a cleaner player. While deep in thought, he glanced over at Marina to test the waters. I need enough power to make people do what I want. This only worked because Marina Bicet is so naive, but if it were other high-ranking people, things wouldn't have gone so easily. As he thought about this, one person came to mind, especially that guy Harion. He would definitely be a major headache. Then, to make the atmosphere more comfortable, Xingu decided to start a conversation. Are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Marina answered with complete confidence. Yes. I'm starting to see their silhouettes now. She peered deep into the bushes. I can see the backs of their heads. Sure enough, a few goblins were frantically running away. It was like they had rockets strapped to their backs. They hastily urged each other on. We can't do anything without him. Hurry up. He will surely be ecstatic when we bring the special offerings. Xingu's group was already hiding nearby, watching them dance and cheer. We must do our best for the future of the world. He didn't rush after them, instead making a serious comment. They're actually kinda cool. They're revealing just enough about the enemy's identity to keep us guessing. Marina, on the other hand, was completely disgusted. I don't get why you're so excited about this. Anyway, he then interrupted, pointing in one direction. I can see where they're going. The observant Xingu had already picked up on the key information. It was the spot where the helicopter was shot down, the highest peak on Mount Siorak. At that, the image of the majestic mountain seemed to appear right before their very eyes. Hearing this, Seha couldn't contain her emotions and whispered, Back in the day, my father used to take me there all the time. Next, Xingu followed the trail the goblins had left, pushing through the bushes deeper into the forest. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment when he saw something. Down below, there was an unexpectedly massive crowd of goblins, all cheering and shouting, We're almost finished! Kill more of them! The roars of the monsters overlapped, creating a horrific symphony that echoed through the entire area. The male goblins growled, baring their fangs as they waited for orders. In another corner, there were hulking ogres, their weapons ready to strike. Marina was so shocked by the scene, she froze. What? Quickly realizing she'd made a noise, she clamped a hand over her mouth, her face turning pale with fear. There are this many monsters in the real world? What in the world is going on? She silently and carefully observed, feeling stunned by the sheer size of this army. Of course, I've seen similar numbers of monsters inside dungeons, but I always cleared them by avoiding the fights. Suddenly, Xingu stated firmly, I'm sure that's not all of them. I bet there are still a lot more monsters around Mount Siorak. The vast area surrounding this place has probably been taken over by them. No, it's possible everything right under it is suspicious too. Hearing this, Marina became even more agitated. We need to report this to the South Korean government right away. The South Korean players alone won't be able to stop this. That massive monster army is a truly enormous threat. We should gather every single player in South Korea, or just blow up the entire mountain. Just imagine the scene if they escape and spread across the country. At that thought, Marina immediately pulled out her phone, ready to send out a warning. We have to notify the government before that happens. But at that exact moment, Xingu reached out and stopped her. He gave her a serious, determined look. There's something better worth trying. Look at the monsters. Turns out he'd been analyzing the enemy this whole time. Most of them are small fry, below level 100, so we just need to focus on the powerful ones in the center. According to that plan, the first course of action is to find their leader. Xingu started sizing up the most prominent figures one by one. Not him. Another werewolf looked too much like a brute. Not him, but his eyes quickly locked onto one spot, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Oh, down there, a guy named Ungo was standing on a high platform, barking out orders. We need more blood, mana, and souls. My brothers. Xingu looked at this distinctive leader, unable to hide his surprise. What violent energy. He looks even stronger than the Iron Ogre General. His gaze was fixed firmly on Ungo, his voice dripping with killing intent. I have to kill that guy. Seeing this, a hint of doubt crossed Marina's face. Will anything good come from killing it? She was a little hesitant about the two of them acting so rashly. They're likely being controlled because there's a leader. They'll just become more ferocious if we kill it. Aaron, who had been monitoring the situation from the outside, felt relieved for the first time. I would have been worried if it was just Xingu alone. They really are a well-coordinated team, because Seiha was thinking the same thing, but it seems feasible if the two of them cooperate. Xingu took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. He started to share his experience from clearing dungeons all across South Korea. From what I've seen, the monsters in Sanha Town vanished once the final boss was killed. Her eyes widened, her face lighting up as if she had just uncovered a great secret. Oh, I get it now. I thought you'd be bigger. He was startled when Marina pointed right at his face and declared, You must be the very first hunter. Then she covered her mouth and let out a mischievous laugh. As for Xingu, he could only lower his head in embarrassment and stammer. That sounds so gross. Don't call me that. That last piece of information gave her an idea. This is fantastic. A look of triumph was clear on Marina's face and in her eyes, sparkled with excitement. I'm the only person in the world who knows the true identity of the first hunter. However, after thinking for a moment, she was left with countless more questions. But I've killed many final bosses in other areas and nothing was different. Maybe you just got lucky. These words truly made Xingu see things in a new light, or perhaps the first strike was really that important. As for Xingu, he could only lower his head in embarrassment and stammer. That sounds so gross. Don't call me that. That last piece of information gave her an idea. This is fantastic. A look of triumph was clear on Marina's face and in her eyes. As she began to grasp the situation, she screamed in fear. Those things. What are they doing? He still had no idea what was happening. Down below, the goblins were all inexplicably taking their weapons and stabbing themselves. Aaron peeked out and was stunned by the sight. Seiha, hearing the commotion, also wanted a look and was immediately startled. Only Xingu's expression grew increasingly grim, his serious eyes filled with a deadly look. Sacrifices! At that moment, the one named Ungo began to rally his army. The time has come, we can delay no longer. Who is your god? A few of them opened their mouths to answer, Our god is, but he immediately cut them off. You have lost your way, he continued to roar, even louder than before. Your origins have been stolen, so answer me. Who is your god? At this, the entire horde of monsters shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the forest. Our god is. Watching this scene, Xingu silently judged them, feeling as if he were watching a farce. They just kept spouting nonsense. First of all, their mana and memories are spreading throughout this area. In contrast, Marina, beside him, was grinding her teeth in fury. Damn fanatics! Her words immediately caught his attention. Fanatics? She explained in detail, still fuming. All monsters believe in a god. These gods are really troublesome and annoying. It seems their strange self-destruction was intentional. It must be a ritual offering to their god. I've seen it a few times before, but this is just too much. Xingu's brain felt like it was running on 2G internet, unable to process her words. Gods? She repeated cheerfully. I'm sure you know all about them. Aaron, listening to their conversation, felt a little annoyed. She was overestimating Xingu. She thought he already understood everything she knew. Marina was once again playing the role of his tutor, as usual. Their gods are always trying to expand their influence. They did it in the Celestial City, and they're trying to do the same thing down here. For some reason, these words made Xingu extremely agitated. You believe in these gods too? She immediately criticized his attitude. Come on, gods exist. Even the rifle I gave you was a gift from the god of thunder. Her words struck him like a blow to the mind, leaving his whole body frozen, unable to react. After thinking it over, he realized Marina was absolutely right. That's right. How could I have overlooked such an obvious fact? That artifact contained the power of the god of thunder. The thought caused a wave of anxiety to rise within Xingu. If it was that powerful while still sealed, then it wouldn't be strange at all for a god to have bestowed it directly. Suddenly, Marina's voice pulled him out of his tangled thoughts. Of course, believing they exist and putting your faith in them are two completely different things. She frankly shared her own point of view. I don't like the existence of divine beings either. I really don't like them. This seems to be the reason for our previous deal. But I accepted the rifle. That's why I gave it to you. Marina clearly saw his reaction, so her words were like a splash of cold water. You've been tricked by me. They do all sorts of crazy things in the name of their gods. And if you ask me, that's the worst thing of all. Her eyes were filled with disgust. Every word was laced with scorn. Besides, this looks like they've gone through a small-scale religious war. Xingu also replied, I've never seen anything like this before. Marina continued to elaborate on her thoughts. They used to fight to the death, just like this in the Celestial City. Events like this are all over human history books, one religion devouring another. That's what I mean. As soon as she finished speaking, she loaded her signature pistol. All right, let's kill the final boss. Filled with rage, she was ready to charge into battle. I don't think we can afford to wait for the government to get here. Suddenly realizing she'd just been muttering to herself, Marina turned back to urge Xingu on. I think we should kill the one with the lion mask first. What about you? He was just pulled back to reality and was still a bit dazed. But his strong fighting spirit quickly returned. He was itching for a fight and wanted to wipe everything out. The two of them immediately got into a combat formation. Marina was extremely excited for this fight. Awesome, let's begin. Seha looked at the young pair who seemed so well matched and couldn't help but exclaim, this is the formation of the strongest couple on the planet. But these words seemed to make Aaron even more jealous. This is just a temporary party. Suddenly, before charging in, Marina hesitated. Let's kill the final boss. Filled with rage, she was ready to charge into battle. I don't think we can afford to wait for the government to get here. Suddenly realizing she'd just been muttering to herself, it doesn't matter if there are too many or too few. The only question is whether or not I can protect myself. Hearing this, she realized her worry was unnecessary. It sounded absurd, yet was very convincing. Xingu began to lay out his pre-calculated plan. The plan is simple. One person will create a distraction while the other attacks. I'll handle the distraction. Marina's eyes went wide, surprised, feeling like she'd misheard. What? Seeing this, he quickly reassured his teammate. What are you so worried about? They all look weaker than me. Of course, those few words couldn't ease her anxiety, but there were still thousands of them. Suddenly, she remembered their previous battle and how she'd sized him up. Marina then softened her tone and turned to ask him, what's your stamina stat? Xingu, of course, stuck to his principle of not revealing it. Guess it yourself. This made her extremely frustrated, and she tried to deduce it seriously. Meanwhile, he had already started moving forward, step by careful step, not forgetting to leave a reminder. Hide well. Marina, still looking resentful, replied with a hidden meaning. Make sure you create a good opportunity for me. He gripped the black wolf claw and dashed forward, his lips tightly sealed. Hup! A roar that tore through the air erupted as he yelled. Ah! The sound wave exploded like thunder, causing the entire space to tremble with it. The roar immediately drew the attention of the goblins hiding nearby, and even the ogres in the area were startled when they heard it. Ungo froze like a statue, blinking repeatedly for 5 seconds in utter confusion. Realizing the threat, he roared at his underlings. A sacrifice, a powerful sacrifice. Capture him and make him the final offering. Xingu swung the black wolf claw into the air, as if about to unleash his fury. I'm sick and tired of hearing about sacrifices all day. Aaron, with her wide field of view, shouted a warning. Xingu, be careful. His astonished eyes glanced in the direction she pointed. Suddenly, an energy blast shot straight towards where he had just been standing. The eyes of the oppressive Tesserans suddenly flashed with fiery light. Ungo angrily grabbed the heads of 2 goblins and summoned multiple fireballs that hovered around him. Realizing the threat, he roared at his underlings. A sacrifice, a powerful sacrifice. Capture him and make him the final offering. Xingu swung the black wolf claw into the air. Realizing the threat, he roared at his underlings. A sacrifice, a powerful sacrifice. Capture him and make him the final offering. Xingu swung the black wolf claw into the air. Suddenly, an energy blast shot straight towards where he had just been standing. The eyes of the oppressive Tesseran suddenly flashed with fiery light. Ungo angrily grabbed the heads of 2 goblins and summoned multiple fireballs that hovered around him. Do you really think I'd be hit by such obvious attacks? Under Ungo's control, each fireball spun and then shot straight towards him. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes as he smirked, as if about to unleash a surprise move. Aaron Voover gently reminded him, there's no time to calmly analyze the situation. Feeling underestimated, Xingu retorted without holding back. He quickly turned it into a living shield, throwing it back towards the fireballs. The impact created a massive explosion that echoed throughout the area. The surviving goblins roared in fury. A sacrifice, a powerful sacrifice. Capture him and make him the final offering. Xingu quietly realized something. I see now, he's already calculated their trajectory. I'm sure it won't hurt too much even if I take a hit. but there's no need to waste my energy. But sensing a ridiculous idea coming from him, Aaron narrowed her eyes and probed, I shouldn't take a hit just to upgrade my fire resistance skill. You're not actually thinking that, are you? Right? Xingu crouched down to reduce wind resistance and increase his forward speed. I'll dodge what I need to dodge and block what I need to block. And if I can't do either, I'll just stop them midway. Anyone who is calm enough and looks closely can do this. Aaron's comment after hearing his reasoning was, I'd also like to land a punch while my eyes are wide open to see everything clearly. It was so convincing that C had to nod. To be honest, me too. Yet Xingu just feigned deafness. Let's keep going. His feet blurred as he dashed through the flames, the strong gust of wind behind him, scattering them everywhere. Marina's jaw dropped from behind the bushes at his incredible performance. Amazing. He dodged dozens, no, hundreds of fireballs perfectly. The goblins previously enhanced by Ungo spoke soullessly like machines. Our master wants us to kill him immediately. The foolish servants immediately received the order. Sacrifice? This is our ritual. Everyone, kill that bastard. Kill that bastard. He skillfully wielded his hammer, dealing with the reckless flies at lightning speed. Aaron sat in his pocket, her eyes filled with worry. Conserve your mana, Xingu. But he replied with a calm expression. Mana, I haven't even used any. It hit her like a sudden shock. What? He swung the long hammer in a circle, bonking them with unrivaled strength. In just a moment, the remaining goblins were brutally beaten back, clearing a large space for him. Even with her years of experience, Aaron was stunned by his bold actions. He didn't use any mana at all, so this is all physical strength? This has nothing to do with levels anymore. It's not dependent on his stats either. His power is practically godlike. Meanwhile, the main character of this battle, Xingu, was in a state of extreme excitement. It feels like I have a second heart in my body. The more frenzied I get, the more power I pour into each swing. I can feel myself getting stronger. With an explosion of emotion, his swing became an unstoppable, devastating critical hit. The aftershock from the Black Wolf Claw's power created a small explosion right in front of him. Xingu grinned and continued to use his unique sound frequency skill. I only use mana for the war cry. I don't need any mana for these small fry. In a moment of carelessness, Ungo unleashed more fireballs from behind. He quickly jumped back. Aaron covered her mouth, silently deducing. He's still throwing fireballs at us even when his own troops are nearby. It's like he's trying to get Xingu, even if it means killing them all. The guy's gruff voice echoed through the space. The altar is being filled with blood. Everything will be perfect if I offer him up as well. Xingu only caught the gist of that sentence and fell into deep thought. An altar. Is it different from the one I know? I guess he wouldn't answer me. Marina froze, unsure of what to do as she watched the creature's actions. A wave of smoldering fire now surrounded Ungo's body. Xingu keenly sensed something was wrong at that moment. Have the fireballs stopped? Aaron immediately noticed and warned him. It's not over, Xingu. He's not just using his own mana, but also that of the high-level monsters. He'll attack the moment you lower your guard and might use a speed boost and invisibility spell. Feeling the pressure mounting, Xingu instinctively tightened his grip on the Black Wolf's claw. I get it. I'll try to dodge as soon as I spot it, don't worry. Aaron's small voice, saying how his calmness made her even more worried, was easily drowned out by his battle cry. Marina, witnessing his fierce attack, was stunned into admiration. What? He's definitely a monster. Every move he made put her brain through a high-speed cardio workout. His movements were as fierce and reckless as a wild beast, but at the same time, they were refined and wasted no energy whatsoever. He's completely different from me. I only focused on controlling mana after realizing my physical abilities were just average. Marina closed her eyes, reflecting on everything she had been through. I thought he was only good at controlling mana, but I was wrong. I can't make the same mistake again. He's very reliable, but I have to worry about the boss's movements first. She watched Ungo warily as she sensed the danger hissing with his every breath. But at the same time, they were refined and wasted no energy whatsoever. He's completely different from me. I only focused on controlling mana after realizing my physical abilities were just average. Marina closed her eyes. While Marina was lost in her gloomy thoughts, Xingu was still focused on enjoying the fight in front of him. She held her breath, focusing all her senses on the intensely raging battlefield. But I can't send him a signal, because my hiding is the core of this strategy. And I can't attack the final boss right now, not with that thick layer of mana surrounding him. I fully charged my gun with mana. It's a miracle I've managed to stay hidden this long. But after I take this shot, I won't get a second chance. We'll have to flee without killing him if I miss. Marina got herself tangled up in her own overthinking. This sounds terrible. What do I do now? How? No, I know what I should do. I have to save that man. While Marina was lost in her gloomy thoughts, Xingu was still focused on enjoying the fight in front of him. She held her breath, focusing all her senses on the intensely raging battlefield. But I can't send him a signal, He's secretly using mana to cast a spell that requires sacrificing high-level monsters. It's completely different from a simple fireball. This mana feels terrifying. He's going to be in danger, forming a living barrier. The sudden move threw Marina into a panic. No, he's already one step ahead of me. It's amazing that he can use both earth and dark mana. Giant hands seized Xingu's muscular frame, trapping him in an inescapable encirclement, the devil's hands. From her vantage point above, Marina witnessed the terrifying power Ungo unleashed. It's a terrifying form of black magic that summons hands from the earth to drag you down for an instant kill. Even I have no way to counter that, other than to rely on my magic resistance. It's one of the most powerful single-target spells. Do I really have to just sit here and watch him die like this? He was held suspended in midair, each hand twisting around his body like a snake constricting its prey. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events made Ungo freeze for a moment. High above, Marina's eyes widened in horrified observation. Even though his head was tightly encased, Xingu was calmly looking for a way out. After a few struggling motions, he broke free from his bonds and crushed each shadowy hand to dust. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she stared at the event unfolding below. With a short incantation, Ungo caused the ground to erupt, revealing ghostly hands emerging from it. Did he escape that black magic with just a stomp? But this is my best chance. Two streams of energy bullets merged into one, ripping through the air to slam directly into Ungo's face. The blast overwhelmed his defenses, piercing through in a flash and leaving a cold void in midair. He collapsed without a sound, like a puppet discarded after a failed show. The minions panicked as if they were on fire, creating a chaotic stir throughout the forest. The leader is dead. The human killed the leader. We were so close to being done. We're going to be punished. The one above will punish us horribly. Xingu shrugged, letting out a sigh as if he was too bored to react. I did it. The ever-present system quickly updated the situation. You have stopped the corrosion, the monsters have been weakened, and you have gained 6 levels. Courage has reached level 7, heavy weapon combat is at level 3, and charge is now level 18. Just as he had a moment to relax, Xingu slapped his forehead as he remembered something. A foolish mistake I had made. It made me wonder, why did I think I didn't need to dodge that spell? Erin, with her sharp gaze, calmly offered her honest observation from the side. Ungo's jaw dropped in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Even Marina, who had seen his incredible feats before, was completely stunned. No way. But that kind of magic is typically used for ambushes and landing critical hits. However, your passive skill, Courage, which makes you seem so indifferent, reduces ambush damage by half, and blocks all critical hits from skills you're unaware of. Looking at Ungo's motionless body on the ground, she gently pursed her lips. The final boss tried to use a spell that you couldn't dodge or block. Seha jumped into the conversation, livening things up. But that's exactly why the spell was completely harmless to Xingu, Arin added in a soft voice, with a hint of sympathy for Ungo. If he'd known that, he might have died from sheer frustration, but I guess he was going to die either way. The carefree Xingu started to gloat, saying he didn't dodge because he knew all of that instinctively, which annoyed her into retorting immediately. Since when has your intuition been that sharp? A sudden movement nearby made him glance over. But those guys didn't die with the boss, and they weren't sucked into the dungeon that appeared from thin air. Seha suddenly realized the anomaly lurking behind the situation. You're right. It looks like there's no convenient, manga-style solution this time, where everything just resolves itself. Xingu's brilliant mind quickly formulated an unexpectedly sharp argument. That means I don't need to go to places where dungeon breaks have already happened. There are plenty of other strong players besides me. If it's not something only I can do, I'd rather focus on getting stronger in the ant dens. Arin didn't hesitate to point out a flaw in his logic that he had overlooked. What do you mean? It's obvious because you're so incredibly brave. When you noticed that dark magic and chose not to avoid it, I thought you were a goner. We need to look into that more. But not right now. Inside his brilliant mind, countless thoughts were stacking up. Marina crushed the boss's head with a single shot. I'm not strong enough to do the same right now. That was a magic bullet, compressed far beyond anything I could create. It possessed a destructive power, unattainable by human technology or ingenuity. Is she really the only one with power like that? Even the master of the Whirlwind Guild is famous for having the blessings of the gods. I still can't proudly stand before them yet. Xingu shook off his tangled thoughts to focus on the reality at hand. But first, the sound of his strikes echoed with each of his cold, emotionless steps in the fight. He shamelessly uttered some self-righteous words. I should help clean this place up before the others arrive. But how could such a childish line fool Erin? You're only after the mana crystals. Marina suddenly swooped down from a cliff, interrupting them. How did you block that dark magic? Xingu shook his head vehemently in refusal. Do you really think I'm going to tell you? Marina immediately complained in frustration. You could have told me from the beginning if you wanted to. You made me worry for nothing. He raised his black wolf claw as a reminder. If you have time to spout such nonsense, Xingu said while mowing down monsters, then focus on killing the high-level ones. The panicked goblins clutched their heads, screaming in chaos. I can feel my sanity slipping away. The gods have forsaken us. We're doomed. Heeding his advice, Marina immediately began firing relentlessly at them, all the while trash-talking them. Pathetic, so pathetic. Thinking her gunplay looked cool, Xingu copied her, raising a hand and blasting a beam of energy through the shoulder of a goblin in front of him. He held his pose, surveying the corpses littering the ground. A playful Marina winked in praise. Not bad. Xingu turned to her to confirm. Is that most of them? She candidly informed him it would take a whole week to kill all the ones that escaped. Marina held up 2 fingers, signaling, since we killed it together, let's split the spoils. She quickly added her analysis. The monsters that escaped the dungeon don't drop any essence, but the good news is, they left everything else behind. She then pointed at him and made a straightforward proposal. Let's do this before they interfere, Marina said in a slightly sarcastic tone. Those bastards from the Whirlwind Guild, they didn't even show up while we were busy fighting off these monsters. The monsters that escaped the dungeon don't drop any essence, but the good news is, they left everything else behind. She then pointed at him and made a straightforward proposal, repeatedly, completely convinced. Sounds good to me. He glanced at the corpse whose head he'd blown off earlier. In any case, its head was blown to bits, so there's no way to know what it looked like under the mask. Marina picked up the mask, speculating, I bet this is a treasure, too. Just then, the system displayed its information. Tekken's aura, rank B+, C++, along with a detailed description. Crafted from the head of a high-level Tech Sharon and a Temple Guardian monster, its defense isn't very high, but the wearer. It can increase its allure to intimidate enemies and impress allies. A mysterious trait is hidden. Marina stared at it in disbelief. Temple protection. Don't tell me this is also related to that temple. She began to ponder for a moment, then suddenly held Tesserin's helm out to Xingu. All right, do you want it? He turned away and refused without a second thought. You can keep it if you want. I already have a helmet. Marina kindly pointed to another item on Ungo's corpse. Okay, then you should take the shin guards, Xingu asked in confusion. Shin guards? The system once again displayed the stats for the B+ rank Taro's shin guards. The detailed information that followed was just as lengthy. The shin guards were made from the tendons and skin of a terha, a species of high-jumping frog. Not only were they very durable, but they also enhanced the wearer's jumping ability. He grinned smugly, having just scored a great item. I've always wanted some armor for my lower body, and this is a B rank or higher set of shin guards. Xingu immediately stomped his feet on the ground to test them out. This is great. It's like having an extra passive skill. Marina was satisfied that everyone got a share. All right, it's all good since we both got what we wanted. She glanced at him and hesitated. That's what I wanted to say. But the system display for the final item cut off what she was about to say. Bell of Awakening, rank B+, C+, C+. Its information was rather simple. The Bell of Awakening can summon anything that can or needs to be summoned. Marina leaned down to inspect it more closely. Isn't this thing really suspicious? Xingu rubbed his chin in agreement. It's not just suspicious, it's the main prize. No matter how you look at it, after he spoke, they both looked at each other in awkward silence. Marina spoke up to claim it first. I'm the one who killed this guy, right? Xingu was uncompromising. Do you have any idea you never would have done it without me? I'd say we each contributed 50%. She still stood her ground. But I was the one who dealt the final blow. Don't I get the right to pick first? He found this reasoning ridiculous, so he argued back. If the rewards were all of equal value, then you could use your right to pick first. At that moment, Aurin, with her sharp intuition, quickly warned him, You need to hurry, Xingu. I can sense other players approaching. Marina scratched her head, looking hesitant. Then she suddenly handed the bell to Xingu, which startled him a little. So, I'll give you this. But Marina quickly stated her condition. I want the mana crystal and the corpses. Xingu finally understood her real goal. So this is what you wanted from the beginning, she retorted defiantly. Yeah. So, what about it? He didn't want to drag it out, so he sealed the deal. All right, I agree. Marina let out a sigh, still feeling a bit regretful. Tsk. I wanted that bell too. Xingu couldn't understand women's minds. Why do you keep sending mixed signals? His eyes were filled with judgment. She kept acting as if someone had forced her to do this. Suddenly, Marina asked about his upcoming plans. I'll pretend like nothing happened and rejoin the Whirlwind Guild. What about you? Xingu humorously played on the name, saying he would disappear with the wind. Since we're parting ways here anyway, he stated his deduction bluntly. Based on the fact that you want the corpses, I'm guessing the mana crystal isn't the only significant loot from them. Xingu dropped a bombshell. Even if you take it, you won't be able to do anything with it. If you want it, just take it. Marina's eyes immediately lit up like headlights. See? I knew we could reach an agreement. she kindly reminded him. But can you sneak out of here? Xingu turned on his heel and waved goodbye. Don't worry about that. I'm leaving. Marina called out after him again. Hey, wait. Aaron was panicking internally. We're going to run into the other players. Is she going to tell everyone about him? Xingu turned back impatiently. Why do you keep? Suddenly, her face flushed red and shyly told him something. If we meet again, you can call me Marina. He didn't expect this scenario and was momentarily stunned. His cheeks also felt a little warm. Marina found the silence awkward, so she frantically put her mask back on. Xingu waved his hand and replied coolly. All right, but there won't be a next time, she asked in confusion. Are you serious? He didn't answer, instead taking out a key to the rest area and sticking it straight into the ground. A powerful, blinding light flared up. Xingu quickly disappeared within that light. A group from the Whirlwind Guild flew over from a distance and asked Marina, Are you okay? Harrion stared intently at her, waiting for a response. Marina let out a sigh of relief and turned back with a bright smile. Yeah, I'm more than okay. I'm glad you seem to be as well. He sheepishly scratched his head. Ha ha, of course. We ran into a powerful monster on our way here. Harrion began a cheesy speech, but he also had to thank the members of his guild. But Marina's mind was already somewhere else. I knew he'd say there wouldn't be a next time. She looked up at the sky, hopefully, but I have a feeling I'll see him again soon. The man who had captured Marina's heart was currently sprawled out on a bed, sleeping so soundly he was drooling. After a tough fight, Xingu just wanted to laze around like a salted fish. A moment later, he complained to Aaron, who was beside him. I was fine during the fight, but I can't seem to move a single muscle now that it's over. She seriously explained the reason to him, because your muscles are finally relaxing after being tense throughout the entire fight. He didn't respond, instead staring intently at the floating mana crystal hanging above. Seiha was extremely interested in this strange item. What a giant crystal. Boss, Xingu only briefly revealed the item's origin. It's from the high-level monster next to that lion mask. Besides being in awe like him, she also noticed something. It was completely different from monster essence. He agreed with that sentiment. Of course, its uniqueness was a positive thing. Essence is like dead mana, but the crystal gives off a more vibrant feeling. He suddenly shot up from the bed. The moment the idea flashed in his mind, Xingu blurted it out without hesitation. I want to use the mana inside the crystal. Should I eat it? Aaron had to quickly shut down this crazy idea. No way! She sincerely tried to talk him out of it. Your mana can't combine with foreign mana. It could explode if you try to force them together. Thanks to her, Xingu finally understood, so that's why people turn them into artifacts. Even so, he was still extremely hesitant about his choice. He suddenly changed the subject as a diversion. If I think about it, the fact that I leveled up after clearing the dungeon was because all the achievements in the dungeon were converted into mana and transferred to me. From his experiences, Xingu had a fairly logical theory. Maybe dungeons were created to efficiently transfer mana from monsters to players. This also aligned with other external factors. Both of them stood silent for a few seconds, stunned by this logical deduction. After a moment, Aaron was the first to snap out of it. That's an interesting theory. I've never thought of it that way. But he knew himself that this theory still had a flaw. Then why? Did I level up when I wiped out the monsters on Mount Sierrak? She hesitated a bit before giving her opinion. Maybe it's because you don't need to process mana. Seiha also chimed in. Or maybe you can process mana on your own, even outside of a dungeon. After successfully leading them on, Xingu seized the opportunity and snatched the mana crystal into his hand. Then there's no reason to hesitate. Before anyone could react, he quickly shoved the whole thing in his mouth as if someone would steal it. Aaron tried to stop him, but it was too late. Xingu, he actually swallowed it. There was no turning back now. The blue crystal inside his body was suddenly engulfed in raging flames. He immediately entered a meditative state to process this strange new power. It felt as if the blazing fire enveloped both the outside and inside of Xingu's body. But to the naked eye, nothing seemed to be happening. Soon after, he snapped out of his trance and opened his eyes. She immediately asked how he was. Xingu, are you okay? He was just as worried. Boss! A notification popped up right on time, validating his reckless act. Your mana has increased by 1. Even though he had anticipated it, he himself was startled. It worked. Aaron still wasn't fully convinced. Are you really all right? He had no choice but to explain in more detail. Yeah, I was actually prepared for some kind of side effect, but it felt completely normal. This conversion gave Xingu a very unique sensation. He absorbed the mana as if it were his own from the start. The first test was a resounding success, so he didn't hesitate to go all in. Now I'll really test it. Let's eat the rest of these crystals. Before long, another notification appeared. Your mana has increased by 7. The power within him surged like an unquenchable flame. Awesome! All the mana I used for heavy weapon combat has been restored. She belatedly realized her advice had been pointless. I had decided not to ask anything since the moment you caught me as I fell from the sky. But you're truly amazing, Xingu. Seiha's eyes were opened as well. Players get two major advantages from dungeons, which are refined mana crystals, essence, and the refined mana based on achievements within the dungeon. But you can gain mana through both of these methods, even when outside of a dungeon. These praises didn't make him arrogant, as he understood his own abilities better than anyone, a player who isn't bound by the same rules as others. I bet the Mana Crystal Research Organization would go into a frenzy if they found out about this. But at the moment, Xingu had another problem on his mind. This means that hunting monsters outside of dungeons is just as important as conquering dungeons. The first goal he considered was, if I reach level 100, I can easily defeat Marine Abyss. He quickly planned his next steps. First, I'll reach level 100, and then I'll gather mana crystals. Even though Aaron felt this would be a tough challenge, she still chose to trust him completely. You want to defeat one of the strongest players in the world just after hitting level 100? Though, I think you can do it. Xingu slowly sat down on the bed. He decided to put this major discussion on hold for now. Let's just get some sleep tonight and we'll start our journey once I've adapted to my new level and mana. Her expression was a bit intrigued. Isn't this your first time being away from a dungeon for a while? He thought she didn't get it, so he elaborated. It's called recovery. I need to check my upgraded skills and get used to this tale. He had other concerns as well. I have a feeling that what happened on Mount Siorak won't continue for much longer. She sighed helplessly at Xingu's tendency to shoulder everything himself. But the only thing Aaron could do now was to speak her mind. You can't protect the entire world. There are other players who are strong enough to help. You don't have to carry all the burden yourself. He paused to think for a moment. Other players. It was as if she could read his mind. Exclaimed, He had just been thinking about Marina Bissett. He couldn't deny it. That was the girl Xingu greatly admired. She truly was a wonderful woman. She suddenly felt a sense of impending danger. But she's a foreigner. The moment the words left her mouth, Erin realized she had overreacted. She immediately got lost in her own circular thoughts, sounding like she was some kind of conservative. Is that so? The people in history books would probably love to hear that. Back then, if an official ordered a certain piece of music to be played, the servants weren't even allowed to question it. But coincidentally, Xingu shared her opinion. That's right. That's also what I don't like about her. She hesitated, guessing, I guess you're also quite conservative in some ways. Who would have thought he would slowly add the second part? I've never seen a player like that in Korea. At that moment, Erin froze when she realized she had misunderstood something. She quickly tried to save face with her limited vocabulary. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, you're spot on. He didn't understand her reaction at all. What's wrong with you? She turned away without bothering to explain further. Nothing. Xingu didn't pay it much mind and changed the subject, speaking of which, that guildmaster. The conversation turned to roasting the guildmaster. I don't know how he became the guildmaster, but he's clearly a bad guy. Aaron agreed. Everyone knows that. I completely understand his ulterior motives. He stays away from the battlefield for a reason. He ignores the monsters because he doesn't want his guild to get weaker. But there's still one thing Xingu couldn't understand. But it's not like he gets his own hands dirty in the matter. I guess his level is high and he's very talented. So what is he afraid of? After a moment of thought, Seha could only agree with him. That, yeah, you're right. This is also part of the reason I take on too much myself. What is the Korean government even doing? Are they planning to let other countries handle the monsters? There are too many things to think about tonight, so my brain is temporarily offline. Whatever. Let's just go to sleep now. He suddenly gave a serious, military-style salute. Good night, sir. He saw that and was at a loss for words. Don't be so dramatic. You're not a soldier. Xingu settled into bed and took the final step. Good night. Just a few seconds later, he instantly fell asleep as if he had passed out. Seha was amazed at his god-tier speed, comparable to a pig. He fell asleep so fast, Aaron felt very sympathetic towards him. It was a stressful fight. Only when he was asleep did she reveal a gentle expression like a devoted wife. He did so well today. The late wish was as sweet as its owner. Sweet dreams, Xingu. Piercing eyes radiated oppression and a voice full of majesty. I am the Almighty. Surrounded by thunderclouds and lightning, Crimson Fate declared powerfully, I am the law, and the world belongs to me. He suddenly took flight, soaring into the gloomy, stormy sky, carrying an overwhelming sense of absolute power. Immediately after, he let out a fierce roar, the sound echoing and scattering the gray clouds. Contrary to that ferocious expression, he held deep doubt and confusion in his heart. I do not understand this, nor will I carry such a burden. Crimson Fate continued to shoot forward like an arrow with extreme obsession. Everything will be perfect, as long as I can survive. However, he was still very aware of the situation before him, but there was an undeniable truth that I cannot stop here. In that moment, he launched himself through the sky at a wind-tearing speed, leaving a blazing trail of light behind him in the darkness. Amidst the scene of roaring thunder and lightning, A giant dark figure spread its wings, creating a ring of blazing fire as if to announce the arrival of the ruler. His voice suddenly carried a tragic emotion that no one could comprehend. I cannot move forward, but because I cannot stop. The determination and steadfastness remained unchanged. I choose to fall back. Crimson Fate clenched his fists, every muscle fiber tensing as if screaming in his chest. In the middle of the silent night, a brilliant light exploded like a meteor falling to Earth, illuminating the entire mortal world. As soon as that mysterious energy passed, the world felt the morning sun for the first time after long days buried in darkness. He stood alone, floating in the stormy sky, turning to face that light which brought hope. In the fury of heaven and earth, he silently swore an oath, "But I will kill all those lesser gods when my journey ends." The dramatic, fantastical scene, like something out of a Xianxia story, suddenly ended the moment Xingu startled awake. Facing him was the same, simple, everyday sight as always. It seemed he hadn't fully escaped that strange dream yet, so he instinctively remarked, "A familiar ceiling." Just then, a series of notifications appeared, forcing him to wake up completely. The first thing that caught his eye was the content about power. All of your stats have increased. Mana has increased by 10 points. Chaotic Tail has reached level 2. Your tail will become harder, sharper, and thicker. The information for the next two was more special. Killing Intent has transformed into Dragon God's Fear, passive Dragon God's Fear level 3. A part of the Almighty that pressures enemies by emitting an aura that deeply marks their souls. Staring at the notifications, blocking his entire view, Xingu was still extremely skeptical. Wasn't it just a nightmare? Just then, Erin, lying on her pillow, began to stir. The moment Xingu opened his eyes, she was greeted with a surprise. "Oh my god, what happened to you?" After the surprise wore off, she became pouty, thinking of another possibility. "Did you go out hunting without me?" But she had no idea that he was just as confused. "No. All I did was go to sleep." Suddenly, his hand touched a bell cord, causing it to make a clinking sound. As soon as he saw it, Xingu was instantly stunned. Even though the object was in the palm of his hand, he still wasn't quite sure. "Isn't this the divine bell?" Aaron looked regretful. "It's broken." He could only guess one reason for its terrible condition. Could it be that he accidentally took it out of his inventory while sleeping and crushed it with his body? She was speechless after hearing that description. I've never heard of such a violent sleeping habit. After a closer look, she had to conclude that there wasn't a single trace of mana left in it. This isn't a treasure anymore. But she quickly came up with an idea to dispel the gloom. "Oh, I guess the Divine Bell was an artifact that permanently increases stats. Rewards like this sometimes appear in dungeons," which made him even more interested in the item. "So, was the dream you just had because of this bell?" Aaron didn't know what was going on and was very curious. A dream? But he immediately denied it, not wanting to reveal much. It was nothing, just a nightmare. Just then, a tail with a sharp tip suddenly appeared beside them. Xingu was also surprised, unable to control this sudden action. A dragon's tail. With her keen eye, she quickly noticed the change. "It's harder than before. I guess a dragon's tail makes more sense than a snake's tail." Then she gave a knowing smile. "A dragon. I guess that suits you." He didn't mind and was even very confident about the comparison. Having dealt with these new developments, he decided to get out of bed. "I'm done sleeping. I think I should get some exercise," but her desire was the complete opposite. "I'm going to sleep a little longer." A beautiful, peaceful morning passed under the warm sunlight. Xingu's status window was updated again. Augment reached level 5, Punishment reached level 20, and Battle Charge reached level 25. When the three of them gathered, the late-arriving Seha was incredibly amazed. "Boss, you've gotten a lot stronger overnight." Aaron, who was up earlier and knew more, was even more shocked. "How could you get so much stronger in such a short time?" Contrary to their reactions, his attitude was as relaxed as if he had just done some light exercise because he had grown accustomed to his skills and made them stronger. She suddenly felt like teasing him. "Are you a monster?" To her surprise, he even looked proud of that nickname. "I've heard that a lot. You're the only one getting impatient because you're slow on the uptake." "What happened?" Xingu began to rub his chin, choosing his words. "Well, to put it simply." His so-called simple explanation took several minutes. Seha's eyes shone like stars after his curiosity was satisfied. "I get it now. You're truly blessed by the gods." He suddenly focused on one word in that sentence. The god from his vivid dream, Qi Yun, had declared, "I will kill all those lesser gods when my journey ends." Lost in thought, he unconsciously spoke aloud. "But isn't killing gods a bit too cliché?" Aaron didn't understand what he was muttering about, but Xingu's attention was quickly diverted. "Oh, speaking of gods," he immediately pulled out his long, massive item. Seha recognized it as soon as he saw it. "That's the Thunder God's gun." He didn't intend to hide his next move. Yeah, I traded the information on how to create reinforced bullets with Marina, but she's probably at the Fair Trade Commission snitching on me right now. For now, he had a rather important question. How do I use this thing? The gun's powerful and imposing appearance got her all excited. If I knew how to use mana bullets and had this amazing artifact, I'd become a marksman. But that's not the case for you. As expected, successful people have their own way of doing things. Huh? What if I swing it like a mace? Would it do more damage than the Black Dragon's claw? She reluctantly stopped this strange idea. No, this isn't a melee weapon. Since its function is unclear, Xingu dejectedly put it away. Basically, he had come to a small conclusion after handling it, but it was too long and heavy. He should store it in his inventory and only take it out when absolutely necessary. Aaron offered more information to encourage him. It's called swapping. Once you get used to it, it'll help you a lot. He temporarily set the matter aside. All right, I'll practice that later. Then Xingu put on his basic shirt and also equipped the venomous fang of the chaos insect. After getting ready, he planned his next move. Now let's go back to the arena and test that gun. Even though he hadn't fired the new weapon yet, he could already picture the scene in his head. It feels like target practice back when I was in the army. Seha gave a strained laugh, shattering that illusion. That rifle isn't a K2, boss. He didn't want to linger in the room any longer and quickly stepped through the portal. Shall we go? Immediately after, another notification appeared. Area: Ant Cave number 126, Sirion Graveyard. Time to complete: 12 hours. The surrounding scenery made Xingu a little curious. Is this an undead dungeon? He confirmed the information with the others. It's an undead dungeon. Aaron, however, looked absolutely horrified. An undead dungeon? As soon as she uttered the name, she zipped right into his pocket. This mission was her worst nightmare. I hate undead monsters. I really, really hate them. He wasn't too surprised by her reaction. You've told me this before. The one who speaks may not mean it, but the one who listens takes it to heart. Her mood instantly brightened. You remember, Xingu? Luckily, Seha was there to remind her to calm down. Aaron, I don't think now's the time to get emotional about that. Xingu also began to activate his skills. So serious. I guess I understand the meaning of the numbers after the area name now, and you're paying the price for your blunt mouth. Why do you hate me so much? Despite his teammates nagging, he explained it thoroughly. It's a difficulty level. The smaller the number, the stronger the monster, and vice versa. Xingu began to assess the dungeon here. All right, let's see. Slimy Demon Sewer number 231, the highest number. Iron Ogre Village, number 84, the lowest number. The one here is much weaker than the one in the Iron Ogre Village. Aaron reluctantly reminded him, Xingu, you shouldn't let your guard down like that. Living corpse dungeons are much harder than other dungeons of the same rank. He suddenly felt like he'd heard these words somewhere before. Didn't you say the same thing back at the Iron Ogre Village? She immediately snapped back at his indifferent attitude. Yes, but this is different. She was extremely anxious and quickly relayed the information. You should know this from zombie movies, but it's really hard to kill a living corpse. I hate undead monsters. I really, really hate them. He wasn't too surprised by her reaction. You've told me this before. The one who speaks may not mean it, but the one who listens takes it to heart. Living corpse dungeons are much harder than other dungeons of the same rank. He suddenly felt like he'd heard these words somewhere before. Didn't you say the same thing back at the Iron Ogre Village? It gives me goosebumps. Since he couldn't stop her emotional outburst, he decided to go with assistant number 2. Seha, you take over the explanation. On top of that, all the monsters are poisonous and they move in hordes. Just imagining it made Aaron's face turn pale. They smell like rotten onions and stare at you with decaying eyes. Ghouls, ghosts. You need to be careful of all of them, not just because of their poison, but also their skills. Although all this was very useful information, Xingu was only thinking about how to beat them. All right, thanks for the warning, but I can still attack those ghosts like people do in novels, right? Seha didn't disappoint with his wealth of knowledge. That's right, an awakened player's body can use mana, so it can touch the spirit realm. You can even launch a stronger attack by enhancing it with holy power. With the team's abilities, he wasn't too worried about this trip because Aaron was once one of the highest level priests. It won't take you long to fight back against the living corpses. She was also very eager to contribute. I've also recovered a lot of my power thanks to you leveling up. Just then, Elenia suddenly appeared without warning like a ghost. Oh, it's been too long. I am so delighted to be visited by a living person. Xingu was startled and had to suppress his natural reflexes. Oh, it's been a long time for me too. I was even about to attack you. Her mood instantly brightened. You remember, Xingu? Luckily, Seha was there to remind her to calm down. Aaron, I don't think now's the time to get emotional about that. Xingu also began to activate his skills. She still tried to be a bit more dramatic to complete the package. You are here to save my soul. Whatever your purpose may be, your kind heart will still save me. Finally, she got to the main topic. That's right. An awakened player's body can use mana, so it can touch the spirit realm. You can even launch a stronger attack by enhancing it with holy power. Is she speaking English? Right after that, a notification from the system appeared. Dungeon quest found. The hope of the cemetery nun Sarian. Elenia lost all her comrades while conquering the dungeon. Help her and find the identity of the vengeful spirit sealed in the cemetery. Quest 1. Free 0 of 1 vengeful spirits. A penalty will be issued if you refuse it. Xingu immediately turned to Seiha with a question. How is this different from just killing the final boss of the dungeon? He seriously explained its mechanics. Not all dungeons are cleared in a simple way. Some dungeons are full of hidden stories. Although the information wasn't very clear, he caught on quickly. So, the mentioned vengeful spirit isn't the final boss, but a special monster that can only be found when the right conditions are met? He casually confirmed, that's right. Only then did he belatedly realize he had missed quite a few details. Tsk. If I had known this sooner, I would have tried to find all the hidden details in the other dungeons. Aaron gently advised him, don't feel too bad. Not every dungeon has hidden details. She really knew how to advise him at the right place and time. If you can quickly clear them out like you always do, Xingu, it's still the best choice to conquer them as soon as possible. With your poison resistance skill, you won't be affected by the living corpse's poison, but given the dungeon's difficulty, other, stronger living corpses might appear. Skeletons. The dungeon in Sky Castle and the dungeon in the Ant Nest, can you guarantee they are exactly the same? Elenia placed a hand on her chest with sincerity. They are the same amount of mana that constitutes the dungeon and also the same structure. Besides, I am just a spirit holding the quest, so you don't need any more concrete evidence. After understanding the situation, Xingu immediately decided, all right, I'll take it. She looked as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, giving a relieved smile. Thank you. The system continued to announce, you have accepted the quest. A penalty will be issued if you fail. The group began to follow her guidance. All right, let's move out. He was just going to ask. But Aaron, before he could even ask anything, she quickly responded, they are the same amount of mana that constitutes the dungeon and also the same structure. Besides, I am just a spirit holding the quest, so you don't need any more concrete evidence. After understanding the situation, Xingu immediately decided, I don't understand this type of dungeon. I didn't even think a dungeon like this would be found in Korea. He also had his own theory, that the soul must have fallen from a very distant place. Her attention, however, was on his academic abilities. All I did was pay close attention in class and review with my textbooks. Aaron never expected the person beside her all this time was an academic genius. That's even more incredible. His steady step suddenly came to a halt. He was stunned by the sight before his eyes. This was Elenia, who was already used to this. Welcome. She didn't keep him in suspense for long. This is the Sirion Cemetery. All I did was pay close attention in class and review with my textbooks. Aaron never expected the person beside her all this time was an academic genius. That's even more incredible. His steady step suddenly came to a halt. Whoever created this place must have terrible taste. She took a closer look and commented further. It looks more like a night sky than the ceiling of a dungeon. Oh, it must be illusion magic. Seiha noticed something else. I think there's also space manipulation magic here. I guess that's the only way to fit a giant city into an underground cave. Just then, Xingu snapped out of his initial shock. So we entered this city through an alley filled with medieval European-style buildings. It seemed the sound from the new visitors had awakened the zombies. They began crawling out from all directions. All of them shared the same goal, heading towards the only living group of people. He pretended to ask for her opinion. This city is filled with the undead. Do I have to kill them all? This question was meaningless to Aaron. It was no different from what he usually did. Just then, Elenia suddenly spoke up. No. She finally explained to everyone that this dungeon contains countless undead and skeletons, and even monster-eating ghouls. But the souls of the dead have all turned into ghosts. A single party can't possibly handle this. But obviously, those terrifying descriptions meant nothing to Xingu. So what? She felt he still didn't quite understand. So she explained further. The vengeful spirit has hidden itself deep, thanks to the cemetery guardians. We need to find those monsters and destroy the magic circle that is sealing the vengeful spirit. This is the hardest part of the mission. After that, the vengeful spirit will appear. When you defeat it, all the other undead will awaken. Elenia quickly reassured him to ease the tension. But don't worry, I was once in charge of exploring a part of this city with my party when I was alive. Since the dungeon structure hasn't changed, we can find the magic circle soon. Xingu quickly summarized her long-winded explanation. I get it. So you're saying I have to destroy everything. She was even more confused by his strange train of thought. I'm sorry, but while others are planning things step by step, you've already figured out a shortcut. If I destroy everything, the magic circle will also be shattered, and the vengeful spirit will come out too. Am I wrong? Elenia tried to show her impatience and anxiety. Of course that will happen, but the other undead will go into a frenzy. Who knew those casual words would hit upon his true intention? That was exactly it. That's exactly what I want. Xingu didn't hesitate any longer and pulled a weapon from his inventory. He was quite pleased holding it. An exchange, huh? I don't need to practice with something this simple. The next step required his assistant's help. Aaron, hit me with your divine power. She sluggishly flew closer. All right, I'm coming. She began to close her eyes and focus on chanting. A faint, holy aura began to radiate. The moment she opened her eyes, a strange symbol appeared in Aaron's pupils. Then she immediately punched out, transferring energy to him. A notification appeared again. You have been empowered by a divine strike. Damage dealt to the undead will increase by 30%. You are now resistant to the poison and curses of the undead. The amazing feeling from her buff made Xingu completely hooked. What? This is awesome. I could clear undead dungeons all day with a priest by my side. Aaron couldn't stand it and protested. Over my dead body. Their perfect teamwork made Elenia feel like a third wheel. So you're a priest. I'm sorry I can't be of any help, but I'm very happy that things are progressing like this. Just then, he caught her sorrowful and troubled expression. So, he quickly demonstrated his abilities to stop her from overthinking. You don't need to comfort me like that. I'll handle everything cleanly, so don't worry too much. Immediately after, Xingu slammed the Black Wolf's claw with immense power into a nearby structure. The shockwave from the impact swept through the surrounding houses like an earthquake. Aaron was horrified by his aggressive approach. What are you doing? You just destroyed our exit. She tried to stop him, but it was futile as Xingu continued to obliterate it anyway. Thundering explosions echoed from all directions, wiping out everything. After the tremors subsided, the scene was nothing but scattered ruins and rubble. Seha immediately showed his true fanboy colors. That was so cool, boss. All you did was hit a wall hard, but it made the adjacent walls collapse like dominoes. As for Elenia, her eyes were wide with astonishment. You destroyed 7 buildings with a single blow? But this terrifying result didn't seem to satisfy him. This still isn't enough. There are 30,000 buildings in this city. I need to swing my hammer. A whole 4,000 times. The words made him pause and consider. Well then, it's still doable. Hearing this, she felt worried for him. Xingu. Just then, a notification appeared. You have detected the presence of hidden magic in the city. You must search for more clues within the city if you wish to learn more about this magic. This bit-by-bit gathering process quickly piqued his interest. Oh, so this is how they lead me to the next step. It's just like a detective novel. Because Xingu was so focused, Aaron had to frantically remind him. Xingu, they're coming! The unique appearance of the zombies made her want to die and be reborn on the spot. I knew they were coming, but they're swarming out. Seha also didn't expect this place to be so populated. Just how many people died here? Elenia didn't expect them to appear so quickly. A wave of zombies? He was the only one here who remained expressionless. So what are they? I thought real-life monsters would be a little different from the ones in movies. His attitude was a stark contrast to Aaron, who was cowering in fear. How can you be so calm? They'll rip their arms off and throw them at you. His focus was on something else entirely. Wouldn't that be really painful for them? Xingu finally got a little more serious. All right, I don't like filthy things. Let's start with a light warm-up. The zombies began to frantically charge at him, one against countless others. He wasn't foolish enough to approach them head-on. Instead, he kicked a large boulder. The impact from that ordinary object was like a bomb to them. Before she could even stop him, she was frozen, stiff. Thanks to him, the zombies' expressions became much more vivid. Some were crying, others were panicking. It hurts. It hurts so much. Unfortunately, this didn't stir any compassion in Xingu. All right, now the boulder he just held was suddenly coated in a layer of yellow energy. Before she could even stop him, she was frozen, stiff. Thanks to him, the zombies' expressions became much more vivid. Some were crying, others were panicking. How did you do that? He suddenly paused, making an assumption. Wait, you probably can't do this. Aaron was exasperated by his imagination. No, never mind. Of course you can do it. Sure, why not? Xingu returned to the fight, simultaneously summoning the Black Wolf's claw. Right after, he used it to bat the huge boulder away as if he were playing baseball. Its advance was like a meteor coming to greet the zombies. I'm being purified. This one move had the impact of a mini-nuke, blowing away a huge number of enemies. The other ones couldn't even charge forward, only gaping as their vanguard was annihilated before their eyes. For the first time since they took over this place, they got a taste of what a hard counter felt like. The whole horde was thrown into chaos. That couldn't be a human. If he's that delicious, he couldn't have survived until now. I bet his flesh is very tough and our teeth can't even bite into it. Seha found this all too obvious. They're like the fox and you're the sour grapes. Boss. Aaron was still in awe. The zombies are retreating. Now, She wasn't as afraid of them as before. I've never seen a single zombie run away. Xingu, however, seemed a bit disappointed. I was getting pretty excited when I saw them running this way. In their eyes, his appearance was no different from a visit from the Grim Reaper. I mean, I don't care what they're doing. This is the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. The ones who had to suffer were these weaklings now fleeing for their lives. I don't want to die. Not again. He immediately rushed forward, his eyes gleaming, unable to miss out on the new fun before him. Oh no, don't you dare, she quickly reminded him to be more careful. Xingu, don't fall. Before they could even fully retreat, he landed a devastatingly powerful blow right in the middle of the zombie horde. Seha and Aaron could only watch, dumbfounded, as their leader turned them into essence like scattering candy in the air. He couldn't believe this almost perfect drop rate. The number of monsters in this dungeon was one thing, but how did all of them turn into essence? Xingu remained calm, seeing nothing strange about it. It always happens to me. He had no choice but to accept that ridiculously insane luck. I see. This is normal for you, isn't it? The system suddenly sent a notification about the time limit. 11 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds remaining. Seha was getting used to clearing stages without lifting a finger. It hasn't even been an hour since we got in here. But he's already destroyed half the city. Suddenly, not too far away, an unlucky monster that didn't escape in time was crushed by an entire building. It happened so fast his brain couldn't process it. Wasn't that crushed monster a very powerful undead? Even she felt a chill run down her spine. Although there's no way to check since it died before it could even reveal itself. The notification appeared again. You have identified the approximate location of the sealing magic, but to weaken the sealed monster, you need to destroy more of the magic circles used to empower the undead. Xingu was a bit surprised by the new information. There's a way to weaken the wraith? Even someone involved like Elenia didn't know. This is the first time I've heard of this. He could only ponder the meaning of weaken himself. I guess I can't just break everything here. Aaron, who had been waiting for a chance, finally chimed in. You're just now realizing that basic fact? You need to destroy more of the magic circles used to empower the undead. Xingu was a bit surprised by the new information. There's a way to weaken the wraith? Even someone involved like Elenia didn't know. This is the first time I've heard of this. But he stubbornly stuck to his old way of thinking. If I weaken the wraith by destroying the wrong building, the amount of essence and mana I get will also decrease. She was truly helpless. It was then he realized he had missed out on this unique tour. I guess if we had let this spirit guide us from the beginning, our trip would have been much more interesting and different than it is now. To make up for it, he quickly accepted the offer. All right, you lead the way. Elenia was so happy she could cry because he was finally acting like a normal person. Very well, I guess we'll find the magic circles faster now that the city is in ruins. As she led the way, she reminded everyone, let's be quiet on this path. Seha felt she was worrying unnecessarily. The monsters are running away from us. Aaron sympathized with them. We don't need to be stealthy anymore. Xingu certainly wouldn't miss this chance. Perhaps we should gather some essences along the way. He immediately unleashed his Pokemon. Go, Seha. I choose you. He dashed off without a single wasted motion. Yes, boss. She was indignant and wanted to seek justice for them both. What do you think supporters are, huh? And yet, he just stared at Aaron as if asking why she was still standing there. She gave up and complied with the order. Fine, I'll go too. Only after a moment was Elenia able to resume her role as the storyteller. There are many magic circles here sealing the wraith. She even explained in detail how to deal with them. The identical magic circles have been split up, so we must find and destroy every single one. But this has a downside. If we're unlucky, destroying a magic circle could increase the wraith's power. Xingu listened for a moment and then came to a conclusion. I get it. So this whole city is like a minigame. Now he faced a new dilemma. Should I help the wraith get stronger before killing it, or should I just kill it quickly to raise my own level? The two busy bees behind him were still diligently looting items. His focus was always different from that of a normal person. What a dilemma. Elenia couldn't understand why he was pondering that issue, but she played along anyway. You're right. They finally arrived at their target location. Before them was a stone tablet engraved with a seal. Xingu started to get curious about it. So this is the first magic circle? She immediately sensed that trouble was about to stir. You need to be careful. Having learned from past experience, she warned him earlier this time. The magic circle is always guarded by a powerful, high-ranking demon. Fortunately, he got the gist of it. A powerful lich? Xingu was eager to meet this opponent. Where is it? Aaron quickly spotted the monster, which was shivering in fear behind a pillar. It's hiding out of fear. Over there, the new character that had just appeared for a single panel was sent to the afterlife with one hit from Xingu. Right after that, a notification popped up. You have learned that the sealing magic circle has imprisoned a lich in an intermediate state. The wraith is a monster that can shoot walls of fire as an attack spell. A part of the magic circle sealing the wraith's power has been dismantled. The Wraith's mana is rising. He was about to cheer, but then he wondered how many magic circles were left. Aaron even thought he had a split personality. Were you just cheering for the Wraith? Only a stressed-out Elenia was there to remind him there are still 8 more. Hearing this only made him feel more invigorated. Awesome, let's go to the next building. As soon as they got there, Xingu quickly destroyed another one. This time, the notification's content was updated. You have discovered the Wraith's past. She was originally a fairy who prophesied death, but after being bewitched by dark magic, she transformed into an evil spirit, spreading death among humans. Now, another part of the seal on the Wraith's power has been broken. She felt immense sympathy after hearing the old tale. The second guardian was a fool as well, while he only focused on the last sentence. So I can discover the Wraith's past, but its power increases in return? Even so, Xingu wanted to smash another one just for the fun of it. The notification popped up again. You have uncovered the Wraith's past, a lich that can shapeshift. The broken seal has caused its mana to increase. After finishing his rock-smashing quest in Colin, he turned to blame Elenia. You're terrible at making predictions. She was both guilty and flustered. I'm sorry. Aaron and Seha were in no mood to sweat the small stuff. Xingu. The Wraith's power is covering the entire city. It's even more powerful than the Iron Grand Demon General. But of course, the warning was useless, because the word fear isn't in his vocabulary. I've never seen anything this powerful. This might be a good opportunity for that. Elenia continued to lead the way. The next one is this way. The magic characters on this stone tablet were much denser than before. She quickly urged him on. We're almost there. If you destroy this one. Xingu excitedly raised his weapon. All right. And there's another powerful blow from him. The final notification popped up instantly. The seal has been completely destroyed, and the Wraith has restored its full power. For hundreds of years, she disguised herself as a civilian to lure countless adventurers to their doom. Just as he received the new information, a bizarre sound echoed from behind him. The final boss of this place finally opened its eyes and appeared. Vel started making a sound, summoning even more of its allies. Hearing the signal, the skeleton monsters flooded in from every direction, and even the hungry ghouls seemed to smell something and rush toward the center. She gloated triumphantly, her face a grotesque horror. You foolish and arrogant humans, you have no idea what awaits you. Aaron and Seha warned him in unison. Xingu boss, that spirit, but his demeanor remained completely unfazed. Yeah, I'm deeply honored. You've chosen me as the first target for your gun. I already know everything, so let's skip the introductions. The rookie, Velsa, froze, encountering such a strange reaction from her prey for the first time. What? This is absurd. Before she could even adapt, Xingu unleashed the Thunder God cannon in his hand. The vortex of energy instantly obliterated one half of her body upon contact, and this single attack was like a cannon blast that shattered hundreds of walls behind her. The system updated with a new status. Power Shot has reached level 5. Velsa was at a disadvantage the moment she appeared, making her absolutely livid. I don't believe in your soul. I don't care if you were a priest in a past life or just have a friendly smile that could charm anyone. Although he didn't quite understand, he corrected her without hesitation. My only comrades are my supporters, Aaron and Seha. Her face instantly lit up like a spring flower, while the boy started crying a river. Boss, I'm so moved. Xingu was even kind enough to point out the enemy's recent weakness, and you were very exposed in the middle of the fight. She didn't understand his methods. Then why did you let her become like that? Turns out you had a plan to fatten her up, huh? I told you, she's still too weak. I won't get much essence or any good skills unless I strengthen her current form. Hearing this, Velsa turned purple with rage because her opponent didn't take her seriously at all. What an interesting reason. She immediately threw her head back and let out a sound with an extremely high frequency. Its power rushed towards Xingu like a flash flood, but unfortunately, he had already read his opponent's move and used the skill Raging Battle Cry. A fierce light suddenly radiated from him. It was powerful enough to shatter every inch of ground within its range. He even called for Erin. She was in perfect sync with him and understood immediately. You want to use the curse break skill? Then she quickly began to focus on chanting the incantation. As soon as she finished, she quickly transferred it to his body. Xingu was already strong, but now he was like he'd been chugging Red Bull. Every step he took, tearing through the air, sent debris flying everywhere. At the same time, he didn't forget to summon his signature weapon, the Black Wolf's Claw. The distance between him and Velsa was closed in an instant. The thing she was holding in her hand was a sledgehammer. A +3 D-rank weapon. It might be a bit weak for a vengeful spirit. This was the golden opportunity for him to score a quick and decisive victory. Losing half your body must have weakened you a bit, right? I can handle it. Although she was furious, only a fool or someone with a death wish would stand still at this moment. Velsa stubbornly pushed her luck, waiting for him to get closer before letting out another roar. The powerful sound wave attacking him had lost half of its effectiveness. However, it still affected Xingu's movement. What a nasty curse. Aaron's enhancement skill protected me a little. A +3 D-rank weapon. It might be a bit weak for a vengeful spirit. This was the golden opportunity for him to score a quick and decisive victory. Losing half your body must have weakened you a bit, right? But is this really her weakened state? But with a confident mindset and knowing he had to see it through, he didn't stop his counterattack. He did a lightning-fast 180-degree spin with his massive weapon, then without hesitation, hurled it in a straight line. The direct impact from the weapon's face left Velsa with no escape. She went into a freefall from midair. He seized the opportunity and got into a ready stance. The moment the timing was right, he sprinted like a demon towards the designated target. She only had time to turn back, but her body was powerless to resist. As soon as the target fell into the perfect position, Xingu spun and delivered a kick straight through his opponent's core. This one move was enough to turn her insides out. Even as he tried to break, he destroyed the ground beneath his feet. Velsa was sent tumbling far into the distance, while he remained burning with fighting spirit. He held out his hand, ready to catch the free-falling black wolf's claw. An instant later, the weapon was back with its master, a perfect fit in his grasp. Xingu returned to his imposing stance, determined to beat his opponent to a pulp. Shall we end this now? The system displayed a new notification. Raging battle cry has reached level 3. When you make contact with an enemy, a shockwave will be released, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Carrying the black wolf's claw on his shoulder, Xingu slowly approached. Suddenly, the vengeful spirit glared back with a hateful look. She planted her hands on the ground and sprang up into a beautiful spin. Watching this series of actions, Aaron urgently warned him. Velsa is trying to escape again. Xingu indifferently watched his prey struggle in her final moments, so persistent. Velsa raised her hand, her mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth as she screamed. Skeleton monsters from all over rose up at the sound, a voice echoing in their minds. She is calling us. Velsa manipulated their minds, making them surround him. Move! Tear the living sacrifice to shreds! Seeing the motley crew approaching, Aaron said, The monsters are closing in on us. We should deal with them first. On the contrary, Xingu cheerfully gripped his weapon. Things are getting more interesting. All right, let's begin. Seha suddenly heard something and immediately turned to warn his boss. That sound. It can't be. He had heard it too, his expression turning serious. That's the sound of the final boss room door opening. A giant door, as if from hell itself, swung open, revealing something bizarre inside. Xingu gripped the black wolf's claw tightly, watching the monsters. I knew the vengeful spirit was a hidden boss, but the dungeon boss is also one of her minions. His attitude immediately shifted to one of contempt. The dungeon boss. Did you just escape your cell because you were called? What kind of moron are you? Velsa, oblivious to the danger, thought she had victory in her grasp. I will devour your soul and restore my power, then head straight to the surface and create a new graveyard. As if Xingu could be so easily provoked, he raised his head confidently, thinking, dream big, that's good. With a wave of Velsa's hand, the monsters charged forward. They all lunged forward at once. Xingu raised his weapon, preparing for battle. A sweeping swing of his axe cracked the ground, and he spun with agility, swinging the black wolf's claw to send nearby creatures flying. The skeleton monsters were no match for him, unable to withstand a single blow before shattering into pieces. Velsa broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Realizing the situation was dire, she shot up into the air, attempting to flee, but he wouldn't let her get away that easily, and shot after her in close pursuit. Velsa opened her mouth wide and screamed once more. Her whole body erupted with powerful energy, emitting continuous shockwaves. Xingu couldn't get any closer and could only bide his time. This time was different from before. He had to think seriously. Aaron's power was gone. I guess I can't rely on the curse-breaking skill anymore. From behind, she cupped her hands around her mouth to shout encouragement. Use your magic bullet again, Xingu. One shot could end all of this. Xingu gave an awkward, hesitant look. He knew that, but he didn't have enough mana left. Before the two could make a plan, a colossal figure approached from the distance. Seha saw it and shouted a fearful warning. The boss, the final monster boss is coming. Aaron was shocked that it had appeared so quickly. A heaven-shattering scream tore through the night. Zerat, with its razor-sharp claws, had finally appeared. A giant ghoul. Velsa couldn't hide her excitement. You have made a mistake. A fatal mistake. A mistake that all arrogant humans make. From high above, she launched countless iron chains. Die, you will be mine. The sturdy chains seemed to stretch endlessly as they flew toward their target. Xingu took a defensive stance, fully prepared for the attack. But unexpectedly, the chains shot straight for his arms and bound them tightly. Aaron was terrified by the sudden development. Xingu, she flew closer and used her skill to break the bonds. Holy blessing, Aaron could sense the enemy's power, unable to hide her growing anxiety. No, but this isn't enough to counter the vengeful spirit's curse. The chains were still holding his limbs tight. He seriously weighed his options. I can withstand the curse, defeat the final boss first and clear the battlefield, then take down the vengeful spirit. But that would take too much time to clear the dungeon. The best option right now is to kill the vengeful spirit immediately, then kill the monster boss to get it over with. His brain was working at full capacity as a faint, sparkling golden light began to emanate from Xingu's head. The mana stream Aaron modified for me is holy power that can weaken and nullify curses. Even though I can't generate it myself, I should be able to refine what I already have. If I apply the principles of energy transfer, I might be able to. Seiha appeared in a set of sturdy armor, his body now at a normal human size. Aaron, flying below, was startled. Seiha, why are you back to your real size? Seiha seemed to adapt quickly, confidently volunteering. Boss, I'm joining the fight too. He took a running leap, his arm equipped with a long, sharp spear. Heroic charge! Aaron was left speechless and teased him. Are you complimenting yourself? Seiha, keeping his spirits high, enthusiastically explained. That's the name of the skill. Hiya! Nothing could stand in his way. The monsters were impaled one after another. Mission complete. Seiha collapsed from exhaustion, reverting to his original form. That attack used up all of my mana. Aaron looked at the aftermath in disbelief. Really? Seiha looked up, his expression becoming serious again. The iron chains on Xingu's arms were still unbroken, and Zerat had closed in while Seiha was shouting. The final boss is here! Aaron, not knowing what to do, helplessly called out to Xingu. Seiha, thinking Xingu hadn't heard him, repeated, Boss, he's on his way. But Xingu was lost deep in thought. I get it, if I do this. His entire body suddenly flashed, unleashing immense energy that shattered his bonds. A notification window popped up instantly, announcing he had reached level 27. Velsa was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. What? Aaron looked at the man before her, who was now glowing fiercely, and asked, Xingu, what did you just do? It was only then that Velsa felt fear, trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. You can't possibly break my soul chains that easily. Velsa, refusing to accept the truth, unleashed her chains once more. Die, you human. The light surrounding Xingu's body was so solid that nothing could penetrate it. He accurately grabbed one of the chains, instantly reversing the situation. Xingu gave a powerful, enthusiastic tug. It's bedtime for you. Velsa had no time to dodge and was yanked forward. She arrogantly prepared a counterattack, never expecting Xingu's other hand was already cocked back and ready to fly. A powerful punch aimed precisely at Velsa landed squarely on her, a punishing fist infused with holy power. The move was so fast that she vanished in an instant. All that remained before Xingu was a bit of lingering smoke. This recent display of power didn't intimidate Zerat in the slightest. In fact, it only excited him further. The beast clenched its fists and let out a loud roar. Xingu observed its reaction and smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'll be sending you to your master soon enough. Zerat mercilessly grabbed the lifeless body of a skeleton monster. The massive, crimson creature slowly lifted its prey to its mouth and tore it to shreds. Both Aaron and Seiha couldn't hide their disgust at the sight. It was a cannibal. Zerat seemed to be empowered, its entire body radiating a massive amount of energy. The giant ghoul had devoured all the undead, finding a way to make itself stronger. Xingu clenched his fists in preparation. He attacked, his fist landing right in the center of the red circle his opponent had created. Zerat's breath was slowly dissipating. Xingu was still a bit suspicious of this strange thing, but it was still too weak. Aaron looked at the lingering energy. She was also puzzled. The final boss didn't feel like a final boss. Xingu closed his eyes, looking as if he understood the problem. Usually when a final boss powers up, it just means the main character is strong enough to force the enemy to do so. Shouldn't a true final boss be able to crush parties without tricks like that? Although Aaron still had many questions, they had cleared the stage for now, so she cheerfully teased him. You just denied the fundamentals of every role-playing game. Her eyes suddenly drooped as she mentioned the source of the problem. Sarian Cemetery, a desolate and ruined place, had no trace of life, according to Aaron. It was once the city of the dead, and now it is completely a city of the living dead. The system quickly displayed the clear notification. Dungeon completed, time taken 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 56 seconds, killed 1,327 zombies, 915 skeletons, 164 ghouls, 59 ghosts, 1 wraith, and 1 giant ghoul. Next, the screen displayed the rewards. Received a special achievement, Dungeon Annihilator. The player receives an additional passive skill, Debuff Resistance. Received Secret Dowsing Rod, you have gained 6 levels. Xingu, level 66. Aaron carefully examined each line of the notification, feeling it was strange. It's not normal for you to grow this much every time you complete a dungeon. Xingu didn't pay much attention, waving his hand to find a random excuse. But I also grind plenty of small dungeons. They probably average everything out like that. She turned red with anger, letting out a long rant. Normal people can't clear a huge dungeon like this on their first try. If everyone leveled up at your speed, it would take them a whole year to conquer a difficulty 32 dungeon. Xingu lazily changed the subject. Yeah. I'm so amazing and wonderful. Let's check the special reward. The screen displayed information about the items one by one. Secret dowsing rod. B rank. A magical item that helps detect hidden secrets in dungeons. When it gets close to a secret, it will start to vibrate and will reveal the secret when used, disappearing after 3 uses. He held the item in his hand, figuring out a way to game the system. Although it disappears after 3 uses, if I search the surrounding area myself after it vibrates, I can discover the secret without even using the item. Seha rested his chin on his hand and observed, unable to hold back his admiration. Players of the adventurer type would probably love this treasure. Aaron still felt that things weren't that simple. All you did was clear one dungeon, but you got an amazing item like this. Xingu held the newly received reward in his hand, ready for the next task. Now let's go find the shrine. Besides, I think we should use the essences of the wraith and the giant ghoul to exchange for a treasure. Aaron, flying behind him, suddenly remembered what happened earlier. By the way, Xingu, how were you able to amplify the holy blessing I gave you? Xingu walked steadily and explained seriously. It's augmentation, but used in a different way. Hearing those 2 words, Aaron became agitated. You used augmentation? If everyone could do it, no one would be afraid of undead monsters anymore. Xingu looked indifferent as if it were nothing. It'd be weird to say it's impossible. It's just that no one has ever tried it before. Aaron was so angry, she started flailing her arms and legs. Then priests would no longer be treated like nobles just because they know how to use divine power. The altar was emitting a brilliant golden light. After a few seconds, Xingu said something a bit silly. I feel like the essences might pop out like popcorn if I pour them all in at once. Aaron ignored what he just said, her gaze focused. I hope we get a few more hammers. Xingu didn't hesitate to wave his hand and throw the item onto the altar. Let's just use the Wraith's essence. The results from giant ghouls and high-level monsters are usually better. A powerful light shot straight up, and a familiar weapon was faintly visible inside. Seha and Aaron, flying behind him, couldn't help but feel confused looking at its silhouette. Its shape looks like a hammer. Yeah, you already have one. Xingu crossed his arms and waited calmly. Even though the Black Wolf's Claw is already enchanted, I still need to upgrade my weapons further. The system quickly displayed the information for Giant's Howl, rank C+, attack power 1,350 to 1,950, proficiency not over 400. Trait, a hammer containing the power of a mid-level undead. The living will feel dread upon touching it. Much of its power is still hidden. He picked it up and observed it closely, feeling it was quite heavy. It's much heavier than the Thunder God's gun. Aaron crossed her arms and looked at the Giant's Howl, a speculation suddenly forming in her mind. I think its true rank is still hidden. It was the first time Xingu had heard of this, and he found it a bit hard to believe. Is that possible? A series of different weapons with various attributes appeared as Aaron explained. Of course, this must be one of them. The type of treasure whose rank changes when its proficiency is maxed out and its traits are revealed, also known as a hidden piece. Over here, Seha was filled with regret. I still regret that time we split the loot based only on the public rank. Xingu looked at his utterly defeated appearance and softly uttered, "That's a nasty wound." He put the weapon away in his inventory to prepare for something else. So, let's set this hammer aside for now and max out the proficiency of the Black Wolf's Claw first. Aaron looked at the glowing altar before them. What's it at now? Xingu, preparing for the upgrade, answered briefly. It's at 229. After hearing the hammer's level, Aaron was surprised. Wow. Xingu's eyes gazed into the distance as a stream of thoughts ran through his mind. The max proficiency for the Black Wolf's Claw is 240, and there's still one more secret trait. Maybe it's also the mysterious puzzle piece. A portal appeared beside him at his command. Let's get out of here. For some reason, Aaron had a bad feeling. I hope we don't end up on Mount Siarak. Hearing this, a flicker of worry crossed Xingu's face, but he quickly reassured her. Don't say that. You're making me nervous. After getting fully equipped, he confidently announced, All right, even if there are a lot of people out there, I still have this hat with me. The 3 of them stood before the portal, stepping inside one by one. Unexpectedly, the place they were transported to was the bottom of the ocean. Xingu was slowly sinking, his air supply dwindling bit by bit. The 3 of them struggled in the water, creating sparkling air bubbles. Aaron was reaching her limit, stretching her hand forward. Suddenly, a golden key appeared in Xingu's hand. By now, he had sunk to the very bottom of this place. His hand accurately plunged the key straight into the ground. Suddenly, a large, radiant circle appeared beneath their feet. In the moment before they vanished, the 3 of them stood before the portal, stepping inside one by one. Unexpectedly, the place they were transported to was the bottom of the ocean. Xingu was slowly sinking. He suddenly saw bloodshot eyes observing him through a crack. They were huge, grotesque eyes, webbed with blood vessels. Xingu tried to open his eyes wider for a better look, but being underneath made it difficult to move. Her face flushed as she recovered. Why didn't we think of this before? The Earth is mostly covered by water, so most players would fall into the ocean, not on land. Xingu slowly took off his heavy, soaked jacket. About that, I should have killed that thing we saw before coming back. Irene had been suffocating earlier and didn't get a good look around. There was an underwater monster there? Are you sure it wasn't a whale? Seeing this, Xingu bluntly made a suggestion. Do you want to go out and check? For someone as small and afraid of water as Arin, the answer was a definite no. Xingu picked up his phone to check for notifications. After checking, his voice held a hint of disappointment. There's no new information related to them. Arin peeked over his shoulder and gently comforted him. If you think about it, that's only natural. An image of the bizarre, mutated creatures appeared in his mind as she spoke. It hasn't been that long since monsters first appeared on land, but it requires more complex conditions for them to appear underwater. First, they need to be able to move underwater. Seha was only just now able to stand up. If dungeons also broke out underwater, can you imagine how many monsters would drown the moment they escaped? Xingu stroked his chin, seriously analyzing the problem. The ocean must be really polluted. Erin crossed her arms, trying to come up with other reasons. Maybe some countries have already invested in the ocean to collect monster corpses. Xingu teased her, half joking. Do you think fish have been eating them? Now it was Seha's turn to be speechless, not knowing how to explain. Haha, if fish ate them and became a new species of monster, we wouldn't be able to sit here and joke about it, right? Both Xingu and Aaron were stunned by the other's bold thought. Seha, oh Seha, didn't expect them to react so strongly and quickly tried to clarify. What's wrong? That kind of thing only happens in comics. Xingu, who was on the same wavelength, suddenly declared, no, maybe that monster is gnawing on other monsters that escaped from the dungeon. It looked exactly like a fish. His genius brain went into overdrive, imagining a fish eating a zombie. Aaron was speechless with these two. Why are you even trying to picture that in your head? Xingu temporarily brushed the issue aside, his hand pulling up his shirt to reveal his toned abs. Let's take a shower first since I'm soaked. Seha, you should shower with me. Hearing the suggestion, Seha couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, boss. The two of them, one big and one small, stripped down without any hesitation. Erin, being the only girl here, pretended to be shy but was secretly enjoying the view. Hey, wait, don't make a mess like that. Waves of warm water washed over Erin's body. After a relaxing shower, she stepped out, using a towel to dry the remaining droplets in her hair. Xingu had already changed into simple clothes and noticed the strange expression on the person who had just come out. Why the long face? Are you mad because we showered first? Not knowing what nerve he'd struck, Erin retorted irritably. It's not like that. She thought of the bleak future, her expression turning sad. Monsters are flooding the oceans. That means humans won't be able to use them anymore. Xingu imagined a scene of heroes fighting mutated monsters. No, it would be like in the movies, hiring players to guard their ships. He quickly snapped out of it and focused on the main issue. All right, let's forget about the problems of the ocean and sailors and focus on our job. Come on, we need to conquer more dungeons. They walked to the door, but Aaron, still haunted by the previous experience, was a bit hesitant. Could the next dungeon also be an underwater one? Xingu, leading the way confidently, didn't comfort her but teased instead. Maybe. The system displayed a notification. Starting. Ant Cave Area 127, Syrian Cemetery, completion time limit of 12 hours. This time, everyone was transported to a cave. Xingu crossed his arms and lazily glanced around. Ah, I knew it. Aaron, seeing something, looked a bit dismayed. Seriously? Seha pointed at the person who had just appeared in front of their boss. The spirit this time is an old man. The old man had a haggard face with only a few teeth left. You've finally come, the heroes who will avenge me. Xingu, seeing the spirit's strange form, leaned over and whispered, is this a vengeful spirit disguised as someone else? Aaron stared intently. He couldn't make an assessment from observation alone.